as Jin Chen, a prominent figure in the reversal department, was on the verge of completing his task. A sudden mission thrust him back into the 3,000 realms. Temporary job adjustment. Go rescue the villain of a small world. Jin Chen, a certain system. Host, do you want a wife or not? And thus, the aloof, reclusive young master grasped his hand. You cannot leave me. The obedient boy, with reddened eyes, protested. You said you liked me. You cannot go back on your word. The esteemed movie star reached out for a hug. You saved me, so you must take care of me for a lifetime. The proud imperial general lowered his arrogance. What you once promised. Does it still hold true? Jin Chen, wife, I am here. Chapter 1. Saving the reclusive youth 01. Brother Chen, you must believe me. Although I will be engaged to Xinjiang, you hold a place in my heart. Do not blame my father. He only wishes the best for me. The sweet yet cacophonous voice grating on Jin Chen's ears jolted him awake, revealing an unfamiliar environment. Host, welcome to the first world. Ignoring the voice resonating in his mind, Jin Chen turned his gaze to the youth before him. With a quintessential internet celebrity visage, he averted his eyes, somewhat taken aback. Leaved Gu was utterly shocked, unable to fathom that Jin Chen would address him so curtly, yet he dared not defy. Feeling aggrieved, he bit his lip and departed, thinking that if it were not for his family, he would not wish to linger with Jin Chen. He was simply terrifying. Leaning back languidly in a rosewood chair, Jin Chen, with long, slender fingers, idly toyed with a string of prayer beads, exuding an air of nonchalance. 0731 System. Here, host. 0731 felt a twinge of fear towards this enigmatic host. He was the reigning champion of the reversal department, reputed for his unfathomable prowess. Now, summoned to execute a mission to save the villain, he found himself paired with a freshly minted assistant. This was indeed a source of trepidation. Host, please prepare. We are about to begin transmitting memories. This world was a typical Jiangsu narrative. The tragic villain was Ji Yin, the eldest son of the Ji family. Having endured the loss of his mother in childhood, and subsequently neglected by his father after the arrival of his stepmother, he succumbed to autism. In contrast, the illegitimate son Ji Yu was the charming protagonist, who, after sowing seeds of affection everywhere, inadvertently attracted the true powerhouse, Jin Chen. When Jin Chen forcefully proposed marriage, he handed Ji Yin over to him, all while feigning compliance. Ji Yin, laden with humiliation and wrongfully accused of being scheming, was driven to the brink under Jin Chen's pressure, culminating in a desperate act of setting fire to the villa. Following this, he sought vengeance against Ji Yu, becoming the narrative's most formidable antagonist. With so many points of contention, it was difficult to know where to begin. Jin Chen paused his fingers on the prayer beads, pinching the bridge of his nose. Who was that person just now? The charming protagonist Ji Yu. 0731 answered candidly. And the villain? He has been confined for a week now. Well, what a way to start. A crematorium. He cast aside the original owner's prayer beads, rising from his study to check on the pitiful villain. As he followed the memory to the door, he encountered Uncle Lu, the butler, and a servant. The servant carried a tray laden with blood-stained bandages and unopened ointments. The original owner forbade any treatment for Ji Yin, compelling them to merely replace the bandages. Seeing Jin Chen, the two appeared flustered. Uncle Lu, sensing Jin Chen's calm demeanor, felt reassured, thinking he was in a good mood today, and thus ventured to speak. Sir, young Master Yin is indeed pitiable and has committed no grave offense. Why allow Ji Yu to torment him so? In a short span of a week, this was not the first time the butler had implored him. Previously, the original owner had been bewitched by Ji Yu, believing Ji Yin to be merely adept at winning hearts. This Jiangsu world truly lacked any semblance of logic. I know, his voice was light, devoid of discernible emotion, as he took the ointment. You may leave. Let Ji Yu return home, understood. Uncle Lu complied. Upon entering the room, Jin Chen's gaze fell first upon the youth curled up on the bed. Racked with pain, his slender frame and pallid complexion were striking. Detection of the world's plot villain. Current corruption value, 40. Task requirement. Reset corruption value to 0 and alter the villain's tragic fate. Upon hearing the door open, Ji Yin turned, his pupils dilating as he recoiled under the covers, exposing only his exquisite brows and eyes. gazing at Jin Chen in fear. "Do not be afraid. Let me see your wounds." Upon hearing the man's voice, Ji Yan's fear intensified. Yet he dared not further evade, trembling beneath the blanket, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As Jin Chen's hand rose, Ji Yan tightly shut his eyes, his lashes quivering, bracing himself for a blow, but the anticipated pain never came. As he opened his eyes in confusion, he discovered that Jin Chen merely lifted the blanket to examine his injuries. His body bore numerous scars, old and new, intertwined. Surely, the handiwork of Ji. And these fresh wounds. Jin Chen sighed softly, lamenting that the original owner was truly inhumane. His gaze shifted to Ji Yan's face, and he was captivated by the youth's appearance. His almond-shaped eyes sparkled, the depths clear, with a well-placed tear mole enhancing his beauty, his brows and eyes reminiscent of an exquisite painting. At that moment, his eyes were red-rimmed, trembling with fear, yet defiantly holding Jin Chen's gaze, akin to a frightened kitten. Docile yet proud, with a hint of chilliness, he was undeniably delightful, capable of easily evoking a protective instinct. If only those eyes were not so sorrowful. His thoughts returned in an instant, and Jin Chen spoke in a low, gentle tone. "In the past, I was in the wrong. Whether out of anger or manipulation, I let you suffer unjustly." He squeezed the ointment onto a cotton swab. "It will be different from now on." Ji Yan lowered his gaze, struggling to comprehend the man's sudden transformation. As he prepared to apply the ointment, despite his inner trepidation, he did not refuse. He understood that applying the ointment would alleviate the pain. The ointment was cool, soothing the burning sensation of his wounds, and the boy's furrowed brow relaxed as he lay quietly. Only his uninjured hand discreetly tucked something beneath the pillow. The movement was subtle, and Jin Chen seemed oblivious. 0731. What is the cause of Ji Yan's autism? While continuing to apply the ointment, Jin Chen inquired within his mind. His mother was the original wife of his father, Ji Weishue. When Ji Yan was 10, he witnessed his mother commit suicide after suffering domestic violence at the hands of Ji Weishue. His stepmother was prone to violence, and Ji Weishue turned a blind eye. Within 6 months, he developed autism. 0731's tone softened considerably, expressing empathy for Ji Yan's plight. Upon hearing this, Jin Chen's heart ached even more, and his anger towards Ji Yu and the Ji family intensified. Seemingly sensing the man's emotional shift, Ji Yan cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Gazing at the obedient features of the youth, Jin Chen put away the ointment and tucked him in. "Sleep now. This ointment is quite effective. You will feel no pain by morning." Ji Yan seemed to take this to heart, burrowing into the covers and closing his eyes, eager to drift off. Jin Chen chuckled softly, only to suddenly catch sight of a whip on the bedside table. This was the very instrument the original owner used to torment Ji Yan whenever faced with Ji Yu's rejections, feeling utterly helpless, a useless thing. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. There was still time to salvage this mission. Jin Chen concealed his emotions and rose, taking the whip as he exited the room. In the season of rain, the Ji family shall ensure that justice is served for Ji Yan. No one understands the art of retribution better than a top contender who has risen against all odds. Chapter 2. The Rescue of the Autistic Boy 02. The following morning, Jin Chen was abruptly awakened by 0731. "Host, something terrible has happened. The pitiful antagonist is being bullied by the protagonist." In light of the mission, 0731 cast aside its fear. Jin Chen slowly sat up, a storm brewing in his gaze. What affliction does this protagonist suffer from? Seeking trouble so early in the day. He had just administered medicine to Ji Yan last night and was hoping for a period of tranquility. As he approached the door to Ji Yan's room, he overheard a commotion within. "How dare you still take medicine? You used to endure at home, but here you truly think yourself a young master?" Ji Yu's voice had lost its sweetness from the previous night, now sharp and grating. "I warn you, if you remain silent, you may live a bit longer. If you speak what you shouldn't, prepare to suffer. What should not be said? Why not share it with me?" Jin Chen's voice was frigid, interrupting Ji Yu's tirade. Both individuals within the room were taken aback, Ji Yu hastily retracting the hand he had poised to strike. As Jin Chen entered, his first glance fell upon the boy with his head bowed on the bed, revealing yet more scars on his arms. Frowning, He ignored the suddenly pitiable Ji and moved to the bedside. Their eyes met for an instant, but Ji was the first to avert his gaze. A hint of panic evident. I will apply the medicine for you shortly. After ensuring the boy was properly covered with a quilt, he turned his cold gaze toward Ji. Who permitted you to enter? Ji observed the figure blocking his path, his almond-shaped eyes shimmering with an unidentifiable emotion. Perhaps confusion. Ji, unable to believe what was unfolding, bit his lip and trembled as he complained. Brother Chun, why are you being so fierce? You had allowed me to come in any time I wanted. That was the original host's folly, Jin Chen retorted, refusing to shoulder the blame. His eyes devoid of warmth as he regarded Ji. Did I also allow you to strike Ji? Ji was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Jin Chen was suddenly defending this fool. Did he not prefer him? Had he so swiftly developed feelings for another? Grasping tightly to his plan, Ji clenched his fists, resolute that Ji would not usurp his affection. No one would. He softened his tone, attempting to grasp Jin Chen's hand. Brother Chun, I know you're upset with me. I promise that when I come next time, I will seek you out first. Okay? Jin Chen's voice was icy. Do not touch me. Ji found himself at a loss, tears streaming down his cheeks as he shook his head, eyes reddened. Brother Chun, you have changed. Are you also like the others, enchanted by Ji? How can you treat me this way? Jin Chen remained silent, mentally inquiring 0731. Is there a guideline in your rescue department against breaking character? Moderate deviations are permissible, just not too drastic. I will remind the host, came the reply. Then it is of no consequence. A sardonic smile graced his lips, his tone cutting. Currently, the one I am caring for at home is Ji. You have no shame. Or perhaps you no longer fancy that childhood friend. Under Jin Chen's piercing gaze, Ji felt a sudden panic, as though everything had been laid bare. He blinked rapidly, hastily changing the subject. Brother Chun, father has asked you and your brother to return home for lunch. No need. There's food at my house. Jin Chen did not continue to respond, instead sitting on the edge of the bed, gently reapplying medicine to Ji with utmost care. Ji gazed blankly at the man's hands, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him. This person seemed different from before, devoid of the frightening gaze and actions that once intimidated him. He could protect himself now, something no one had ever done for him. However, the youth seemed to recall something, his gaze dropping in contemplation. The atmosphere between them was harmonious, yet Ji was nearly boiling with rage. He bit his lip and decided to unleash his trump card. Father said that this time, when brother comes home, he will return your mother's belongings. Jin Chen paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to meet Ji's eyes. Indeed, upon hearing the words mother's belongings, the youth's eyes brightened considerably. Jin mustered his courage, grasping the man's sleeve. His eyes wide and unblinking as he looked at Jin Chen, pure and clear like a young fawn. Let us go. This was the first time he had spoken to Jin Chen. His voice was hoarse from disuse, yet it bore a soft clarity. A sudden warmth enveloped Jin Chen's heart, prompting him to affectionately ruffle the boy's tousled hair. All right, I will take you. Having nearly finished the medication, he retrieved some clothes from the wardrobe, offering them to Ji. Do you need help? Ji quickly shook his head, accepting the clothes, and he heard the man chuckle lightly. Observing their interaction, Ji nearly ground his teeth in frustration, his jealousy threatening to spill over. Yet he still had to maintain a facade of meekness before Jin Chen. He tilted his head slightly, glaring at Ji. You foolish brat, how dare you steal my affection? Just wait and see, for the sake of his mother's belongings. Ji endeavored to conquer his fear of the outside world, taking a seat in the back of the car. His complexion grew increasingly pale as he tightly gripped the hem of his clothes, fixating on the tips of his shoes, too afraid to look up. Ji also wanted to slip into the car, but was halted by Jin Chen. Did you walk here this morning? Ji, puzzled, replied, No, why, Brother Chen? Then why did you come here instead of taking your own car? Jin Chen's cold remark lingered in the air as he closed the car door. Ji bit his lip, his anger swelling. In just one night, Jin Chen had changed his affections too swiftly. The car slowly pulled away, the driver discreetly raising the partition, allowing the two not to be disturbed. Glancing at the obedient youth with his head bowed beside him, Jin Chen reflected on the 40 points of darkening affection and the hidden blade beneath the pillow, smiling softly in silence. What an intriguing child. Upon hearing the laughter, Ji Yin felt a twinge of confusion. After some deliberation, he timidly raised his gaze to Jin Chen. Their eyes met once more. And although it was not the first time he was so close to the man, previous encounters had been marred by pain, preventing him from noticing his features. Today, however, he realized that this man was strikingly handsome, particularly his eyes, igniting within him an urge to take up a paintbrush. What are you thinking about? Seeing Ji Yin lost in thought, Jin Chen playfully pinched his cheek, his eyes sparkling with affection. The youth's face flushed deeply, a rosy hue spreading from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. He tilted his head to evade, and for reasons unknown, his heart began to race violently. Observing his demeanor, the eternally single Jin Chen felt an inexplicable discomfort, yet he masked it with a couple of light coughs. Host, did you not experience any romantic entanglements while in the counterattack department? Question 0731. Having grown considerably less fearful of Jin Chen as their interactions progressed. What need is there for romance to assist the original host in their counterattack? I am hardly idle, Jin Chen retorted. Indeed, 0731 mused. Considering that the only two departments renowned for romance in the Quick Travel Bureau were the Rescue and Strategy departments, although their journey was marked by minimal dialogue. The atmosphere was perfectly warm, and Ji Yin surprisingly exhibited no signs of anxiety. However, as the vehicle approached the gates of the Ji family estate, Yan's demeanor noticeably shifted. The car came to a steady halt, and upon noticing Ji Yan's pale expression, Jin Chen spoke softly to reassure him. If you are unwilling to enter, you can wait in the car while I collect the relics. Initially, he had no intention of having lunch at the Ji residence. No. Ji Yin shook his head, insisting he needed to personally retrieve his mother's belongings for peace of mind. Understanding the young man's resolve, Jin Chen stepped out first and extended his hand. Then let us descend. Ji Yan's gaze shifted from the long, bony fingers to Jin Chen's face, a wave of inexplicable security flooding over him. As his fingertips brushed against the man's hand, he summoned the courage to alight from the vehicle. Seeing this scene, Ji Yu's expression changed yet again as he entered the Ji family estate ahead of them. Ji Weishue and Chun Jiang were enjoying tea when they noticed Ji Yu storming in, prompting them to lower their cups in confusion. What is the matter? Ye Veixu inquired. Yet, Ji Yu remained tight-lipped, burying himself in Chun Jiang's embrace and quietly weeping, embodying a picture of profound grievance. Chun Jiang's heart ached upon seeing this. He cupped Ji Yu's face, asking, "What happened, little Yu? Did you not go to the Jin Chen household? Did Jin Chen bully you?" Ji Yu remained silent, but nodded, tears streaming down his face. Chun Jiang's anger flared. I knew that Jin Chen was no good. To think he would stoop so low as to bully you while claiming to have affections for you. Ji Weishue, however, refrained from joining in the condemnation, fully aware of the disparity between their families. It was merely venting for the younger generation, and he couldn't afford to be foolish. Do not be upset. How did he bully you? Do you wish to retaliate on his behalf? Before Chun Jiang could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted. He turned to see Jin Chen entering, hand in hand with Ji Yin, and naturally overheard Chun Jiang's impassioned statements. Does your father know how fiercely you would throw yourself into love? His tone remained cold and devoid of emotion as he cast a glance at Chun Jiang. The latter's expression faltered momentarily, recalling that their family was engaged in a significant collaboration with Jin Chen. Rising in indignation, he retorted, "Are you truly willing to dismiss a major collaboration over a few words? It seems you are merely embarrassed that little you ultimately chose me." A major collaboration? Jin Chen scoffed. Isn't that merely my unilateral investment? As Ji Yu rose, her voice trembling, she grasped Chun Jiang's hand and implored, "Brother Jiang, please do not be angry. It was not because of Brother Chun. He did not bully me." With her other hand, she clutched Jin Chen's garment and added, "Brother Chun, please do not act impulsively." Ji Yin, standing behind Jin Chen, observed Ji Yu's hand with a flicker of annoyance and displeasure in his gaze. Jin Chen, unable to discern Ji Yu's words clearly, impatiently brushed her off. "Are you crowing?" Ji Weishue's heart sank. Could it be that Jin Chen no longer harbored feelings for Xiaoyu? This was certainly not a favorable development. He chuckled awkwardly. Let us not quarrel. Mr. Jin, please take a seat. Since the two arrived, Ji Wei Shui had not once cast a glance at Ji Yan, as though he were invisible. Jin Chen, disinterested in further discourse with the group, coldly stated, no need. You are to retrieve the belongings and present them to Ji Yan. Ji Wei Shui was taken aback by Jin Chen's blatant disregard for his dignity, yet he felt helpless, glancing at Ji Yan. He had previously been unaware that this seemingly foolish eldest son possessed a knack for winning hearts. In just a few days at the Jin household, he had managed to divert Jin Chen's affections away from Ji Yu. Alas, ever since that woman passed away, Jin Chen had distanced himself from Ji Wei Shui. The calculating glint in Ji Wei Shui's eyes made Ji Yin feel quite uncomfortable. He pursed his lips and shook Jin Chen's hand gently. Mr. Jin, perhaps your ears have grown dull with age, or perhaps there are no belongings at all. Jin Chen, understanding the implication, urged once more, there are indeed belongings. Xiao Yan, come, father will take you upstairs to retrieve them. Ji Wei Shui beckoned to Ji Yan, putting on a show of paternal affection before outsiders. The allure of the belongings was too great for Ji Yan to ponder deeply. Upon releasing Jin Chen's hand, he followed Ji Wei Shui upstairs. Only then did Jin Chen settle onto the sofa, fiddling with a sandalwood bracelet, its hue warm and inviting. Host, it seems this bracelet differs from the original owners. The voice in his mind noted. Is that so? Care to take a guess? It hesitated to venture a guess, knowing the rule. It must not be of this world. Otherwise, how could it possess such abundant spiritual energy? Ji Yu and Chun Jiang were now engrossed in their own world, their intimacy palpable, with Chun Jiang casting occasional challenging glances at Jin Chen. Jin Chen thought to himself, what peculiar behavior these two exhibit. He had no desire to remain a witness to their display. Just as he prepared to rise and exit the living room, he noticed Ji Yu whispering something in Chun Jiang's ear before standing up and approaching him. Brother Chun, I shall go upstairs to assist. Her voice was saccharine, and without waiting for Jin Chen's response, she dashed up the stairs. Host, won't it be dangerous for the poor girl to be alone upstairs? In the original narrative, Ji Yu scattered everything on the floor, forcing him to kneel and pick it all up. Show me the surveillance footage. Jin Chen offered no further explanation. He still needed to test the limits of Ji Yan's resolve. If one could conceal a blade beneath their pillow, would they allow themselves to be bullied? He appeared to be resting with his eyes closed while, in his mind, he scrutinized the corridor's surveillance feed. Chun Jiang thought he had disrespected himself to such an extent, feeling both humiliated and enraged, secretly vowing that one day, when he stood triumphantly over Jin Chen, he would compel him to kneel and apologize. In the bedroom on the second floor, Ji Yin stood at the doorway, hesitating to enter, simply observing Ji Wei Shui. The haunting memories of his childhood nightmares were indelible, and he still feared being in the same room as him. Ji Wei Shui chuckled enigmatically twice. Your mother's belongings were unearthed by the nanny during a thorough cleaning a few days ago. They are all in that box. You may retrieve them yourself. Ji Yin leaned in to peek inside. Indeed, there was a box. His eyes brightened, and with a heart full of anticipation, he stepped inside, feeling a significant reduction in his fear of Ji Wei Shui. Stop! Ji Yu rushed in, seizing the box into her embrace and glaring at Ji Yan. Little Yu, Jin Chen is still downstairs. Ji Wei Shui could once feign ignorance, but could no longer afford to do so. What if he reported to Jin Chen? Don't worry, Dad. I'll just give him a warning. Ji Yu chuckled mischievously. Ji Wei Shui did not impede her further and turned to answer a phone call from the company. Ji Yu glanced at the silent Ji Yan. You silly fool, it's all your fault. Now, Chan Good doesn't he even acknowledge me? You must be pleased. Unlike before, Ji Yan no longer bore the humiliation in silence, but quietly retorted, You have Chun Jiang. For reasons unknown. Someone who had seemed indifferent just the day before could now easily sway his emotions. Chapter 4. Saving the autistic youth upon hearing Ji Yan's retort. Ji Yu felt a surge of anger. What do you mean by that? Ji Yan fell silent once more. He took 2 steps forward, his expression grave, trying to persuade Ji Yu to return the box. Infuriated, Jiyu abruptly slammed the box to the ground. With a loud crash, various trinkets and candies tumbled out, including origami cranes and heart-shaped paper, as the box shattered into pieces. Ji Yan's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the ground. These items were cherished memories of his mother and his childhood. A multitude of images flashed through his mind. His mother's smile, her gentle words, their shared moments crafting origami cranes. The images gradually faded, leaving behind an abyss of crimson, his mother collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from a gaping wound in her head. Ji Yan slowly crouched down, a searing pain exploding in his head, as if he were experiencing it all over again. After a long moment, he raised his gaze to Jiyu, his eyes reflecting a profound stillness, akin to a stagnant pool of water. Jiyu felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, instinctively retreating a step, her earlier smug smile faltering. "Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and kneel to pick it up." Detected villain darkening value. 10, cumulative total, 50. Jin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, ascending the stairs, anger simmering beneath the surface. He concluded that he still did not wish to witness the pitiful sight of the bullied, planning to test limits another time. Having interrupted the surveillance, he was unaware that when Ji Yan looked at Jiyu, a murky darkness and obscurity had crystallized in his eyes. How irritating! Ji Yan stepped forward, a small knife now in his hand. Meanwhile, Jiyu, feeling humiliated, continued to provoke him. "I must caution you not to assume that with Jin Chen backing you, you can rest easy. His fleeting affection for me could easily dissipate, leaving you vulnerable as well." Ji Yan was poised to act at the door when he suddenly spotted polished shoes approaching the room. He hesitated, almost instinctively sheathing his small knife, then lowered his gaze to mask his emotions, picking it up instead. Upon entering, Jin Chen's first words were frigidly piercing. However, Jiyu in the room mistakenly believed he was being instructed to retrieve the item. Instantly, he puffed himself up with arrogance, lifting his chin defiantly, and declared, "Did you not hear? Pick it up." Jin Chen's voice grew increasingly icy. "What? You want me to pick it up?" "You gupit incredulas." Jin Chen reiterated, "If you do not, I shall promptly revoke the rights to your 2 projects." Jiyu was well aware of their lucrative nature. It was precisely this that kept Ji Wei in occasional contact with Jin Chen. Losing them due to his own actions would result in his father casting him out. And with his mother currently absent, he had no support to rely upon. Daring not to press further, Jiyu softened his tone. "All right, I shall pick it up. Just don't be angry, Brother Chun." One must admit, Jiyu was quite astute in knowing how to elicit a man's compassion. He half-squatted, tilting his neck back, his eyes conveying vulnerability and grievance, casting a pitiful glance at Jin Chen. Yet, Jin Chen did not spare him a glance. "Why are you crying?" Jin Chen wiped away the tears spilling from Ji Yan's eyes. "If he bullied you, why not come down and tell me?" Yan's tears, initially a physiological response to his anger, threatened to spill over as Jin Chen tenderly caressed his cheek and spoke soothingly. A wave of bitterness surged within him, overwhelming him with feelings of injustice and sorrow. Large tears cascaded down his cheeks, his youthful eyes reddening. His silent sobs only served to evoke greater sympathy. Jin Chen felt a sudden pang in his heart, furrowing his brow at the sight of his distress. Despite his words, he continued to gently wipe away the tears. He embraced the youth, his voice steady. "Enough now. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell by morning." Ji Yan was taken aback by Jin Chen's sudden embrace. Momentarily forgetting his tears, his heart racing like a drum. In that daze, he caught a faint whiff of the man's subtle fragrance, reminiscent of soothing spices and refreshing coolness, quite delightful indeed. Jin Chen himself had not anticipated this sudden action, as if his body had acted before his mind could intervene. The warmth of the young man's body, coupled with a unique softness and resilience, was such that his slender waist could easily be encircled by a single hand. Silence enveloped them as Jin Chen tentatively placed his hand on Ji Yan's nape, offering a comforting stroke. "Do not be sad. Whatever he commanded you to do earlier, you should follow through." Ji interjected. "What exactly did he say?" Jin Chen released the youth, his gaze suddenly chilling as he turned to Jiyu. "Do as you just stated." Ji Yu shook his head. Brother Chun, I merely accidentally broke the box. It was only my brother who picked it up. Ji Yin added. He wanted me to kneel to retrieve it. Ji Yu never anticipated that this fool would genuinely resort to reporting him, his face contorting in anger. Jin Chen shot him a scathing glance. Reluctantly, Ji Yu knelt down to gather the scattered trinkets from the ground. The sense of humiliation within him swelled, and he bit down hard on his molars, secretly thinking that Jin Chen had truly lost his mind. A madman paired with a fool indeed made a peculiar match. He muttered to himself, yet he diligently continued with his task, quickly restoring order to the disarray. Ji Yin took the tattered box, his expression still laden with sorrow. Let us go home, he urged, tugging at Jin Chen's sleeve. He wished to escape this consuming household even for a moment longer. Jin Chen was inexplicably pleased by the word home, wrapping his arm around the boy's slightly fragile shoulders as they departed. Unbeknownst to them, a piece of drawing paper lay drifting beneath the bed, unnoticed even by Ji Yu. Enveloped in humiliation, he rushed downstairs to lament to Chunjiang, receiving yet another comforting embrace. Upon returning to the Jin residence, Ji Yin retreated to his room to examine the belongings left by his mother. Meanwhile, Jin Chen remained in the study, engrossed in work. To better engage with his task, he had informed the company secretary that he would be working from home during this period. Yet today, his productivity noticeably lagged, his mind wandering intermittently. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, the kitchen has prepared bird's nest and silver fungus soup. Please enjoy it while it's warm. Uncle Lu's voice resonated from outside the door. Come. Uncle Lu entered, placing the bowl beside the desk. Noticing Jin Chen's favorable mood, he ventured a question. Has your opinion of young Master Yin changed? The tip of Jin Chen's pen hesitated for a moment before he resumed signing. Yes, please have the kitchen send a bowl to him as well. Understood. Uncle Lu smiled with satisfaction, realizing that the change in Jin Chen's perception of young Master Yin indicated he had discerned Ji Yu's true nature, which was indeed wonderful news. In Chapter 5, Rescuing the Reclusive Boy, Ji Yin curled up on his bed, meticulously extracting the items from the wooden box, each representing a cherished memory with his mother. Fortunately, the Ji family paid little heed to these insignificant possessions, allowing him to reclaim these beautiful reminiscences after so many years. He arranged the treasures on the bed, as if displaying the most exquisite collection in the world. There were origami cranes folded with his mother, handmade dolls they had crafted together, felt toys she had sewn, and the scarf he wore in his childhood, each a fragment of their shared history. Ji Yin gathered these mementos close to his chest, gently closing his eyes as if his mother were still by his side. For a long time, the room was filled with soft sobs. Uncle Lu, poised to enter with the soup, paused at the sound, contemplating before turning back to the study. Moments latte. Jin Chen knocked on the door. Ji Yin, I'm coming in. Silence enveloped the room. Even the earlier sounds of crying had ceased. Jin Chen's heart tightened, and he swiftly turned the doorknob. The boy sat against the headboard, cradling a pile of belongings in his arms, holding a single origami crane, his gaze vacant and forlorn. As if sensing someone's entrance, Ji Yin merely cast a fleeting glance at Jin Chen, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if still lost in thought. Sighing softly, Jin Chen felt an unfamiliar sensation swell within him. Having entered this scenario for merely 2 days, the task at hand could effortlessly manipulate his emotions, which boded ill. Yet, whenever he perceived Ji Yan's discontent, he felt an inexplicable empathy, a peculiar sentiment he could not rein in. Setting aside his musings, he settled beside Ji Yan, inquiring gently, "Is this paper crane crafted by your mother?" At last, Ji Yan exhibited a semblance of responsiveness, tightening his grip on the origami, nodding slightly before shaking his head. Jin Chen discerned his meaning. Did you and your mother create this together? The boy's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise, as if he had not anticipated being understood. I have yet to master the art of folding paper cranes, Jin Chen continued, his tone soft and tender. Would you kindly teach me? He noticed Ji Yan's eyes brighten further, followed by a shy press of his lips, concealing a burgeoning smile. All right. Ji Yin organized the items in his lap before looking up at Jin Chen. No paper. I have some, Jin Chen replied, ruffling the boy's fluffy hair. And as if by magic, he produced a stack of vibrant origami from his pocket. In the system space, 0731 inhaled, sharply aghast. It had just witnessed the miraculous appearance of the origami. Host, what other surprises do you conceal? Jin received the folded paper, his apricot eyes sparkling, his delicate features animated with life. Selecting a piece of blue paper, he folded it in half twice, then paused, his gaze fixed intently on Jin Chen. Finding the boy's expression utterly adorable, Jin Chen let out a soft chuckle, choosing a blue sheet himself and mimicking Jin's motions. In mere minutes, 2 blue paper cranes nestled beside the original pink one on the bed. Look, the cranes are no longer lonely, Jin Chen remarked, observing Jin's focused gaze on the 2 blue cranes leaning against each other. Upon hearing this, Jin's expression shifted. He earnestly raised his eyes to Jin Chen, studying him for an extended moment, as if he wished to etch Jin Chen's visage into his memory. Jin Chen possessed a pair of so-called affectionate peach blossom eyes, elongated and deep. When not smiling, they resembled an unfurling peach blossom petal, cool and distant, exuding an air of nobility. Yet when he smiled, they sparkled with warmth, akin to a crescent moon in the evening sky. At that moment, under Jin's smiling gaze, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he lowered his head, feeling somewhat flustered. Detection of the antagonist's darkening value. 5. Detection of emotional fluctuations towards the host. Triggering heart flutter value. 20. Heart flutter value? ISNT that akin to a liking value? Jin Chen inquired within his mind, tidying up with Jin. Humans can harbor fondness for many, but within a specific time frame. Only one can ignite true feelings. 0731 rolled in delight at the sweetness of their interaction. Indeed, even the most formidable individuals who enter the realm of salvation cannot escape the allure of whimsical fantasies. How delightfully sweet. Numerous trinkets have found their way into the bedside cabinet, yet 3 delicate origami cranes remain lovingly arranged upon the table. Are you feeling better now? Jin Chen inquired with a smile. Jin nodded, his eyelashes fluttering gently. Then, you should have something to eat. After all, you have not consumed anything since rising, and I fear for the well-being of your stomach. Jin Chen presented the bowl of bird's nest and silver fungus soup he had just placed on the cabinet by the door. Checking its warmth with the back of his hand, it was still pleasantly warm. Jin accepted the bowl, sipping delicately. He ate in silence. Yet he refrained from disclosing to Jin Chen that he had suffered from a severe gastric ailment since the age of 15 due to neglect at the Ji household. Eventually, he grew indifferent to the act of eating, as no one seemed to care. However, now, Jin glanced up at Jin Chen, who appeared quite fond of his obedient demeanor. It would be best not to provoke his displeasure. After consuming a modest portion, Jin Chen decided not to allow him to continue. He took the bowl away, feigning ignorance of the boy's forlorn gaze. We shall have lunch soon. For now, it suffices to appease your hunger. Should you desire more, I shall request the kitchen to prepare additional servings at noon. Upon hearing this, the youth suddenly grasped Jin Chen's garment, eagerly inquiring, What? Anything is permissible? Anything you desire. What would you like to eat? Pudding. Jin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his hopeful gaze impossible to overlook. Of course, Jin Chen replied, unable to resist pinching his cheek, which felt soft and smooth, indeed reminiscent of pudding. However, you may only indulge 4 times a week. I shall ensure the kitchen keeps track, as excessive sweets are not advisable. All right, Yan replied, his joy radiating from his apricot-colored eyes, nearly eclipsing any trace of his former gloomy and introverted self. Undoubtedly, Jin Chen had begun to guide him, leading him gently towards a brighter path. A gentle knock echoed from the door as Aunt Lu, the housekeeper, called out, Sir, lunch is ready. Coming right away. Jin Chen responded, handing the remaining soup to Aunt Lu, who wore a smile that mirrored the warmth of Uncle Lu. It seemed that the only one bewildered in this household was the original occupant. With a resigned shake of his head, he extended his hand towards Jin. Let us go to the dining room for lunch. Yet, Jin remained unmoving. Sir, Master Yin's meals are only to be served in his room. Who stated that? Jin Chen asked, puzzled as to why they could not dine in the dining room. You did. Aunt Lu hesitated before responding. When Master Yin first arrived, you remarked that observing him eat, or not eat, diminish your appetite. Jin Chen mused, is the original occupant unwell? If one lacks an appetite, they ought to seek medical attention rather than placing blame on others. Chapter 6. The redemption of the reclusive youth. Ji Yin perceived the somewhat exasperated look in Jin Chen's eyes, his own gaze shifting slightly without uttering a word. It seemed he could sense that since last night, Jin Chen had transformed, appearing entirely different from before, almost unrecognizable. Yet, he did not dare to inquire, fearful of shattering this precious, cherished sensation. Regardless of the past, starting today, Ji Yin would dine in the dining room. Jin Chen's tone was resolute and left no room for debate. Hey, all right. I shall inform the kitchen that there is no need to prepare a separate meal for young Master Yin. Aunt Lu's face crinkled into a smile, her wrinkles deepening as she hurriedly left the room, bowl in hand, to convey the message to the kitchen. In the dining room, Jin Chen and Ji Yin took their seats across from one another. Surveying the dishes laid before them, Jin Chen noted that few of them were to his liking. However, he was not particularly finicky and managed to take a few bites from each, except for the bowl of chicken soup in the center. The sight of the lethal amount of cilantro floating atop the broth induced a visceral aversion in him. The cook, noticing his reluctance, inquired with curiosity, "Didn't you express a fondness for chicken and mushroom soup just days ago?" Jin Chen mused, "Why does the original owner seem to contradict me at every turn?" "Thankfully, the rescue team doesn't require me to maintain a facade," he replied. "I've been wanting to change my palate. Please refrain from adding cilantro in the future. The mere sight of it truly saps my appetite." Host, the aversion to cilantro among humans is, in fact, a genetic matter. Your current body would not perceive it as unpleasant. No, it's not a genetic issue, but rather a matter of the soul, Jin Chen declared firmly. Very well then. Ji Yin continued to eat quietly, absorbing every detail of the conversation at the table. His suspicions were increasingly validated, yet he chose to remain silent, secretly wishing that the original Jin Chen would never return. Days passed in this tranquil yet subtly ambiguous atmosphere, during which Ji Yan's darkening value remained stable, while his affection level rose to 30. His injuries had healed significantly, though the scars remained. According to the 0731 system's data analysis of the rescue team, an affection level of 50 indicated a desire for romantic involvement, while 70 signified a transition from liking to love. Thus, the pitiful state of the host was soon to evolve into a yearning for romance. The 0731 system was exhilarated, rolling about with excitement. Jin Chen found himself puzzled by the system's incessant thoughts, though he found it far more engaging than previous systems he had collaborated with. After hanging up the phone, he entered the cloakroom to change clothes. His secretary had called, informing him that a partner from the company was adamantly demanding to see him, refusing to leave without an audience. In the original storyline, the protagonist had spent nearly all day at the office, so this situation had not arisen. After donning a suit, he first visited Ji Yan's studio. Since discovering Ji Yan's passion for oil painting, he had arranged for a studio to be set up adjacent to his study. The young boy was engrossed in his artwork, utilizing oil paints and canvases specially imported from abroad, free from many harmful substances. Upon seeing Jin Chen enter, Ji Yan's eyes sparkled, yet his brush continued its rhythmic dance, sketching the fantasies that danced in his mind. "I must head to the company. If you need anything at home, just call for Aunt Lu," Jin Chen said, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. During this time, it felt as though he had unlocked a new world, often teasing Ji Yin with gentle touches, finding amusement in the boy's bashful blushes. Yan paused momentarily, applying a bit more pressure to his brush, causing the color in that spot to differ from the rest. However, he remained silent, merely gazing up at Jin Chen without uttering a word. He harbored a subtle fear that upon Jin Chen's departure, things would not remain as they are upon his return. The individual from before had undergone a transformation in character following a mere visit to the company. However, Jin Chen mistakenly believed that he was reluctant to part ways. A warmth enveloped his heart as he bent down to embrace the youth, assuring him he would return by nightfall. Ji Yin did not reject the embrace. In truth, he found comfort in the scent that clung to Jin Chen, a fragrance absent in the previous individual. He grasped Jin Chen's fingers with a hint of stubbornness, whispering, "I will wait for you." "Very well." Jin Chen released him, affectionately ruffled his hair, adjusted his slightly wrinkled cuffs, and departed the room. Gazing at the closed door, Ji Yin bit his lip as a long-buried sense of dread resurfaced. He stared at the unfinished oil painting, setting down his brush only to cast it into the water bucket, his eyes betraying a flicker of obsession. At the Jin Corporation, the secretary, upon first laying eyes on Jin Chen, sensed an unusual tension in the air. The president remained as diligent as ever, yet seemed to exude a newfound gravitas. Without further thought, he swiftly reported the earlier occurrence. The collaborator had abruptly claimed that the benefits offered were insufficient, insisting they concede an additional 5 percentage points, asserting that he was a friend of the chairman and that his words should not be disregarded. "My father's friend?" Jin Chen scoffed coldly. "Which one?" "Song Can, the largest shareholder of the Song family." Song Can, the third uncle of the Song family, in the original narrative, was the protagonist Chun Jiang's uncle, who had provided considerable assistance before Chun Jiang inherited the family estate. A city rife with affluent families, a city was dominated by the Jin family, with the Song, Ji, and Shun families following closely behind, and the Chun family trailing in prominence. Thus, when Jin Chen learned that Ji had chosen Chun Jiang over him, it ignited a fury within him. "Have him come to see me," he commanded. Upon arriving at the company, Jin Chen maintained a demeanor devoid of warmth, starkly contrasting the tenderness he exhibited towards Ji Yan. "Understood," the secretary replied promptly, pondering what had transpired during the president's time working from home and noting the palpable shift in his aura. 2 hours later, in the president's office, Song Can strode in with an air of arrogance, embodying the role of an elder. He was short and stout, and as he entered, Jin Chen, seated, did not even need to lift his gaze. Jin Chen raised his chin slightly, his voice icy. "You do not intend to discuss merely the collaboration project, do you?" Song Can, taken aback internally, concealed his surprise, for in the realm of business, there was nothing beyond his capabilities. "Look at you. I'm essentially your half-uncle. Why not address me as such?" He jested as he took a seat opposite Jin Chen, tapping the desk impatiently with his fingers. Jin Chen's expression darkened. "Either be direct, or leave at once." Song Can, caught off guard by Jin Chen's lack of deference, immediately adopted a stern countenance. "Do not let your pride blind you. For even in business, I am your senior." He no longer concealed his intentions, retrieving a contract from his briefcase and tossing it onto the table. "Let's be direct. Shall we? Sign this, and I shall take my leave." Jin Chen glanced at the document with casual indifference, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Transferring the cooperative project without liability to Xinjiang? How audacious of you." Jin Chen discarded the contract onto the table, his tone nonchalant. "If you can manage this project, by all means do so. If not, I shall initiate a new bidding process." Song Can, feeling affronted, rose in indignation, pointing an accusing finger. "This project was personally entrusted to me by your father. Who are you to decide on a rebid? Then why don't you go tell him that the Song family is so impoverished they can't even afford a plane ticket?" Jin Chen lifted his gaze, his dark, profound pupils piercing. "What utility does this project hold for Chun Jiang? What will he profit from it, his intellect?" He nearly uttered the implication that Chun Jiang lacked the capacity for rational thought. Song Can, no fool himself, understood the biting sarcasm. His face flushed with anger. Yet he maintained a semblance of composure and began a new round of persuasion, listening to the praises sung for Chun Jiang. Jin Chen regarded Song Can with a flicker of doubt. Is a relationship between Song Can and Chun Jiang merely a friendship across generations? The original narrative did not elaborate on their connections, yet Song Can frequently visited the Chun residence. Delving into the narrative threads, Jin Chen scrutinized each one meticulously. He concealed his emotions, long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, his demeanor frosty. If you hold Chun Jiang in such high regard, why not simply bequeath him a position among the Song shareholders? Interrupting Song Can's discourse, Jin Chen studied his expression. Song Can paused, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively replied, "He bears the surname Chun. How could he directly inherit my shares?" Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Song Can's insistence on emphasizing Chun Jiang's surname. He seemed to take a step back, conceding, "I shall initiate a new bidding process, granting Chun Jiang the final slot, exempting him from the preliminary procedures." Seeing that Song Can remained unsatisfied, an icy demeanor enveloped Jin Chen. "If you do not concur, you are free to depart at this moment." "Very well." Song Can gritted his teeth, ultimately acquiescing to Jin Chen's proposal. After all, he had been involved with this project for so long, and no one understood its intricacies and profit strategies better than he did. At worst, he could provide comprehensive training for Chun Jiang later on. Jin Chen smirked, discarding the contract into the wastebasket and summoning his secretary. Have the PR department coordinate with President Song regarding the project termination and schedule the bidding in 2 weeks. Understood. The secretary gestured for Song Can to exit, escorting him out. 0731. Please search online for any recent interactions between Song Can and Chun Jiang. Certainly, host. Though 0731 lacked a physical form, it could infiltrate all network systems, creating a virtual identity with ease. Jin Chen glanced at the time. It was 4 p.m. Even if he were to return home, Jian would likely be engrossed in painting, so he decided to remain at the office and continue attending to his affairs. 2 hours later, the Jin group had no practice of overtime. All employees left promptly at the end of the day. This punctuality was a matter of great satisfaction for Jin Chen. "If only I had not received a call from the original owner's father while in the car, I would have been even more satisfied. I heard that you have someone living at home?" Across the vast ocean, in a manner. Jin Tianhua gazed at the exquisite young man on the screen, his brow furrowing in concern. Jin Chen turned his head to admire the scenery outside the car window. His tone indifferent. "Your news travels quite swiftly, yet I am left to ponder whether the informant is a traitor from the villa or a detective dispatched by this so-called father." In the original storyline, Jin Tianhua and Jin Chen's mother were united in a marriage of convenience. They had not even met each other prior to the wedding. Although Jin Tianhua assured that the family fortune belonged solely to the original owner, he engaged in numerous clandestine activities behind the scenes, even orchestrating a self-directed kidnapping for the sake of his 2 illegitimate children. Fortunately, while the original owner was somewhat naive in matters of the heart, her intellect remained intact at other times. Not only did she turn the tables on them, but she also packaged all the evidence to present to the elders of the Jin family and her maternal lineage, successfully exiling Jin Tianhua and the 2 illegitimate children abroad. "You may regard him as a lover, but I shall not permit him to be your spouse." Jin Chen's gaze, deep and unfazed, remained fixed on the outside world, completely disregarding Jin Tianhua's seemingly threatening words. Instead of fixating on the domestic affairs, why not engage in the more fruitful endeavor of having more children? He hung up the phone without hesitation. In the original plot, did Jin Tianhua ever intervene when Ji was entangled with the original owner? No. Let me investigate the matter. 0731 scoured the narrative, eventually uncovering a clue hidden in the recesses. Host. Ji's mother. The one responsible for the poor child's autism is Song Qian, who once had a past with Jin Tianhua. It was only when Ji Wei was willing to divorce the original wife that she married into the Ji family. 0731 opened the character positioning panel, exclaiming in surprise. Now, both Song Qian and Jin Tianhua are in Italy, and they are staying at the same hotel. How thrilling! Ji, in this world, is a charismatic playboy, so it seems fitting that his mother embodies the archetype of a Mary Sue. A hint of a smile played on Jin Chen's lips. Since Ji enjoys making complaints, why not escalate the situation further? Access the surveillance of that hotel and copy the footage for me. 0731 instantly grasped the intent and, with a slight twist in the space, shyly activated the surveillance, beginning its search. Meanwhile, at the Jin family villa, the butler paced anxiously in the hall, frequently glancing at the entrance. Why hasn't he the sir returned yet? Young Master Yin and that young master from the Chun family are conversing so amiably. If the sir misses his opportunity, it would be disastrous. The butler was reluctant to admit the young master from the Chen family. But Chen Xiao insisted he was a friend of young Master Yin, and young Master Yin showed no signs of refusal. Oh, how distressing. Please return soon, sir. In the art studio on the second floor, Chen Jiang noticed that Ji Yin glanced at the wall clock once again, surmising that Jin Chen was likely returning soon. A sense of unease settled within him. Since Ji Yin had developed autism, he had sensed a subtle shift in the way Ji Yin regarded him, even during episodes. It seemed he was the only one with whom Ji Yin could exchange a few words. At that time, he and Xiao Yu had yet to establish a relationship, but he was delighted to have such an adorable younger brother. However, as they grew older, Ji Yin secretly bullied Xiao Yu, even using autism as an excuse, which he found utterly intolerable. Recollecting his thoughts, Chen Jiang smiled at Ji Yin, who was evidently distracted. It's good that you're no longer angry. I was afraid I might bear the brunt of it too. Ji Yin shook his head, no. He turned to Chen Jiang. Aren't you going back? After spending an hour here, he and T even completed his drawing. This is the first time you've asked me to leave. Chen Jiang shook his head helplessly and took out a prepared gift bag. In a few days, it will be Xiao Yu's birthday party. After all, you are brothers. And I hope you can return to attend the celebration. He retrieved cufflinks from the bag. This is my gift to you on behalf of Xiao Yu. Ji Yin initially intended to refuse, but suddenly recalling something, he extended his hand to accept them. Chen Jiang, however, seized his wrist to compare sizes. At that moment, the door to the studio swung open. Chapter 8. Saving the autistic boy Jin Chen paused at the sight of the two holding hands in the studio, his expression impassive. His voice low, you either leave on your own or let the bodyguard handle it. After an afternoon conversation with Song Can, Jin Chen found himself increasingly averse to Chen Jiang, and now he had come to their home. Chen Jiang, having achieved his objective, was unconcerned with Jin Chen's demeanor. It seemed that Uncle Song had successfully intervened. He stood up with a smile, his spirits lifted. I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Jin. He then turned to Ji Yin, reminding him to remember to come on time. Jin Chen's grip on the doorknob tightened. Once Chen Jiang departed, silence enveloped the room, leaving Ji Yin feeling somewhat flustered and confused as he looked at Jin Chen. Why had his attitude changed from when he left? Had he truly reverted to his former self? Ji Yin bit his lip, uncertain of how to proceed, yet simultaneously, a sense of helpless desolation washed over him. Remember to come down for dinner, Jin Chen stated curtly, leaving without a backward glance. Ji Yin stood frozen in place, feeling that Jin Chen had not returned to his old self. Yet, why was he ignoring him? He hadn't even come over to ruffle his hair. Host, you seem quite upset. Are you feeling jealous? 0731 inquired curiously. No. Jin Chen strode back to his study, his expression still dark as water. 0731 dared not confront him, but understood clearly. He was undoubtedly feeling jealous. Host, was it Chen Jiang who was holding the poor little one's hand just now? You could inquire about what happened. He didn't refuse. Jin Chen's face remained cold as he found the documents particularly irksome. In the original storyline, Chen Jiang saved the little one when he was younger. That is likely the reason. 0731 earnestly advised. At that time, the little one was suffering from high fever, and it was Chen Jiang who called for the ambulance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it. Jin Chen's pen hesitated slightly, and his tone softened. Does Chen Jiang know about this? He probably does. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen. On July 31st, 0731 observed that Jin Chen seemed considerably more at ease, letting out a relieved sigh. Although Jin Chen appeared less angry, he remained upstairs, instructing Aunt Lu to bring up a meal, continuing to silently attend to his affairs. This left 0731 feeling quite anxious. That night, after several days of clear weather in City A, a torrential downpour suddenly commenced, accompanied by thunder and lightning, its ferocity unmistakable. Ji Yin huddled tightly under the covers, his face devoid of color, hands pressed against his ears as a myriad of blood-soaked images swirled in his mind. His almond-shaped eyes, half open, reflected a profound emptiness that seemed almost insurmountable. Host, something terrible has happened, 0731 exclaimed, witnessing the pitiful scene before him. hastily alerting Jin Chen, who was still engrossed in his emails. The poor thing is frightened of the thunder and is crying under the blanket. Jin Chen paused momentarily. The image of the youth's fear and tears tugging at his heartstrings, prompting a heavy sigh. It was astonishing that he found himself so emotionally invested in his task subject. Yet since the inception of his mission, he had acted according to his whims. If he had developed feelings, so be it. It was unlikely they would never meet again. Upon hearing the sound of the door turning, Ji Yin instinctively recoiled, a wave of dread washing over him. Immersed in his own turmoil, he was oblivious to the external world, even transforming the sound of the door into something monstrous in his mind. The creature bore the likeness of Ji Wei Shui. Jian, Jin Chen called out, noticing the boy's increasing trembling and approaching the bedside with a furrowed brow. As the footsteps drew closer, Ji Yan's heart raced with panic. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded outside, deafening as though it struck right beside him. Such torturous nights were a recurring nightmare during his time at the Ji family home. Yet this sensation was unlike pain. He could never grow accustomed to it, nor could he derive any twisted pleasure from it. When a warm body enveloped him, Yan flinchet. Jian, wake up! Jin Chen's voice softened, careful not to startle the boy in his embrace. Was it really Jin Chen? Jian's consciousness returned briefly from the chaos of his memories, sensing Jin Chen's arms around him. His nose tingled with unshed tears, and his first thought was of Jin Chen's earlier indifference. What use was this unstable, fleeting salvation, always at risk of being withdrawn? It felt like yet another form of torment. Yet, Jin Chen's embrace was undeniably warm. Detected antagonist darkening value at 10, cumulative 50. Heart-throbbing value at 10, cumulative 45. 0731 reported. Jin Chen was taken aback, believing Ji Yin to still be unconscious. How is it possible for the heart-throbbing and darkening values to increase simultaneously? It seems, host, that you have evoked both feelings of love and sorrow in him. 0731 replied with a serious tone. Jin Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, patted the blanket, wondering why Ji Yin remained unresponsive even upon awakening. Ji Yin remained silent, eyes tightly shut. Well, I shall take my leave then. Jin Chen feigned an intention to rise, yet continued to observe the boy's movements. Sure enough, in the next moment, Ji Yin suddenly grasped his hand, his fingers gripping tightly enough to turn pale. Jin Chen heard the muffled sobs of the young boy, a sound imbued with helplessness and sorrow, reminiscent of a forsaken kitten. A pang of sympathy pierced his heart, and he was reluctant to continue the distance between them. Another thunderclap resonated, prompting him to lean down once more, enveloping the boy in his embrace and covering his ears. Fear not. Is it because of what transpired this evening that you feel neglected? Jin Chen took the initiative to broach the subject. With his feelings now clarified, he aimed to dispel any misunderstandings. Ji Yin appeared taken aback by Jin Chen's mention of the incident, his immediate reaction revealing disbelief. He knows? Sensing the boy's bewilderment, Jin Chen gently stroked his hair while soothingly caressing his frail back, continuing his explanation. When I returned to find you, I saw you holding hands with Chun Jiang. That is not true. Ji Yin stubbornly lifted his gaze, his almond-shaped eyes brimming with dissent. It was just the cufflinks. Indeed, he gifted you a beautiful set of cufflinks. Jin Chen remarked, unaware of the tinge of jealousy that colored his tone. Ji Yin seemed perplexed by the increasing confusion of Jin Chen's words. After a few moments of contemplation, he replied, he came to apologize on behalf of Ji Yu. Yes, because you were gracious enough to forgive Ji Yu and even agreed to attend the birthday banquet. Ji Yin, realizing the man was teasing him, noted the similarity of their exchanges. Suddenly, he turned away from Jin Chen. It was now Jin Chen's turn to console him. He tightened his hold around the boy's waist, speaking with a playful tone, I will be upset if you associate with him. Stay away from him, and I want to be angry. A look of astonishment crossed Ji Yin's face at such childish reasoning. In Chapter 9, Rescuing the Reclusive Boy, Ji Yin was surprised to hear those words, yet a sense of joy blossomed within him. However, as he recalled the gift he had accepted, a shadow of melancholy crossed his features. Jin Chen mistakenly believed he was still upset, pondering how difficult it was to soothe the child. His moods shifted so quickly. "What are you thinking?" He pinched the boy's cheek, asserting with a sense of righteousness, "I'm still not angry." Jin had never learned how to comfort someone. He turned back around, gazing at Jin Chen with his glistening eyes, still pondering how to proceed. Before he could devise a plan, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night, and a deafening clap of thunder followed. He shuddered, instinctively retreating into Jin Chen's embrace, gripping his clothing tightly. In an instant, Jin felt a wave of warmth and reassurance envelop him, a fragrant sensation swirling around his senses, accompanied by an unprecedented fluttering in his heart. As the thunder subsided, the two remained in their embrace, motionless. Jin, still slow to comprehend, found himself lost in the moment while Jin Chen was genuinely stunned. The boyish body was soft and warm against him, his breath warm and steady, embodying a perfect picture of trust and innocence. Embarrassed, Jin Chen cleared his throat lightly, attempting to mask his own flustered feelings as he sought to disentangle Jin's grip, yet he found it impossible to do so. After a prolonged silence, Jin Chen glanced down, only to discover that the boy had succumbed to sleep. No wonder he had not moved. He curled his lips, and that hand, which had been suspended in mid-air for so long, finally did not descend but instead gently covered the blanket once more. He nuzzled against Jin's soft hair, and the two embraced and fell asleep together. 0731 dared not make a sound, nestled within the confines of its space, overwhelmed by the sweetness that blurred its sense of direction. It turned out that the host was so innocent. In the morning, Jin discovered that he had spent the night in Jin Chen's arms, a rare shyness appearing on his face. This sight delighted Jin Chen, who felt it was worth being a pillow for the youth throughout the night. The butler had long known that the two were sharing a bed, and upon seeing them come downstairs, his face instantly brightened with joy. "Come, young Master Yin, sit here." He gestured toward a dining chair cushioned with a soft pad. Jin, puzzled, approached the chair, unsure why it had a cushion, yet found it quite comfortable once seated. He shifted, settling in with ease, which made the butler smile even more. Jin Chen was taken by surprise when, after breakfast, Jin produced a pair of cufflinks. Here the youth offered, seemingly indifferent to the substantial value of the jeweled cufflinks, his stubborn gaze fixed on Jin Chen. "Don't ignore me." However, upon closer inspection, the slight tremor in his fingertips and the underlying grievance in his expression were impossible to overlook. Jin Chen accepted the cufflinks, unable to bear the sight of the youth's sadness. He glanced at Butler Liu, who immediately understood and took the servants away. "Can you tell me why you accepted Chen Zhang's gift last night?" Jin, however, remained tight-lipped, pressing his lips together. 0731. Report to the host. Jin and Ji Yu share the same birthday, just 2 years apart, but Ji Wei only organized a birthday banquet for Ji Yu, causing everyone to forget Ji Yan's birthday. The poor child perhaps only wished to receive a birthday gift, even if the gift had ulterior motives, perhaps as an apology, a threat, or merely an arbitrary excuse. It was certainly not a birthday present. Jin Chen furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation, his heart softening instantly. Yet, those cufflinks were indeed inappropriate to keep. He took the cufflinks and gently grasped the youth's hand, stroking it softly. "I won't ignore you, so don't worry." Jin crouched down, resting his head against Jin Chen's thigh, his eyes slightly reddened. "You said that if you went back on your word, I would surely go mad." The possessiveness within him spread like wild grass, and for the first time, Jin harbored the desire to be with Jin Chen forever, just the two of them. Detected villain's affection level, 10, cumulative, 55. Host, this is already a fondness for romance. Jin Chen ran his fingers through the youth's hair, his eyes brimming with warmth. 3 days from now is Ji Yu's birthday banquet. In the original plot, Ji Yin was drugged by Ji Yu and assaulted by those he arranged, leading to Jin Chen feeling humiliated and banishing Ji Yin from the Jin family. He spent a night drenched in the storm, marking a crucial turning point in his dark transformation. Side mission: prevent Ji Yin from being harmed. Have you copied that video? Jin Chen pulled the youth up, inquiring within his mind. It's copied. As I head to the office, a designer will come to take your measurements for the banquet gown. Jin Chen patiently advised the young boy while carrying his briefcase. Yan, who had been following closely behind Jin Chen, contemplated the long hours ahead of him spent drawing. Upon hearing these words, he abruptly shook his head, his small face taut with a clear expression of refusal. Noting his strong aversion and recalling symptoms of autism, Jin Chen decided against introducing him to strangers. He gently reassured Ji Yan, "How about I stay with you?" Ji Yan's eyes brightened slightly, his head shaking transformed into a nod as he joyfully grasped Jin Chen's hand. "All right." He set down the briefcase and walked back from the entrance, one hand holding the boys while he dialed the secretary with the other. Ji Yan fell a step behind, admiring Jin Chen's handsome profile, a warm feeling lingering in his heart. There truly are individuals who cherish one, placing them above all else. For him, there is only Jin Chen. Detected villain corruption value 5, cumulative 45, host continue your efforts. Meanwhile, at the G residence. What? Jin Chen wants to retender? Chun Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. Uncle Song, didn't you have him sign? Ji Yu comforted Chun Jiang, whose face was filled with anger. Don't be upset, Brother Jiang. It's just a tender. I believe in your capabilities. Song Can added his encouragement. This project will ultimately be yours. No need to rush. If he doesn't T-sign, what can I do? The Ji family is currently on the rise. Once Jin Chen makes a decision, it's as good as done for the Ji family. Even his father can't change that. Chun Jiang expressed his skepticism. Uncle Song, what if in the end, Jin Chen still doesn't let me through? Rest assured, the core elements of this project are in my hands. You'll only need to prepare a little when the time comes, Song Can replied, devoid of the harsh demeanor he displayed in public. His gaze toward Chun Jiang filled with affection. That's a relief. Chun Jiang nodded gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Song. What else with the thanks, you little rascal? Song Can laughed heartily, then turned his attention to Ji Yu. When will you two confirm your engagement? I'm eagerly awaiting the celebration. Ji Yu, shyly lowering her head, replied, Soon, my birthday banquet will announce the engagement. Uncle Song, you must come. Chapter 10. Saving the autistic boy as night descended and the city lights illuminated. The largest club in city, sparkled with brilliance. In the opulent hall, distinguished guests engaged in hushed conversations, their glasses clinking gently. Today marked the 20th birthday of Ji Yu, the young master of the Ji family, and numerous affluent families were in attendance. Dressed in a pristine white suit, Ji Yu conversed amiably with the guests, though his gaze frequently drifted toward the entrance of the banquet hall, as if awaiting something. Finally, he spotted Ji Yan's figure. However, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed his eyes. He quickly suppressed the emotion, donning a smile as he pretended to be delighted while running toward Ji Yan. Brother. The boy's voice rang out melodiously, drawing the attention of the crowd, who turned to observe them. This was precisely the effect Ji Yu desired. He was acutely aware that Ji Yan harbored no affection for him. Yet, the closer he feigned intimacy, the more it accentuated Ji Yan's awkwardness and provided an excellent pretext for the events to unfold later. Ji Yan, adorned in a meticulously crafted suit, captured the attention of many as he made his entrance into the banquet hall. In terms of appearance, few in city A could rival Ji Yan. His exquisite features left many young ladies in awe. Alas, he was but a fool, afflicted with autism at a tender age. And despite being the favored son of the Ji family, his striking looks were rendered inconsequential. Brother, I'm so delighted that you could come. This is the best birthday gift I have received. As Jin Chen approached, he overheard these words and smiled subtly. You shall receive an even finer gift shortly. Is that the young master of the Jin family? Some guests recognized Jin Chen, though uncertainty lingered. Were the rumors of the young master of the Jin family and the young master, Ji, truly credible? What young master? It should be the head of the Jin family. His father, Jin Tianhua, has long been sidelined. Now the entire Jin family is under his command. But what rumors are you speaking of? A curious guest tilted their head. It is said that the young Master Jin seems to harbor a secret affection for the young Master Ji. Previously, he extravagantly spent a fortune on exquisite jade to present as a gift, amounting to quite a sum. The speaker was a woman in a blue evening gown, gesturing A7 to her companion. They stood behind Ji Yan, their conversation audible enough to be overheard. Ji Yu chuckled with delight, leaning closer to Ji Yan to speak softly in his ear. What they say is indeed true. Brother Chen dotes on you so much. He must have purchased something for you. Ji Yan's complexion paled slightly. He was aware that the individual from before was not the same as the current Jin Chen. But the mere mention still unsettled him. Where is Jin Chen? So many strangers. The cacophony around him grew increasingly unbearable, and Ji Yin clenched his fists, feeling the onset of a breakdown. Ji Yu understood him all too well, a hint of sarcasm glimmering in her eyes. It must be especially distressing to falter in front of such a crowd, my dear brother. Why do you not wait for me? Suddenly, Jin Chen grasped Ji Yan's hand, gently stroking it to signal him to relax. The familiar scent of sandalwood wafted towards Ji Yan, causing his taut nerves to ease, and he instinctively leaned closer to the man, burying his head in his embrace as if seeking solace. What troubles you? Who has wronged you? Jin Chen's voice resonated softly from his chest, calm yet deliberate as he cast a cool glance at Ji Yu, exuding a suppressive aura. Clad in a suit of the same design as Ji Yan's, but differing in color, the young man appeared princely in his white attire, while the man donned in black resembled a youthful sovereign, overshadowing Ji Yu, the ostensible guest of honor. Ji Yu smiled. Brother Chen, today is my birthday banquet. No one would dare to bother my brother. He may simply be unaccustomed to large gatherings. Allow me to take him to a room to rest. No need. Jin Chen replied without hesitation, his tone abruptly losing its warmth as he spoke to Ji Yu. She felt a tightening in her heart under his gaze, as if all her secrets were laid bare. Yet, she found it implausible that Jin Chen could be aware of her plans. He continued to smile, prompting Chen Ge to take care of him. Ji Yu resumed his interactions with other guests. Do not be afraid. He has departed. Jin Chen gently massaged the back of the young man's neck, soothing his emotions. Ji Yin nodded, leaning against Jin Chen's embrace, his eyes opening without a trace of fear. As he listened to the astonished discussions about being the one chosen by Jin Chen, the darkness in Ji Yan's eyes gradually dissipated, and when he stood upright again, he regained his bright clarity. Jin Chen wrapped his arm around Ji Yan's shoulders, speaking in a soft, low tone. If you are frightened, lean on me. Many individuals, upon seeing Jin Chen, wished to engage him in conversation. Even if cooperation was not achieved, being remembered by him was a positive outcome. After all, he was the head of the Jin family. While he did not need to maintain a facade, Jin Chen could not completely evade the necessary social interactions. The approach of strangers made Ji Yin uncomfortable. He poked the man beside him, signaling his need to visit the restroom. All right, go ahead, but be cautious. 0731. Keep an eye on him, and do not let Ji Yu come near. Understood, host. Jin Chen was evidently protective of the young Master Ji, suggesting that favorable developments were imminent. The speaker was Song Jianmu, the head of the Song family and the elder brother of Song, Kansas. His seemingly casual remark was, in fact, a test of Jin Chen's attitude towards Ji Yan. The distinction between a mere, fleeting lover and a partner who would enter the ancestral home of the Jin family was substantial. Should fortune smile upon them, he would ensure that Uncle Song witnessed it. Jin Chen did not contradict him. Rather, he followed along with his words, not only addressing Song Jianmu, but also speaking to those around who were eager to listen. Everyone was taken aback, re-evaluating Ji Yan's identity. In the restroom, the floor was entirely adorned with marble inlaid with jade, and the lingering scent of incense made the space impeccably clean. Ji Yan stood before the sink, methodically washing his hands. Suddenly, he looked up, gazing at the doorway reflected in the mirror. I know you're following me. In midair, the startled 0731, observing the pitiful antagonist, looked left and right before finally fixating on Ji Yan in terror. Heavens, the poor soul can see me, but I lack a physical form. After Ji Yan spoke, he fell silent, as if waiting for a response. 0731, patting its frightened electronic heart, assumed that Ji Yan truly could perceive it. Hello. I am Robot 0731, the system of Jin Chen. Our mission is to ensure your happiness. 0731 abruptly ceased speaking. Song Zimming entered from the doorway, a curious smile gracing his face. You are quite astute. 0731. So it is not me. That was terrifying. Who is this person? Why are they following the poor soul? Ji Yan dried his hands, his tone icy. Your breathing is quite evident. Would you like to hear something even more apparent. Song Ziming continuously scrutinized Ji Yan's exquisite features, secretly thinking that he had struck gold. It was worth his hasty return from abroad upon receiving Ji Yu's message. Chapter 11. Saving the reclusive young man. Ji Yan remained silent, merely gazing steadily at Song Ziming, but the slight step back indicated the youth's rejection and resistance. He appeared remarkably clear-headed, entirely unlike someone who had been drugged. Could it be that Ji Yu had not succeeded yet? Song Ziming rubbed his hands together, having gained an advantage through mere words, and entertained the notion of dragging him upstairs since he seemed devoid of any capacity for resistance. The discomfort intensified under his lecherous gaze, causing Ji Yan's expression to darken. He yearned to escape and seek out Jin Chen, but was suddenly seized by the wrist by Song Ziming. "Where do you think you're going? Today is your brother's birthday, and no one will care about you." He chuckled maliciously, suggesting, "Why not let me accompany you for some fun? There are plenty of enjoyable things in this hotel." The moment Ji Yan felt the touch on his wrist, a wave of revulsion surged within him, and shadows gathered ominously in his almond-shaped eyes. In a sudden motion, he turned, driving the blade hidden in his wrist into the unsuspecting Song Ziming's chest, then stepped back, his expression devoid of emotion. "Damn it, you bastard!" Song Ziming exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he shouted curses. The blade was small, only the length of a fingertip, yet Ji Yan struck with ferocity, embedding it nearly entirely, even cutting his own fingers in the process. 0731 watched in shock, finally recalling that this seemingly sleazy man was the one Ji Yu had arranged to threaten Ji Yan in the original storyline. Without a moment to ponder how the poor thing had a blade on him, he quickly darted back to Jin Chen's side. "Host, the poor thing has been bullied." Jin Chen's action of clinking glasses with others faltered slightly as he set his glass down and headed toward the restroom. What happened? In the original plot, the person who threatened Ji Yan followed him into the restroom and even grabbed the poor thing's hand. He was so desperate for self-preservation that he got cut. 0731 conveyed the severity, completely overlooking that it was Ji Yan who had wielded the blade. Jin Chen furrowed his brow, realizing he could not leave Ji Yan alone. He should always be by his side for peace of mind. It had only been a short while, yet he had already been hurt. Before he reached the restroom door, the youth emerged, jogging towards him. Upon seeing Jin Chen, his eyes instantly filled with a sense of grievance, yet he instinctively concealed his injured hand behind him. "Were you hiding? Afraid I'll see your injury?" Just as Jin Chen intended to comfort Ji Yan, he saw Song Ziming storming out of the restroom, cursing, his suit stained with blood, and his demeanor volatile. "Bastard, what do you think you're running off to?" Jin Chen's gaze shifted abruptly. He positioned the youth behind himself, his tone icy. "What are you barking about?" Song Ziming had been sent abroad by his father for several years and naturally did not recognize Jin Chen, assuming he was merely another wealthy heir Ji Yan had latched onto. "Who are you? Get lost. This bastard hurt me, and no one could save him. Even if I can't finish the job today, I will make him suffer." Jin Chen could distinctly sense Ji Yan trembling with fear, drawing closer to him. He released the youth, gently stroking his cheek. "Stay here and wait for me." With that, Jin Chen unfastened 2 cufflinks, turning to regard Song Ziming with an utterly frigid gaze. "What do you intend to do? Do you know who I am?" As Song Ziming beheld the towering figure before him, an inexplicable sense of intimidation arose, yet he felt the need to save face and cursed with a stiffened neck. After spending several years abroad, he had succumbed to a life of indulgence, either drinking excessively or mingling with various alluring women, leaving his vitality utterly depleted, rendering him no match for Jin Chen, a mere husk of a man. With a sardonic smile, Jin Chen's voice emerged, deep and husky, as he seized Song Ziming by the collar and forcibly dragged him towards the restroom. Song Ziming attempted to resist, only to discover that he could not even budge this man an inch. The wound on his chest continued to bleed, and he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his body. Jin Chen twisted Song Ziming's hand behind his back, lifting his suit jacket to cover his face, and pressed him against the sink, turning on the faucet to splash water onto his face. Observing Song Ziming's struggle for breath, Jin Chen remained impassive. Upon noticing the injury on his chest, he slightly tilted his head as if struck by a thought and casually picked up an incense stick from the countertop. With a flick of his fingertip, he dislodged some ash, intensifying the red glow before deliberately inserting it into the unhealed wound of Song Zimming. The pain was so intense that Song Zimming spasmed, his body trembling involuntarily. The flesh on his chest throbbed, and his lungs felt as if they were about to burst from suffocation. He could distinctly feel the torment of his flesh being twisted, engulfed by despair and terror. Host, committing murder in this world will be quite troublesome. Just as Song Zimming was on the brink of unconsciousness, 0731 intervened at the last moment, halting Jin Chen. Experiencing the madness of the top-ranking man for the first time, 0731 surprisingly felt no fear. Instead, he found the host to be incredibly captivating. Jin Chen finally released the now unconscious Song Zimming, confining him to a stall, and leisurely washed his hands before adjusting his cuffs as he exited the restroom. Surveillance has been dealt with. Understood. 0731 promptly replied, hacking into the hotel's surveillance system. Ji Yin obediently refrained from entering, listening intently as the restroom appeared quiet. Curiosity piqued. He peeked inside, only to see Jin Chen emerging. All is well, Jin Chen remarked, pinching Ji Yin's cheek lightly, though he refrained from exerting too much pressure. Let me see your hand. The young boy revealed his hand, which bore a small cut on his delicate index finger. The bleeding had ceased, though it was still quite an eyesore. It doesn't hurt. Ji Yin raised his hand, intending to soothe the furrow in Jin Chen's brow. But Jin Chen interjected, no, I'm not angry. In truth, it was not anger he felt, but rather concern. Jin Chen did not hinder the boy's gesture, instead taking his hand and gently caressing it as he led him back to the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, Ji Yu observed the inseparable duo of Jin Chen and Ji Yin with palpable dissatisfaction, pursing his lips. He was perplexed by his Song Zimming's absence, especially after he had mentioned his presence just half an hour prior. With a determined bite of his lip, he resolved not to wait any longer. There were others at the banquet tonight besides Song Zimming who could be of use. Raising a pre-prepared glass of wine, Ji Yu approached the two with a smile. Look at me, I almost forgot to drink with my brother. He deliberately spoke loudly, aiming to put Ji Yin in an awkward position in front of others. Brother, do me a favor. Host, this glass contains a drug. Ji Yin shook his head, his expression one of refusal. He was acutely aware that every time Ji Yu pressured him to drink, he would feel utterly miserable, as if his head were on the verge of exploding. However, dear brother, today is my birthday. Please grant me this wish. Ji Yu, persistent and unyielding, felt tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. The protagonist, with his undeniable charm, elicited sympathy from numerous young male guests as soon as he spoke with a trembling voice. Ji Yin, as my brother, would not dare to disregard Ji Yu's feelings, would he? Indeed, it is merely a glass of wine. What is there to fear? Chapter 12. Saving the introverted youth, Jin Chen gently patted the young man's shoulder and cast a cold glance at Ji Yu. Whom are you performing this brotherly charade for today? What are you saying, Brother Chen? Ji Yu, bewildered by Jin Chen's intentions, felt a surge of panic. Do you really need to beg for forgiveness in such a manner? Jin Chen showed no regard for Ji Yu, his words sharp and unrelenting, intentionally making the atmosphere uncomfortable. The entire banquet hall suddenly fell silent. Ji Wei Shui caught wind of this exchange and paused his conversation with an old friend, yet he dared not reprimand Jin Chen. With a frustrated stride, he approached Ji Yin, scolding, "What are you doing? It's your brother's birthday. Have you lost your mind?" Yi Yu, feeling humiliated under the watchful eyes of so many, found his earlier pride dissipating. He bit his lip and said, "Brother, I know you have never liked me, but I truly wish to mend our relationship. I even brought you a gift for your birthday." Ji Wei Shui sighed, considering his elder son hopeless. "Look how considerate your brother is." Around them, guests began to murmur quietly. Ji Yin, barely suppressing laughter, glanced at Ji Wei Shui, masking the hatred simmering in his eyes. "Do you remember my birthday?" Jin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Ji Yan's emotions, but refraining from intervening. Speaking in public was indeed a significant step for him. Ji Wei Shui, puzzled, asked, "Why do you bring this up? You hardly dare to meet anyone. Today marks your first appearance at a banquet, and you expect me to host a birthday celebration for you?" "Of course. Ji Yu had no idea when Ji Yan's birthday was, but that did not hinder him from maintaining his facade. Yes, brother, please do not blame father. We give you gifts every year. Ji Yan clenched his fists, his tone flat. My birthday is today. Ji Wei Shui fell silent, suddenly recalling that Ji Yu was indeed born on Ji Yan's second birthday. He was momentarily taken aback. Ji Yu, feeling the sting of Ji Yan's rebuttal, blushed with embarrassment. Convinced that Ji Yan was deliberately trying to embarrass him today, Jin Chen appeared unfazed, showing no signs of surprise as he leaned down to wipe away Ji Yan's tears. It was hardly worth shedding tears for them. Chen Jiang, sensing the tension, quickly stepped in to mediate. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't be sad, Xiaoyan. I gave you a pair of cufflinks yesterday. That was a birthday gift from Ji Yu. Have you forgotten? He leaned closer to the group, taking Ji Yu's hand. Don't cause a scene. Let us enjoy today. We'll be cutting the cake soon. Aunt Song couldn't return in time, but she recorded a video for you. Though Ji Yu still felt a surge of anger, he steadied his emotions and managed to force a smile, recalling his plan. Today, my brother celebrated his birthday with me. It is only fitting and reasonable that we share a drink together. Jin Chen took the wine glass, gently coaxing the young boy to take a sip. After all, he had already swapped the cup. Ji Yan, following his lead, took a small sip, his eyes narrowing at the spiciness, resembling a little kitten. Jin Chen, with a smile in his eyes, leaned slightly closer and whispered in his ear. Later, Ji will find an excuse to follow him. I will protect you, and we shall leave after watching the performance. Ji Yan did not fully comprehend Jin Chen's words, but obediently nodded in agreement. Happy birthday, brother. Let us go change clothes and prepare to cut the cake. Ji Yu finally laughed heartily, raising his glass to drink down the contents. Although the original plan was not like this, as long as it separated him from Jin Chen, what harm could be done in damaging an outfit? He linked arms with Ji Yin and left, stopping to toast several elders along the way. Let us go change. After we cut the cake, we will announce our engagement. Chen Jiang, in high spirits, kissed Ji Yu's cheek, and a wave of happiness surged within him. After so many years of nurturing, Ji Yu was finally entirely his. You saved me when I was 10. Now we are engaged. How swiftly time flies, Chen Jiang remarked. Ji Yu's expression shifted as he glanced at Ji Yin, complaining. Why are you saying this? We're going to change clothes. Ji Yin maintained his composure and obediently followed him upstairs. In a lounge on the second floor, the atmosphere was relatively secluded and tranquil. As Ji Yu turned the corner at the stairwell, he sent a message to a former suitor, claiming he had something good to offer. He knew this person well. Although the Bei family had some connection with the Di family, Bei Tai was overly greedy and ambitious, destined to achieve nothing significant. A prompt reply came, expressing interest, and the individual ascended the stairs. In the room, Ji Yu glanced at Ji Yin, who was preparing to change clothes, and spoke arrogantly. Brother Chan is treating you so well now. You must feel quite proud, right? I wonder if he will continue to dote on you after someone else has their way with you. Ji Yin did not respond immediately, but saw a message from Jin Chen on his phone and replied to Ji Yu as instructed. I will change. You may step outside. Ji Yu laughed in irritation, thinking, so be it. After all, he will still need to come in to catch me in the act. As Ji Yu exited the room, he felt a surge of excitement, wondering why he suddenly felt so flushed. He fanned himself with his hand and stepped to the corridor to catch some air. Gradually, however, his awareness began to blur, and his breath turned heated. So hot at that moment, Bei Tai arrived upstairs. He was handsome enough, but there was an air of weakness about him that gave off a somewhat lascivious vibe. Xiao Yu, what delightful treasure do you have for me? Bei Tai observed Ji Yu, who was already flushed and leaning against the corridor railing, panting. Having been well-versed in the social scene for years, Bei Tai instantly recognized that Ji Yu had indulged in stimulating drinks. Connecting the dots with the earlier message, he licked his lips with excitement. Xiao Yu, have you finally agreed to let me pursue you? Ji Yu could hardly discern what Bei Tai was saying. He merely felt the icy touch of the hand resting on his face, which was quite soothing, prompting him to lean in unconsciously. In an instant, the two shared a passionate kiss. Suddenly, the camera in the corner of the corridor pivoted, focusing directly on them. Ji Yin peeked out into the hallway, perplexed. and retraced his steps back to the hall. Jin Chen caught the boy who was sprinting towards him, playfully ruffling his hair as a reward for his bravery. Yan, where shall you? Chun Jiang inquired with curiosity. Changing clothes, he replied, following the instructions from Jin Chen's earlier message. Chun Jiang did not express any suspicion. At 10:40 p.m., the large screen illuminated and the subtitles appeared, blessings from Mom across the ocean. Ji Weishui loosened his tie. It had been a considerable time since Song Qian left for a business trip, and he found himself reflecting on it. However, the footage that emerged on the screen left everyone astounded. In Chapter 13, Rescuing the Introverted Boy, the screen displayed Song Qian passionately embracing a man. The backdrop, unmistakably that of a hotel. The man appeared to be of similar age to Song Qian, and many acquaintances had already recognized him. Jin Chen's father, Jin Tianhua. Guests inhaled sharply, exclaiming in confusion, yet none stepped forward to halt the unfolding scene. It was utterly scandalous for the matriarch of the Song family to publicly air her infidelity during her own son's birthday banquet. Ji Weishui's face turned ashen as he bellowed at the staff backstage. What are you dawdling for? Shut off that video. The staff, looking pale, bowed awkwardly. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Ji, but this video is like a virus. Even when the computer is shut down, it continues to play. Our technicians are already addressing the issue. Ji Weishui felt as if he could hardly breathe. To think she was not on a business trip, but rather engaged in an affair. Where could he possibly hide his face after this? Chun Jiang steadied him. Uncle Ji, please remain calm. Someone must have framed Aunt Song. Perhaps that man coerced her. The guests scoffed, their eyes revealing their disbelief. Could one not distinguish between consent and coercion? Nevertheless, for the sake of appearances, they feigned sympathy towards Ji Weishui. Ji Yin was shielded from sight by Jin Chen, yet he still caught a glimpse of the initial scene. He could not comprehend what was transpiring, nor why Jin Chen was covering his eyes. However, he cherished being close to Jin Chen, as it provided him with immense comfort. Thus he did not resist, obediently leaning against him, inhaling the tranquil fragrance that enveloped him. My goodness, exclaimed one guest, clearly having witnessed an even more riveting scene. The previous footage of Song Qian had been a distant view, only revealing silhouettes and occasional glimpses of faces, but the new video was akin to a live broadcast. Ji was seen with a man in the stairwell, engaged in daring maneuvers. The screen was split in two. On the left, Song Qian's video played, while on the right, Ji's footage was displayed, with both mother and son shockingly on par with each other. Ji's voice echoed through the speakers, causing many women to blush deeply. The Ji family truly was quite liberal. How amusing! Surely this time, it cannot be claimed that it was against their will, someone chuckled. The idle chatter of the guests and the cries of Ji challenged Chun Jiang's eardrums and cognitive abilities, erasing the nonchalance he had exhibited while persuading Ji Weishui earlier. Ignoring Ji Weishui's attempts to restrain him, he turned and dashed upstairs. Jin Chen observed the chaotic scene with a sense of leisure, pulling the youth closer to shield him from any foul language. Although Ji Yin could not see, he could hear the astonished gasps of the guests and tugged at Chun Jiang's sleeve in confusion and curiosity. Filthy words, do not look. Jin Chen caught sight of Chun Jiang appearing on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Clearly, Chun Jiang had lost all reason, entirely forgetting to turn off the surveillance. Instead, he furiously separated the two individuals, delivering a punch to the backup player that sent him crashing to the ground. He then slapped Ji, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. Jin Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 11 p.m. 0731. Turn off the video. Understood, host. He took the youth by the hand and left, feigning a semblance of anger and sorrow, akin to the fury one might feel upon discovering a father's infidelity. Departing in silence. Yet, as soon as they stepped outside, his expression transformed instantly. Let us go home. Jin Chen released his grip on the boy's hand and playfully pinched his cheek, both of them climbing into the RV. Congratulations, host, on completing the side mission, altering the antagonist's life trajectory. Reward points, 200. Jin Chen was rendered speechless. Is your rescue department this stingy? Host. Ever since the director of the Quick Travel Bureau went missing, resources across all departments have significantly diminished. with all energy directed toward maintaining the operation of the spiritual terminal. 0731 sighed deeply. The director? Jin Chen recalled a fleeting encounter with him upon his entrance to the Quick Travel Bureau. The man was strikingly handsome, yet exuded an icy demeanor, akin to an ancient glacier. Jin Chen had not paid it much mind, for he was merely a worker, and fretting over it was futile. However, the current mission had been quite enjoyable. He glanced at the obedient youth leaning against him, a warm sensation blossoming within. Upon arriving home, it was approximately 11:30 p.m., well past Ji Yan's bedtime. He was utterly exhausted, having dozed off against Jin Chen during the return journey. As he entered, he changed his shoes at the entrance, preparing to ascend to bed, but was halted by Jin Chen. Wait, first go to the dining room. Ji Yan looked up at the man in confusion. Are you hungry? You will know once you get there. Jin Chen gently ruffled the boy's hair. Just wait for me. Despite his fatigue, rendering his mind somewhat foggy, Ji Yan obediently made his way to the dining room. Why won't he the lights turn on? Before he could ponder further, he was startled by the colorful words illuminating the wall, freezing in place as his drowsiness vanished. He stared intently at the wall. Ji Yan, happy birthday. The youth pronounced each word slowly. Ji Yan, happy birthday. Jin Chen entered with a cake, the warm glow of the candles illuminating his face. His peach blossom eyes sparkling with kindness as he gazed tenderly at the youth. Ji Yan remained momentarily stunned, his eyes shimmering with excitement. It's almost midnight. Make a wish. Jin Chen gently set down the cake and took the boy's hand. He closed his eyes, his heart racing violently, lips pressed tightly together as if suppressing a torrent of emotions. This marked his first birthday after turning 8. Jin Chen. Ji Yan repeatedly called out this name in his heart, as if grasping a light that could save him, unwilling to let go. He made a wish, hoping that Jin Chen would forever remain as he was at that moment. Opening his eyes, he blew out the candles. The lights flickered on. What greeted Ji Yan's gaze was a table laden with delectable desserts and dishes, adorned with charming decorations. Come eat the cake, Jin Chen began, but before he could finish, Ji Yan had already thrown himself into his arms. Ji Yan's eyes froze for a moment. Then a smile blossomed on his face as he tenderly embraced the weeping boy. All right, it's your birthday today. Why are you crying? Tomorrow, Uncle Lu and the others will know you're a crybaby. Tears streamed down Ji Yan's face as he clung tightly to Jin Chen's waist, dampening his expensive suit, yet no one cared. You can't leave me in the future. The boy's voice trembled, yet his words were imbued with sincerity. Okay, I won't leave you, Jin Chen sighed, lifting Ji Yan from his embrace, cradling his face in both hands. If that's the case, I must claim a title. Chapter 14. Saving the reclusive boy, a gentle kiss brushed against Ji Yan's lips, causing his eyes to widen. He was uncertain of its meaning, yet he was not foolish. He understood it was an act reserved for those who shared a deep intimacy. Ji Yan didn't even dare to breathe, staring blankly at the man who had come so close, his mind momentarily blank. This expression was undeniably adorable, prompting Jin Chen to chuckle softly, tightening his embrace. What title? Ji Yan belatedly recalled Jin Chen's earlier words. The title of boyfriend. Jin Chen savored the boy's lips once more, kissing him lightly until he noticed Ji Yan's face flush with color before pulling back. The title of boyfriend, just like Ji Yu and Chen Jiang. Ji Yan suddenly grasped the concept, though he was still somewhat confused. However, he understood clearly that if he wished for Jin Chen to remain by his side, he needed to establish a boyfriend relationship. He stifled the tumultuous feelings within, fingertips trembling as he returned Jin Chen's embrace. All right, I can promise you anything, as long as you don't leave. Detection of villain S darkening value. 5, total, 40, heartthrob value. 10, total, 65. Blessings to the host. 0731's voice resonated sweetly. Thus, their relationship was solidified. Although Jin Chen harbored serious doubts about whether the boy truly understood love, it mattered little. He had ample time to teach Ji Yan. The immediate task at hand was to lower Ji Yan's darkening value. The next day, news of Ji Yu and Chen Jiang's breakup, as well as Ji Weishue and Song Qian's divorce, spread throughout the elite circles of City A. That same night, upon receiving the news, Song Qian urgently returned to the country, yet was unable to reconcile with the infuriated Ji Weishua, who had even turned his ire towards Ji Yu. In the art studio, Jin Chen intentionally mentioned these events to Ji Yan. Divorce? Ji Yan exclaimed in astonishment, a secret thrill blossoming within him. Why? Jin Chen sat beside the youth, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. Song Qian was having an affair with Jin Tianhua. Ji Yan, having previously heard the butler's introduction, was now acutely aware that Jin Chen's father bore the same name. He immediately set down his brush, gazing at Jin Chen with a mix of tension and seriousness. No, it was sadness. No sadness. I share no familial bond with him. Jin Chen shook her head, recognizing that neither the original owner nor Jin Tianhua had any emotional ties, let alone herself. Yet Ji Yan still took Jin Chen's hand, emotions flickering across his brow, as if he were grieving for her. Song Qian is truly wicked, he thought, having disrupted the affections of many. All right, I truly am not sad. Please do not furrow your brow. It is quite unbecoming. Jin Chen hadn't anticipated the youth's immediate reaction would be this. With a helpless yet tender gesture, she kissed his cheek. Song Qian and Ji Yu have received their due retribution. Are you not happy? Ji Yan blinked and nodded. Happy, Jin Chen replied. You deceiver, your darkened aura remains unchanged. Ji Yan pressed his lips together, acutely sensing the shifts in Jin Chen's emotions, his gaze fixed upon her with crystal clarity, oblivious to the circumstances. It's nothing. Please continue your painting. Jin Chen felt a flutter in her brow, chuckling softly as she returned to the moment, no longer entangled in her thoughts. At that time, in the Ji family villa, Ji Yu stared at the red exclamation mark on the chat interface with Chun Jiang, angered to the point of hurling her phone violently to the ground. It was not as if she had intended for things to unfold this way. Why would they not even listen to her explanation? It should have been Ji Yan who had taken the medicine. With this thought, resentment ignited in Ji Yu's eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Mommy Ji Yu, may I come in? Song Qian entered, adorned in a white dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, appearing almost the same age as Ji Yu. Time seemed to have left no mark on her, save for the fine lines at the corners of her eyes and the furrow of her brow, which somewhat aligned with her age. What are you doing here? Ji Yu found everyone irksome at that moment, especially her mother, who only added to her embarrassment. Yu, your mother is here to help you. Song Qian, fully aware of her child's nature, took Ji Yu's hand with earnest sincerity. The matter of your father and me divorcing is irrevocable, but I can go abroad. You still need to remain here. What should I do? Ji Yu, at only 20, found herself utterly at a loss when faced with such turmoil. Tell me truthfully, have you offended anyone lately? Song Qian adjusted the hem of her dress, displaying no sorrow typically associated with divorce. Recently, Ji Yu suddenly choked on her words, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Jin Chen is somewhat displeased with me due to Ji Yan's affairs. Jin Chen? Song Qian furrowed her brow, questioning whether he would be willing to expose his father's scandal for Ji Yan's sake. Mom, you don't understand. Ji Yan seems to have cast a spell on Jin Chen, and now she listens to him in everything. Ji Yu complained, then recalled something, turning to Song Qian. Brother Jiang no longer wishes to be engaged to me. What should I do? Then do not get engaged. You are a boy too? You should have some backbone. Song Qian lightly tapped his forehead, adding, you've caused me trouble as well. Why didn't you hold on to Jin Chen tightly back then instead of choosing Chun Jiang? Jin Chen is quite intimidating. Besides, I genuinely like Brother Jiang. Ji Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. What is the value of affection? Can it serve as sustenance? Now, you find yourself ensnared. Yet Chun Jiang has abandoned you without a second thought. Song Qian rose from her seat, brushing her forehead lightly. Very well, I shall not press further. Instead, I am determined to devise a strategy for dealing with Ji Yan, who now enjoys the protection of Jin Chen. What shall I do? Ji Yu suddenly grasped her mother's arm. Are we truly to abandon Xinjiang? You should maintain a connection. His family at least has ties to the imperial capital. You are to participate in the oil painting competition, and he may still be able to assist you. Very well. Ji Yu bit her lip, ultimately refraining from rebuttal. After Song Qian departed, she stormed into Ji Yan's room to vent her frustrations, only to discover a piece of drawing paper drifting out from beneath the bed. Her eyes brightened with intrigue. In the hospital, Ji Wei Shui, perhaps due to the head injury sustained from his fall, hastily completed the divorce paperwork with Song Qian and insisted on seeing Ji Yin, claiming he had matters to disclose regarding his mother's past. Although Jin Chen was reluctant to let Ji Yin visit, the situation concerning his deceased mother rendered it difficult to refuse, so he accompanied Ji Yin to the hospital. "Do not be afraid. I shall remain outside. Call for me if you need anything." Ji Yin nodded and entered Ji Wei Shui's hospital room. Jin Chen settled on a bench, responding to emails from the company. "What is it?" Ji Yin, now capable of engaging in normal conversation albeit at a slower pace, entered. Ji Wei Shui, with a warm smile, beckoned the boy over. "Xiao Yin, this fall has prompted me to reflect on many matters." In that moment, he bore a somewhat paternal demeanor. "I never anticipated the complexities surrounding your mother. Over the years, as night falls, I find myself missing her dearly." As Ji Wei Shui spoke, he wiped away a tear. "I acknowledge my past transgressions. Your mother was indeed stubborn, and friction was inevitable. Who could have foreseen that she would leave you in such an extreme manner? Your Aunt Song mentioned upon entering that she would treat you as her own, yet I never imagined she would manipulate you into this state. After all these years, I genuinely feel remorseful." Ji Yin stood by the bedside, observing his father with a calm demeanor, uncertain of how much to believe. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, "Did mother take her own life due to domestic violence?" "Oh, foolish child, what domestic violence? Your father loved her dearly. We simply had misunderstandings that resulted in irreparable harm." Ji Wei Shui, a grown man, wept openly. "Will you blame your father?" Ji Yan's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth, responding with deliberate clarity. "That summer, I stood behind the pillar." Ji Wei Shui's expression shifted, astonished into silence. He looked up, momentarily forgetting his tears, uncertain of how to respond. "What is it you wish to convey today?" Ji Yin averted his gaze, his tone icy as he stared towards the doorway. Each second spent in that room filled him with profound revulsion. "And no, it's nothing. I merely wish to see you. Soon, it will be your mother's Memorial Day." Ji Wei Shui found himself at a loss for words. He could never have imagined that, years ago, Ji Yin had been quietly observing the incident unfold from behind. Now, no amount of atonement could suffice. The child's autism was likely not a consequence of Song Qian's actions. It seemed Ji Yin was aware of Ji Wei Shui's trepidation. Tilting his head, he remarked, "You fear what I might disclose. What are you saying?" "I cannot comprehend," Ji Wei Shui retorted, resigning himself to despair, for he possessed no evidence. All those privy to the matter had long distanced themselves from City A, and the surveillance had been thoroughly erased. Ji Yin had no tangible proof against him. What could he possibly do? It appeared that cultivating a rapport with this young man was futile. Instead, it would be more prudent to hasten the marriage between Ji Yu and Bei Tai, as the Bei family would undoubtedly be a more respectable branch in the capital than the Chen family. Leaning back against the headboard, Ji Wei Shui shed any semblance of affection, consumed solely by his own interests. Ji Yin departed without a backward glance, yearning for Jin Chen's embrace. Upon exiting, he was halted in his tracks by the realization that Jin Chen was absent. A sense of dread welled within him as he stood in the corridor, glancing around in confusion. In that moment, the bustling hallway transformed into a source of profound fear. After a pause, he belatedly opened his phone to contact Jin Chen, only to find a recent message from him. "Once you finish chatting, wait for me in the lounge on the 5th floor. I have a friend there. I will return shortly to fetch you. Be good." Ji Yin clenched his phone tightly, his fingertips turning pale, lowering his gaze for a moment before replying with a simple okay. Jin Chen had promised to come for him. He would not break his word. He certainly would not. Taking a deep breath, he donned the hood of his sweatshirt, ensuring it concealed his face before he felt ready to depart. The hospital elevator was perpetually crowded, so Ji Yin chose to ascend the stairs alone. But before he could reach the 5th floor, he was intercepted by 2 imposing bodyguards. "Come with us. Someone wishes to see you." 10 minutes later, Ji Yin was escorted to a charming cafe. "Long time no see, Xiao Yin." Song Qian greeted him with a gentle smile. "Host, do you truly intend to meet the original owner's father? I sense a trickery at play." "Of course, I will not meet him. Jin Chen reclined casually in the back seat, nonchalantly retrieving an object from his jacket pocket. A small tracking device, which had evidently been tucked away since early morning. It seemed that Jin family villa indeed had someone from Jin Tianhua. He exited the vehicle, placed the tracking device on the seat, and instructed the driver. When we arrive at the destination and you see Jin Tianhua, inform him that there is an urgent matter at the company and request he wait. Understood, the driver nodded, clearly heeding only Jin Chen's commands. Jin Chen glanced at his phone's map, then gradually made his way towards the left side of the hospital. Ji Yin felt a strong aversion to encountering Song Qian. He coldly raised his gaze and stepped back. After all, you have been my stepmother for so many years. Why treat me so harshly, aunt? It truly is disheartening. Song Qian feigned wiping away tears, yet a smirk lingered at the corners of her mouth. What do you want? Ji Yin had no desire to witness her theatrics, and a shadow of gloom began to envelop his expression. The two bodyguards stepped forward menacingly, fixing their fierce gazes upon him. All right, let us speak frankly then. Song Qian stifled a yawn, took a sip of coffee, and cast a glance at Ji Yin, her eyes suddenly brimming with sympathy. I heard from Xiaoyu that you and Jin Chen are together. Ji Yin remained silent. Unperturbed, she continued speaking. It's a pity, though. No matter how wonderful Jin Chen is, he is merely toying with you. Ji Yin abruptly lifted her head, her brows furrowing in confusion, mingled with dissatisfaction at the mention of Jin Chen's name. Oh, I forgot you're not like normal people. Let me explain in terms you can comprehend. Song Qian unlocked her phone and presented a photograph featuring a sweet-looking girl. Jin Chen has suddenly left you without a word today. He has heeded his father's wishes and gone to meet a girl of equal standing. The youth's expression stiffened, his downcast eyes unwittingly drawn to the photograph. Jin Chen will abandon you for this girl, marry her, and have children. Song Qian sighed, feigning sorrow for Ji Yin, and you will be forgotten by him. Ji Yin's long eyelashes fluttered, her eyes revealing profound sadness, her heart swelling with grief and emptiness. No, he won't. Jin Chen has promised he will never leave me. Why are you so upset? His sudden departure is the best evidence, is it not? Song Qian chuckled, finally finding an outlet for her pent-up frustration after all these days. Shaking her head, she concluded that creating misunderstandings is indeed sufficient to deal with such a sensitive youth. Jin Chen no longer wants you. He will be with someone else. And it's as simple as that. The words he doesn't want you anymore momentarily halted Ji Yan's breath. Her voice choked as suppressed emotions began to seep through. No, he won't. She could only repeat the phrase over and over, as if to counter Song Qian, yet simultaneously to reassure herself. It seems you still crave more embarrassment, daring to emerge and prance about. A steady, cold voice broke through, startling Song Qian as she turned abruptly. Jin Chen strolled into the private room, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers that suited the early spring weather, with a black cashmere coat draped over one arm and a cute gift bag in his hand. His gaze was profound as he first scanned the astonished Song Qian, then approached Ji Yin. Chapter 16. Rescue the Introverted Youth. This morning, you mentioned wanting to taste the egg tart pastry from the corner shop. Jin Chen handed the gift bag to Ji Yin, his tone gentle. Ji Yin suddenly dashed into his embrace, holding him tightly, her body trembling with fear, as if she feared that once she let go, Jin Chen would vanish. Be good, don't be afraid. The youth, clad in an oversized fleece hoodie, appeared even more slender. As Jin Chen wrapped an arm around her, his cold gaze settling on Song Qian. Aunt Song, why don't you enlighten me about this so-called matchmaking event? Song Qian felt offended by the impudent retort of a younger generation and reprimanded him with irritation. Your father arranged it. Why didn't you attend? The affairs of a Jin family are not for you to meddle in. Jin Chen's narrow eyes gleamed with frost, his aura suddenly formidable. Do you think that after a few encounters with Jin Tianhua, you could dictate to me? Jin Chen, I am your elder. Song Qian's face flushed with a mix of anger, her hand striking the table. Do you not heed your father's words? I apologize for the oversight. Upon witnessing the cowering reaction of the person in her embrace to Song Qian's furious outburst, Jin Chen's gaze turned even more fierce, his patience wearing thin. Enticing Jin Tianhua into an extramarital affair, await his divorce to marry you. he declared, casting down his final words before departing with Ji Yin. The two bodyguards, originally under Jin Tianhua's employ, dared not obstruct Jin Chen. Frustrated and anxious, Song Qian hurriedly seized her phone to make a call. After the two exited the cafe, Ji Yin remained somewhat dazed, unwilling to release his grip for even a moment. Jin Chen found this manner of walking somewhat awkward, and was about to suggest that the youth let go until he glanced into Ji Yin's glistening, slightly reddened apricot eyes, and abruptly fell silent. Embrace. Was it merely an uncomfortable walking posture? It could be overcome. Chen cannot leave me. Ji Yin's voice trembled, resembling a vulnerable kitten as he encircled Jin Chen's waist, nearly burying himself in his embrace. Jin Chen halted his steps. What did you call me? Chen, Yan repeated. The last time Jin Chen had teased him in the studio, he had been too shy to utter the name. Today, however, it seemed as though he had been emboldened, yearning to cling tightly to Jin Chen. Jin Chen swallowed hard, lifting Ji Yin's face, his voice slightly hoarse. All right, call me that when we return. Ji Yin assumed he was unwilling to listen, tears welling in his eyes as he sniffled. You call me, Jin Chen promptly replied. At that moment, the driver returned from his errand with Jin Tianhua, opening the car door for the two of them and dutifully pulling up the partition. Once in the vehicle, Ji Yin became even more attached to Jin Chen, shedding any remnants of his former shyness and introversion, practically sitting atop Jin Chen, pressing his fair face tightly against his neck. Jin Chen thought to himself, this presents quite the dilemma. He cannot allow such behavior in the car. The warmth of the youth's body pressed against him, leaving no space between them, causing Jin Chen's breath to quicken as he wrapped his arms around Ji Yin's waist. Yin Bao, sit down, he instructed. Upon hearing this endearment, Ji Yin's heart jolted, his anxiety dissipating somewhat. Yet he shook his head, voice sticky with emotion. No. He then clung even tighter. 0731. Did Song Qian not administer any drugs to Ji Yin in the cafe? No traces of drugs were detected in the poor child. Perhaps it is merely a lack of security. Host, you must return home quickly. 0731, in frustration, covered its non-existent mouth. Why must the main system even censor the words to cherish? Jin Chen caressed the back of the youth's neck, lightly kissing his lips. Zanbao, do not be sad. I will not leave. I shall accompany you for a long, long time, at least for the rest of this life. Ji Yin attempted to reciprocate the man's affection, his inner turmoil gradually fading, replaced by nervousness and a hint of shyness. After their kiss, the two rested their foreheads against each other, gazing deeply for an extended moment. The youth's eyes regained their sparkle as he joyfully nestled back into Jin Chen's embrace. Detected villain's darkening value at 5, cumulative 35, heart-fluttering value at 10, cumulative 75. Meanwhile, Jin Tianhua, awaiting the anticipated meeting with Jin Chen, instead received a phone call from Song Qian. It was then that he realized he had been played by Jin Chen, and in a fit of rage, he hung up the phone. Uncle Jin, since Jin Chen has not arrived, it is evident that he has his own thoughts. Therefore, I shall not intrude. The girl across the table stood up, her sweet smile enchanting, her tone carefree. I advise you, Uncle Jin, if you wish to re-establish your footing in City A, the most pressing matter is to clear your name of the slanderous rumors, rather than using your children's marriage as a stepping stone. She nodded politely and exited the restaurant. Jin Tianhua's expression darkened further. With nothing to lose, I shall see if you possess the capability. He rose in indignation and contacted someone. That evening, in the Jin family study, Ji Yin leaned against Jin Chen while playing on a tablet, suddenly catching sight of a website that brightened his eyes. He poked Jin Chen, who was still responding to emails, and presented the screen for him to see. The National Oil Painting Competition Finals. Jin Chen took the tablet seriously, noticing Ji Yan's shortlisted ranking, and began to check the specifics of the event's dates and procedures. From April 12th to 14th, spanning 3 days, taking place in the capital. He reflected on his schedule, finding only the 13th occupied by a cross-border online meeting. Jin Chen returned the tablet to the youth, pondering the fact that although he had submitted his work, the awards ceremony would be attended by many. Would he be able to cope? With you. Ji Yan leaned in to kiss Jin Chen's cheek, his eyes sparkling. What if I did not accompany you? Jin Chen teased. Ji Yan's expression visibly fell, his brows furrowing as he rested his head against Jin Chen's neck, nuzzling affectionately. Of course I will accompany you. Jin Chen chuckled, softened by the boy's gesture. I still wish to witness our Yan Bao receiving his award. He felt elated to see Ji Yan gradually shining brighter. Beep. In the original storyline, Ji Yan missed the finals due to his severe injuries, and Jin Chen forbidding him from leaving, followed shortly by a house fire plotline. Side quest. Please assist Ji Yan in participating in the oil painting competition and securing the medal he rightfully deserves. Jin Chen's gaze lowered, a pang of sympathy in his heart. He embraced the slender youth in his arms, gently stroking his frail back, losing all interest in checking emails. Despite gaining some weight in recent days, he still appeared so thin. Ji Yan sat up, exclaiming, I have gained weight. He suddenly lifted the hem of his nightshirt to show Jin Chen his stomach. He had eaten quite a bit for dinner, and while his belly was slightly rounded, it was not conspicuous. Jin Chen's breath caught. He intended to look away, but was captivated by the smooth, fair skin of the boy's abdomen, which rose and fell gently with his breathing, undeniably adorable. Noticing Jin Chen's lack of response, Ji Yan took his hand and placed it on his own stomach. See, I have gained weight. Chapter 17. Saving the introverted youth. Jin Chen's Adam's apple moved rhythmically, the boy's skin smooth and fair, seemingly inviting him to explore further. Zanbao, stop teasing. He heard his own voice grow hoarse, a fiery magma surging within him, on the verge of eruption. No, Ji Yan assumed he was being bothersome, pouting slightly before leaning in for a kiss, his tone pleading. No, you're not bothersome. This kiss acted as a spark, igniting Jin Chen's reason, and he captured the boy's lips, succumbing to the overwhelming desire. In a gentle surrender, Ji Yan nestled against Jin Chen's neck, eyes softly closed. He relished the sensation of being cherished and protected. Yet, this kiss transcended mere, fleeting affection. Jin Chen's hand, resting on Ji Yan's abdomen, inched upward. The youth's breath became increasingly heated, a strange unfamiliarity enveloping his body. He had never experienced such sensations before, finding himself squirming uncomfortably in Jin Chen's embrace. Zanbao, will you sleep with me tonight? Jin Chen affectionately kissed the trembling eyelids of the youth. All right, Ji Yan replied with a discontented hum. Ah Chun feels unwell. I will help you. Jin Chen effortlessly lifted the youth into his arms, disregarding the unfinished emails, and hurried toward the bedroom. Ji Yan leaned against him, instinctively seeking kisses, his breath shallow, eyes shimmering like dew-kissed apricots. Upon witnessing their entrance into the bedroom, 0731 instantly donned a radiant smile, switched off the lights, and sequestered himself in a small dark room. The rice is ready. When Ji Yan awoke, he found himself alone in the bedroom. His consciousness still hazy, he initially believed he was in his own room. Sitting up, he was startled to discover he was unclothed, a dull ache lingering at his waist. Looking down, he noticed spots on his chest, a blush creeping upon his cheeks in realization. Ashin? Ji Yan gazed towards the doorway, a hint of bewilderment and confusion in his apricot eyes, murmuring softly, Where are you? Jin Chen emerged from the bathroom, evidently freshly awakened and washed. A few damp strands of hair fell across his forehead as he regarded the youth on the bed with affectionate tenderness. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Yan nodded, stifling a yawn, and reached out for an embrace. My waist hurts. Jin Chen leaned against the headboard, enveloping the youth in his arms, gently massaging his lower back. Yin Bao, would you consider moving to the master bedroom from now on? With eyes half closed in comfort and still somewhat drowsy, Ji Yan curled up in the warmth of Jin Chen's embrace, feeling secure. He did not protest, but a sudden awareness struck him when Jin Chen mentioned sending a servant to tidy up the room. Grasping Jin Chen's arm, he felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of the blade hidden beneath his pillow, unsure of how to voice his concerns. He did not wish for Ah Chun to know the truth, that he was capable of causing harm. I have already taken care of the item under your pillow. Jin Chen seemed to anticipate his thoughts, offering a low chuckle. But in the future, you ought to hide it better. placing it under the pillow is rather conspicuous. Ji Yan's eyes widened in shock. You know? Jin Chen gestured for him to relax, soothingly kissing him before adding, after all, you're not very adept at concealing things. It was easily visible. As long as you do not use it to harm yourself, that is all that matters. Ji Yan earnestly met Jin Chen's gaze, ultimately nodding before retreating back into his embrace. In his heart, he thought, I will no longer need it. Without Chun by my side, I will not be discarded or bullied again, nor will I have to live in fear. Detected villain's darkening value, 10, total, 25. Heart-throbbing value, 15, total, 90. Just as 0731 released himself from the small dark room, he noticed the villain's emotional fluctuations, instantly feeling elated. Ji family. After Ji Wei's hospitalization, the villa was left with only Ji Yu, along with Bei Tai, who frequently visited to maintain their relationship. Since the birthday banquet, Xinjiang had not set foot in the Ji family again. Bei Tai was particularly intrigued by Ji Yu, utilizing the family's resources to secure numerous projects for the Ji family. Despite Ji Yu's aversion to Bei Tai, he felt compelled to feign compliance. He was immensely relieved that Bei Tai was not unattractive, albeit demanding. Each time they met, their intimate exchanges quickly turned to discussions of the bedroom. Yi Yu, with an impassive demeanor, descended from the bed, supporting his aching waist as he entered the bathroom, his body marked with bruises. Fleeting glance at Bei Tai, who was smoking on the bed, filled him with disdain. Soon, after the oil painting competition where he aimed to secure first place and restore his reputation in City A, he would be able to sever ties with Bei Tai. His mother was right. True security came from wielding wealth and power. With a click, the bathroom door swung open, and Ji Yu's expression twisted momentarily before he forced a smile towards Bei Tai. I'm taking a shower. Why are you coming in? To wash with you. Bei Tai chuckled, his large hand caressing Ji Yu's neck with slight pressure. What? Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Suddenly, Ji Yu felt a tightening grip around his neck, his face flushing as he pleaded, his hands resting on Bei Tai's arms. The shower head turned on again, and Ji Yu tilted his head back, allowing Bei Tai's sticky lips to kiss him, his lowered hands nearly drawing blood from the pressure. By the time Bei Tai departed, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Ji Yu had lost all appetite, managing only a few bites before retreating to his studio. Gazing at the oil painting he had salvaged, a flicker of light ignited in his previously dull eyes. He had inquired of everyone in the villa, all claiming not to recognize the woman in the painting, thus confirming that she was merely a figment of Ji Yan's imagination, alleviating his concerns. Ji Yan's skills had significantly diminished over the past 2 years due to his suppression. Even if he attempted to recreate a similar piece, it would pale in comparison to Ji Yu's work from 2 years prior. I must secure first place. The day of the oil painting competition arrived swiftly. After arranging matters for the next few days, Jin Chen took Ji Yan to the capital, where the original owner's properties were plentiful, eliminating the need for hotel accommodations. Ji Yan had exhibited great excitement over the past 2 days. Jin Chen had consulted a psychologist, who noted some residual stress and fear responses. Yet there had been considerable improvement. Ji Yan was beginning to express his thoughts rather than bottling everything inside. This transformation was certainly welcome to Jin Chen. Zanbao, the competition is tomorrow. Are you nervous? Jin Chen gently fed the boy a spoonful of pudding. A little, the youth said, licking his lips. But I'm not afraid. A Chun is here. Yes, I'm here. No need to fear. Jin Chen felt a warmth in his heart, finding the boy endearing in every way. However, he had been preoccupied with ensuring Ji Yan's submission pieces were completed, often leaving them unfinished. Once the competition is over, I'll take you on a trip, all right? Ji Yan responded with a joyful nod. Chapter 18. The day of the award ceremony for the oil painting competition, the award ceremony was graced by numerous esteemed masters and luminaries from the oil painting community, drawing a vibrant crowd, including students from art academies. Despite his preparations, Ji Yan was overwhelmed by the throngs of people, his complexion visibly paling. While awaiting his turn backstage, he nearly curled up in Jin Chen's embrace, too timid to raise his gaze. Jin Chen offered gentle reassurances, yet his brow furrowed with concern as he observed the boy's trembling fingers. Is there any medication to temporarily alleviate the symptoms? Indeed, host. The calming potion is available for 50 points each. Just as Jin Chen was about to exchange for the potion, he noticed a boy taking a deep breath in his arms, gradually sitting up, though his fingers remained tightly clutched around him. Duan Bao, I can do it. Summoning his courage, Ji Yin recalled his mother, who had initially taught him oil painting. In his memories, she always smiled brightly when he painted, declaring that he was exceptionally talented and would one day win a grand trophy. He was determined to fulfill his mother's wishes. The confusion and emptiness in his eyes began to dissipate, replaced by resolve and bravery. Achun, I will stay. I will watch you paint. I'm not afraid. Jin Chen refrained from exchanging for the potion. His Yuan Bao was far more resilient than he had anticipated. Ji Yan's smile lit up his face, and upon hearing his name, he released Jin Chen's hand and stepped onto the stage. The ceremony invited all finalists competing for awards, categorized into first, second, and third prizes. With the top 5 in the first prize category, only the first place would receive a trophy and the opportunity for mentorship from industry experts. A coveted chance for many participants. Ji Yin and Ji Yu, both hailing from the same city, were positioned adjacent to one another. Yi Yu, having learned through backstage connections that he was the first-place winner, displayed no trace of nervousness, his gaze toward Ji Yin brimming with smugness. However, Ji Yin's focus remained steadfast on Jin Chen in the audience, ignoring Ji Yu entirely. Noticing the host and judges were distracted, Ji Yu leaned closer and whispered something in Ji Yan's ear, prompting a look of surprise and confusion from him. As the second and third prizes were announced, neither Ji Yu nor Ji Yan's names were mentioned. The longer Ji Yin stood on stage, the more his inner courage began to wane. Finally, he heard his name announced, second place. Ji Yu had indeed secured first place. As the screen displayed Ji Yu's artwork, Ji Yan's face drained of color, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was a portrait of their mother. Why was Ji Yu's piece of the mother he had painted 2 years ago? He recognized the alterations Ji Yu had made, yet they did not obscure the truth. The gentle, smiling woman in the painting was undeniably their mother. Listening to the judge's praise for Ji Yu, Ji Yin struggled to breathe, his animosity toward Ji Yu reaching a peak at that moment. Detected villainous transformation value, 20, cumulative, 45. Jin Chen suddenly sat up straight, noticing the unusual behavior of Ji Yin on stage. What is happening? In the original narrative, Ji Yu's work was not this piece, and he had only secured second place. This artwork had not appeared in the original storyline. 0731, respond quickly. Host, could it be that this painting was stolen by Ji Yu? Given Xiao Kulian's strong reaction, Jin Chen seemed to have realized something, a flicker of understanding flashing in his eyes. 0731. Can you find any old photographs of Ji Yan's mother? Certainly. Please wait, host. On stage, when the host pointed to Ji Yin to speak, he trembled as he grasped the microphone, his voice choking with emotion, almost unable to articulate his thoughts. Are you feeling unwell? The host inquired, having sensed something was amiss. No, Ji Yin shook his head, desperately suppressing the urge to cry, wanting to reveal the truth. Yet the more he fought it, the more his body trembled. Jin Chen immediately stood up and swiftly ascended the stage. He embraced Ji Yan's shoulders and took the microphone from his hands. I apologize. He is somewhat introverted and may have been startled. Those involved in the arts often have their quirks, and the judges understood, though they were perplexed and inquired what had startled him. Ji Yin inhaled the familiar fragrance of sandalwood, his racing heart gradually calming. He spoke again. The artwork belongs to Ji Yu. It is not his. I painted it 2 years ago. What? The judge who had asked him was taken aback, responding sternly, Ji Yin, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Ji Yu clenched his fists, visibly enraged by the doubt cast upon him. Yan, even if you despise me, you cannot slander me like this. A professor invited to the event scoffed, unable to tolerate such theatrics. The host, sweating profusely, was utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation, while the contestant in third place scratched his nose, suggesting, should I step down first? The host nodded, signaling him to exit promptly and avoid the chaos. Yan, may I ask what your basis for this claim is? Several judges conferred and decided they needed clarification. Do not be afraid. Just speak your truth, Jin Chen encouraged. Gently massaging Yan's shoulder. Jian took a deep breath, stating, "Because this painting is of my mother." Ji Yu's heart jolted, nearly betraying his composure. How could that be possible? With so many servants in the Ji household, how could they not have seen the woman in the painting? The judges were also taken aback by this revelation, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue as they looked toward Ji Yu. In your competition introduction, you stated that the woman in the painting is your imagined angelic figure, correct? What do you have to say regarding Ji Yan's allegations? I do not know what Ji Yan is talking about. This painting consumed much of my effort. She is the angel of my imagination, beautifully crafted stroke by stroke. I will not allow him to slander me. Ji Yu insisted, striving to maintain his composure, vehemently denying the claim. Simultaneously, he exchanged glances with a judge he had bribed, signaling for assistance. The male judge, upon receiving the cue, felt a sinking sensation, realizing the truth of the matter, yet bound by his prior agreement to help. In accordance with Ji Yan's perspective, this artwork is indeed yours. However, in the spirit of competition, how is it that you cannot surpass even your own painting from 2 years prior? Ji Yan's expression shifted slightly. Over the past 2 years, every time he picked up a paintbrush, he was invariably interrupted by Ji Yu, either having his canvas torn apart or his paints knocked over. It was only after moving to the Jin family that he resumed his artistic endeavors. Jin Chen perceived the sorrow in the young man's eyes and cast a cold glance at the male judge. Can you assure us that every one of your paintings will surpass those you created previously? Host, the photograph has been uploaded to your mobile album. Without awaiting the male judge's response, Jin Chen produced his phone and opened the image of Ji Yan's mother. He thrust the photograph before the host's eyes, asking if this evidence sufficed. Chapter 19. The Rescue of the Withdrawn Youth. The host, astonished, took the phone and compared it with the woman depicted in Ji Yu's artwork displayed on the large screen. He glanced at Ji Yu, whose face was pallid, and then handed the phone to several judges for their assessment. The female judge was the first to receive it. Upon viewing the photograph, her expression fell instantly. "You, do you have anything else to say?" Her tone was sharp, her gaze piercing. "If I am not mistaken, your painting was merely a reworking of Ji Yan's original piece. Significantly altered, yet no matter how one modifies it, the essence of a person remains unchanged. Iwes inner turmoil escalated uncontrollably." He began to suspect that the painting in the room had been deliberately placed there by Ji Yan. Otherwise, how could they have been so timely in preparing the photograph? They intended to humiliate him. Listening to the scornful jeers from the audience, Ji Yu lowered his head in embarrassment, his heart swirling with resentment. Ultimately, he was stripped of the first-place title and even faced a collective boycott from Art Academy students and fellow competitors, rendering him ineligible to participate in any form of art competition for a decade. His path in the arts had been effectively buried by his own hands. Ji Yan naturally ascended to first place. However, he graciously deferred his opportunity to study under the professor to the second-place contestant. His participation in this competition was solely to fulfill his mother's expectations. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. Reward points, 200. Jin Chen nearly carried Ji Yan off the stage. As they exited, he realized that the young man's legs had grown too weak to support him, and he could feel the rapid thumping of his heart as he drew closer. "Yin Bao, relax," he murmured, cradling him gently in his arms for comfort. The photograph, Chun, how could it exist? Ji Yan gazed at the image on the phone, tears unexpectedly streaming down his cheeks. After his mother's passing, Ji Wei had discarded nearly all her belongings, leaving even a memorial photo non-existent. Whenever he missed her, he would sit alone in the desolate cemetery all night, for it was the only place where he could see her face. "I had someone search for your mother's former social media accounts," Jin Chen disclosed, not concealing anything from him, fearing there might be misunderstandings. "Will Yin Bao blame me?" Ji Yan lifted his gaze, his eyes reddened, shaking his head. His almond-shaped eyes filled with reliance and joy. "I do not blame Chen. Without Jin Chen, today he would undoubtedly have made a mess of things all by himself." Upon returning home, as the two entered the hall, they were met by Uncle Lu, flanked by all the servants. The expressions on the servants' faces ranged from confusion to palpable unease, as if they were already aware of the impending situation. Jin Chen maintained an indifferent demeanor as he guided Ji Yin to his seat, exuding a languid yet regal air. The young man was oblivious to the details, but sensed the shift in Jin Chen's emotions. He obediently leaned against him without inquiring further. Having learned to stabilize his emotions in crowded environments, Jin Chen saw no need to send him back to his room. Let us discuss who among you works for Jin Tianhua. Uncle Liu appropriately placed the positioning device on the table, glaring at the servants with barely concealed anger. Do you not realize who holds authority in the Jin family now? Have you lost your minds, taking the master's salary to assist others? Ji Yin, intrigued, picked up the positioning device, meticulously examining it with his fingertips. He then glanced at the servants, a fleeting shadow of complexity passing through his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Jin Chen, seeing no one, stepped forward to confess. Straightened his posture, his gaze growing cold. Those who do not admit their transgressions, but have been caught, cannot expect mere dismissal as their consequence. He paused, shifting his focus to a few security guards who had been keeping their heads down, as if sensing Jin Chen's oppressive stare. The burly guard Lu Chong finally spoke up in a tone of desperation. Sir, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Lu Chong was a robust man, typically taciturn and rarely engaging with others, always keeping to himself. Uncle Liu, taken aback by his confession, was momentarily stunned. Yet, upon reflection, he quickly grasped the underlying reason. Is this about your daughter? Lu Chong's bloodshot eyes glistened with anguish as he nodded. Yes, her surgery requires a substantial sum. Elder Jean approached me, assuring that merely placing a positioning device would not jeopardize your safety, and he offered me 500,000. Having already learned the background from 0731, Jin Chen lifted his eyelids, his gaze devoid of warmth. I know it was you. Since you have confessed, why not engage in a transaction? After uttering these words, he glanced at Uncle Liu, who immediately understood and ushered all the servants out of the hall. In an instant, only the three of them remained. Lu Chong was taken aback by Jin Chen's willingness to afford him another chance. He lifted his head in excitement, casually wiping his face. What do you wish, sir? I will cover all of your daughter's subsequent surgical expenses. In return, you will infiltrate Ji Wei's side and collaborate with the lawyer to uncover evidence of his wife's death due to domestic violence, which you will then provide to me. Ji Yin suddenly sat upright from Jin Chen's embrace, disbelief etched across his features. How does he know about this? Be patient. I shall explain shortly, Jin Chen murmured, planting a gentle kiss on the side of the young man's face, his tone softening. Lu Chong looked down, astonished that he would not have to forfeit his job. Jin Chen handing him this task signified that he had thoroughly investigated him. He could not dare to refuse, repeatedly affirming, I shall heed your command, sir. Now go. The lawyer and Uncle Liu are waiting in the reception room. They will guide you on what to do next. After Lu Chong's departure, Ji Yin could hardly contain his eagerness as he leaned on a Jin Chen. How did you know? Jin Chen gazed into the boy's curious eyes, and the faint annoyance that had initially surfaced in his heart dissipated entirely. He harbored a deep disdain for betrayal. However, the backdrop of this world and the original character's identity precluded him from acting recklessly. Apart from the primary characters, the system could not interfere with matters not mentioned in the plot. After much contemplation, it became evident that Lu Chong, with his past as a scout, was the most fitting choice. The day he had overheard outside the hospital room, Yin Bao was oblivious to the need for caution. Jin Chen spoke with a smile. You've uncovered my secret, haven't you? The boy shyly bit his lip and chuckled before nestling back into his embrace, softly playing the role of a spoiled child. Will there be evidence? Will Ji Wei Shui really face the consequences he deserves? The haunting cries of his mother and the vivid memories of blood were still fresh in Ji Yan's mind, and he could scarcely dare to recall them. He yearned for Ji Wei Shui to be punished, even wishing for him to apologize directly to his mother. Yet, upon encountering Jin Chen, Ji Yin found himself suddenly devoid of the reckless courage he once possessed. He was no longer entirely unmoored. He did not wish to jeopardize the love he had fought so hard to attain due to his impulsiveness. Of course there will be. He cannot erase all traces. Jin Chen sealed Ji Yan's lips with a kiss. Leave it to me. Detected villain corruption value, 20, cumulative, 25, heart flutter value, 5. Cumulative. 95. Chapter 20. The Rescue of the Reclusive Youth. Host, would you like to know where GU is? 073-1 suddenly inquired with a cheerful tone. 3 days had passed since the oil painting competition, and with the weight lifted from Jian's heart, he felt considerably lighter. Jin Chen was devotedly accompanying Ji Yan, who was in high spirits while painting, when he furrowed his brow upon hearing the question. I don't want to know. It pertains to the remaining 25 corruption points of our little pitiful one. Jin Chen replied, Speak. After the competition concluded, Jiu had a fierce argument with Bei Tai. Just as he stormed outside, he was abducted by Chun Jiang and confined. It has turned into a forced love situation resembling a Jack Su scenario. Chun Jiang seems to have lost his mind, injuring Ji Yu's face, claiming that this way he won't entice others. 0731's tone was filled with excitement. If you inform our little pitiful one, he will surely be overjoyed. Jin Chen's expression remained impassive. You are rather twisted. What kind of strange things have you been watching all day? 0731 furiously shut off the surveillance. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 10 in the morning. The psychologist Jian had scheduled was due for a follow-up visit. Zanbao, it's time to see the psychologist. Jian set down his paintbrush, his eyes narrowing with a smile as he extended his hands towards Jin Chen. I want a hug. Jin Chen approached, taking the boy's slightly cool hands into his own and enveloping him in an embrace. Shall I carry you to the parlor? Aren't you afraid the doctor will find it amusing? Ji Yan huffed a couple of times, instinctively finding a comfortable position within his arms. The familiar scent comforted him, and he nuzzled in, feeling unafraid. He simply desired to be close to Jin Chen. Jin Chen adjusted the collar of the boy's shirt around his neck before carrying him away from the studio, making their way to the parlor. The servants in the villa had grown accustomed to the intimacy shared between the two. When the psychologist witnessed this scene, he was taken aback, placing his coffee cup down before rising to greet. With a hint of helplessness, he diverted his gaze, proceeding with the customary 15-minute interview and assessment. This process demanded absolute silence, and Jin Chen did not disturb it, retreating to the tea room to respond to some work messages. 15 minutes later, the psychologist inquired. Your condition appears to have improved significantly since last month. Has something joyful occurred? His gaze was gentle, his tone soothing, striving to maintain Ji Yan's composure as he posed the final question. Yes, despite his reluctance to bare his soul in front of others, Ji Yan was eager to share this happiness, delighted that his condition was on the mend. He believed that once he was no longer considered mentally ill, Achin would surely be happier as well. I had a wonderful birthday, secured first place in an oil painting competition, and fulfilled my mother's wish. Ji Yan's tone became noticeably smoother, his eyes sparkling with brightness. The psychologist, pleasantly surprised, set aside the assessment form. Please hold on for a moment. He stood and entered the tea room. Jin Chen closed his laptop and politely nodded, inquiring if there were any further questions. Young Master Yin is in excellent spirits now. There is no need for concern. The psychologist shook his head in bemusement, reflecting on the considerable psychological trauma young Master Yin had previously endured, which included not only autism but also stress disorders, typically necessitating lifelong treatment. Yet now, his condition was remarkably well controlled. Maintaining emotional stability, moving forward was all that was required, which could only be deemed a medical miracle. Such a miraculous recovery, indeed. It is not merely a fleeting evening. I have witnessed the host channeling spiritual energy into the poor little mind. The host certainly harbored many secrets, yet I dared not inquire. Jin Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you. If there are no significant issues moving forward, there will be no need for regular follow-ups, correct? Indeed. The psychologist recalled the scene he had just witnessed, messaging a colleague as he departed, marveling at the power of love. Ji Yan joyfully saw the psychologist out before skipping merrily to the tea room. A smile spread across his lips, making his already exquisite features even more radiant. The early spring weather retained a slight chill, and his soft, velvety loungewear accentuated his delicate form, resembling a little white cat. Jin Chen pulled the boy closer, enveloping him in his embrace, his gaze tender and affectionate. You are becoming increasingly adorable. Yin Bao. The warmth of Jin Chen's breath brushed against Ji Yan's sensitive neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His ears flushed as he wrapped his arms around Jin Chen's waist, his eyes brimming with joy. Ah Chun, am I getting better? Yin Chen chuckled softly, lifting Yan, who straddled his lap, before leaning down to kiss his forehead. Yes, Yin Bao's condition is now completely under control. It's remarkable. Ji Yin joyfully wiggled in response, sensing that he would no longer entertain extreme thoughts. As long as Ah Chun was by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Thus, he attributed all of this to Jin Chen's companionship and love. Being loved by Ah Chun was indeed a source of immense joy. The youth, blissfully unaware of his own joy, nearly ignited a fire within Jin Chen, whose voice suddenly deepened, tinged with a husky quality. Yin Bao, shall we take a nap? Ji Yin, puzzled, lifted his gaze, intending to remark that they had yet to have lunch, but was instantly aware of the warmth beneath him. A moment of realization struck him, and a quick flush of embarrassment graced his cheeks. Without protest, he tenderly leaned into Jin Chen's embrace, wrapping his arms around his neck and burying his face in the crook of his neck, tacitly acquiescing. Ji Yin anticipated that Jin Chen would carry him to the bedroom. However, when he felt the latter's hand slip beneath his clothing, the boy shuddered and gasped. Ah Chun to the bedroom. Yin Bao, don't worry. No one will enter the tea room. They had already had lunch by 3 in the afternoon. Exhausted, Ji Yin felt lethargic until Jin Chen discreetly infused him with spiritual energy, restoring a modicum of his vitality. Nestled in Jin Chen's arms, he happily sipped on the lean meat porridge. Jin Chen gazed at the boy with utter contentment, nearly wearing his joy on his sleeve. After the bidding conference tomorrow, I shall book tickets for us to travel. Yet, Ji Yin shook his head. Wait until I enter the prison, all right? Jin Chen, of course, knew precisely who he referred to. Very well, as you wish. The evidence against Ji Wei Shui has been steadily gathered and can be appealed at any moment. In recent days, Ji Yin had refrained from mentioning Ji Yu and Song Qian, but Jin Chen kept a watchful eye on them. If all went as expected, there would likely be further developments from Jin Tianhua's side aimed at severing the ties between Song Qian and Ji Wei Shui, while simultaneously aiding her in clearing her name with Ji Yu. To some extent, Jin Tianhua's feelings for Song Qian represented one of the few genuine affections in the original narrative. However, across the vast ocean, Jin Mu had already received word of the situation and repeatedly emphasized that Jin Tianhua must leave without a penny. After replying to Jin Mu, Jin Chen switched off his phone. The upcoming bidding conference was prepared as a grand surprise for Chun Jiang. Chapter 21. Rescuing the reclusive youth on the day of the bidding conference, numerous enterprises dispatched formidable representatives to attend the meeting. Securing a project collaboration with the Jin Group was a lucrative opportunity for any company in City A, particularly with President Jin Chen personally presiding over the event. Even a mere appearance would prove beneficial. Backstage, the host inquired, "Why did you bring the poor little one to a bidding conference? He won't be lost at home. I brought him to watch the spectacle." Clad in a tailored suit that exuded elegance and restraint, Jin Chen, with an innate aura, leaned down to fasten his cufflinks. Ashen. Ji Yin, seated on the sofa before a high-definition display, gazed at Jin Chen with sparkling eyes. "What is it, Yin Bao?" Jin Chen leaned in to kiss his cheek. "Are you bored?" Ji Yin shook his head. "Ah Chun, you look splendid." He stood and wrapped his arms around Jin Chen's waist, whispering in his ear, "I noticed many girls at the entrance wanting to come in. You mustn't look at them later." Jin Chen chuckled at the boy's antics, noticing his pouting lips, as if in discontent, and leaned in to kiss him once more. "My heart holds only you, dear." Ji Yin felt a sense of satisfaction as he obediently retreated to the sofa, as if aware that he had wrinkled his clothes and attempted to pat them smooth. Jin Chen, not wishing to squander any time, approached the stage with an air of noble aloofness, taking his seat at the center. The audience below fell silent, their gazes directed at Jin Chen with reverence. Save for Chun Jiang. He seemed transformed, his handsome features now shadowed by a palpable malice, devoid of the warmth he once exuded, likely provoked by Ji Yu's actions. Today's tender meeting found Chun Jiang with a solid 9/10 assurance, bolstered by Song Qian's guarantee, who had divulged all essential details to him. while Jin Chen had already made concessions. Even the tender document was penned by those previously responsible for this project. The host stepped onto the stage. The deadline for submitting tender documents had passed, and no new submissions would be accepted. I hereby declare the commencement of the opening ceremony for the Ransha New Seasonal Advertising Project. Welcome to this tender meeting initiated by Mr. Jin Chen, president of the Jin Group. I now invite Mr. Jin Chen to deliver the opening address for this meeting. As the live camera panned to Jin Chen, viewers from various companies participating in this fully transparent tender meeting were left in awe, inhaling sharply. Jin Chen extended his index finger, lightly tapping the microphone, confirming it was operational. He raised his gaze directly to the camera. Greetings, I am Jin Chen. Jin watched the display intently, his heart racing, lips pressed tightly together, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Such a remarkable person was his alone, his beloved. Unlike the usual tenderness he exhibited when looking at himself, the Jin Chen on the screen bore a cold yet earnest expression, radiating an irresistible charm. Regardless of which Jin Chen it was, his affection remained unwavering and profound. Next, several departments began to present the core content of the project. However, with each word spoken, Chen Jiang's expression grew darker. Not only did the core project plan bear no relation to the tender document in his possession, but even the most rudimentary aspects of the project's scope seemed entirely disconnected. A total of 10 companies participated in the final bidding, each represented by a leader who would introduce their innovative points and competitive advantages. When it was Chen Jiang's turn, he glared icily at Jin Chen, fully aware of the trap he had fallen into. He had been so entangled with Jiyu that he had not taken the time to review the tender document. Yet, being the world's male lead, surrounded by an innate aura of prominence, he managed to impress many with a last-minute analysis of the content. But how could Jin Chen allow him to succeed? Otherwise, he would not have had his secretary distribute analysis documents to the other 9 companies while withholding them from the Chen Group. He coldly interrupted Chen Jiang, who was expounding confidently. I did not come here to hear your analysis of the most basic content. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly realized. Indeed, Chen Jiang's seemingly professional discourse had merely been an exposition of the most superficial aspects. Whispers rippled through the audience. Chen Jiang, humiliated, clenched his fists. Yet his imposing demeanor remained resolute. Since Mr. Jin has such a strong opinion of me, why allow the Chen Group to enter the final bidding? The essence of this dialogue reveals that Jin Chen is fully aware of the content being discussed. Given the lack of depth in the matter, it appears Jin Chen tacitly allows him to embarrass himself. A smirk graces Jin Chen's lips, with a hint of sarcasm glimmering at the corners of her eyes. It is imperative to clarify that this opportunity was sought after by your father. At that moment, everyone assumed she referred to Chen Jiang's father, leaving even Chen Jiang momentarily stunned. What nonsense are you spouting? My father isn't even in the country. Jin Chen replied, Oh, I was speaking of Song, Kansas. You didn't know? Chen Jiang stood frozen, struggling to believe his ears, and after a long pause, he finally regained his voice. What slander is this? Uncle Song and I share a friendship that transcends age. Yet, deep down, he found himself believing her words to some extent. No wonder, he mused. Song had always shown him boundless tolerance, and no wonder he often inquired about his mother's well-being, intentionally or not. Observing his pale complexion, Jin Chen couldn't help but scoff inwardly. So, you were unaware. Yet, you so readily accepted the resources he provided. Jin Chen raised an eyebrow. I sincerely apologize, but it seems everyone else is already aware. The crowd collectively coughed, lowering their heads in embarrassment. Only a few managers, unafraid of Chen Jiang, who had their own grievances with him, mocked Mr. Chen. Oh no, should we call you Song Jiang? What a grand name. Just as Chen Jiang was about to retort, he received a phone call from a servant responsible for watching over Jiyu at the villa. He answered impatiently. What? The person has escaped? Chen Jiang's face turned a deep shade of anger, even more furious than before. I placed a tracker on him. Share the footage with me. With the bidding opportunity now completely lost, he did not linger, hastily exiting the stage. The audience was left bewildered. What had they just heard? Jin Chen diverted her gaze and calmly stated, Let the bidding continue. The host, eager to keep the event flowing, quickly returned to the stage. Outside the bidding meeting, the live broadcast of Chun Jiang's background became a hot topic among the elite of City A. Jin, watching Chun Jiang's retreating figure, was suddenly reminded of their childhood. Ever since he learned that it was Chun Jiang who called for help and saved him, he had harbored a different sentiment towards him. Hence, when Chun Jiang was nearly abducted, he exerted every effort to rescue him, considering it a matter of life for a life. Little did he know, upon waking from his hospital slumber, it was Ji Yu who had saved Chun Jiang. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. The debt of gratitude had been repaid, regardless of whether Chun Jiang was aware of it. However, later on, Chun Jiang joined Ji Yu in bullying him, though occasionally softening, leaving behind bandages and ointments. Yet, at their core, both Chun Jiang and Ji Yu were the same, narrow-minded, selfish, and arrogant. Chapter 22. The Rescue of the Reclusive Youth following the interlude involving Chun Jiang. The bidding meeting concluded satisfactorily, with Jin Chen ultimately selecting a company of notable reputation and strength. Host, that was absolutely riveting. 0731 switched off the protagonist's surveillance, eagerly reporting to Jin Chen. Do tell, Jin Chen responded while making her way to the backstage. Ji Yu escaped from the villa that had imprisoned him, only to be intercepted midway by Ji Weishue and Bei Tai. During their heated exchange, Chun Jiang arrived, mistakenly believing that Bei Tai and Ji Yu had conspired to flee together. In a fit of rage, he recklessly crashed his car into them, injuring Ji Yu, who was ultimately taken away by Jin Tianhua and Song Qian. Jin Chen's lips twitched slightly, finding the situation thoroughly dramatic. It seemed Ji Weishue was willing to sacrifice Ji Yu for the sake of the Ji family, a sentiment that was somewhat understandable. However, what could have prompted Jin Tianhua to take Ji Yu away? Was it merely for Song Qian's sake? Jin Chen could not fathom how one could be so ruthless to their own flesh and blood while displaying concern for a distant junior. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Lost in thought, Jin Chen entered the backstage area and noticed Ji Yin in a trance. He concealed his gaze, realizing that his plan was bearing fruit. Although he believed Ji Yin was solely devoted to him, it was imperative to sever Chun Jiang's special place in Ji Yan's heart. The best approach was to allow Ji Yin to witness Chun Jiang's true nature. Such tactics may be unscrupulous, but their effectiveness was undeniable. Zanbao. Ji Yin snapped back to reality, only to find Jin Chen had already entered the room. He quickly stood up, pulling himself away from his reverie. A Chun is truly remarkable. Observing the boy's sparkling eyes, Jin Chen smiled and drew him into an embrace. What were you thinking about just now? Yan, sensing that Jin Chen appeared somewhat displeased, looked up with curiosity, noticing the slight furrow in his brow. With a gentle touch of his fingers to his own forehead, Ji Yin softly replied, I was reflecting on my childhood, when Chun Jiang and Ji Yu used to bully me. The soft sensation of Ji Yan's fingertips against his face softened Jin Chen's heart. He sighed, realizing he could not be hard-hearted towards the boy. Forget about it. It's better to focus on being happy. Jin Chen removed Ji Yan's fingers from his forehead and kissed them lightly. His voice was deep and rich, causing Ji Yin to blush slightly as he nodded in response. Suddenly leaning in, one hand grasping Ji Yan's fingers while the other caressed the tender nape of his neck. Jin Chen captured the boy's lips, which seemed to carry a sweet fragrance. The familiar scent enveloped Ji Yin, who offered no resistance and obediently lifted his chin, his eyes gradually clouding over with a rosy hue. Though they had kissed many times since getting together, Ji Yin had yet to master the art of breathing properly. After a moment, he moved his fingers, feeling slightly breathless. Jin Chen understood and released Ji Yan's lips, the air around them infused with sweetness. Why haven't you learned to breathe properly? I can't seem to. As Ji Yan's breathing steadied, he nestled into Jin Chen's embrace, murmuring, let us go home. Not in a hurry. First, I'll take you somewhere. Jin Chen helped him into his coat, the warm yellow hue accentuating the boy's vitality. Ji Yin simply nodded, obediently following Jin Chen without inquiring about their destination. As long as a Chun was with him, he was content to go anywhere. Half an hour later, the Jin family's car came to a smooth stop in front of an exhibition hall. The hall was spacious and serene, filled with an aromatic ambience and brimming with artistic spirit. With every few steps, one could admire the works of renowned masters. Assuming Jin Chen had some business to attend to, Jin followed along, engrossed in the artwork, not paying attention until Jin Chen instructed him to exchange contact information with the exhibition hall's director. He merely raised his gaze, an evident look of confusion in his eyes. With this demeanor, Jin Chen understood well that the young man had momentarily lost his focus, and he smiled as he reiterated, "In half a month, this place will be vacant. You may bring your paintings from home for an exhibition, a showcase solely dedicated to you." Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Who among those who paint has not harbored dreams of holding an exhibition? Yet after all these years, the very thought he once dared not entertain was on the verge of realization. He quickly regained his composure and took out his phone to add the organizer as a friend. "Very well, you both may explore suitable hall spaces here today, and then contact me for arrangements," the organizer said, casting a grateful glance toward Jin Chen. "We are also immensely grateful for your generous donation, Mr. Jin, which enables the cultural endeavors of our city to continue flourishing." Jin Chen nodded and smiled. "My partner has a fondness for oil paintings, so I will naturally extend my full support." Jian's cheeks flushed crimson as he lowered his head, his heart brimming with sweetness, akin to savoring honey. The organizer, with a hint of playful teasing, remarked, "Mr. Jin, your affection for your partner is truly enviable. I shall not intrude further." He collected the signed donation documents from Jin Chen and exited the exhibition hall, leaving the space for the two of them. Jian understood perfectly well that it was Jin Chen's donation to the exhibition hall that afforded him this opportunity to hold an oil painting exhibition. "Shen, do not say thank you to me," Jin Chen interjected, gently pinching the young man's lips. "There is no need for gratitude between us." He leaned down and kissed Jian's brow, adding, "If there is a need for thanks, let it be expressed through actions tonight." Jian's face turned even redder. He removed Jin Chen's hand and turned away, pretending to focus intently on the paintings, choosing not to respond. The continuous fluttering of his heart and the increasingly intense rhythm of his pulse betrayed the young man's unease. Jin Chen, however, chose not to expose him, accompanying him with a smile as they admired the exhibition for a long while, offering numerous suggestions while selecting a hall. Their afternoon passed in a warm and tender atmosphere, with neither party dwelling on troubling thoughts. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Chen Jiang, despite retaining some semblance of his former self, had not inflicted critical harm upon Ji Yu. He merely suffered a fractured right leg. Lying on the hospital bed, he had lost much of his former vigor, appearing significantly thinner, with numerous wounds inflicted by Chen Jiang's torment. Even his gaze had grown numb. Outside the ward, after the doctor advised him to rest, he departed. Jin Tianhua and Song Qian entered the room, and within a second, Song Qian was in tears, exuding a quality of deep sympathy that Jin Tianhua found irresistible as he quickly wrapped his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. "Xiaoyu, my dear Xiaoyu, how could you have endured so much suffering?" A tear slipped from Ji Yu's eye, his uninfused hand clenched into a fist. Song Qian wiped away her tears, her eyes red as she looked at Jin Tianhua. "Could you please step outside for a moment? I wish to speak with my son. I will ensure he agrees to that matter." Jin Tianhua glanced at the now unrecognizable Ji Yu on the bed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, uncertain if it would be effective. Nevertheless, he stepped out, granting Song Qian the opportunity to speak privately with Ji Yu. As soon as the door closed, Song Qian's tears ceased abruptly. She sighed and sat at the edge of the bed, expressing her disappointment. "You could have just stayed put at the standby. Yet you were taken away by Chen Jiang." Chapter 23. The Rescue of the Autistic Boy. The mere mention of Chen Jiang's name elicited a wave of distaste in Ji Yu, causing her to frown in discomfort. "Don't even mention him," Song Qian interjected. "You know, your father, alongside the standby, intends to capture you to serve as a lover." Ji Yu nodded, understanding that this was why he was so desperate to escape, unaware that Chen Jiang was in pursuit once more. "No matter who you are handed over to, you will inevitably endure torment," Song Qian began, her tone measured and coaxing. "Why not become someone who can protect yourself?" Ji Yu turned to her, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Your uncle Jin wishes to reclaim control of the Jin family, and for Jin Chen to do so, he must encounter an unfortunate incident." Song Qian enunciated the phrase unfortunate incident with significant weight, her eyes flashing with a ruthless glint. While we cannot control Jin Chen, you share a blood relation with Ji Yin, and there are certain similarities. After administering a drug to Jin Chen, you could ensnare him into the Jin household and look for an opportunity to eliminate him. Ji Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly laughing in shock at Song Qian's audacity. You want me to be the murderer? An unfortunate incident does not equate to a murderer. Once we obtain the Jin family, you can reinvent yourself and continue living as the young master, with both Chunjiang and the standby needing to heed your wishes. Song Qian nonchalantly adjusted the blanket, her tone light. Little you, do you truly care about who you share a bed with? Ji Yu gazed at her callous mother and suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, it matters little at this point. It's all the same who I sleep with. No matter what, it cannot be worse than my current predicament. Perhaps it is worth the gamble. Very well, I agree. A few days later, Ji Weishue surveyed the documents reflecting the ongoing withdrawal of investments, his countenance darkening. Yan, aware that his mother's death was orchestrated by him, would surely not be swayed again. Ji Yu, much like his mother, was frivolous and unreliable. Not a single individual was capable of aiding him. They were nothing but a pack of ungrateful ingrates. He discarded the documents onto the floor, consumed with thoughts of how to salvage the company. The relentless pressure from Chunjiang and Jin Chen had left him utterly drained. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Ji Weishue, suppressing his irritation, answered. His expression shifted dramatically, and he rose to his feet. He paced anxiously in his study, recalling how he had dismissed everyone aware of the matter from a city years ago. After all this time, it was impossible for evidence to resurface. Even if Ji Yin pursued legal action, what could it amount to? It was merely relying on Jin Chen's willingness to stir up trouble. They would undoubtedly lack evidence. Ji Weishue paused to reflect, feeling somewhat relieved, and promptly reached out to contact a lawyer. Meanwhile, at the Jin family villa, Jin Chen learned of the successful lawsuit and realized that the lawyer and Lu Chong had gathered substantial evidence. He shared this news with Ji Yin, who was undeniably elated, though his eyes soon glistened with unshed tears. After all these years, he had contemplated seeking evidence to avenge his mother, yet confined within the Ji household by Ji Yu. What evidence could he possibly obtain? After encountering Jin Chen, every matter was safeguarded by him, and the burdens of his heart were gradually resolved. The sensation of being loved was truly exquisite. Ji Yin nestled into Jin Chen's embrace, his cheek pressed against the nape of his neck, his emotions in turmoil. Perhaps it was due to the knowledge that his mother could finally rest, or perhaps it was the overwhelming sentiment that stirred him to the brink of tears. Yet, Jin Chen had expressed his aversion to seeing him cry. Let me see. Is Yin Bao secretly shedding tears again? Jin Chen pondered, drawing him from his embrace. But Ji Yin clung tightly around his neck, refusing to budge, as if in a playful defiance. The court hearing was just 2 days away. Would Yin Bao need to provide eyewitness testimony? Jin Chen contemplated this and inquired about Ji Yin's thoughts. Even though the lawyer had assured them that the current evidence was ample enough to indict Ji Weishue. I want to go. I must go, Ji Yin declared, lifting his head with an unprecedented determination. I want to witness Ji Weishue's confession. All right, I will heed your wishes, Jin Chen replied, observing the youthful boy's reddened nose from crying, which made him chuckle as he pinched his cheek, resembling a weeping kitten. Unfortunately, their travel plans had been continually postponed. They would have to wait until after the art exhibition to depart. Ji Yin did not quite comprehend Jin Chen's insistence on traveling, so he burrowed back into the comforting embrace and resumed watching television. 2 days later, at the Supreme People's Court of City A, Ji Weishue strode in with an air of arrogance, clearly prepared, his lawyer trailing behind with a look of resignation. In the plaintiff's seat, Jin Chen and Ji Yin did not spare Ji Weishue a glance. Once the clerk confirmed that all parties were present, the presiding judge announced the commencement of the hearing. During the courtroom debate, the defendant's lawyer, who initially had little confidence, turned pale upon hearing the series of evidence presented by the plaintiff's attorney. Hadn't Ji Weishue claimed that the other side lacked evidence? The opposing evidence was almost vivid enough to reenact the crime scene from that year. With every revelation, Ji Weishue's anxiety intensified. He could not fathom how Jin Chen had acquired such information, particularly the former nanny and the destroyed surveillance footage that had resurfaced. Furthermore, there was evidence of his infidelity, the very evidence that Ji Yan's mother had discovered. Hadn't he locked it away in his study? The presiding judge turned to Ji Wei Shui, requesting the defendant and his lawyer to speak. The defendant's lawyer, for the first time, wished he were mute. His professional integrity compelled him to speak. Yet each argument was met with logical rebuttals from the plaintiff's lawyer. Ultimately, he conceded, "I shall leave the remainder to my client." Ji Wei Shui felt his legs weaken, unable to utter anything but a repeated claim that their evidence was fabricated. The outcome was all but predetermined. The defendant's lawyer had initially managed to argue for a charge of passionate homicide, which could warrant only a 10-year sentence. However, he suddenly lost control in court, hurling insults at his deceased wife. The presiding judge promptly sentenced him to life imprisonment with a 2-year reprieve. Ji Yan watched as Ji Wei Shui was led away, tears shimmering in his eyes. He yearned to return to that year, to embrace the version of himself who had witnessed his father's murder of his mother, the one who had wept into unconsciousness through countless nights. Then he said, "Do not fear, for you shall encounter a wonderful person who truly loves you. He will protect you and fulfill all your wishes, liberating you from the perpetual state of fear and hatred." Detected villain's corruption value, 20 cumulative, 5 affection value, 5 cumulative, 100. Congratulations, host. The voice of 0731 was filled with unbridled joy. Jin Chen smiled, kissing the cheerful Ji Yan, and whispered in his ear, "Yan Bao, I love you." Ji Yan turned back, feeling the intensity of Jin Chen's affection, and his heart was instantly filled. He softly replied, "I love you too, Chen. Very much for a long, long time." Chapter 24. The rescue of the reclusive boy. 24. Ji Yan's final 5 points of corruption value remained unchanged for several days thereafter. And Jin Chen understood that it was due to Ji Yu and Song Qian. He finally realized the intention behind Jin Tianhua's actions in taking Ji Yu away. Sending him to seduce himself was both a beautiful ruse and a treacherous trap. Choosing the company's time frame to use Ji Yan's identity to lure him to a hotel, only to have Ji Yu entice him, Jin Chen scoffed at the information on his phone. Such a crude tactic was indeed a testament to Jin Tianhua's cunning. After a moment of contemplation, he called Ji Yan. A few seconds after the connection was made, a soft, sleepy voice replied, "Chen?" The boy was evidently still in bed, his voice tinged with the drowsiness of slumber. "Yan Bao, today Song Qian will likely show you some photos. Do not believe anything. They're all part of their scheme. I will handle it and return shortly. Understood?" Ji Yan nuzzled against Jin Chen's pillow, becoming slightly more alert upon hearing those words. "What should I do?" "You need do nothing. Just rest and paint at home while awaiting my return." "All right, I will wait for you." Ji Yan paused, and then added sleepily, "Bring back pudding." Jin Chen chuckled. "Very well, I shall bring you pudding." After hanging up the phone, Jin Chen took his time, methodically processing the documents that required his signature and approval before driving to the hotel mentioned in the message. Simultaneously, he instructed 0731 to send an anonymous message to Chun Jiang, requesting him to arrive at the hotel in half an hour. Ji Yu, clad in a revealing bathrobe, had meticulously undergone surgery to erase all his scars in recent days, and he had made significant progress. To ensure the plan's success, he had not only laced the tea he intended to offer Jin Chen with a drug, but had also infused the room's aromatherapy with it, ensuring that even if Jin Chen refused the tea, the scent would incite desire. He would not allow himself to be overwhelmed by fear and tension. As the doorbell rang, Ji Yu clenched his fist, suppressing an inexplicable fear, and rose to answer the door. "Brother Chen." Jin Chen feigned irritation. "Where's Ji Yan? Why are you here?" Hearing his cold tone, Ji Yu bit his lip, adopting a feeble demeanor and even mimicking Ji Yan's expression. "It concerns Ji Yan. I have something to discuss with you. Would you please come in?" Jin Chen seemed to ponder for a moment before stepping inside. The instant he entered the room, he noticed 2 hidden cameras concealed behind the headboard and beside the table. How poorly disguised they were, he thought. Observing Jin Chen's tall and slender figure, Ji Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming envy for Ji Yan, as well as regret for his own actions. Had he chosen Jin Chen instead of Chen Jiang back then, how much better it would have been. Brother Chen, sit here, Ji Yu said with a smile, pouring another cup of water for him after Jin Chen took a seat. Jin Chen gazed at the clear, transparent water, feeling no stirrings within, and refrained from drinking, instead directing his attention back to Ji Yu. What exactly do you wish to convey? Noticing his reluctance to drink, Ji Yu did not press the matter. Rising under the pretext of fetching something, he lifted the lid of the incense, allowing the fragrance to permeate the air more swiftly. Upon returning to the table, he saw that Jin Chen had already consumed the water. With a glimmer of delight in his eyes, he said, Brother Chen, Ji Yin is not as good as you imagine. You see, the one who saved Xinjiang back then was not me, but Ji Yin. Oh, Jin Chen. Hearing footsteps outside the room, smirked. Does Chen Jiang know about this? Ji Yin had deliberately told Xinjiang that it was Ji Yu who saved him, so as not to let Xinjiang feel indebted to him for his life. Because of this so-called saving grace, Chen Jiang has refused to let me go until now. As Ji Yu sought to justify his actions, he waited for the medicine to take effect, drowning his own nervousness by drinking his cup of pure water. Observing the flush on Ji Yu's face, Jin Chen averted his gaze in distaste, his tone remaining icy. Fine, I understand. 0731, disable the camera. Understood. Ji Yu felt the surging desire within him and cast a puzzled glance at the incense. Could a few drops of medicine be so potent? But why was Jin Chen? Suddenly, Ji Yu's gaze darted between Jin Chen and his own cup, his expression shifting abruptly. You. Next. Let Xinjiang handle it with you. Jin Chen rose, taking the incense with him as he passed through the threshold, opening the door to catch a glimpse of the furious Chen Jiang, relishing in his misfortune. You truly are in a dreadful situation. Chen Jiang paid no heed to Jin Chen, rushing straight into the room. Instead of leaving the hotel immediately, Jin Chen booked a room to cleanse himself of the lingering scent before purchasing pudding and driving home. Host, why did you not simply send Xinjiang to the hotel? Why go yourself? 0731 inquired, puzzled. If I don't lure Jin Tianhua and Song Qian there, how can I catch them all in one net? Jin Chen replied with a smile, making a phone call. Hello. I wish to report that there are individuals engaging in prostitution in rooms 23 and 24 on the 8th floor of the Mingya Hotel. 0731 suddenly comprehended. So, the host had placed the incense from room 23 into room 24, which he had just bathed in, and switched the room numbers so that Jin Tianhua and Song Qian would also be affected. Jin Tianhua had yet to divorce and would now also face charges of infidelity during marriage. Upon returning home, Ji Yin emerged from the studio at the first opportunity, seeking a kiss from Jin Chen. Gazing into the youth's clear, bright eyes, Jin Chen leaned down for a deep kiss before releasing the slightly breathless Ji Yin. Did Song Qian send you any photos? Ji Yin nodded, presenting his phone for Jin Chen to see. Perhaps due to some editing, the photos appeared rather suggestive, and Jin Chen chose not to dwell on the provocative images, instead asking Ji Yin, "Are you hurt?" Ji Yin shook his head with a smile, tightening his embrace around Jin Chen's neck, expressing his trust in him. "You're truly a good boy, Yin Bao." Jin Chen handed him the pudding and said, "Let us go. I shall accompany you to paint." By the time the police arrived, Ji Yu was on the verge of losing his sanity. Tormented nearly to death by the frenzied Chen Jiang, his body marred and bruised from the relentless strikes of a belt. Yet, under the influence of drugs, he appeared oblivious to the coercion he had endured. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Jin Tianhua and Song Qian reveled in their mischief. Eventually, those who regained their senses could only gaze at the aromatic liquid and the drugs, unable to refute the evidence. After all, it was indeed Jin Tianhua and Song Qian who had orchestrated this. Chen Jiang, claiming he was wrongfully accused, took Ji Yu away from the police station. In contrast, Jin Tianhua and Song Qian, charged with procuring illegal substances and engaging others in prostitution, found themselves detained at the precinct. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Chen brought Jin's mother back to the country and initiated divorce proceedings. Jin Tianhua, having committed adultery during marriage, had repeatedly attempted to murder his own son. Jin's mother even uncovered evidence of Jin Tianhua's past crimes, including the murder of a mistress and an illegitimate child. Ultimately, facing multiple charges, he was stripped of his assets and sentenced to 15 years in prison. After Song Qian's detention, the Ji family was entirely absorbed by the Jin group, leaving her devoid of any support. Accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, she sold all her expensive jewelry and handbags, drifting through her days in a haze of despair. Meanwhile, Ji Yu, taken home by Chun Jiang, lost all semblance of freedom, causing Chun Jiang to lose the last remnants of his affection. Ji Yu, battered and bruised, found himself in a fate akin to Ji Yan's in the original narrative. Yet, unlike Ji Yan, he lacked the courage to embrace death, enduring a torment far worse than dying. Chapter 25. The Rescue of the Gentle Senior. Once Jin Chen resolved all matters, on the eve of the art exhibition, he conveyed the current plight of Song Qian and Ji Yu to Ji Yan. After listening intently, Ji Yan sat on the bed in a daze for a prolonged moment, his myriad thoughts crystallizing into a tender kiss planted upon Jin Chen's lips. He did not perceive Jin Chen's actions as particularly cruel. It was clear that Ji Yu and Song Qian had brought this upon themselves. Had Jin Chen not intervened, he would have sought a way to eliminate the two who had tormented him for years, ultimately choosing to perish alongside his memories of his mother and Ji Wei. That night, Ji Yan was particularly proactive. The moon hung high, and the atmosphere within the room was thick with an intimate tension. Observing the finally depleted darkness within, 0731 wisely refrained from intruding, content to retreat into its small dark chamber for slumber. Ji Yan's art exhibition unfolded seamlessly, attracting numerous patrons drawn by his reputation as the competition's first-place winner. Upon witnessing his work, many expressed profound admiration for his artistic prowess and aesthetic sensibility. Among the most captivating pieces was a painting entitled "1,000 Paper Cranes." On the table, a singular pink paper crane nestled beside two blue ones, all set against a backdrop of an impenetrable abyss of ink, while before them sparkled the twinkling lights of hope. At the side of the table, two hands interlocked in a tender embrace conveyed a profound sentiment, allowing visitors to sense that these hands belonged to a pair of exceptionally devoted lovers. For the emotions captured in the artwork were simply too intense to overlook. The first time Jin Chen beheld this painting, he was deeply moved by the love that Ji Yan had poured into it. He chose to propose to Ji Yan on the day the exhibition concluded. The sun shone brightly that day, yet it did not scorch. Jin Chen donned a pristine white suit, kneeling on one knee, the diamond ring on his hand shimmering brightly. Sunlight bathed him in a dazzling warmth. All the darkness within Ji Yan dissipated, leaving only a gentle tide of affection. He had often fantasized about rescuing his angel, only to realize that the angel had long been by his side. "I am willing," Ji Yan heard himself say. He finally understood why Jin Chen had always placed such importance on their dual journeys. On the 6th afternoon of failing to rise, the amiable Ji Yan finally kicked Jin Chen out of bed, who spends 6 days of vacation cooped up in a hotel. The attractions lay just outside, yet he could not muster the energy to get up. It was exasperating. Jin Chen climbed back into bed, embracing him along with the blankets, softly coaxing, "I promise. Tonight, I will take you to the hot springs." Ji Yan grumbled, "You said the same last night." Jin Chen chuckled lightly, pulling Ji Yan from the covers into his embrace, assuring him, "Tonight it is true. I have booked a private hot spring." Ji Yan huffed and nestled in his arms, closing his eyes to rest, placing Jin Chen's hand on his waist. Uncomfortable, in the dead of night, they indeed ventured out of their room, and Ji Yan experienced the hot springs, albeit with a touch of fervor. "Congratulations, host. Task completed, earning 500 points, cumulative total 900. Jin Chen accompanied Ji Yan until the end of his life, before departing the small world and returning to the system's space to rest. He reverted to his original appearance, resembling his form in the small world, yet exhibiting greater elegance and nobility. His eyes were a deep blue, reminiscent of the vast ocean, both captivating and intimidating. He sat silently on the sofa for an extended period. 0731 flew to his side, hesitated, and finally inquired, "Host, according to regulations, you must undergo memory erasure. Otherwise, It will affect the progress in the next world. Jin Chen rubbed his temples, his voice icy. The regulations of the rescue department? 0731 nodded, manifesting as a winged white orb in the space, with short limbs and an adorably soft demeanor. What do the regulations of the rescue department have to do with the people of the counterattack department? 0731 was about to offer further explanation when it sensed an urgent summons from the main system. Host, please wait a moment. The Lingguan main system is urgently calling. I must attend to it immediately. Jin Chen waved his hand dismissively. A little over 10 minutes later, 0731 returned to the space. The first thing it exclaimed upon seeing Jin Chen was, "Host, do you want a wife?" Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, his deep blue gaze fixed intently on 0731. "What do you mean?" With an exuberant tone, 0731 responded. "Lingguan said your task is special. The antagonist in the small world you need to save is essentially the same soul." "Oh." Jin Chen's eyes narrowed. "Who is it?" "I do not know. Lingguan stated this is confidential, and my authority is insufficient." 0731 paused, noticing Jin Chen's expression that suggested he deemed it useless. It squatted down, drawing circles in frustration. "Host, do not worry. After a few more worlds, I will be able to upgrade. Will it be after I enter the world that I become that person?" "Indeed. Thus, you need not erase your memory." Jin Chen finally revealed his first smile upon entering the space. "Let's proceed to the next world." "Ah, good." 0731 swiftly ascended. Pressing the control panel button, Jin Chen's consciousness returned, engulfed by a cacophony. He opened his eyes, discerning the surroundings. Song Yu waved his hand before Jin Chen's eyes, asking, "What is wrong?" "Nothing," Jin Chen instinctively replied. "Host, he is your class monitor, confirming the dormitory. Just respond affirmatively. Then let us arrange for room 307 in building C of zone 2, the same dormitory as mine." "How does that sound?" Jin Chen replied. "That works, thank you." "Monitor." Song Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. You just transferred here. Reach out to me if you need anything." He handed the key to Jin Chen. "You should familiarize yourself with the environment and pick up your key from the dormitory supervisor." Upon entering the dormitory, Jin Chen found it empty, allowing him to absorb the world's narrative, transmitting original host memories and plot. This is a college campus romance story. The antagonist, Shun Qingxi, a dance major, faced a decline in family fortune during university. Following a tragic plane accident, he seldom interacted with others, possessing a gentle yet resilient nature. The protagonist, Qizhe, upon entering university, became infatuated with the sophomore Shun Qingxi, deliberately orchestrating a means to approach him, intending to deepen their relationship after Shun Qingxi grew accustomed to his friendship. However, Shun Qingxi distinctly expressed his disinterest, provoking Qizhe's wrath, who subsequently pursued a relationship with Shun Qingxi's roommate, Lin Luo, who had long harbored feelings for him. Subsequently, Shun Qingxi's private photos and dance attire were maliciously circulated on the campus forum, becoming a topic of rampant gossip, followed by videos that exposed his family background, subjecting him to vile insults and harassment from delinquents. Shun Qingxi was acutely aware of the instigator's identity, thus retaliating by releasing photos of Lin Luo drinking with others, exposing their actions during the campus dance competition. Instead of clearing his name, he was ordered to withdraw from the school, later discovering that Qizhe's father was a stakeholder in the institution. Lin Luo further leveraged the Qi family's influence to obstruct Shun Qingxi's path in the art world, ultimately leading to Shun Qingxi's severe depression and tragic demise by suicide. Chapter 26. Saving the Gentle Senior 02. Host. Your identity is that of a cheerful and optimistic transfer student, a classmate and roommate of the protagonist Qizhe. Is that all? A charming, affluent, and sunny transfer student of mixed Chinese and English heritage. 0731 added. Ding. Side quest. Please address the forum posts that defame the antagonist. Jin Chen opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness shimmering in his gaze. The plot had progressed to the point where Shun Qingxi's dance costume photos had been posted on the forum for a week. The original host had transferred in during his sophomore year and had not chosen this dormitory, having no connection to the protagonist's storyline. He opened his notebook and accessed the school forum. The header image was a photograph of Jin Chen's silhouette. He stood bare-chested, with slightly tousled hair obscuring his eyes. Yet his exquisite profile was evident. Adorned only in seamless square-cut briefs, the angle of the shot was quite cunning, as if captured through a crack in the door. Jin Chen's fingers danced across the keyboard, and in a matter of moments, every post featuring that image was eradicated. However, what remained did not persist. "Host, are you not going to take action? I have my own plans." Jin Chen closed his notebook. Following the incident with Qi Zhe, Shen Qingxi would undoubtedly be wary of trusting others, particularly those who approached him with intention. His current objective was to engineer coincidences that would escape Shen Qingxi's notice. As evening arrived, the other residents of the dorm returned. Class leader Lin Yu, the protagonist Qi Zhe, and Ma Bing, who in the original narrative was manipulated by Qi Zhe as a mere pawn to facilitate his romance, entered. Qi Zhe greeted Jin Chen with a smile, though a flicker of wariness lingered in his eyes, for Jin Chen's beauty was indeed striking. His mixed heritage bestowed upon him a remarkable bone structure, rendering his facial lines both smooth and exquisite. His sharp features, with slightly brown irises and a prominent nose, revealed a youthful innocence accentuated by his charming smile, complete with distinct canine teeth. Noticing Qi Zhe's expression, Jin Chen smiled even more radiantly, reciprocating his greeting. Qi Zhe offered a few polite responses before retreating to the balcony to take a phone call. Ma Bing, intrigued, glanced at Jin Chen, who was leisurely organizing his belongings. "Why did you transfer to our school? Wasn't it enjoyable abroad?" "In order to return home and inherit my family fortune," Jin Chen replied with a bright smile. Ma Bing was momentarily taken aback, his face contorting in disbelief. How could there be so many wealthy individuals in this world? He dismissed this disheartening thought and launched into a game, wreaking havoc in the virtual realm. The original character indeed had an inheritance to claim, and Jin Chen opened the specific management regulations of the company sent by his father. At 11 p.m., half an hour after the library closed. "Host, the poor soul is now locked in the library by Lin Lu. In the original story, he suffered from heat stroke that night and was incapacitated for a week before recovering." Jin Chen immediately rose, swapping his shirt for a short-sleeved one as he prepared to leave. Lin Yu inquired, "Where are you going?" "I'm off to the supermarket to buy shampoo." Jin Chen casually fabricated an excuse, exiting without a backward glance. Lin Yu scratched his head, puzzled, as he had just taken a shower. On the third floor of the library, the reading room felt stifling on this sweltering summer night in September. The residual chill of the air conditioning was dissipating, and even breathing felt heavy with warmth. Shen Qingxi held his phone, uncertain of whom to call. After a prolonged silence, he pocketed his phone and seated himself by the window, gazing dreamily at the starry sky. Yet, in the end, it proved futile. On a windless night, the small reading room felt increasingly claustrophobic, and Shen Qingxi began to feel slightly dizzy. In a daze, he thought he heard footsteps. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there?" Jin Chen heard no response, furrowing his brow as he swiftly unlocked the door. He then found himself face-to-face with Shen Qingxi, who was holding a chair. "What are you doing?" Jin Chen asked. Shen Qingxi lowered the chair, apologizing. "I thought it was." He trailed off, clearly assuming it was yet another thug summoned by Lin Lu. The moment Jin Chen fully took in Shen Qingxi's appearance, a familiar flutter surged within him. With a refined and somewhat attractive appearance, his gentle brows and eyes, deep and dark, seemed to shimmer with a soft light, tempering his striking features, resembling a cultured gentleman emerging from a painting. Even though his looks differed from those of the previous world, he was certain that he was indeed the same person. No one else could evoke such a profound sense of emotion within him. Detected antagonist in this world, current corruption value 60, task requirement. Reduce corruption value to 0. Alter the antagonist's tragic fate. Shen Qingxi felt a sense of unease and, pursing her lips, inquired, "How do you know there is someone inside?" Just moments ago, while shopping at the supermarket, she had glimpsed a figure in white standing by the darkened library window across the street. Jin Chen pointed outside, a hint of bashfulness in his smile, I thought it was a fortuitous encounter on my first day at school, so I came in to take a look. He then jingled the keys in his hand, having also borrowed a key from the security guard downstairs. Believing his vivid description, Sun Qingxi nearly accepted his words as truth. Thank you. I lost track of time and ended up locked in here. Jin Chen could see that Sun Qingxi's smile did not reach her eyes. Her apparent gentleness masked a formidable emotional barrier. He thought to himself that he knew how to save her. It's nothing at all. Jin Chen said as he stepped outside first. Let us go. It's quite hot here, and one could easily suffer from heat stroke. Sun Qingxi politely nodded, trailing a step behind him. On her first day at school, she realized he must be a new student as well. Otherwise, how could he be so amiable upon seeing her? She thought to herself, wallowing in self-pity. In the dimly lit corridor, a hushed atmosphere enveloped them. After exiting the library, Sun Qingxi had intended to return directly to her dormitory, but Jin Chen called out to her. Wait a moment. I'll be right back. With that, he dashed across the street to the supermarket and returned a few minutes later, handing her a chilled drink. This is for you. Your face is turning pale from the heat. Sun Qingxi's fingers curled slightly as she accepted the water, murmuring her thanks. Jin Chen, with utmost seriousness, urged her. Drink up quickly. Once you do, I'll head back to the dorm. We have classes tomorrow. Reluctantly, she tilted her head back and drank. The icy water slid down her throat, alleviating the oppressive heat within her. Jin Chen smiled and clinked his drink against hers. Cheers. I'm off to the dorm now. The tall young man's bright and sunny smile inadvertently drew one from Sun Qingxi as well. Sun Qingxi's dormitory was located in the opposite direction of Jin Chen's, and they bid each other farewell. When Lin Lu saw Sun Qingxi return to the dormitory, his eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, he could not inquire further, for that would confirm his role in locking her inside the reading room. Frustrated, Lin Lu turned away and resumed his video chat with his boyfriend, Qi Zhe. In a corner of the screen, he suddenly noticed a handsome stranger entering Qi Zhe's dormitory, one who was even more striking than the campus heartthrob, Qi Zhe. Lin Lu gasped, Xiao Zhe, who is that behind you? Is he your new roommate? Qi Zhe, perceptive to the awe in Lin Lu's gaze, frowned in discomfort. Yes, a transfer student, he replied, irritation creeping into his tone. Please refrain from capturing others in your videos. It is quite impolite. The voice startled Sun Qingxi, who was in the midst of preparing for his evening routine. This voice belonged to the individual from earlier. He was not a newcomer, but rather a classmate of Qi Zhe. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over Sun Qingxi. Soon, he would undoubtedly heed Qi Zhe's words and see his own reputation plummet. Chapter 27. The Rescue of the Gentle Senior 03. The following day, perhaps due to lingering psychological shadows, Sun Qingxi opted not to visit the library, nor did he return to his dormitory. After completing his dance practice, he sought out an empty classroom to study. By a stroke of coincidence, he encountered that same individual again. He lowered his gaze. Could this truly be yet another coincidence? Jin Chen greeted him with a casual hey as he entered the classroom. Clad in a white hoodie and wearing matching over-ear headphones, with a black bag slung over his shoulder, his eyes brightened upon seeing Sun Qingxi. Jin Chen took the initiative. What a coincidence to run into you here in the finance department's building. Sun Qingxi paused, realizing that this was indeed the finance building. And since Jin Chen was Qi Zhe's roommate, it made sense that they shared the same major. He relaxed and smiled in response. Actually, I'm just here because I found an empty classroom. Jin Chen nodded and took a couple of steps closer before falling silent. Choosing a spot to sit and opening his bag, seemingly engrossed in his studies. The only sound in the classroom was the hum of the air conditioning. 10 minutes later, Jin Chen closed his book with a pained expression, resting his head on the desk. Advanced mathematics is like an incomprehensible scripture of a new era. Sun Qingxi's thoughts were interrupted by this exclamation, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Jin Chen immediately turned to him, a hint of displeasure in his brow. Are you laughing at me? Upon noticing the book in his hands, his eyes brightened again. Classmate, how are your grades? Sun Qingxi, who had consecutively ranked first in the dance department for 3 years, replied modestly, they're average. Jin Chen, however, seemed unconvinced and moved closer, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. No way. Aren't you the top of the dance department? How about we make a deal? Shen Qingxi's fingers paused on the pages of his book as he lifted his gaze, a chill creeping into his eyes. You know who I am. So you must have seen the photos and rumors on the forum. Are you asking about the forum? Don't overthink it. I don't believe them, Jin Chen interjected, pointing to his own eyes. I only trust what I see. You tutor me in advanced mathematics to ensure I don't fail at the end of the term, and I'll help you resolve the forum photos. As Shen Qingxi gazed into his clear, profound eyes, he found himself inexplicably reluctant to refuse, despite having Qi Zhe as a cautionary tale. All right, I'll teach you when I have some free time. Thank you, senior. Jin Chen readily acquiesced. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you my schedule. Once they successfully exchanged WeChat information, Jin Chen did not linger, returning to his studies for a while before excusing himself from the classroom under the pretext of attending class. Host, are you not going to stay? What a splendid opportunity for some private time together. Progress gradually. He is currently quite guarded. If I appear too eager, it may backfire, and I could end up without a partner. However, he glanced at Qi Zhe, who was approaching the teaching building. He would have to return soon. Not long after Jin Chen departed, Qi Zhe arrived at the classroom. What are you doing here? I've been searching for you for quite a while. Shen Qingxi furrowed his brows, visibly displeased. What do you want? He wished to distance himself from Qi Zhe, who seemed unwilling to maintain even the most basic courtesy. Qi Zhe's gaze fixated on the individual before him. I don't know who posted the photos on the forum, but your recent aloofness is due to Lin Lo, isn't it? Shen Qingxi slammed his book shut, his previously gentle demeanor vanishing. You know very well who is responsible. Don't play innocent. Qi Zhe, you're truly repugnant. Ku Isha, infuriated, retorted, if you agreed to be with me, none of this would have happened. He attempted to grasp Shen Qingxi's hand, but Shen deftly evaded, his inner fury intensifying. No one had ever rejected him so vehemently, time and again. Ku Isha, are you out of your mind? This is a classroom. Shen Qingxi exclaimed as Qi Zhe seized his arm, trying to break free but was forcefully restrained. His once serene eyes now glinted with anger, slightly reddening. He regretted ever believing this devil-ass words. The idea of friendship had cost him his innocence and efforts. Qi Zhe suddenly noticed that Shen Qingxi's anger made him even more captivating, inciting an urge to torment him further. Shen Qingxi's unrestrained hand found a pen on the desk, gripping it tightly. At that moment, the classroom door swung open once again. Senior, what are you all doing? Jin Chen stepped inside, surprise evident in his eyes. Qi Zhe glared fiercely. It's none of your business. Seizing the opportunity, while Qi Zhe was distracted, Shen Qingxi withdrew his hand and stepped back, revealing red marks encircling his arm. Detected villain's darkening value. 5, cumulative total, 65. A sharp glint flashed in Jin Chen's eyes as he strode forward, shielding Shen Qingxi behind him, pointing at Qi Zhe with an angry tone. How dare you bully a senior? Don't you have a boyfriend? Qi Zhe frowned, his gaze flitting between the two. Since when did you two become close? His words were harsh, and Shen Qingxi, unwilling to lose face before Jin Chen, retorted angrily. Qi Zhe, don't overstep your bounds. Not everyone is like you. Exactly. A filthy person sees everyone as filthy. Jin Chen shot a disdainful glance at Qi Zhe. Clenching his fists, Qi Zhe mockingly turned his gaze to Shen Qingxi. So, because I'm with your roommate, you go after mine? Jin Chen could no longer contain himself and delivered a powerful punch to Qi Zhe's face. He exerted considerable force. An ordinary person would hardly withstand it, and Qi Zhe was forcefully hurled against the desk, remaining incapacitated for a while. If you can't speak properly, then keep quiet. The senior is not the kind of person you think he is. In Shen Qingxi's eyes, Jin Chen had merely given Qi Zhe a light punch, yet the latter had collapsed onto the desk. Suspecting Qi Zhe had another trick up his sleeve, Shen Qingxi did not wish to linger and grasped Jin Chen's arm. Let us go, his mind is not right. Don't stoop to his level. Jin Chen instinctively held Shen Qingxi's hand, picked up the book he had intentionally left behind, and turned to leave with him. Qi Zhe, in pain and dazed, struggled to regain his senses. The two individuals held hands and walked a considerable distance. Only when they sensed the gazes of others did Shen Qingxi belatedly withdraw his hand. Jin Chen halted his steps and turned back to look at him, asking, "What's the matter, senior?" Before Shen Qingxi could respond, he anxiously added, "You are upset with me, are you?" I acted impulsively and hit him. Taking a deep breath in the space, Shen Qingxi noted the heavy scent of tea. He shook his head, assuring him, "I'm not upset with you. Thank you for helping me out." He thought to himself that it couldn't have been intentional to hold hands for so long. Jin Chen then smiled once more, asserting, "Don't listen to him, senior. He is quite peculiar, and he is not as bad as he claims." Shen Qingxi felt an uncontrollable flutter in his heart at that moment. He lifted his lips into a genuine smile, replying, "All right, I want to listen." Suddenly, Jin Chen reached out to tousle his hair. The softness of his strands felt delightful. "Don't be sad, senior. I'll delete all the posts as soon as I return to the dorm." Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Qingxi felt somewhat dazed. The sensation of that gentle touch lingered on his head, and for some reason, his heart raced at the mere thought of it. He turned on a small fan to cool his slightly flushed face, attempting to calm himself. "It must be the heat outside," he reasoned. Lennon cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, "You seem quite composed now. You must be enjoying the photos circulating on the forum. They certainly make it easier for you to attract someone." The other two roommates exchanged glances but remained silent. Shen Qingxi chose to ignore him completely, pretending he hadn't heard. After showering, he drew the curtains around his bed and quietly read a book. Once Jin Chen returned to the dormitory, he noticed a message from Shen Qingxi expressing gratitude. Feeling delighted, he sat down to reply, "No need to thank me. Just await the good news, senior." He then sent a playful dog emoji waving its paw. Curious, he clicked into Shen Qingxi's moments. The last update dated back 3 years, devoid of any text, featuring only a photograph of the moon. Jin Chen knew that was the day of his parents' tragic plane crash. He turned off his phone and opened his high-performance laptop to begin deleting posts from the forum. In the space, the system observed the swift movements of its host's fingers across the screen filled with intricate code. "Host, your skills are quite impressive," it remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened by its perceived obsolescence. "There is something I need you to do," it added. The system brightened. "What is it?" "Using that company's identity. Invest in this school, ensuring your shares exceed Chi-S. Understood. I'll take care of it right away." Half an hour later, students logging into the forum discovered a complete transformation of the section. The interface had become sophisticated, all photos of Shen Qingxi vanished, and posts were deleted. Most notably, at the top of the forum page, a bold message read, "Surf the internet civilly, prohibit online violence, become a quality university student of the new era." When attempting to post again, if one included Shen Qingxi's photo, the post would disappear, followed by an account ban. Those surfing the forum were left to ponder who the mastermind behind this was, prompting discussions about the anonymous genius responsible for the change. Isn't it beyond the capabilities of the brilliant minds at the School of Computer Science? On the first floor, I inquired with the experts from the department, and they all expressed their ignorance. On the second floor, did Shen Qingxi enlist the help of some remarkable individual? Is it due to feeling guilty or angry? Senior, the post has been thoroughly addressed. Please take a look. Upon receiving Jin Chen's message, Shen Qingxi glanced at the forum and, as expected, could no longer find any of his photographs. Upon seeing the bold letters at the top of the page, he couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes misting with emotion. "Thank you. Detected villainous transformation value. 10, cumulative. 55. The host is splendid. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Reward points. 300. After receiving the message, Jin Chen did not continue the conversation, but instead shared a moment on social media. The accompanying image was of the moon outside his window, with the caption proclaiming that the moon should be bright and luminous. Lin Yu felt a sense of wonder. Our university truly harbors extraordinary talent. Nevertheless, the removal of the post is for the best, as it could distract others from their studies. He glanced at Jin Chen, noticing the smile on his face while he looked at his phone, an incredibly handsome sight. "Jin Chen, who are you chatting with? You appear so joyful." Jin Chen cleared his throat twice, yet his smile remained. With a senior. Oh, I thought you might have developed feelings for someone. You have no idea. In just a few days, many people have expressed interest in your contact information. Jin Chen raised his gaze to Lin Yu. I am attracted to boys. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then asked, so you truly have feelings for someone? He nodded, a hint of bashfulness evident. I'm still pursuing him. He is unaware. Ma Bing suddenly poked his head out from behind the curtain. I can help you figure this out. He excitedly climbed down from his bed, moving a chair next to Jin Chen, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. I excel at resolving others' romantic dilemmas. Jin Chen flashed a smile, revealing his dimples. All right, thank you. Once I succeed, I shall treat you all to a meal. Lin Yu, curious, inquired, who is this senior? Are they from our major? Jin Chen pressed his lips together, seemingly unsure of how to respond, glancing toward Qi Zai's position. It's senior Shen Qingzi. Wow, Shen Qingzi. Ma Bing exclaimed in shock. How could you have feelings for him? Seeing Jin Chen's expression, he quickly added, of course, I have no objections to him. But what about the rumors circulating on the forum? Don't you care? Moreover, Qi Zai has pursued him for so long with no progress. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. With a sigh, Jin Chen opened his notebook, his tone hesitant. I'm unsure whether I should disclose this, but the posts on the forum were deleted by me. I traced many of the initial sources of the rumors and photographs. They all originated from one location. Lin Yu asked what location. Our dormitory, the phone and wireless network ending in 0231. Ma Bing and Lin Yu exchanged glances, both staring at Jin Chen's screen in unison. The number ending in 0231 belongs to Qi Zai. So, Qi Zai spread rumors and photographs because he couldn't win Shen Qingxi's affection. Lin Yu concluded calmly. Ma Bing felt a chill run down his spine. How could Qi Zai be so twisted? He.s. ruining his own reputation. Jin Chen closed his computer and looked sincerely at the two. I will not expose this matter. After all, we are classmates. I wish to give him another chance, and I hope you both can join me in keeping the secret. Ma Bing playfully tapped him on the shoulder, assuring him, don't worry. I will help you pursue Shen Qingxi. Lin Yu nodded in agreement once more. Moved by their camaraderie, Jin Chen treated them to a late-night delivery of beer and fried chicken, cementing their brotherhood. They even began to affectionately address one another as big brother and second brother. While the youngest among them, Jin Chen, became the little one. He accepted this title with ease, showing no concern. Despite having known Qi Zai for a year, he had maintained a distance, believing that indulging in such trivial food was beneath him. Thus, the balance between Jin Chen and Qi Zai had notably shifted in favor of Lin Yu and his companion. That evening, Qi Zai chose not to return to the dormitory, but instead went to the hospital. When Lin Yu received his message, he merely responded with an emoji and continued his conversation with Jin Chen. On Wednesday afternoon, during the cultural arts elective class, the atmosphere was markedly different from other casual courses. The esteemed professor leading this class mandated attendance, declaring that tardiness would count as an absence, resulting in a deduction of credits. Consequently, Shen Qingxi arrived early to the classroom, regretting once more his decision to befriend Qi Zai and agreeing to take the same elective. Qi Zai and Lin Lu had deliberately chosen seats in front of him, engaging in intimate conversations that disregarded those around them. Shen Qingxi felt a wave of revulsion wash over him as he lowered his gaze to his book. Hey, senior, what a coincidence. Jin Chen's vibrant voice reached his ears, and Shen Qingxi looked up, somewhat astonished. You're here too? Another coincidence? Before he could ponder further, he noticed Jin Chen seated in a row with two other boys. Directly behind him. Yes, I can class with friends. I really enjoy this course. Shen Qingxi instinctively exhaled in relief, though an inexplicable feeling surged within him. Confused, he shook his head, straightened his posture, and resumed reading. Chapter 29. Saving the Gentle Senior 05 with 10 minutes remaining before class. Jin Chen and Lin Yu engaged in light banter while keeping a watchful eye on Shen Qingxi seated in front of them. The air conditioning in the large classroom was quite brisk, prompting many students to don jackets during lectures. However, Shen Qingxi was only clad in a plain white short-sleeve shirt. Perhaps sensing the chill, he rubbed his arms, a gesture that Jin Chen keenly observed. Skillfully twirling his pen, he poked Shen Qingxi's back. Senior, Could you do me a favor? The playful antics of Lin Yu and Ma Bing ceased instantly, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the unfolding scene. Here it comes. Our little one is starting to pursue someone. Shen Qingzi turned around, inquiring, "What is it?" Jin Chen removed his shirt jacket, his deep, enchanting eyes sparkling with charm. "Senior, could you hold on to my jacket for me? It's quite warm." Without waiting for Shen Qingzi to decline, he draped the jacket over him, utilizing their face-to-face positioning. Shen Qingzi instinctively grasped the collar, momentarily stunned as he locked eyes with Jin Chen's light brown irises. Glancing at the air conditioning unit not far behind Jin Chen, he asked, "Are you truly warm?" To assuage any doubt, Jin Chen placed the back of his hand against Shen Qingzi's face, asking, "How about now?" "Warm, isn't it?" As the warm touch pressed against him, Shen Qingzi felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, prompting him to swiftly turn away, unable to meet his gaze any longer. "All right, remember to take it back after class," he said, turning his body away. The cheek that had brushed against Jin Chen's flushed a deep crimson, the warmth lingering on his skin, his heart racing with an exuberance he could scarcely comprehend. He had initially believed that avoiding Jin Chen would banish this peculiar sensation. Yet he soon caught a whiff of a faint yet intoxicating fragrance, a blend of subtle incense and soap, remarkably clean and singular. Lowering his head to catch the scent, he confirmed it belonged to Jin Chen's shirt. He attempted to dismiss it, yet found himself ensnared by the aroma, akin to an addict, persistently leaning down to inhale it. After several moments of this indulgence, he finally realized the absurdity of his actions. His ears flushed with warmth as he hastily released the collar he had been gripping tightly. Fixing his gaze on the elderly professor who had entered the classroom, he could not tell if it was merely his imagination, but he seemed to hear soft laughter behind him. He chose not to inquire, yet the heat on his face intensified. His mind was clouded with chaotic thoughts, causing him to drift in and out of focus during the lecture, the knowledge imparted to him failing to penetrate his consciousness. Before long, they arrived at the most dreaded segment for all students, the question and answer session. This was a hallmark of the elderly professor, who posed questions related to the course, yet never confined to the material discussed in class. Rather, he extended the inquiry into broader realms. "This second-to-last male student, please come forward to answer this question," the professor instructed, rapping his knuckles against the desk, signaling Shen Qingzi. Shen Qingzi's heart tightened as he slowly rose to his feet. "Who is the creator of the statue of Saint Teresa of Avila?" He exhaled in relief, as this was a topic he had studied. "Gian Lorenzo Bernini," he answered. The professor nodded, then inquired, "What emotions does this statue convey?" A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd, with whispers of disbelief. This was certainly not knowledge within their grasp. Shen Qingzi opened his mouth, only to shake his head and respond, "I'm sorry, Professor, I do not understand." The professor nodded in understanding. Indeed, such a question could only be answered by students specializing in the subject. He did not instruct Shen Qingzi to sit down, but rather shifted his gaze to the other students. This elective course also included several students from the Western Art Aesthetics program. Which student would like to answer for him? He asked. Yet, the classroom fell into an abrupt silence, with not a single hand raised in response. Some genuinely did not know the answer, while others, upon seeing Shen Qingzi, recalled the rumors and photographs associated with him and hesitated to respond. Shen Qingzi clenched his hands at his sides, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I will—" A familiar voice emerged from behind. Shen Qingzi's brow relaxed imperceptibly. Jin Chen raised his hand, and upon receiving the professor's consent, stood up. This sculpture depicts St. Teresa's vision of God in a moment of ecstasy, expressing her yearning for divine love. Bernini has carved the pathos of Teresa's suffering in solid marble, portraying the tender heart of one who is desperately seeking love. It is a collision of pain and affection. The anguish is eternal, as is the love, thus creating a perpetually fragmented emotion. His voice was deep and resonant, deliberately slowed in tempo, enveloped in a languid magnetism, neither hurried nor slow. Many were captivated by his timbre, turning their heads to gaze, only to be further entranced by the ethereal beauty of his sculpted cheeks, involuntarily inhaling deeply. Who is that? An art major? No. He is a sophomore from the finance department, recently transferred, rumored to be of mixed Chinese and British heritage, his family background shrouded in mystery. He is so handsome. I adore him. After Jin Chen's exclamation, the previously quiet classroom began to murmur softly, the praises for Jin Chen distinctly reaching Shun Qingxi's ears. He lowered his gaze, listening to the compliments directed at Jin Chen, feeling a mix of joy and inexplicable discomfort, as if encountering Jin Chen had stirred some strange emotions within him. The elderly professor nodded in satisfaction, remarking on his excellent response. He had incorporated his own understanding and displayed a profound appreciation for artistic emotion. Do leave me your contact information after class. Jin Chen smiled graciously, saying, "Of course, teacher. It's my honor." Only then did the two take their seats. Lin Yu gave Jin Chen a thumbs up, his tone filled with admiration. "Well done. You really articulated that beautifully." Ma Bing nudged Lin Yu with his elbow. "What do you know? This is what we call a hero saving the beauty in the new era." Jin Chen glanced at Shun Qingxi, whose ears had reddened slightly, chuckling softly. "What are you talking about? Pay attention to the class." The 2 class periods swiftly passed, and after exchanging contact information with the professor, Jin Chen sauntered back to his seat. "Little one, let us have the braised chicken from the cafeteria later. I've been craving it for ages." Ma Bing packed up his books while speaking to Jin Chen, casually draping an arm over Lin Yu's shoulder. "You should come too, big brother." Jin Chen nodded, glancing out the window before turning to Shun Qingxi, who was preparing to remove his outerwear. "It's going to rain soon. You should keep it on, senior, lest you catch a cold." Shun Qingxi paused, looking out at the bright sunny day, blinking in confusion. Amused by his expression, Jin Chen couldn't help but ruffle Shun Qingxi's smooth hair. "I mean it. Are you going to have dinner with me?" Shun Qingxi pondered for a moment, but ultimately declined the offer. "I'm sorry, I have to go to the dance studio tonight. You all go ahead." He handed his notebook from his bag to Jin Chen. "These are my calculus notes from sophomore year. Take a look first, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Jin Chen accepted it, appearing immensely pleased, his tone laced with enthusiasm. "Thank you, senior. I appreciate it." Ma Bing's eyes sparkled with mischief as he began to tease. "Little one is indeed fortunate. Shun Qingxi is really nice to him." Meanwhile, not far away, Chi Zhe and Lin Lu listened intently. Chapter 30. The gentle senior rescued 06. Chi Zhe's expression darkened considerably, turning to Shun Qingxi with a mocking tone. "In the past, you wouldn't even accompany me to the library for revision during finals. Yet now you're eager to help him organize his notes." Lin Li's expression was similarly displeased. Glaring at Shun Qingxi, Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, noting the unfriendly gazes from the two, yet his words took on a different tone. "Senior has matters to attend to. I'm not asking him to sacrifice his time, unlike you." Ma Bing chimed in. "You should consider this. Insisting he accompany you to the library during a competition is simply unreasonable." "Lin Yu, Chi Zhe, must you be so unreasonable? You are already with Senior Lin Lu. So let go of the past." Chi Zhe was taken aback that both of them would come to Jin Chen's aid, and he began to speak nonsensically in his frustration. "Have you both lost your minds? How could you know him so well after such a short time?" Chi Zhe pointed at Jin Chen, saying after all this talk, "Do you not have any feelings for Shun Qingxi? What makes you different from me?" Lin Li frowned in dissatisfaction. Chi Zhe's words seemed to acknowledge that he still had feelings for Shun Qingxi. He released Chi Zhe's hand, feeling a wave of discomfort. Shun Qingxi coldly interjected, "Enough." He lifted his gaze to Chi Zhe, his once gentle eyes now clouded with indifference. "Am I merely an object for you to argue over? I harbor no affections for anyone, especially not for you. Please refrain from your baseless moral coercion." He picked up his backpack and left the classroom without a backward glance. Jin Chen furrowed his brow and quickly followed him. Ma Bing and Lin Yu exchanged glances, their eyes towards Chi Zhe now filled with anger. "Ku Isha, have you lost your mind?" Ma Bing rolled his eyes and scolded him in a coarse voice. "Do you really think the whole world revolves around you? Such a spoiled, rich kid attitude." Lin Yu spoke with slightly more civility. "Jin Chen's family background is no less than yours. Yet you're the only one who is arrogant and overbearing." After saying this, the two left in a huff. Chize's expression darkened like ink. A bunch of ungrateful individuals. However, Lin Yu's words awakened Lin Lo. He realized he could not afford a quarrel with Chize at this moment, for it would complicate his desire to leverage the Chi family to enter the dance troupe. Lin Lu forced a smile and embraced Chize, appearing as the magnanimous older brother. All right, let us not be upset with them. We can simply avoid them in the future. Jin Chen did not immediately catch up with Shun Qingzi, but lagged a few steps behind, following him forward. Shun Qingzi, still fuming, was oblivious to Jin Chen's presence as he walked to the artificial lake in the grove of the teaching building. As dusk approached, the students had all gone to the cafeteria, leaving the area nearly deserted. He sat on a bench, somewhat regretfully rubbing his forehead. Why'd I rush out like that? What must Jin Chen think of me? Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the sky. Shun Qingzi looked up in surprise. The evening glow faded, and the sky was swiftly shrouded in dark clouds. It's really going to rain? The summer downpour arrived abruptly. In the brief moment of his astonishment, large raindrops began to fall. A canopy suddenly shielded Shun Qingzi's view. If he lingered, he would surely get soaked. Turning his head, he lifted his gaze. Jin Chen had appeared at his side, holding a transparent umbrella. He reached out, brushing away a few droplets of rain from Shun Qingzi's face. It seems the senior is not angry anymore, but for your health, could we seek shelter from the rain before continuing this argument? Shun Qingzi instinctively shook his head. No, I'm not angry with you. He stood up, mimicking Jin Chen's earlier gesture, ruffling his hair gently, his eyes softening. Thank you. Jin Chen smiled, revealing his adorable tiger teeth. That's good. Let me escort you to the dance studio. Aren't you going to eat? I'll have my meal back at the dorm later. So you needn't worry, senior. As Shun Qingzi observed Jin Chen's insistence, he ceased to refuse. Perhaps he was unaware that he treated Jin Chen and Chize with starkly different attitudes. The transparent umbrella was rather small, and as the two men walked side by side, it felt somewhat cramped. Jin Chen subtly angled the umbrella towards Shun Qingzi, and it was not until they reached the art building that Shun Qingzi realized this gesture. His shoulders were completely soaked. How could not have thought to tilt the umbrella? Shun Qingzi took out a clean towel and began to dry Jin Chen's shoulders. If you catch a cold, I would feel even worse, he remarked. Jin Chen cooperatively lowered his head, allowing Shun Qingzi to dry his hair. They stood in close proximity, their gazes locking for a fleeting moment. Shun Qingzi's hand froze mid-motion as his heart began to race uncontrollably. Senior, you are truly handsome, Jin Chen murmured softly, his eyes fixed intently on Shun Qingzi's. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he glanced towards the corner of the dance studio where a camera was positioned. The placement was rather cunning, capturing both the studio and the gap of the changing room door. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Jin Chen's earlier compliment, Shun Qingzi heard him inquire, "Is this dance studio solely for your training, senior?" In a sense. I've recently applied for this studio for my instructor in preparation for a competition, Shun Qingzi replied, pressing his hand against his heart to calm the inexplicable emotions swirling within him. However, Jin Chen took his hand and led him to a corner, retrieving a miniature camera from the side of the mirror. Shun Qingzi's expression changed in an instant, an overwhelming wave of panic surging within him. Jin Chen tucked the camera away and, noticing the redness in Shun Qingzi's eyes, felt a pang of compassion, enveloping him in an embrace. Don't be afraid. I will handle this. Why would he do something like this? Shun Qingzi's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the strain he had endured recently. He had thought that deleting the photos would suffice, only to discover that the camera had been placed in the dance studio he frequented every day. He could only imagine how many photos and videos might still be in Chize's possession, breathing in the comforting scent of sandalwood. Shun Qingzi felt his emotions teeter on the brink of collapse, tears escaping him softly. Jin Chen remained silent, gently caressing the nape of his neck until he sensed Shun Qingzi's emotions gradually stabilize, then spoke softly. I'll take care of this. Don't worry, senior. Focus on preparing for the competition. Leave everything else to me. His voice was tender, yet Shun Qingzi felt an ache within him grow deeper. Since the passing of his parents and the bankruptcy of the family business, he had not been treated with such kindness for 3 long years. The strength and tolerance perceived by outsiders were merely protective walls constructed from countless moments of sorrow. No need to say, "Thank you," Jin Chen interjected, taking the lead. "This is something I willingly do for you, senior. No gratitude is necessary." Releasing Shun Qingxi, he wiped away his tears and smiled again. "As long as you are happy, there is no need to worry about anything else." Unconsciously, Shun Qingxi nuzzled his palm and gazed into Jin Chen's eyes, clearly seeing his own reflection in them. A peculiar affection began to blossom within him. All right. Detected villains darkening value 5, cumulative 50. Detected villains emotional fluctuation towards the host, triggering heartbeat value 10. The little pity finally has feelings. Chapter 31. Saving the gentle senior 07 after calming his emotions. Shun Qingxi was pleased to perform his dance for Jin Chen. Clad in a pristine white dance outfit, he showcased his slender waist and long legs gracefully. As he pressed the play button, the gentle and serene melody enveloped the room. With a delicate lift of his hand, his toes glided, and his body spun. Each movement was both lively and elegant, reminiscent of a woodland sprite. Jin Chen watched, captivated, his heart swaying with the rhythm of Shun Qingxi's dance. Today, however, Shun Qingxi's mood while dancing felt markedly different. Normally, even with thousands of spectators watching from below, he would feel no anxiety, completely immersed in the movements and melodies. Yet today, with Jin Chen's gaze upon him, he found himself distracted, wondering whether his movements were precise, how well he was performing, and if Jin Chen was satisfied. The more anxious he became, the more prone he was to errors. After missing 2 consecutive beats, Shun Qingxi halted, his expression one of helplessness. What was happening to him? This warm-up dance was one he had practiced countless times, to the point of mastery. So why was he faltering today? He raised his eyes, intending to ask Jin Chen for his thoughts, only to find him absent. Blinking in surprise, he noticed the door ajar, realizing Jin Chen had likely gone to eat. A peculiar sense of disappointment washed over him. Quickly, he adjusted his emotions and resumed practice. 10 minutes later, Jin Chen returned to the dance studio, carrying 2 takeout meals. Upon seeing him, the pang of disappointment in Shun Qingxi vanished instantly. "Did you not go to eat? How could I let my senior go hungry?" Jin Chen smiled as he opened one of the containers, presenting a healthy, balanced meal. "You can't skip dinner." He had evidently rushed back, his shoulders dampened, and even his hair slightly moist. Shun Qingxi rolled up his sleeves, touched by the gesture, and patted Jin Chen's shoulder, brushing off the moisture. "I don't usually skip dinner. I typically avoid the crowds and eat after practice. By that time, the cafeteria has hardly any food left." Jin Chen skillfully separated the disposable chopsticks. "If you don't mind, may I take on this sacred task of getting your meals from now on?" "No. That would be too much trouble." "Not at all. It would be an honor to assist you, senior." Jin Chen leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. "Just give me a chance, will you?" Shun Qingxi slowed his chewing, feeling that this opportunity extended beyond merely delivering meals. He gazed at Jin Chen's wide, enchanting eyes and suddenly recalled the playful dog emojis that Jin Chen frequently used in their WeChat conversations, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. "Then I shall trouble you, little Jin." He playfully poked Jin Chen's cheek. "Now eat up, or we'll get cold." But Jin Chen seized his hand, bringing it to his lips and gently kissing the fingertips. In that fleeting moment, Shun Qingxi's fair complexion flushed crimson. He withdrew his hand, bewildered. "What are you doing?" His tone betrayed a hint of confusion. Yet, remarkably, there was no sense of rejection, only a rapid beating of his heart. Shun Qingxi's eyelashes fluttered. Could it be that he was developing feelings for Jin Chen? Seeing the shyness reflected in Shun Qingxi's eyes, Jin Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Excellent, my dear. You are finally awakening to your feelings." He appeared to be nonchalant, apologizing to his senior, explaining that such expressions are customary in the UK. And in his moment of excitement, he forgot that he was in his homeland. "Please don't be angry," he implored. "Customary gestures?" Shun Qingxi twirled his seemingly warm fingers, inquiring if such habits were frequent in the UK. "Not really. Only with those I am close to," Jin Chen replied, seemingly realizing he had let slip a secret. promptly covering his mouth, his ears flushed crimson. Please don't ask any more questions. Let us eat. He quickly shoveled a few bites of food, using the takeout bowl to obscure his face. Shen Qingzi was amused by Jin Chen's innocent demeanor, smiling at him, his mood lifting further. Feeling a playful urge, Shen Qingzi reached out and pinched the lobe of Jin Chen's ear, his tone lighthearted. Little Jin's ears are so red. Jin Chen tilted his head, his cheek resting in Shen Qingzi's palm, exuding an endearing defiance. I wonder who is the cause of this? Shen Qingzi was caught off guard. Now it was his turn to feel shy and withdraw his hand. Thus, the two, one genuinely innocent, the other feigning innocence, harmoniously concluded their dinner. It was only around 6 when they finished eating. Jin Chen tidied up the trash and suggested it was time to leave. It was essential not to cling too tightly. Maintaining a distance that Shen Qingzi could comfortably accept was advisable. I'm off to my dormitory to battle calculus. Senior, remember to take breaks and continue practicing your dance. Shen Qingzi acknowledged with a sound, urging him to message if he had any questions. As he stood, he was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace from Jin Chen. Parting hug. Before Shen Qingzi could fully comprehend the moment, Jin Chen, brimming with energy, had slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the dance studio. For a while, Shen Qingzi rested his hand on his left chest, where his heart raced, revealing the stirrings within him. After finishing his dance practice, it was already 9 in the evening. Shen Qingzi changed and stepped outside. The moon hung high, and the tranquil campus echoed with the occasional cheers for basketball players. He took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Ever since the incident with the photographs, he had not felt this joyful in a long time. Since meeting Jin Chen, everything seemed to be gradually improving. As he walked towards his dormitory, he pulled out his phone to check messages. His fingers instinctively opened the chat with Jin Chen, but found no new notifications. He lowered his gaze and typed a few words. Are there any questions you don't understand? Just before sending, he hesitated, thinking it might come off poorly. What if Jin Chen truly understood everything? That would belittle his efforts. Shen Qingzi deleted the message and retyped. How is your studying going? Are my notes helpful? Still, he hesitated. What if Jin Chen had matters to attend to in the afternoon and hadn't checked the notes? That would be rather awkward. For the first time in his life, Shen Qingzi felt entangled in indecision. His thumb hovered, and he clicked into Jin Chen's moments. He was slightly surprised. Such rich content. Scrolling through the post chronologically, he noted the latest one was from half an hour ago. For the first time in my life, I really enjoy looking at calculus notes, happy emoji. The accompanying image displayed several lines of handwriting. Shen Qingzi recognized it as his own calculus notes. Following those an evening post. Oh no, I almost made my moon angry. The accompanying image is a photograph of an artificial lake. The moon? Shen Qingzi blinked in confusion, pondering whom this referred to. Did Jin Chen encounter anyone else by the artificial lake in the evening? He scrolled down, eager to discover more about the moon. At 3 in the afternoon, there was another post. It is commonly said that praising a partner like Dresa embodies a noble affection. Yet my moon resembles no one else. This was from the previous lesson. Shen Qingzi furrowed his brow, his fingertip unconsciously gliding across the screen. Who could the moon that Jin Chen spoke of be? Such lofty compliments and veiled poetic sentiments surely indicated that the subject was someone he cherished deeply. Chapter 32. Saving the Gentle Senior 08, his previously joyous mood was abruptly stifled. Shen Qingzi tapped a few times on the screen, intending to exit his moment's interface, but accidentally liked that afternoon's post instead. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he swiftly unliked it and locked the screen. In the dormitory, Jin Chen observed the incessant typing notification on his phone and noticed the red, indicating new activity on moments, prompting him to chuckle. He could almost envision Shen Qingzi's awkward expression. How utterly adorable. After a moment's thought, he sent a message. Has the senior returned to the dorm? I have 2 concepts that I find quite perplexing. Shen Qingzi replied promptly. I'll be back shortly. Please wait a moment. Why does his tone seem somewhat distant? Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He opened his own moments to view the post that Shen Qingzi had just liked. 0731. What do you think is the reason? 0731 came online immediately. Host, why do you refer to the little pitiful moon? Jin Chen's mind flashed back to the content of his moments from 3 years prior. That radiant moon bore a striking resemblance to Shun Qingzi. Could it be that the little pitiful one thinks your moon refers to someone else? Jin Chen suddenly understood. He hesitated momentarily before sending Shun Qingzi a video call. Mere seconds later, Shun Qingzi's face appeared on the screen, perhaps still walking towards the dormitory, the background dimly lit by the faint glow of street lamps. Good evening, senior. Jin Chen greeted cheerfully, a glimmer of light dancing in his peach blossom eyes. Good evening. Shun Qingzi managed to force a smile, yet the bitterness within him remained unabated. He took a deep breath and asked Jin Chen, his tone gentle, "Is there something you don't understand?" Jin Chen paused for a few seconds, then suddenly pouted, his tone dropping. "Forget it, senior. You should just return to your dorm and rest well." Noticing Jin Chen's demeanor, Shun Qingzi grew concerned. "What's wrong? You don't seem happy at all. You must be exhausted from practice. Otherwise, why would your smile appear so forced when you see me?" To Shun Qingzi, Jin Chen now resembled a forlorn puppy, disheartened and aggrieved after failing to please its master. He suddenly burst into laughter, suppressing those inexplicable emotions. "I'm not unhappy. I'm merely lost in thought." "All right then, I shall ask." Naturally, Jin Chen had no difficulties, and borrowing notes was merely an excuse. He flipped through his notebook, locating 2 particularly complex concepts. Shun Qingzi fell into silence for a few moments, seemingly contemplating, before he began to elucidate his thoughts. His tone was gentle, rendering even the arid subject of advanced mathematics akin to the recitation of poetry. Jin Chen rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he gazed at the figure on the screen. Under such fervent scrutiny, Shun Qingzi averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing slightly. "Did you understand?" Jin Chen chuckled softly. "I did." There was a nagging sense that Jin Chen was being deliberately playful, and though Shun Qingzi pressed his lips together, the smile that escaped him was genuine. Even in the dim light of the night, his eyes remained bright and clear, dispelling any lingering unhappiness. "You look truly charming when you smile," Jin Chen remarked. Yet he appeared blissfully unaware of his own flirtation, continuing to tease unabashedly. As they conversed, Shun Qingzi had already reached the entrance of the dormitory. Upon entering, he was met with Lin Li's sarcastic tone. "Oh, the great dancer returned so late." A flicker of annoyance crossed Shun Qingzi's eyes. He had no desire to engage in a dispute. The other 2 roommates remained silent as well, fully aware of Shun Qingzi's character but unwilling to confront Lin Lu directly, opting instead to feign ignorance. Seeing Shun Qingzi's indifference only fueled Lin Li's ire. He kicked the table, exclaiming, "Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you." Jin Chen's icy voice emerged from the screen. "If you dislike sharing a dorm, I can arrange for you to have an apartment off campus, sparing you the need to reside with such unsavory company." At these words, Lin Li's countenance shifted dramatically. "Who are you talking about?" Shun Qingzi turned to meet his gaze, his expression icy and tinged with warning. "If you're struggling with your emotions, seek a doctor. If you're harboring darkness within, visit a temple. Don't unleash your madness in the dorm." He then settled into his seat, placing his phone down and drawing the curtain. "Such authority you wield," Jin Chen teased. "But I am quite serious. Would you consider moving out?" Shun Qingzi hesitated for a moment. While he could tolerate the earlier incident regarding the photographs, the discovery of the hidden cameras had truly unsettled him. Now, merely seeing Lin Lu and Qi Zhe made him feel nauseous. However, moving out would necessitate taking on a part-time job. The funds left by his father had dwindled to a mere pittance after tuition fees. If you don't move out, that apartment will remain unoccupied. You know that only 3rd and 4th year students are permitted to live off campus. Shun Qingzi pondered aloud. "You could rent it to someone else?" he suggested. "Absolutely not. My territorial instincts are quite strong," Jin Chen replied, leaning over the table. "If it's for you, then it's acceptable." He drew the screen closer. "Do you have classes tomorrow afternoon? I can take you to see the apartment." Shun Qingzi deliberated briefly. Moving out would indeed provide him with considerable peace of mind. "All right, I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. Once seated, Shun Qingzi donned his headphones, blocking out Jin Chen's voice from his roommates, who could still hear him clearly. The two roommates exchanged glances. Is this a date? Meanwhile, in Jin Chen's dormitory, Ma Bing had just returned from washing up and overheard the exchange. Wow, where are you going? Is it a date? Jin Chen suddenly broke into a cough, his ears turning a shade of crimson. Shun Qingzi, feeling embarrassed, cast her gaze downward, detected the antagonist affection value, 20 cumulative, 30. The following day, Jin Chen awoke from his slumber around noon, stretching his long arms. He seized his phone to check the time, 11:30 a.m. He turned over and sent a message to Shun Qingzi. Good afternoon, senior, accompanied by a playful image of a dog peeking after waking. No response came. She likely had not finished her classes yet. Yawning, he sat up and drew back the curtains. In the dormitory, only Ma Bing was present. Lin Yu typically spent his time in the library when not in class, while Chize often stayed out overnight. Morning, Ma Ge, he greeted. What are you having for lunch, little one? Shall we order takeout? Ma Bing, hands glued to the keyboard, continued gaming while inquiring. Jin Chen chuckled and nimbly leapt from the bed. I'm planning to invite my senior out for a meal, and later, we might go house hunting. Ma Bing lamented dramatically. Alas, a lonely soul with no rights. To express his remorse, Jin Chen suggested, how about I order a family bucket for you? And promptly placed the order on his phone. Ma Bing let out a woeful cry, finally lifting his gaze to Jin Chen, tears welling in his eyes. Little one, go ahead and enjoy yourself. Even if you don't return tonight, I'll find a way to keep it under wraps. Jin Chen chuckled. Ma Bing shoulder. We're not even at that point yet. How can I not come back tonight? After freshening up in the bathroom and changing into a clean white t-shirt and black trousers, he styled his hair. Under Ma Bing's teasing gaze, he departed the dormitory. Chapter 33. The gentle seniors rescue Jin Chen strolled leisurely towards the arts building, encountering numerous students, both male and female, who approached him to exchange WeChat details, all of whom he greeted with a smile. I'm sorry, but I have someone I like. Consequently, the most discussed topic on the campus forum that day was the identity of the person Jin Chen was enamored with. At this moment, in the dance studio, with only 20 minutes remaining, many students were idly scrolling through their phones. Having completed their tasks, the teacher turned a blind eye, focusing intently on instructing Shun Qingzi on the competition choreography. Lin Lu stood nearby with a disgruntled expression, arms crossed, as two friends consoled him. It's just a leading role. It's not a big deal. Even if you stand in the corner, you'll shine brighter than Shun Qingzi. One friend remarked. Exactly, Xiao Lu, don't be upset. The teacher simply prefers Shun Qingzi. It's not a reflection of your abilities. A few classmates nearby couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Lin Lu shot them a glare before turning his ire back towards Shun Qingzi. From his freshman to junior year, she had stolen the spotlight from him countless times. He had high hopes for this campus gala, especially with Chize's family attending. It was his chance to shine. Yet the lead dancer role had been snatched away by Shun Qingzi. Very well, that will be all for today, the teacher announced, patting Shun Qingzi on the shoulder. Go relax your muscles. With the competition and gala coinciding, despite the heavy workload, one must balance work and rest, not spend all day in the dance studio. I understand. Thank you, teacher, Shun Qingzi replied, her voice gentle as she withdrew her left leg from its tense position. I will be mindful. She moved to the mirror's side and sat down, massaging her calf. Soon, the murmurs of several classmates reached her ears. Have you checked the forum? Jin Chen is still as handsome as ever today. Indeed, even his silhouette is strikingly elegant. My dear Jin Jr., Shun Qingzi smiled softly. Jin Chen truly was a remarkable figure. However, who could be the object of his affection? Or was it merely a line of rejection? One classmate expressed his confusion. It is undoubtedly true. Another quickly responded. I have a friend in the finance department who mentioned that Jin Jr. often shares some incomprehensible romantic lines on his social media. Today, when he turned someone down, he also claimed to have someone he likes. Lin Lun naturally overheard this exchange. He glanced at Shun Qingzi, whose eyes were gradually dimming, and let out a scoff. So, Jin Chen has long had someone he adores. Some people shamelessly approach him, calling him Junior, unaware they might be mistaken for his beloved. The voices of the chatting classmates began to quiet as they turned to gaze at Shun Qingzi. No way, Jin Chen likes you? One person exclaimed with excitement. Really? Really? So, Jin Chen has a preference for older brothers? Shun Qingzi pondered over the moon in his social media posts, which likely had nothing to do with him. He shook his head. No, we're just friends. Oh, friends. You certainly have many friends. Lin Lu rolled his eyes. All right, enough noise, the teacher interjected timely. Casting a serious look at Lin Lu. Instead of provoking others, you should focus that energy on your practice. Your dance skills would have improved tremendously by now. He glanced outside the classroom door. Classmate, do you need something? Jin Chen peeked in, flashing a charming smile with his tiger teeth. Hello, teacher. I'm looking for senior Shun Qingzi. Have you all finished class? The teacher nodded. Class is over. You may come in. He gathered his coat and exited the classroom. Wow, Jin Chen. He really is stunning. The classmates immediately began to whisper excitedly. Jin Chen walked straight to Shun Qingzi's side, squatting down to naturally massage his calves. You haven't replied to my messages, senior. Shun Qingzi shifted his calves awkwardly, but did not pull away. I was in class and didn't check my phone. Jin Chen felt the warmth of his touch and, noticing Shun Qingzi's cheeks turning red, chuckled as he released his pant leg. Let us go, it's time to eat. Lin Lu stepped in front of them, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he looked at Jin Chen. I heard you already have someone you like? Isn't it inappropriate to be so close to Shun Qingzi? Shun Qingzi clenched his fist. The arm Jin Chen held momentarily paused, attempting to withdraw, but was firmly pulled back, leaving no room for resistance. Jin Chen cast a cold glance at the provocateur Lin Lu. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, you should focus on improving your own skills. He took Shun Qingzi's hand and led him away, ignoring Lin Lu, who continued to jump around in agitation. The onlooking students watched in astonishment as Jin Chen departed. What did this mean? Was he denying having someone he liked? No way. Another student scratched his head. I feel like he acknowledged it, but just doesn't want to reveal who it is. So, is it Shun Qingzi or not? I'm so curious. Shun Qingzi was equally curious. He gazed at the tall youth walking ahead of him, his eyes dimming with the realization that he had developed feelings, only to discover that the object of his affection already had his own moon. There was nothing more sorrowful than this. To reach the school gate from the art building, one had to traverse a garden devoid of people. Jin Chen. Shun Qingzi halted, noticing the solitude around him. He yearned to inquire about the identity of the person Jin Chen liked, but before the words could escape his lips, he felt a lump in his throat. What's wrong, senior? Jin Chen, aware of the question looming in Shun Qingzi's mind, turned to tease him, only to find his eyes already glistening with unshed tears. All teasing intentions vanished in an instant. He gently cupped Shun Qingzi's cheek. Why are your eyes red? Do you perhaps have someone you fancy? Yes, Jin Chen replied candidly. The blatant honesty in his demeanor struck Shun Qingzi's heart, causing him to take 2 steps back. His smile faded completely as he stared blankly at Jin Chen. With a sigh, Jin Chen wrapped an arm around Shun Qingzi's shoulders. Why don't you ask me who I like? Shun Qingzi shook his head, feeling a pang in his chest. He didn't want to know. Not at all. That person was the senior. How could he be utterly oblivious? It was tormenting to pursue him. What? Shun Qingzi exclaimed, eyes widening. Is it me? Jin Chen held his face in his hands, feigning sadness. I failed so miserably in pursuing you, senior, and you're completely unaware. Under the intensity of Jin Chen's gaze, Shun Qingzi couldn't help but reach up to touch his eyes. Jin Chen instinctively blinked, but did not shy away. I really like you, senior, he repeated, pulling the still-dazed Shun Qingzi into an embrace. You are my moon, radiant and gentle. Shun Qingzi blinked slowly, emotions swirling in his eyes. It dawned on him that the veiled confession had been about himself. Chapter 34. Saving the gentle senior without waiting for Shun Qingzi to respond, Jin Chen released him first, his tone serious yet tender. Will you give me a chance to pursue you? Shun Qingzi parted his lips, wanting to affirm his feelings but suppressing the urge. He nodded, reaching out to ruffle Jin Chen's hair, a warm, bright smile gracing his face. Then let us see how you perform, little Jin. Detected villain's darkening value, 10. Cumulative, 40. Heart-fluttering value, 20. Cumulative, 50. Jin Chen promptly took his hand. Let's go have lunch. What would you like to eat, senior? After patting his stomach, Shun Qingzi pondered for a moment, then turned to Jin Chen, squinting as the sunlight shone down. I want the fish noodles from the cafeteria. Jin Chen shook his hand playfully. Let us go. Hand in hand, they strolled along the expansive tree-lined avenue, the summer sun blazing and brilliant, casting dappled light upon them. Love palpable in the air. In the second district cafeteria, the two stood in line at the fish noodle counter, one behind the other. Jin Chen protectively placed Shun Qingzi in front, leaning down to whisper something in his ear, causing Shun Qingzi's ears to flush a shade of pink as he shot him a playful glare. The interaction between the two individuals caught the attention of many onlookers, with students in the forum eagerly capturing several photos on their phones. Jin Chen noticed this and cast a glance over. The girl's face flushed instantly, but he merely smiled and nodded, choosing not to dwell on it. Instead, he leaned closer to Shun Qingzi and whispered, Senior, soon the forum will be buzzing with rumors that we are a couple. Shun Qingzi smirked. Are you unhappy about that? Jin Chen replied cheerfully, on the contrary. I am absolutely delighted. I wouldn't mind if they all thought so. He wrapped his arms around Shun Qingzi's waist from behind, resting his head on his shoulder. Shun Qingzi turned his neck slightly to look back at him. Then why didn't you confess directly just now? Jin Chen responded, because you are too wonderful, senior. A confession like that feels too casual. There should be a ceremonial pursuit involved. He chuckled softly and added, Anyway, I intend to take you home, so you can't escape. Shun Qingzi laughed and playfully pushed his head away, so that's your intention. As they conversed, the line had progressed to their turn. Shun Qingzi ordered the signature fish noodles without scallions, and when Jin Chen requested the same dish, he instinctively added, without cilantro. Jin Chen hesitated momentarily at the register. Glancing back at Shun Qingzi, how did you know I don't eat cilantro? Shun Qingzi, equally puzzled, replied, I don't know. I just had a feeling you wouldn't tea. He scratched his head, bemused. Jin Chen, not wishing for him to dwell on it, took the 2 bowls of noodles and said, Senior, why don't you go grab the spoons and chopsticks? He followed closely behind Shun Qingzi as they left the queue, but soon encountered an unexpected guest. Lin Lu was initially waiting by the chairs for Qi Zhe, aware that he had not secured the lead dancer position. He was already in a foul mood due to Qi Zhe's unfavorable comparison between him and Shun Qingzi. Upon spotting Shun Qingzi approaching with bowls and chopsticks, he instinctively began to mock him. Shun Qingzi, you really are quite carefree. Aren't you afraid that the forum will be filled with other things? Shun Qingzi replied coldly. What things? Your drinking photos? Lin Li's expression shifted dramatically. What did you just say? Shun Qingzi continued. Honestly, compared to baseless rumors, I believe people would prefer to see authentic photos and videos. What do you think? Perhaps emboldened by newfound support, Shun Qingzi spoke out about information he had previously uncovered. Jin Chen, observing that Shun Qingzi was holding his own, turned to place the bowls down. At that moment, Lin Lu, flustered and furious, hurled his hot tea directly at Shun Qingzi. Jin Chen, catching the movement in his peripheral vision, reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Shun Qingzi and shielding him with his arm. Although he avoided the direct hit, scalding liquid splashed onto his shoulder, causing his pristine white shirt to cling to his skin. Shun Qingzi was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing Jin Chen was in front of him, he gasped softly, Jin Chen. He hesitated to touch Jin Chen's reddened shoulder, his fingers trembling slightly. I'm fine, Jin Chen reassured him, gently patting the top of Shun Qingzi's head. But we should head to the school infirmary soon. He then turned to face the stunned Lin Lu, his demeanor icy and intimidating. Do your hands itch? In the cafeteria, onlookers were quick to capture the scene on their phones, some urging Jin Chen to promptly seek medical attention, while others vociferously criticized Lin Li's apparent insanity. Qi Zhe, naturally, witnessed the unfolding drama, his gaze fixed on Shun Qingzi, whose pallid complexion betrayed her concern for Jin Chen's injury, stirring an inner turmoil within him. Yet, outwardly, he felt compelled to defend his boyfriend. Before he could utter a word, Shun Qingzi had already seized the bowl of fish noodles and upended it over Lin Li's head. A hush enveloped the cafeteria for a few seconds. Jin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had contemplated such an action himself. Yet Shun Qingzi executed it with an undeniable flair. Lin Lu shrieked in shock, the scalding sensation on his face rendering his eyes nearly shut. He attempted to shove Shun Qingzi aside, but was swiftly kicked away by Jin Chen. "Get away, you filthy thing!" Qi Zhe shouted. "How could you do this?" Despite his anger, he harbored no desire to assist Lin Lu. Merely observing the mess and his frantic screams was enough to turn his stomach. Eventually, a compassionate girl could no longer bear to watch and helped Lin Lu to his feet, offering him some tissues. Jin Chen shielded Shun Qingzi behind him, meeting Qi Zhe's gaze. "You should count your blessings that it was not the senior who was injured. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver." With that, he grasped Shun Qingzi's hand and departed the cafeteria. Qi Zhe intended to intervene, but was shoulder-checked by Jin Chen, recalling the punch he had received earlier, and hesitated to confront him again. Humiliated in front of so many, he turned away, his mood soured as he glanced at the sobbing Lin Lu. In the infirmary, the school nurse carefully cut away Jin Chen's clothing that had adhered to his skin, cleansed the wound, and applied burn ointment. "Host, you could have avoided this injury. Why did you allow it to happen?" Jin Chen shifted positions on the examination table, striving to keep his shoulder from touching anything. "Because I'm a schemer." "Very well. Do you require any medication from the infirmary? I'll expedite the process." "No need. It's not very serious." Jin Chen watched the doctor as he instructed Shun Qingzi. Fortunately, the injury was not grave. He advised them to change the dressing regularly and avoid sun exposure. Jin Chen handed Shun Qingzi 2 tubes of ointment and cotton swabs, along with some oral medication to prevent inflammation. "Once you finish this course of penicillin, you may leave. Remember to take your medicine, and return in a week for a follow-up." Shun Qingzi accepted the items, thanking the nurse. After a few more instructions, the nurse exited the room. Noticing Shun Qingzi's troubled expression, Jin Chen pouted. "The senior is quite fierce. I'm scared." In Chapter 35, The Rescue of the Gentle Senior, Shun Qingzi observed that Jin Chen still had the energy for jesting, which somewhat alleviated his worries. "How would you be so foolish? That water was scalding. You rushed in without a second thought." "I'm not foolish," Jin Chen retorted with a huff. "It was precisely because the water was too hot that I couldn't allow the senior to be harmed. I have tough skin. I can withstand it." He extended his uninjured arm, gently caressing Shun Qingzi's face. "If the senior were hurt, it would pain me more than my own injury." Shun Qingzi's heart skipped a beat, then began to pound like a drum. Jin Chen's warm palm against his cheek sent a shiver through him, stirring feelings of tenderness and longing. His eyes burned with warmth, his palm resting gently upon Jin Chen's hand, tilting his head to rest closely, slowly closing his eyes. Jin Chen sensed a tear slipping into his palm. After a long moment, Shun Qingzi's lips curved into a gentle smile as he leaned in to embrace Jin Chen. He softly uttered a word of gratitude. Jin Chen wrapped his arms around him, tenderly caressing the nape of his neck. "Senior, could you retrieve my phone from my pocket?" Jin Chen requested. Shun Qingzi straightened up and took the phone from Jin Chen's pocket. Just as he was about to hand it over, he heard Jin Chen's voice again. "Tap on my wound. I want to lodge a complaint." Jin Chen spoke with conviction. Shun Qingzi chuckled. "Who are you planning to complain to, little friend?" "To Dad. His son and future daughter-in-law have been bullied." Jin Chen reclined, exposing his wounds. "Make sure to hit it hard." Shun Qingzi, as the future son-in-law, complied with a resigned smile. "You are of mixed heritage. Which of your uncles or aunts is British?" Jin Chen tilted his head. "My mother is British and also a dancer. You'll meet her someday." Shun Qingzi, assuming this was a future family introduction, felt his cheeks flush, patting Jin Chen's back. "What are you talking about?" "All right, here you go." Jin Chen widened his eyes. "Why did my wife suddenly hit me?" As his thoughts shifted, he noticed Shun Qingzi's rosy complexion and realized he was thinking of meeting the parents. Although this was not his intention, he momentarily wished to let the beautiful misunderstanding remain intact. Jin Chen took the phone, sending a picture to the family group chat with rapid keystrokes. The original family was blissful, with loving parents and a prestigious background, their lives completely parallel to the protagonists, devoid of conflicts. Dad and Mom, your precious son and future daughter-in-law have been bullied at school. Jin's father and mother responded almost instantly. Is someone bullying you? This is the serious yet protective voice of his father, Jin Hongyun. You have a wife now. Is she male or female? Is she older or younger than you? How far have things progressed? This was the inherently romantic nature of his mother, Malia. Jin Chen shot a teasing glance at Shun Qingzi, replying to each message while elaborating on Qi Zhe's family background, before finally shutting off his phone. There's still a while for the forge rip. Senior, why not take a nap beside me? Shun Qingzi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Where? Jin Chen chuckled. Right next to me. If Senior wishes to sleep in my embrace, that could be arranged. He stretched his long arms, exclaiming, My embrace is always open for you, Senior. Just then, the school doctor entered, pausing momentarily, clearing his throat twice. Shun Qingzi instantly sat up, glaring at Jin Chen. The doctor brought a bottle for the four, stating, Once this bottle is finished, you may leave. I will come back to check on you. Napping is fine too. His tone was teasing. Jin Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, doctor, for your understanding. The doctor left, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Jin Chen poked Shun Qingzi's arm. Did you hear that? You can come and sleep. On a summer afternoon. Drowsiness was indeed easy to succumb to. Shun Qingzi yawned at his words. He did not refuse, carefully lying down on the side of Jin Chen that was uninjured. Jin Chen, content, held him close and closed his eyes. Inhaling the clean scent of agarwood, Shun Qingzi lifted his gaze to glance at Jin Chen, a sense of unprecedented tranquility and comfort washing over him. Meanwhile, Jin Hongyun, having learned that his son was being bullied, promptly placed an international call to the headquarters. After a series of stern warnings, Qi Zhe's father finally received the alarming news, leaving him utterly shaken. After all, this was the Jin family, a financial titan spanning from the imperial capital to the international arena. If you wish to inherit my company, you must focus on your studies and refrain from causing trouble. Qi's father berated him furiously. Do you even comprehend the gravity of the situation? Jin Chen, the sole heir of the Jin family. You share a dormitory with him. And instead of fostering a good relationship, you choose to create enmity. Qi Zhe's face turned ashen. He had always been proud, and his father had never before lost his composure in such a manner, leaving him somewhat unable to accept it. He instigated the conflict. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? If our company faces pressure from the Jin family, then your connection to this company will be severed entirely. With that, Qi's father hung up the phone. Clenching his fists tightly, Qi Zhe crushed his phone in frustration. He turned to Lin Lu, who was recuperating in the hospital room, overwhelmed with irritation. Let us break up. His tone was flat and devoid of emotion. Lao Lu, already enduring pain and feeling dejected, was instantly incensed upon hearing Qi Zhe's words. Break up? Fine. Qi Zhe, ask yourself honestly, did you ever truly like me? Your thoughts are consumed by Shun Qingzi every moment. Aren't they? His voice trembled and was hoarse. You being with me is merely because you know I have issues with him? I assent it? Qi Zhe, irritated by his incessant prattle, turned away coldly. Think what you will. I've already paid the medical bills. Focus on your recovery. When Jin Chen awoke from his afternoon nap, it had only been less than an hour. Host, the protagonist has broken up. It was initiated by Qi Zhe. 0731 expressed a tone of glee. Have you gathered Lin Li's photos? Yes. Would you like me to send them now? No. The timing isn't right. Jin Chen glanced at the forge rip. It was nearly done. Senior, wake up. He gently urged Shun Qingzi from his slumber. Shun Qingzi instinctively nuzzled against Jin Chen's chest, letting out a soft hum. Jin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to pat his head. Realizing what he had done, Shun Qingzi sat up in surprise, puzzled by his own natural behavior. I'll go call the teacher to remove the needle. As the two exited the infirmary, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. With the sun shining brightly, Shun Qingzi shielded his face from the sun, draping his jacket over the shredded short-sleeved shirt Jin Chen wore. Jin Chen glanced at the dormitory building. Senior, do you have a driver's license? Shen Qingzi replied, yes. Then you should drive. It's right up ahead. A few minutes later, Shen Qingzi found himself lost in thought as he gazed upon the Pagani before him. The day this car arrived on campus had sparked a flurry of speculation on the campus forum regarding its owner. However, given that the school was somewhat of an elite institution, the excitement waned within days. Reflecting on it now, it coincided with the day Jin Chen transferred schools. Chapter 36. Saving the gentle senior 12. The apartment is conveniently located, merely a half-hour drive from the school. The room is adorned with a cozy ambience, appearing as though it has not long been uninhabited. Are you satisfied with it, senior? Jin Chen first changed into a different outfit in the master bedroom before leading Shen Qingzi to explore the residence. It's a lovely place. Do you often come here? Shen Qingzi inquired, casting a glance towards the kitchen, where even the food appeared fresh. I come occasionally. There's a maid who regularly tidies up. Jin Chen offered him a glass of water, adding, if you prefer solitude without the maid's presence, I shall convey your wishes. He suddenly tilted his head with a beaming smile, drawing closer to Shen Qingzi's cheek. Senior, I have a surprise for you. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Shen Qingzi cautioned, urging him to stand upright before asking with a smile. Where's the surprise you've prepared, little Jean? Right here. Jin Chen halted, pushing open a door. To Shen Qingzi's astonishment, it revealed a dance practice room. The large floor-to-ceiling mirrors adorned 3 walls, while the 4th wall was lined with high-quality, soundproof cotton. He stepped inside, noting that even the flooring was professional dance vinyl. The size of this room rivaled that of the classroom he had applied for at school. Like a proud puppy, Jin Chen grinned widely. I am not well-versed in professional spaces, so I entrusted everything to the housekeeper. If there is anything else you wish to modify, feel free to let me know. Yet, Shen Qingzi suddenly turned and embraced him. I am very pleased. It looks wonderful. His uninjured hand gently caressed Shen Qingzi's shoulder. As long as you like it, I can rest easy. He led Shen Qingzi to the window, where a large floor-to-ceiling window offered a splendid view of the charming little garden beyond the courtyard. This window only allows you to see outside from within, so you needn't worry about being observed. Jin Chen pressed a button by the window, and curtains of matching hues gradually drew closed. With the ceiling light illuminating the space, the room became bright and cool. Now you won't have to practice late in the classroom. You can rehearse at home without the fear of being photographed. Shen Qingzi was genuinely delighted, finding it almost like the dance studio of his dreams. And the rent? You dare speak of rent? Jin Chen cradled his heart with both hands, feigning injury, his eyes drooping. You no longer like me. You must not like me at all if you're discussing rent. Shen Qingzi, exasperated, reached out to pat his head. That is a separate matter. But my mother said this apartment is already yours. Jin Chen, feeling wronged, pulled out his phone to show him the chat history. No matter what, we will transfer ownership shortly. This is already your home. Shen Qingzi was taken aback, suddenly finding himself the owner of a villa in the city center, further deepening his understanding of Jin Chen's family's wealth. Are you serious? Of course. This is a gift from my mother to the future daughter-in-law. I have no say in the matter, Jin Chen asserted confidently. Shen Qingzi laughed at his antics. What if I hadn't accepted your confession? Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Chen leaned in and kissed him softly. Just for a second, their lips met and parted. The warm breath brushed against Shen Qingzi's ear, and he heard Jin Chen's low voice murmur, "Then let us seal it with a promise." Shen Qingzi shrugged his shoulders, previously unaware of how sensitive his ears could be. Merely hearing Jin Chen's words sent a shiver down his spine. He gently pushed Jin Chen's head away, questioning him softly. Yet his tone bore an underlying tenderness that belied any semblance of anger. I said I like you. I like you very much. Jin Chen lowered his head, resting his forehead against Shen Qingzi's, his voice laced with amusement. Did you hear that? Shen Qingzi smiled faintly, a soft chuckle escaping him. When will you move in? After the dance competition, I suppose, Shen Qingzi replied, pulling back the curtains to gaze at the flowers and the blazing sun outside, squinting slightly. Only 5 days remain. By the time the two returned to school, night had nearly fallen. Jin Chen escorted Shen Qingzi to the base of the dormitory. This is the ointment. Apply it before bed. These 2 boxes contain pills. Take 1 small packet 3 times a day. Remember to take them tonight, Jin Chen. Shun Qingzi pushed away his approaching head. Exasperated. Did you hear me clearly? I heard you quite clearly. Jin Chen stretched out his arms. A parting hug, or a parting kiss would suffice. A farewell kiss, you say? Shun Qingzi pinched his cheek playfully. You still lack a formal relationship status. Do not forget that. Jin Chen huffed in response. I am about to confess. I am preparing diligently. I will look forward to it. Shun Qingzi's heart swelled with anticipation, yet he rose on his toes, suppressing his nervousness and shyness, and bestowed a gentle kiss near Jin Chen's face. Good night. He quickly uttered the words and dashed into the dormitory. Jin Chen reached out, lightly touching his cheek, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Detected villain's affection value. 10, cumulative, 70. 0731 chuckled. Host, your world is so pure. In the campus. What else would you like to see? Jin Chen sighed. What is his current darkening value? 40. All right. Please send me Lin Li's video. Jin Chen noticed someone was taking pictures and greeted them with a smile. The girl had just said goodbye to her boyfriend and was heading to the library when she spotted the 2 prominent figures, Shun Qingzi and Jin Chen. In their sweet farewell. Are you 2 together? She boldly inquired, noticing Jin Chen's cheerful demeanor. Not yet. I am still pursuing Senior Shun and preparing for my confession. Jin Chen replied with a shy laugh. The girl clasped her hands to her chest, silently exclaiming with glee. A confession ceremony, indeed. Is this the romance of a mixed-blood prince? She pointed her phone. I just captured a photo of your embrace. Man, I posted on the forum? Of course. But please make it clear that this photo was taken with the consent of those involved and not a candid shot. Jin Chen winked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The girl, seasoned in the forum's culture, knew exactly whom Jin Chen was alluding to and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, upon Jin Chen's return to the dormitory, the atmosphere felt oddly tense. The 3 seemed to be embroiled in a quarrel, with Lin Yu and Ma Bing seated, glaring angrily at the standing Qizhe. As soon as Jin Chen entered, Ma Bing immediately stood up, a look of concern etched on his face. Come here quickly, sit down, and let me see your injury. Lin Yu approached with concern. Oh dear, this looks serious, your skin is peeling. As Jin Chen rolled up his short sleeves, Ma Bing exclaimed, You should have sent me a message back then. I would have dealt with him. Indeed, such a significant matter, and you didn't inform us, Lin Yu remarked. It's not a big deal. Fortunately, the senior was not injured, Jin Chen replied with a smile. Today, I went house hunting with the senior and mentioned that I planned to confess in a few days. Chapter 37. Saving the gentle senior. Ma Bing's eyes lit up. So, what was Senior Shen's response? He said he's looking forward to it, Jin Chen said, setting down the medicine, revealing a grin that showcased his tiger-like teeth. That's our boy. Such swift progress. Ma Bing cast a sidelong glance at Qizhe, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Noticing Qizhe standing still, Jin Chen smirked. Do you have something to discuss with me? Qizhe clenched his fists, recalling his father's admonitions, his handsome features contorting in distress. I apologize. I did not know you were the heir of the Jin family and should not have engaged in conflict with you. Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone incredulous. So, your apology stems not from a sense of wrongdoing, but from my status. Moreover, the person you owe an apology to is not me, but Senior Shun. Qizhe appeared perplexed. Jin Chen, you are quite peculiar. If you had revealed your identity on your first day, none of this would have transpired. He clearly could not comprehend why. As fellow heirs, Jin Chen seemed indifferent, yet wielded his privilege to force his compliance during critical moments. Jin Chen regarded Qizhe seriously, his voice calm, yet resolute. I have never considered myself different from other students, nor do I believe that being the Jin family's heir bestows any nobility. I cherish forging friendships with diverse individuals rather than adopting an aloof demeanor. He stood, utilizing his height to look down on Qizhe. However, regarding you, I must resort to this method, an eye for an eye. Therefore, I insist that you message Senior Shun to apologize now, or I assure you, the Qi family will face consequences due to your arrogance. Lin Yu and Ma Bing exchanged glances, their impression of Jin Chen improving further. Initially worried he might be foolishly kind-hearted and allow matters to settle like last time, they now appreciated his dignified stance. They flanked Jin Chen, glaring at Chi Zhe. Ma Bing, with a fierce tone, urged, "What are you waiting for? Apologize to Senior Shun." Chi Zhe seethed with rage. That was Lin Li's water. He wasn't even hurt. What does it have to do with me? Jin Chen emphasized each word. I am referring to the earlier photos. Can you honestly claim they weren't your doing? Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Do not deny it. We have evidence, and the IP addresses are all accounted for. Chi Zhe, infuriated, pulled out his phone and accessed Shun Qingxi's WeChat. I'm sorry, it displayed with a red exclamation mark. His eyes widened in fury. When did Shun Qingxi remove me? The three observed the exchange. Jin Chen stifled a laugh, retrieving his phone to record. No worries. A video recording conveys more sincerity. Chi Zhe suppressed his immense humiliation and delivered a 2-minute apology to the person he once cherished. Observing Jin Chen's smiling lips, a flicker of resentment ignited in his eyes. One day, he vowed to trample both the Jin family and Jin Chen beneath his feet. After Jin Chen completed the video, Chi Zhe, losing interest, stormed out of the dormitory. Lin Yu and Ma Bing enjoyed a moment of relief. Jin Chen, disregarding his gaze, finished his shower and climbed into bed with a notebook and ointment. During his bath, perhaps having seen the video, Shun Qingxi's darkened mood lifted slightly, his negativity decreasing by 10 points, leaving him with only 30. Lin Gu, could you send me the assignment requirements? Sure, came the reply. Jin Chen drew the bed curtain and promptly initiated a video call to Shun Qingxi. Within mere seconds, Shun Qingxi answered, his exquisitely beautiful visage appearing on the screen. He first glanced at Jin Chen's shoulder, observing the ointment, before shifting his gaze to his damp hair. Why haven't you dried your hair? I've just wiped it. It'll dry soon. Jin Chen flicked his head, his brows and eyes languid, propped against the headboard while holding his phone. Did you see the video, Senior? I did. It startled me. Shun Qingxi chuckled. You truly are something. Seemingly recalling something, he inquired, was the forum matter also your idea? Indeed, that photograph was so beautifully taken. Who could resist saying it's a perfect match? As he engaged in the video call, Jin Chen operated his notebook with one hand. Shun Qingxi did not disconnect the call, placing his phone beside his pillow, quietly observing Jin Chen's earnest expression, his exquisitely perfect jawline, and his handsome, deep-set cheeks. It was remarkable, he thought. He had genuinely found someone who resonated with him, and even better, that person reciprocated his feelings. After submitting the assignment, Jin Chen nestled under the covers, lying in the same posture as Shun Qingxi. Fortuitously, their attractive features, combined with the camera's distortion, rendered them both still appealing. Senior, let me share a secret with you. Jin Chen leaned in mysteriously, his voice barely above a whisper, as if confiding in his ear. Shun Qingxi, somewhat drowsy, instinctively responded. The next moment, Jin Chen's voice echoed in his earphones. On the day of the dance competition, I plan to confess to the person I adore. He became more alert, his eyes widening in surprise. Really? Simultaneously, a wave of anxiety washed over him. What if I don't secure first place? Then so what? In my heart, you will always be the first. Shun Qingxi's cheeks flushed, and he murmured, it's not as good as you make it sound. Please, the one I like is the best in the universe. Jin Chen playfully huffed. My moon is gentle and handsome. How could he not be wonderful? Upon mentioning this, Shun Qingxi, momentarily setting aside his shyness, asked with curiosity, why do you call me moon? Jin Chen lowered his gaze, biting his lip, because, on the night we added each other on WeChat, I looked through your moments. Shun Qingxi was taken aback, delving into his own moments to discover a post from 3 years ago, made after his parents' passing. So that is how it is. A warm current surged through him, and he chuckled softly, realizing that little Jin Chen possessed a remarkably sensitive heart beneath his bold exterior. Jin Chen let out a light hum, remarking that she only behaves this way towards those she holds dear. Others hardly matter to her. Shun Qingxi playfully flicked the screen with her finger, teasing that she had grown rather proud. The atmosphere between the two was warm, with Jin Chen occasionally making jestful comments that made Shen Qingzi blush and her heart race. However, the sentiments of others were not as cheerful. In the hospital ward, Lin Lu felt fortunate that the majority of his burns were on his neck, sparing his face from any scars. Although he could not participate in the dance competition, there was still a month until the campus gala, and he was determined to secure the lead dancer position. This time, it was not merely to outshine Qi Zhe, but to demonstrate his own capabilities, proving that he was never inferior to Shen Qingzi. Merely thinking of Shen Qingzi's name made Lin Li's teeth clench in frustration. With Qi Zhe in the past, and now Jin Chen, it seemed everyone favored him. Ding dong. The phone emitted a notification sound, illuminating the screen. Lin Li's eyes sparkled as he read the message. Chapter 38. The Gentle Seniors Rescue. One morning, students perusing the forums discovered that rumors surrounding Shen Qingzi had resurfaced. Unlike the previous incident involving photographs, this thread concerned his background. Title: Discussion: The illustrious family background of Shen Qingzi, the third-year talent from the dance department. Original poster: I graduated from the same high school as Shen Qingzi. At that time, his family was quite affluent, chauffeuring him to and from school. However, after graduation, it seems he encountered some misfortune. His parents tragically perished, their company went bankrupt, and he appeared to be burdened with substantial debt. Just days ago, I spotted him in a luxury vehicle, heading towards a villa complex in the city center. Is he perhaps entangled with someone of means? My litre? Shocked. I must interject. Did anyone see him down below? 2L. A few days ago, I saw a stunning Pagani. Could that be the one the original poster mentioned? 3L. Whoever drives a Pagani surely isn't just an average middle-aged man. Perhaps he has a wealthy boyfriend? 4L. But isn't he in a flirtatious phase with Jin Chen from the finance department? Is this a case of double dipping? 15L. Does no one care about his family background? What a scandal. I'm not well versed in the affairs of the affluent. 16L. Speaking of which, does the original poster have evidence? Without it, it could be deemed slander. The big shot from the photo incident might be coming for you. 17L. You reminded me. What about that big shot? Shen Qingzi's privacy has been breached again. Everyone, hurry. 58L. The original poster is here with the evidence you all requested. First, I have no connection to him. I am merely curious and disdainful of university students being kept. The poster attached 3 images, one of Shen Qingzi from high school, looking both refined and gentle even in a uniform, another depicting him as a dance tutor in university, and a photo capturing him in a luxury car. 59L, once again, it's the original poster. Believe it or not, as for the so-called big shot, how could an ordinary college student possibly know such people? I need not elaborate. After scrolling through the forum, Lin Lu noted that the thread had reached several hundred replies before leisurely putting his phone away, his expression radiating delight. Following a week of treatment, he was finally able to return to school, his face unmarred by scars, though his back and neck bore some marks. As long as Shen Qingzi is brought low and disgraced, there remains hope for him to ascend and seize the position of the leading dancer. He has grown cunning, refraining from posting himself and instead enlisting others to do so, ensuring that even if an IP trace were conducted, it would not lead back to him. Lao Lu, believing himself to be flawlessly discreet, hurried joyfully to school. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzi, whom he assumed was heartbroken, sat in a cafe, calmly browsing through forum posts. Jin Chen took a sip of coffee, his laptop displaying the very post in question. He clicked on a picture and chuckled, remarking how youthful and adorable his senior had once been. Shen Qingzi shot him a playful glance and retorted, "Am I not adorable now?" "Not at all. You are now charming, gentle, and delightfully cute," Jin Chen insisted. He then feigned injury, rubbing his head while adding, "and quite spicy too," retracting his hand. Shen Qingzi couldn't help but laugh. Jin Chen, noticing that Shen Qingzi seemed genuinely untroubled, felt his worries dissipate. Shen Qingzi took a sip of coffee and inquired, "How did you know Lin Lu would post today?" "I could have prepared myself." "Because I am your devoted, mysterious benefactor," Jin Chen replied cheerfully, playfully echoing a phrase from the forum, while lightly tapping the coffee-stained corner of Shen Qingzi's lips with his fingertip. "Do not be upset. Senior, I shall assist you in striking back immediately. What do you plan to do? He asked as Jin Chen turned the screen towards him, wearing a triumphant expression. I have located the photos and videos of Lin Lu accompanying patrons that you mentioned last time. Furthermore, I have gathered all evidence of him hiring someone to slander you, including the orders for cameras and covert recordings. Shen Qingxi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Jin Chen would collect such comprehensive evidence. Did you hire a detective? How do you possess all this evidence? Jin Chen stroked his smooth chin, adopting an air of mystery. I have a mysterious ally behind me. The mysterious ally, 0731, joyfully tumbled through the digital space. Shen Qingxi assumed it to be a private investigator from a Jin family and did not press further. Jin Chen, noticing this, chuckled softly and leaned closer, asking, "May I receive a thanks kiss?" with a mix of exasperation and amusement in his eyes. Shen Qingxi leaned in and brushed his lips against Jin Chen's handsome cheek. However, Jin Chen seized his shoulder, turning his face to plant a kiss at the corner of his lips. Shen Qingxi's cheeks flushed with warmth, feeling a heat rising that even the cafe's air conditioning could not suppress. Jin Chen settled back in his chair, his ears slightly reddened, thoroughly pleased with this token of gratitude. Now, the mysterious benefactor was ready to assist his beloved senior in cleansing the forum. He returned to his laptop, his long fingers tapping away at the keyboard, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. 5 minutes later, students browsing the forum were once again astonished. The title read, "Mysterious Benefactor of the Forum, Owner of a Pagani, and the one flirting with my senior is me." The original poster stated, as the title suggests, "I am Jin Chen, a second-year student newly transferred to the finance department. From the very first day at school, I fell in love with senior Shen Qingxi, who was trapped in the library. In the course of getting to know him better, I not only confirmed my feelings, but also realized just how unworthy certain individuals are of being human. In the dance department, Lin Lu, lacking in personal prowess, harbored resentment towards her roommate Shen Qingxi. She entangled herself with Qi Zhe, who had previously rebuffed Shen Qingxi, and subsequently purchased a hidden camera online to surreptitiously capture videos and photographs of him changing clothes and practicing dance. After I removed the initial post, adhering to a principle of benevolence, I refrained from exposing the matter. Yet, Lin Lu and Qi Zhe showed no signs of realization and instead escalated their actions. As for the Pagani car, merely based on this, to assert that the senior was merely seeking a benefactor is absurd. However, when you were filming, could you not have also captured me seated in the passenger seat? Ultimately, the vile reveal their own nature. Jin Chen placed the video of Lin Lu accompanying a patron at the forefront, wherein Lin Lu is tightly embraced by a man clad in a suit, her expression devoid of any resistance, seemingly reveling in the moment. Following this were the details of Lin Lu and Qi Zhe procuring the hidden camera, their communications, and the IP addresses of various posters, a veritable bombshell of revelations. 1L. Too many elements. I shall take my time. 2L. Agreed with the previous poster. What a splendid spectacle. By the way, isn't Lin Li's conduct illegal? 3L. Shen Qingxi is truly unfortunate, slandered and falsely accused. How did she end up entangled with such oddities? 4 litres. Jin Chen. You bring me to tears. Your affection for him is palpable. 5L. How dare Lin Lu test the boundaries of the law so recklessly? 25L. I'm a classmate of Shen Qingxi and Lin Lu. During training, Lin Lu frequently displayed her disdain towards us. Her character is truly lacking, and I am not at all surprised by her actions. Such comments proliferated, accumulating thousands of replies within a mere half hour. Chapter 39. Rescue of the Gentle Senior. When Lin Lu encountered the post, it was after she had returned to school. She first noticed the peculiar gazes from her roommates. What are you all looking at? Roommate 1 gestured towards her phone. You should check the forum. Jin Chen has exposed everything about you. Roommate 2, tidying up, rolled her eyes upon seeing Lin Lu enter. She had been the one to comment at the 25th post, having long harbored discontent towards Lin Lu. I'm moving out to rent a place. The dormitory feels unsafe. Who knows if there will be photos of me on the forum in the future? as Lin Lu scrolled through her phone. Hearing this remark made her expression shift, and she stumbled upon the prominently marked hot first post. The further she scrolled, the more her heart raced. Upon reaching the video of herself being coerced into accompanying a patron, Lin Lu completely unraveled. She hurled her phone to the ground, her fingers trembling, her face flushed, her previously delicate features contorted in anguish. It's all a lie. Where did that video come from? I haven't committed any crime. It is Jin Chen who has crossed the line. He is the one investigating me. Roommate 2 scoffed. If you hadn't done anything wrong, why would you fear an investigation? Lin Lu kicked the table. Shut your mouth. You wouldn't dare speak when Shun Qingzi was in the dormitory. Why act like a saint now? Unable to bear the insults directed at her in the post, her mind raced as she sought a solution. Qi would surely have a way out of this. For these actions were a joint endeavor. Qi could not evade accountability. Lin Lu stumbled as he picked up the phone from the ground and exited the dormitory. However, just as he dashed out the door, 2 police officers intercepted him outside. You must be Lin Lu. We have received reports alleging that you have openly insulted someone and fabricated defamatory statements. Please cooperate with our investigation and come with us. A number of students passing by overheard the commotion, their astonishment evident as they gazed at Lin Lu and whispered amongst themselves. So, he is the Lin Lu mentioned in the post, the one who secretly filmed Shun Qingzi. To be fair, he is indeed not as handsome as Shun Qingzi. Lin Lu clenched his fists tightly, feeling an overwhelming surge of humiliation and anger. With no other recourse, he had to follow the officers away. Jin Chen and Shun Qingzi stood beneath the grand banyan tree by the dormitory, watching as Lin Lu was escorted by the police. Villain's darkening value detected. 10. Accumulated. 20. Success is imminent. Host. Lin Lu should not remain at the police station for long. The loyal second male lead from the original plot is about to enter the school. In the original narrative, Lin Lu was forced to accompany the esteemed dancer Miao Yuan, the principal of the Imperial City dance troupe, who is renowned throughout the country. They had a fleeting romance during high school, but after Miao Yuan departed to study dance in the capital, they lost contact. Upon their reunion at a bar, Lin Lu confided in him, hinting at his struggles at school, where his roommate often overshadowed him. Subsequently, Miao Yuan entered the school to become Lin Li's classical dance instructor, covertly creating obstacles for Shun Qingzi. Yet he failed to win Lin Li's affection. Eventually, he left for abroad, completely oblivious to the life he had ruined. If he dares to come, he must be prepared for infamy. Jin Chen would not overlook anyone attempting to bully his beloved. Noticing Jin Chen lost in thought, Shun Qingzi waved his hand in front of him. What are you thinking about? I'm pondering how to orchestrate a grand confession ceremony for the dance competition in 2 days. Jin Chen held Shun Qingzi's hand as they strolled along the path beneath the banyan tree. The sun was pleasantly warm, filtering through the branches, creating a comfortable ambience as they ambled leisurely. What preparations have you made? Shun Qingzi had been curious for quite some time, these past few days. Aside from attending classes and spending time with him, Jin Chen had been busy preparing for the confession ceremony. Even his roommate had been mysteriously tight-lipped. If I reveal it, it won't be a surprise, Jin Chen replied playfully, giving a little shake of the hand he held with Shun Qingzi. Rest assured, it will surely satisfy the senior. With a resigned sigh, Shun Qingzi gazed toward the park's lawn, where numerous students were picnicking, reading, and even playing games on picnic blankets. Jin Chen observed Shun Qingzi's eyes brighten as he watched a kite soaring in the breeze, though Shun Qingzi quickly averted his gaze. Jin Chen abruptly halted, a look of delight on his face. Senior, let us go fly a kite. I haven't done that in ages. Shun Qingzi's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement. Really? Indeed. Wait here. I'll go buy a kite from the shop across the street. Jin Chen released Shun Qingzi's hand, gently ruffling his soft hair. But you mustn't sneak away while I'm gone. As she watched Jin Chen's departing figure, Shun Qingzi couldn't help but smile, sitting gracefully on the ground. She tucked one leg beneath her, propped herself up with one arm, and shielded her eyes from the dazzling sunlight, feeling a warm glow envelop her. An unprecedented sense of ease and exhilaration filled her heart. A girl from the art academy, sketching nearby, was captivated by Shun Qingzi and excitedly grabbed her companion's arm, exclaiming, "Look, there's a handsome guy over there. I could totally go for that." Her companion squinted, took a deep breath, and firmly grasped the girl's hand, saying, "No, you can't. That's Shun Qingzi. He and Jin Chen are already a couple." To her surprise, the girl became even more animated. "So that's Shun Qingzi. He's so handsome. Is Jin Chen nearby? They make such a perfect pair." Her companion nodded with a smile. "I heard from a senior in the finance department that Jin Chen is planning to confess to Shun Qingzi at the 5-school dance competition the day after tomorrow." Shun Qingzi overheard their conversation clearly. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that this news had become common knowledge, thanks in part to Jin Chen's little roommate. At that moment, Jin Chen returned from buying a kite and pulled Shun Qingzi up from the ground, suddenly hearing a flurry of exclamations. He turned to see two girls hurrying away, scratching his head in confusion. "What's going on?" Shun Qingzi chuckled as he took the kite and unfurled it. "Is this a magpie?" Jin Chen said while adjusting Shun Qingzi's cuffs. "Yes, the magpie symbolizes good fortune." "What a lovely sentiment. You grew up abroad, yet you pay attention to these things?" "Since it's a gift for a senior to enjoy, I made sure to choose something special. The shopkeeper said this kite is the most beautiful." Jin Chen handed the control line to Shun Qingzi, saying, "You should fly it. I'll go get the kite." Shun Qingzi raised an eyebrow, realizing that it was meant for him, and it was not merely about wanting to play, but rather about being attuned to his feelings. How remarkably thoughtful of him. With their combined efforts, the magpie kite soon soared into the sky, gliding gracefully against the gentle breeze in the blue expanse above. Shun Qingzi looked up, his smile radiant. Detected villain's heart flutter value. 10, cumulative. 80. Chapter 40. Saving the Gentle Senior. The 5-school dance competition was set to commence as scheduled on Saturday evening. In addition to the host, Imperial University, the other 4 institutions were also prestigious universities of equal renown. The judges for this event were celebrated masters in the dance world, so the school placed great importance on it, selecting students of undeniable talent from various specialties within the dance department. Naturally, when it came to classical dance, Shun Qingzi was the unequivocal choice. Backstage, Shun Qingzi changed into his dance attire, pushing aside his long hair that he had styled earlier. Clad in a flowing garment woven from countless silken threads, it appeared as though he had draped moonlight upon himself. His tall figure moved with an elegance that resembled the shimmering of water. As he stepped out of the changing room, he immediately captured a multitude of gazes. Ma Bing and Lin Yu arrived backstage, as per Jin Chen's request, to offer their encouragement. "Wow, Shen, you look stunning," Ma Bing exclaimed, unabashedly displaying her admiration. "What good fortune for Yao Air. Where's Jin Chen?" Shun Qingzi glanced back at them, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Lin Yu smiled reassuringly. "Yao Air is busy preparing some things. Don't worry about the competition, Shun." "Indeed, Senior Shun, our dear friend entrusted us to come over right after lunch, so do not feel anxious." Shun Qingzi took a seat, while a makeup artist continued to apply cosmetics to his face, and he took a moment to say, "I am not nervous." "Is he preparing for that?" Ma Bing and Lin Yu exchanged knowing smiles, of course. "Our friend has received the school's approval to declare his feelings before the 5 schools. It is indeed a matter of pride." Instinctively, the corners of his lips curled upwards, and the anticipation within him eclipsed any anxiety about the competition. This time, Shun Qingzi was set to perform his original dance entitled Azure Cloud Sky. The overall stage makeup was dominated by shades of blue, embodying the beauty of nature. A touch of blue at the outer corners of his eyes harmonized with the azure hues of his dance attire, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Soon, it was his turn to await the performance. "Senior Shun, we are all cheering for you down here," Ma Bing exclaimed, making a fist in encouragement. "Go for it." Shun Qingzi nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "Thank you." During the event, the competition was categorized by dance styles, with each academy taking the stage in sequence. After each style was performed, 10 judges would score the performances. The special invited judges did not participate in voting, but could select 1 student for 5 personal teaching sessions. As the host introduced the identity of the special judge, All competing students gasped in astonishment, and the audience erupted with chatter. Welcome to the special invited judge of this inter-school competition, the principal dancer of the National Dance Company of England and professor at the Royal Academy. Milia. Jin Chen sat in the front row, having already consulted with the school authorities, and, due to his status as the heir of the Jin family, he took his place comfortably. When he caught his mother's eye as she signaled to him, he smiled and clapped with a hint of helplessness. After Milia politely greeted everyone, she took her seat at the judges' table. The waiting period felt particularly interminable, especially since the classical dance was the last category to perform. This was a deliberate arrangement by Jin Chen to prevent the declaration from disrupting the competition's flow. Having drifted in thought several times, Jin Chen finally heard the announcement for the classical dance segment. Following the order, Shun Qingzi was set to perform last. The preceding four performers each showcased unique talents, and the judges appeared impressed. While Ma Bing and Lin, you could not help but feel a pang of nervousness for Shun Qingzi. Are you nervous, dear friend? You're next. Ma Bing nudged him playfully. Not all. I have faith in him, Jin Chen replied, shaking his head and sipping water, now fully focused on the stage. The host began to announce, next, we invite the classical dance contender from Imperial Capital University, Shun Qingzi, to present his work, Azure Cloud Sky. Upon the conclusion of his words, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. The judges, momentarily taken aback, glanced behind, thinking a celebrity contender had arrived. Shun Qingzi, surprised by such a warm reception, quickly composed himself and stepped onto the dimly lit stage, striking his opening pose. As the lights gradually brightened, the clear and melodious sound of the flute resonated. With a graceful flourish of his sleeves, Shun Qingzi leaped into his dance, his inky hair cascading like a waterfall, and a fan elegantly in hand, occasionally unfurling with a flourish, embodying grace akin to a dragon painting in the air. As the flute's melody swelled, the guzheng joined in, and Shun Qingzi transitioned through his steps, turning, swinging, leaping, and twisting. His moon-white robe unfurled like delicate clouds, fluttering as gracefully as a startled swan. Jin Chen observed intently, his peach blossom eyes brimming with affection. At this moment, it seemed as though everyone around had vanished, leaving him standing beneath the moonlight, watching the ethereal dance unfold. Malia nodded appreciatively, her beautiful eyes filled with satisfaction. She recognized that this young man was the object of her son's affection, which was why she had agreed to attend this competition. To her astonishment, her future daughter-in-law exhibited such remarkable talent. It was truly splendid. She retrieved a contract signing card, preparing to secure her daughter-in-law under her name as a closed-door disciple during her son's declaration of love. After a considerable time, the melodies of the flute and zither gradually faded, and Shun Qingzi concluded her dance, stepping lightly to a halt. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into applause and cheers. Shun Qingzi, slightly breathless, her eyes sparkling, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, exchanged glances with Jin Chen, slowly smiling and bowing in gratitude. The host then invited the other four contestants to the stage. Now, let us invite the judges to score. The 10 judges each provided their scores from a maximum of 10 points, culminating in the highest total determining the victor. To everyone's astonishment, Shun Qingzi achieved an impressive score of 90, leaving even the host taken aback. Congratulations to contestant Shun Qingzi for her overwhelming victory. Shun Qingzi bowed once more, expressing her gratitude to the judges and the audience below. Finally, the host, beaming with joy, invited the 4 contestants to step down, leaving Shun Qingzi alone on stage. The audience looked on in confusion, questioning whether the event had truly concluded. Shun Qingzi assumed that Jin Chen was about to commence his so-called declaration of love and clenched her fists nervously, yet she saw no sign of him taking action. Instead, it was Malia who rose from her seat. She gracefully ascended the stage, holding a contract signing card, her azure eyes sparkling with mirth. Hello, Shun Qingzi. Shun Qingzi, taken aback, bit her lip, an incredible thought surfacing in her mind. Hello, Teacher Malia. Malia noticed her anxiety and said with a smile, No need to be nervous, dear. Your dance was beautiful. Before presenting you with this signing card, I have a question for you. Shen Qingxi nodded. Please go ahead. Are you interested in dating my son? Malia's words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Students from other institutions viewed the scene as a delightful spectacle, even considering it an extraordinary opportunity. Meanwhile, the audience from the Imperial Capital University began to stir in protest. No, Teacher Malia. Senior Shen already has someone. This cannot be allowed. Shen Qingxi instinctively turned to look at Jin Chen, only to find him still smiling, showing no signs of urgency. She furrowed her brow, her gaze dropping as she pressed her lips together. I'm sorry, Teacher Malia, but I already have someone I like, Shen Qingxi replied, taking a deep breath and smiling as she answered. Don't be in such a rush to refuse. First, take this signing card, Malia said with a grin. Look over there. Shen Qingxi instinctively raised her head, and the audience and judges looked on with curiosity. Suddenly, all the lights in the auditorium dimmed, and countless petals cascaded down from the ceiling. Students, who had been holding candles in their palms, ignited their flames and slowly stood up. The candlelight gradually illuminated the audience, as unsuspecting spectators and students from other schools widened their eyes in astonishment. At the outermost edge of the audience, music students summoned by Jin Chen picked up their instruments to perform the romantic concerto for violin in D major. Ma Bing and Lin Yu raised their glow-in-the-dark signs, adorned in blue and white, inscribed with a single phrase, "The moon dedicated to me." On stage, only the spot where Shen Qingxi stood was illuminated by a solitary light. He gazed upon this exquisite and grand scene, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Jin Chen slowly emerged from behind the stage, cradling Ecuadorian ice-blue roses and dressed in a suit that matched Shen Qingxi's attire. The second light flickered to life, following Jin Chen's steps as he made his way towards the front of the stage. Simultaneously, the dark blue lights on stage brightened, showering petals like beams of moonlight cascading down. Malia picked up her prepared violin, harmonizing with the rhythm of the students below, providing accompaniment. Upon hearing the melody, Shen Qingxi turned to look. The moon dedicated to me. Jin Chen's voice was soft and gentle, his gaze fixed on his beloved, expressing his affection. My moon, bright and gentle, because of love, I yearn for the moon. I fervently hope that my moon can love me. Shen Qingxi chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with emotion. He had not anticipated that this declaration would unfold so grandly. It was love blessed by all. Jin Chen extended the roses towards Shen Qingxi, asking my moon, would you be willing to love me? I would, came a heartfelt reply. Shen Qingxi nestled into his embrace, his voice slightly choked, as the love and joy within him threatened to overflow. Detecting villain's heart value, 20, cumulative, 100, joyfully spinning in the space, 0731 exclaimed, so sweet. As the performance concluded, the students and audience erupted in cheers, chanting, kiss. Quiche. Jin Chen chuckled softly, whispering in his ear, is it all right, senior? Shen Qingxi, holding the flowers, leaned into his embrace and softly replied, yes. The cheers grew even more fervent at that moment. Both the audience and the judges applauded and celebrated in joy. Malia held her hands to her heart, visibly moved. Oh, how romantic! Shen Qingxi, still bashful, managed only a few light kisses, burying his flushed face into Jin Chen's neck amidst the enthusiastic sound surrounding him. The applause and cheers from the audience lingered, celebrating the young man's fervent and courageous love. By 9 o'clock, after the competition concluded, the students from other schools remained immersed in the declaration of love, while the forum of the Imperial University had exploded with activity, with various live videos and images circulating. Malia, wishing not to intrude upon the young couple, returned to her residence in the capital after the competition. Naturally, Jin Chen, having just successfully declared his love, did not return to his school dormitory, instead heading to his small villa. In the brightly lit bedroom, Jin Chen embraced the makeup-free Shen Qingxi, resting against the headboard while indulging in tender kisses. Prior to officially defining their relationship, the most passionate moments they shared were merely fleeting kisses. Jin Chen often found himself captivated by Shen Qingxi, who would breathe heavily after dance practice, yet he managed to restrain his desires. Now, as they could finally express their intimacy without reservation, he was determined to reciprocate with fervor. "Get up. I'm starving," Shun Qingzi murmured, his legs weak from the kisses, leaning helplessly against the headboard. To maintain the lightness necessary for the competition, he had subsisted on just a cucumber for breakfast and lunch, and he hadn't eaten anything for dinner, nearly famished. "No, unless you change how you address me." Jin Chen playfully bit his soft, rosy lips, teasingly distant. "What should I call you then? Come up with something yourself. If you can't think of one, dinner is off the table." Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzi shyly huffed a couple of times, leaning closer into his embrace. "I don't know." Jin Chen could easily discern his shyness and mischievously pinched his cheek. Shun Qingzi, inspired, then called out the first name that came to his mind. Jin Chen chuckled lightly, slipping on his slippers and leaving the bedroom. As he heard the door close, Shun Qingzi peeked out, gazing at the chandelier on the ceiling, allowing his mind to wander over the day's events, blushing as he buried himself under the covers. Jin Chen had surely feigned innocence on purpose. He huffed in frustration. How could the obedient younger student transform into a mischievous wolf overnight? In the kitchen, Jin Chen remained oblivious to the exposure of his facade, diligently cooking noodles with a smile playing on his lips. "Host, Lin Lu has indeed been bailed out by Miao Yuan," 0731 reported, relieved that he wouldn't have to go to the small black room for the time being. "Don't worry. You won't be bouncing around for long." Jin Chen replied casually, finishing the sauce for the noodles, then frying an egg and garnishing it with green onions to complete the meal. "How is Chi Zhe doing?" he asked nonchalantly. Since his last apology and departure from the dormitory, Chi Zhe had not returned to classes for nearly half a month. He was scolded harshly by his father. It seems his father intends to change the heir, and Chi Zhe is unwilling to let the illegitimate child inherit, causing quite a stir at home. Go assist that illegitimate child. Give him some money as long as he can bring Chi Zhe down a notch. Understood. 0731 promptly reached out under a fabricated identity. Once the 2 bowls of noodles were ready, Jin Chen brought them to the dining room before calling Shun Qingzi to join him for dinner. "Jibao." Jin Chen opened the bedroom door, thinking Shun Qingzi might have fallen asleep, and softly called out. Shun Qingzi emerged from the covers, fully composed and ready to reclaim his dignity as the elder by a year. He casually turned on the light, got out of bed, and declared, "Let us eat noodles." Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing the mischievous glint in his eyes. Was he scheming? "How is it? Delicious?" Jin Chen asked cheerfully, observing Shun Qingzi happily devouring his meal. "Delicious." Shun Qingzi, satisfied, wiped his mouth and squinted his eyes, smiling as he affectionately ruffled Jin Chen's hair, his tone gentle. "How impressive. It seems you will have plenty of delightful meals in the future." He recalled his own plans, and before he could implement them, his heart began to race. Anxiety creeping in. Noticing his change, Jin Chen smirked, pretending to be oblivious, curious to see what mischief his wife was up to. "You reek of cooking oil. Hurry and take a shower, or you shall not be permitted to sleep in bed later." Shun Qingzi stroked Jin Chen's hair, his voice tender. "Sure thing. I shall obey my wife's orders." Jin Chen stood up, exasperated, first placing the dishes into the dishwasher before leisurely making his way to the bathroom to wash up. Upon hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, Shun Qingzi swiftly returned, retrieving the dance attire he had changed out of earlier. However, he did not fully dress. Instead, with a blush, he removed all his sleepwear, draping the light veil of the dance costume over himself while slyly wrapping a towel tightly underneath, tying the costume's sash in a knot. The veil was not entirely transparent, merely shrouded in an ambiguous haze, making it difficult to discern the towel beneath without close inspection. Once dressed, he turned off the main light in the bedroom, leaving only the bedside lamp illuminated, its warm yellow glow casting an intimate ambience in the dim room. At that moment, the sound of water from the bathroom began to fade. He bit his lip, and when Jin Chen opened the bathroom door, he played the romantic French song he had prepared. The singer's soft whispers were akin to sweet nothing shared between lovers, brimming with romance. Jin Chen stood still, captivated by Shen Qingxi's bashful yet feigned composure. Shen Qingxi lost himself in the music, letting the dancer's grace and love for his partner overshadow his shyness. In an instant, his expression transformed. He lifted his arms, gracefully turning his wrists, allowing the veil to cascade down, revealing his slender forearms, and with a delicate gesture, he pointed a fingertip towards Jin Chen. 3 minutes passed, and the music ceased. The room fell back into silence, leaving only the echo of their heartbeats. After the events of the previous night, Shen Qingxi vowed never to provoke Jin Chen again. He leaned against the passenger seat, drowsy, with a lingering ache in his lower back. He had spent the entirety of the previous day in bed, fortunate that there were no classes on Sunday. Jin Chen, feeling refreshed, playfully tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He had no classes today, merely taking Shen Qingxi to school while also assisting with the move. In the dance studio of the arts building, Lin Lu had shaken off the gloom of the past few days and regained his spirits, completely indifferent to the opinions of others. He closed the chat window with Miao Yuan, a wave of sweetness washing over him. What did it matter that Qi Zhe was gone? He could still stand tall on his own. The support Miao Yuan provided in the dance community was incomparable to what Jin Chen and Qi Zhe could offer, despite their affluent backgrounds. Clearly, Lan Lu, who had been bailed out by Miao Yuan days ago, was unaware of the events that transpired during the inter-school alliance competition. It was only today, upon arriving at school, that he learned of the grand confession Jin Chen had orchestrated for Shen Qingxi. After the incident involving Qi Zhe, Lin Lu had completely let go of trivial romantic entanglements. His ambition was to align himself with Miao Yuan and become a dancer more formidable than Shen Qingxi. When he saw Shen Qingxi enter the classroom, he couldn't suppress a smug smirk, openly challenging him. It was evident to anyone that Lin Lu harbored ill intentions. Shen Qingxi's gaze lingered on him for but a fleeting moment before he disinterestedly shifted his attention elsewhere. Shen Qingxi, your performance in the competition the other day was remarkable. Several classmates approached him, eager to offer their congratulations. Indeed, other schools are saying that our dance department at Imperial University is exceptionally talented. Shen Qingxi responded with a gentle smile, genuinely pleased. Everyone's skills are impressive. We will all shine at the summer gala. The class monitor chimed in, suddenly recalling another matter. By the way, we will be having a new classical dance teacher today. With the semester nearing its end, it doesn't matter much whether we change or not. But I hear the new instructor is from the Imperial dance troupe. As the students expressed their awe, Miao Yuan walked into the classroom. Hello, everyone, he greeted, his tall and composed figure exuding a cool demeanor, evidently superior to Qi Zhe. Shen Qingxi lowered his gaze, recalling Jin Chen's advice. He hoped Miao Yuan's favoritism towards Lin Lu would not adversely affect the other students. Hello, teacher. You look so handsome. A few classmates teased. Miao Yuan chuckled lightly, removed his jacket, and exchanged a glance with Lin Lu. Noticing Lin Li's bashful expression, a flicker of fondness appeared in his eyes. From today onwards, I will be teaching you all classical dance. I look forward to your guidance. Miao Yuan first showcased his dance fundamentals as a warm-up. After the music ceased, he took a sip of water and noticed Shen Qingxi's gaze, responding with a courteous smile. He clapped his hands. Let's warm up, and I'll assess your basics. Shen Qingxi moved to a corner to practice his dance for the gala. The summer gala was an annual event held before the summer break, where each department prepared at least one performance, with the arts departments required to present a minimum of 3. Each department seized this opportunity to showcase their talents, fostering a delightful sense of competition. This year, the dance department, always in the spotlight, planned not only the class's group performance, but also a solo dance by Shen Qingxi, a program of particular significance. Initially, Shen Qingxi intended to perform a classic piece, but after spending time with Jin Chen, he found new inspiration. He envisioned an original dance dedicated to Jin Chen, a dance that belonged solely to them. The title was already decided, The Moon Knows Your Intent. As he danced, letting his body express his sentiments, Miao Yuan scanned the students, eventually focusing on Shen Qingxi. He was captivated by Shen Qingxi's professional and vibrantly expressive movements, silently acknowledging his talent. Despite his reservations stemming from Lin Li's situation, he could not deny that Shun Qingxi's abilities were on par with those of a professional dancer. Chapter 43. The gentle seniors rescue Miao Yuan's appreciative gaze, however, caused Lin Lu to feel a sudden pang of unease. He had finally rekindled Miao Yuan's interest in him. He could not let Shun Qingxi lure him away. Lin Lu bit his lip, controlling the strength in his ankle, and let himself fall to the ground. His classmate nearby gasped and immediately halted, thinking he had collided with Lin Lu, anxiously rushing over to assist him. Are you all right? L'aloof is reddened. Yet he ignored the inquiry, merely lifting his gaze towards Miao Yuan, who was hastily approaching. Teacher, my ankle hurts terribly. Miao Yuan furrowed his brow, crouched down to inspect, and gently reassured, fortunately, it's not injured. You should rest for a moment. What happened? He queried, directing his gaze at the classmate. L'aloof, pouting in a manner that conveyed his grievance. It was my own clumsiness. Could you help me up, teacher? Miao Yuan affectionately ruffled his hair, of course. He helped Lin Lu to his feet and settled him down at the entrance, his actions meticulous. The classmate scratched his head in confusion, sensing that something was amiss. Lin Lu cast a sidelong glance at Shun Qingxi, lowered his eyes in contemplation for a few moments, then tugged at Miao Yuan's sleeve. I apologize, teacher. I was simply too eager in practicing the dance for the evening gala, which is why I fell. Miao Yuan comfortingly patted him. It's all right. There's no need to rush. Lin Lu thought to himself. Does Miao Yuan not comprehend such a blatant hint? Clenching his fist, he spoke again. I have been diligently practicing, but the previous teacher had already designated Shun Qingxi as the lead dancer. I also wish to try for the position. Miao Yuan instinctively frowned. Xiaolu, you're not suited for the lead role. He was not oblivious to Lin Li's intentions, yet from the perspective of a teacher and dancer, he believed that within this class, only Shun Qingxi was fit for the lead role. Lin Lu lowered his head in frustration, his eyes ablaze with resentment. He could not fathom why, despite having promised to rekindle their romance, Miao Yuan still favored another. At that moment in the school's activity room, Jin Chen reclined on the sofa, eyes closed, watching the scene unfold through the broadcast of 0731, raising an eyebrow in surprise. This Miao Yuan is not acting foolishly. 0731 observed the original plot with some confusion. In the original storyline, Miao Yuan schemed against Shun Qingxi in his rivalry with Qi Zhe for Lin Lu. Why has he suddenly grown so astute? Now that Qi Zhe no longer poses a threat, Miao Yuan lacks a sense of urgency and naturally pays less attention to Lin Lu. Jin Chen opened his eyes, glancing at the posts on his phone screen. Moreover, Shun Qingxi's prowess is now evident to all. He is not blinded by love and can see clearly. I see. 0731 nodded seriously. But host, the darkening value of the pitiful 20 has not diminished. Does this mean we need to remove Lin Lu? Indeed, Jin Chen smirked, sending a message to the screen opposite him. At the evening gala, he would ensure that Lin Lu was the center of attention. Ding dong. Jin Chen exited the interface and opened WeChat. It was from Malia. Darling, Mommy is coming to your school to see my precious Shun Qingxi today. Prepare to welcome Mommy. He raised an eyebrow, a plan forming in his mind. All right, Mommy, remember to prepare a meeting gift for your daughter-in-law. That bully is still in the class. After sending the message, Jin Chen stood up, purchased 2 bottles of mineral water, and departed. The dance studio awaited. Lin Lu was both anxious and frustrated as Miao Yuan failed to take a stand, quietly murmuring complaints. Do you also believe I am inferior to Shun Qingxi? He has been ostracizing me, and you still speak in his favor. Miao Yuan's brow twitched. Xiaolu, this is a different matter altogether. This is a matter of principle. You simply believe Shun Qingxi surpasses me, hence your reluctance to switch partners. His voice rose slightly, causing the students practicing in the classroom to halt and turn their astonished gazes toward Lin Lu and him. Shun Qingxi also paused his movements, casting an emotionless glance at Lin Lu. Miao Yuan released Lin Li's hand, urging, "It's all right, continue your practice." He sighed and looked at Shun Qingxi, adding, "This has nothing to do with you. Focus on your training and strive to enter the imperial capital dance troupe." Shun Qingzi nodded, expressing gratitude to the teacher. Among the students, some had been present at the competition and chimed in. Teacher Miao, Shun Qingzi has already been selected as a student by Lady Malia. Miao Yuan, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to maintain his composure. Malia? I can't believe it. She's the principal dancer from the English court dance troupe? Miao Yuan was aware that Malia had attended the competition, yet he found it hard to believe that Shun Qingzi could be chosen as her student. He shook his head with a smile, stating, Lady Malia is very selective with her students. The Imperial Capital Dance Troupe hasn't had a single selection in 3 years. Perhaps this is just a jest to lighten the competition's atmosphere. Shun Qingzi blinked but remained silent, aware that Malia was indeed the mother of Jin Chen, who had previously shared the same sentiment. He felt no need to boast about having connections. Seeing Shun Qingzi's silence, Miao Yuan concluded that the matter was not true. Do not lose heart, Shun Qingzi replied with a smile. However, Lin Lu seized upon this point relentlessly. I thought Shun Qingzi was truly remarkable. Turns out it's just an empty promise. He scoffed. If Lady Malia knew you were so opportunistic, she would surely feel her dignity compromised. You aren't impressive at all. You didn't even have the chance to be opportunistic. Shun Qingzi retorted coldly. It seems that after spending 2 days in detention, you still show no signs of remorse. Lin Lu stood up in anger. Shun Qingzi, be quiet. The class monitor, standing nearby, winced from the noise, poking at his ears. Lin Lu, do not go too far. It is already commendable that Shun Qingzi is willing to forgive you. Exactly, chimed in a roommate who disapproved of Shun Qingzi. Invading someone else's privacy and spreading it could lead to criminal charges. What does that have to do with you? L'undersnupped. You all conspire to exclude me, don't you? Miao Yuan observed Lin Lu's escalating hysteria with a furrowed brow. He increasingly felt that the once 17 or 18-year-old Lin Lu had transformed entirely. He hardly recognized him anymore. He grasped Lin Li's arm gently. Xiao Lu, calm down. Yet, Lin Lu shrugged off his hand, declaring, You all side with Shun Qingzi. I want to see how he is turned away by Malia. Who says I would turn Shun Qingzi away? A soft yet commanding voice emerged, drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. Malia pushed open the classroom door, adorned in an elegant dark green gown, her golden hair cascading loosely, framing her refined features. Behind her stood school leaders frequently seen at various meetings and the dean of the Arts Academy. Miao Yuan was the first to regain his composure, a surge of joy washing over him upon seeing his idol. He quickly stepped forward. Good day, Ms. Malia. I am Miao Yuan from the Imperial Capital Dance Troupe. We have met before. Malia acknowledged him with a faint smile and then glanced at the bewildered crowd in the classroom, repeating her earlier words. Who is it that claimed I would keep Shun Qingzi at bay? Chapter 44. Rescue of the gentle senior. Malia's expression darkened, while Lin Lu felt a surge of panic. Clutching her clothes tightly, yet daring not to step forward and confess, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Lu, scrutinizing her. So this is the person who bullied her precious daughter-in-law. She appeared anything but kind. Hello, Ms. Malia, and greetings to the dean. Shun Qingzi approached to greet them, his demeanor respectful. The dean was undoubtedly pleased with this student who had brought considerable honor to their art academy, and nodded with a smile. Ah, Shen. Malia is here to meet you today, and she will also be appointed as an honorary professor in our academy, all thanks to your influence. Shun Qingzi chuckled lightly. I cannot take all the credit. Without the academy's nurturing, I would not have achieved what I have today. The school leaders burst into hearty laughter, the dean thumping the dean's shoulder jovially. You have a remarkable talent in your academy. Miao Yuan gazed at Shun Qingzi in astonishment, as if just realizing his exceptional capabilities. Malia, upon seeing her beloved daughter-in-law, joyfully embraced his shoulders, her azure eyes sparkling with delight. I shall take him with me now. I need to get to know my new student better. The dean nodded eagerly, of course. As she turned to leave, she seemed to recall something and reminded the dean once more. If my new student is unhappy in class, it will significantly hinder my teaching progress. The dean understood her implication, casting a glance at the pale-faced Lin Lu. Rest assured, our academy will provide the best learning environment for Mr. Shun. Once the two departed, The dean turned back to Lin Lu, his tone grave. Some students should focus on their studies in class rather than constantly comparing themselves to others. The academy does not have the luxury of time to placate you. You should reflect for a few days. Lin Lu lowered her head, her face flushed with shame and indignation. Observing this, Miao Yuan intervened. Lin is quite diligent. She practices her dance earnestly. The dean snorted dismissively. That is for the best. Just do not let any scandal of being taken into custody surface, as it would tarnish the academy's reputation. He then glanced at the other students, his tone softening considerably. You all should study hard and strive to shine alongside Mr. Shun at the evening gala. The class monitor immediately led the response. With that, the dean exited the classroom. In an instant, the classroom erupted with excitement. Oh my, I had such close contact with Malia. She is truly beautiful. Shen Qingzi is so impressive. He is our role model. We are in the same class as Malia's disciple. I suddenly feel so distinguished. Miao Yuan shook his head in amazement. He had hoped Shen Qingzi would join the imperial capital dance troupe after graduation, only to realize that he was already destined for an even brighter future. Indeed, his prospects were boundless. Shen Qingzi nervously fidgeted with the hem of his pants, feeling unprepared for this encounter with his parents. Noticing the tension etched on his face, Malia smiled and adjusted his collar. Don't be anxious. I have no strict rules. Just consider me a friend. Chen Chen will be here shortly, and we can all share a meal together. Her elegance and humor dispelled Shen Qingzi's inner turmoil, and he finally managed to smile. Chen Chen was quite rebellious during his time in England, but he has certainly mellowed since coming here. Plus, he has found such a beautiful boyfriend, Malia remarked, placing her hand over her heart in gratitude. Lady Malia, what unflattering things are you saying about me? Jin Chen sauntered in, illuminated by the sunlight, a smile gracing his handsome face. I was merely complimenting your good fortune. Malia playfully tapped his shoulder. Of course, Jin Chen replied, taking Shen Qingzi's hand. Let us go. I've already made reservations, and I'll return later to help you move. However, dear mother, it seems you won't be able to join us for lunch, Jin Chen teased, glancing at his phone with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Your devoted Mr. Jin has come back to find you. Malia sighed, dismissing him. Let him be. The old residence has chefs. He can fend for himself. Thus, at lunchtime, Mr. Jin, having waited in vain for his wife to return home, drove directly to the restaurant. Shen Qingzi was about to meet his partner's family in earnest. As Jin Hongyun entered the private dining room, he found Jin Shun serving Shen Qingzi. With an arched eyebrow, he remarked, Lady Malia, your clingy husband has arrived. Jin Hongyun shot him a glare. You little rascal. He settled beside Malia, wrapping an arm around her waist, his tone shifting instantly. Why didn't you call me for lunch? Malia calmly pushed his head away, wiped her mouth, and turned to placate Jin Hongyun with a gentle kiss on his cheek. You look so fierce. What if you frighten our dear daughter-in-law? Shen Qingzi put down his chopsticks. No, Uncle looks quite youthful and not fierce at all. Witnessing their interaction, Jin Shun, unwilling to be outdone, affectionately embraced Shen Qingzi. Now you understand what my life was like filled with dog food, right? Shen Qingzi chuckled softly. Is that why you've become such a wolf dog? Jin Shun pouted in response. Jin Hongyun straightened up. Having seen Shen Qingzi's photo and learned about his family background, he held no reservations. The Jin family no longer required social standing. As long as Jin Shun found someone he cherished, it mattered not their gender. He picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a portion of food on Shen Qingzi's plate. Do not be nervous. My mother and I will not intrude on your life here. If you wish to marry after graduation, come to England. We will have everything prepared for you. His kind tone reminded Shen Qingzi of his own father, and his eyes glistened with emotion. Thank you, uncle. Jin Shun patted his shoulder, jokingly saying, see, Dad, if you don't offer a renaming fee, our CI won't call you Dad. Shen Qingzi quickly looked up. That's not what I meant. He squeezed Jin Shen's waist beneath the table. Jin Shun winced, lowering his head in mock distress, resting on Shen Qingzi's shoulder. Jin Hongyun burst into laughter, of course. A renaming fee is necessary. He pulled out a bank card from his bag. My mother and I are not in the country, and thus unable to procure anything for you. Should you need anything, Please feel free to use this card for your purchases. Malia nodded, encouragingly saying, Yes, shall see I. Do not hold back. Spend with confidence. It was then that she remembered the gift she had prepared for Shun Qingzi. The invitation is also for you. Half a year from now, there will be a performance by the Palais Garnier Opera Ballet in Paris, and I will have many acts. You must come and watch it with Jin Chen. Shun Qing's eyes sparkled. For him, this invitation was invaluable. He accepted both the bank card and the invitation. His voice choked with emotion as he uttered a long-forgotten name. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Silly boy, why are you crying? Malia gently wiped his tears away, assuring him that he should always be happy from now on. Jean Hongyun nodded repeatedly in delight, feeling that both her son and daughter were quite mischievous, and at last, having a well-behaved son fulfilled her long-held wish. Jin Chen chuckled. Dad, no need to belittle anyone. It's the little sister who is naughty, not me. He affectionately ruffled Shun Qingxi's hair, urging, Don't cry, see I bow. Let us eat. Shun Qingxi complied, picking up his chopsticks once more. Yet the warmth and gratitude within him lingered long after. He had finally regained a family. Chapter 45. The General Senior's rescue Jin Chen was still unable to apply for off-campus housing, and after the move, he continued to reside in the dormitory, except on weekends. Ma Bing teased him, saying he was hiding a beauty while unable to return to his gilded cage. As a list for the evening's performances was due, the finance department strongly suggested Jin Chen take the stage as the new campus heartthrob. Since Shun Qingzi was also present, Jin Chen did not decline. However, he remained uncertain about what to perform. The breakthrough came one day during lunch with Shun Qingzi, when he inadvertently revealed his dance inspiration. Realizing it was a dance dedicated to him, Jin Chen was filled with renewed vigor. After returning to the dormitory, he urgently asked Malia to airlift the original owner's violin from abroad. My beloved offers me a dance to express heartfelt sentiments. I shall reciprocate with music to convey my emotions. Host, are you planning to compose the music yourself? How impressive. Jin Chen leaned back in his chair, legs crossed beneath the table, his demeanor relaxed as he doodled on paper. In the reversal department, one must possess certain skills to survive. 0731 nodded earnestly, spinning around in the space before curiously asking, Host, what did you do before entering the Fast Travel Bureau? Pausing his writing, Jin Chen lifted his gaze, which grew deep and distant, as if lost in recollection. I only remember entering the Fast Travel Bureau due to a wish, but after so many years, it has long been forgotten. Previously, in the reversal department, it took him merely decades to ascend from a newcomer to the top. He completed his tasks efficiently, never lingering in the small worlds. Yet, eventually, it became monotonous. Upon arriving at the rescue department, the only thing that propelled him forward was the enigmatic lover he now sought. It also rekindled the joy of task completion for him, gathering the shattered pieces of his beloved's soul to ultimately restore it to wholeness. Hearing this, 0731 was even more puzzled. Most taskers could enter the Fast Travel Bureau solely due to the overwhelming will of their pre-death desires, detected by the Lingduan master system among the myriad of worlds, leading them back to headquarters. In the past, all taskers completed their missions with the hope of returning to their original time and fulfilling their wishes. How could the host forget such a fundamental purpose? 0731 pondered this profound question without resolution and decided to let it go. It circled a few times before gently landing beside the sofa in the space to rest. Jin Chen pressed his brow, a fleeting figure crossing his mind. Before he could grasp it, it vanished into nothingness. Yao, sleep early. We have an early class tomorrow. Ma Bing climbed into bed, yawning and reminding Jin Chen. All right, I'll sleep right away, Jin Chen replied, setting down his pen, placing the half-finished score between the pages of a book, and rising to wash up. The countdown to the evening event was 3 days, and with the end of final examinations, the atmosphere on campus was relaxed. Under the blazing summer sun, the youth's spirits were always lively. Forum posts were buzzing about the various performances at the stock-buying gala and speculating whether the representatives from each college would attend. Shun Qingxi spent his days training with classmates for the event, using his free time to practice Yuji Juni. However, during his busy periods, Jin Chen would come to accompany him when he had no classes, yet he had not appeared in the past few days. Meanwhile, a thread had emerged on the forum regarding Jin Chen's change of affections. In the dance classroom, the class monitor scrolled through the posts. Glancing at Shun Qingzi for the third time, his expression difficult to decipher. Shun Qingzi, do you have something to say? Shun Qingzi finally paused his movements. After the second period, the classmates had been acting strangely, leaving Shun Qingzi puzzled. Qingzi, take a look at this. The class monitor handed him his phone. Shun Qingzi accepted it, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the screen. The title read, Financial Department's Mixed Blood Prince Jin Chen, after a grand confession, has shifted affections. The original poster exclaimed, Friends, today I saw Jin Chen entering and exiting the school gate with a long-haired beauty, acting intimately. That beauty even patted Jin Chen's head. Have he and Shun Qingzi parted ways? The post featured 3 clearly captured images from a candid angle, showcasing Jin Chen's profile, identifiable in the couple's outfit they had bought together a few days prior. As for the girl in the photo, Shun Qingzi's gaze flickered. He did not recognize her. Yet, he trusted Jin Chen. He smiled and returned the phone to the class monitor. This girl is a friend of mine. I don't mind. The class monitor sighed in relief. That's good. I'll respond to those spreading rumors. In the 85th reply, it stated, I asked Shun Qingzi himself. The girl is Jin Chen's friend, and he does not mind this matter. Please refrain from gossiping. Shun Qingzi sent a message to Jin Chen. I'll be heading to East Street for spicy hot pot after class. After a few seconds without a reply from Jin Chen, Shun Qingzi turned off his screen and continued practicing his dance, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, the focal point, Jin Chen, was correcting minor errors in the score with his younger sister, Erin, who had returned home with her violin. When 0731 noticed Jin Chen taking a break, it quickly spoke up. Host, your photo with Erin has been secretly taken and posted on the campus forum. The poor dear has already seen it. This is bad. Jin Chen's brow twitched as he hurriedly set down his violin. Opening his phone, he found only a message from Shun Qingzi sent 10 minutes prior, without any follow-up questions. He quickly began typing. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of your text in English. All right, I shall come to fetch you shortly. My younger sister has returned to the country today, and I will take her out for a meal. I just learned about the forum post. Please do not misunderstand. He gently tapped Erin on the head before departing to pick up your sister-in-law from class. Hooray! Erin exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Let us hurry. As Shun Qingzi exited the classroom, he spotted Jin Chen waiting in the corridor with a strikingly beautiful girl with long hair. The curious glances from his classmates intensified. Jin Chen awaited his emergence, naturally taking the bag from him and draping an arm around his shoulders. This is my sister, Erin, with her hands clasped beneath her chin. Erin was captivated by Shun Qingzi's handsome visage. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Erin, Jin Chen's biological sister. Her voice was deliberately loud, instantly silencing the murmurs around them. Shun Qingzi looked at her with surprise. Erin's features were more Western than Jin Chen's, appearing somewhat different yet equally exquisite. So, you are his sister. Nice to meet you. Shun Qingzi blinked, taking Jin Chen's hand. The class monitor just helped me reply to a post where I mentioned you as a friend. This inadvertently revealed that he hardly knew Jin Chen's sister. Jin Chen chuckled softly. I understand. I clarify that for you. He pulled her into an embrace, pressing a gentle kiss on her cheek. Did you truly not mind? Indeed, I do mind, Shun Qingzi replied candidly, inhaling the comforting scent of Jin Chen's fragrance. Although he trusted Jin Chen, the mere thought of that photograph stirred discomfort within him. He realized his possessiveness over Jin Chen had grown quite intense. Could it be that your absence these past few days has left you feeling insecure? Jin Chen's voice was low and soothing. In the bustling corridor, Shun Qingzi found himself cornered against the wall by Jin Chen, allowing himself to rest comfortably against his neck. You know why didn't he come? He said, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. I was preparing for the evening's performance, Jin Chen replied frankly, his eyes sparkling with mirth. It carries the same essence as your dance. Chapter 46. saving the gentle senior. Shen Qingzi regained his composure, pondering the meaning behind Jin Cheng's words with a look of surprise. What have you prepared? A violin. I was just practicing outside with Aaron. Jin Cheng playfully pinched his earlobe. Chuckling, I nearly knocked over the vinegar jar at home. No way. Shen Qingzi retorted, pushing him away, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Aaron. Shall we go eat? Since the moment their interaction began, Aaron's eyes had sparkled with delight, reveling in the sweetness of her brother and sister-in-law's chemistry. Let us go, let us go. Linla felt particularly unfortunate in recent days. First, he had a fierce argument with Miao Yuan, ending on a sour note. Then, he was confronted by the thugs who had previously harassed Shen Qingzi. They found him at the bottom of his apartment building, threatening to expose the incident unless he paid them again. However, now that he had broken up with Qi Zhe, and Miao Yuan was not from a wealthy family, where would he possibly acquire such funds? Returning home in a huff, Lin Lu discovered a crowd gathered downstairs once more. Why are you all here again? I said I would find a way to raise the money. He spoke with a decidedly unfriendly tone. The leader adorned with a golden chain scoffed. You'd better adjust your attitude. Right now, it is you who owes us money. In the past, when you sought us out to intimidate others, you were the benefactor. Are you without funds now? How absurd. Each of his companions was robust, their muscular arms more developed than Lin Lu's thighs. At a bellow from the leader, they all stepped forward menacingly, surrounding Lin Lu. Instantly, his confidence waned. However, you haven't inflicted any harm upon Shen Qingzi. Even if my commission remains unfulfilled, how can you demand such an exorbitant sum? The leader sneered, his jowls quivering. You were the one who stated that merely scaring him would suffice. If harm were to befall him, my brothers would face incarceration. You, a mere student, possess a wicked heart. One of his subordinates echoed. Do you secretly wish for him to come to harm? What is your true intent? The pent-up emotions within Lin Lu surged, provoked by their taunts. He shouted vehemently, indeed, I instructed you to frighten him, to disseminate his photos and videos, yet you failed to deliver. You should have eliminated him then. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired. With the release of his pent-up frustration, he became uncontrollable. Lin Lu, disregarding his fear, pointed towards the street outside. Unless you go and kill him right now. Otherwise, I shall not part with a single cent. Though he appeared furious, the clenched fists and quivering voice betrayed his anxiety. Lin Lu's eyes widened, his gaze reddening. His heart racing. Go on. Do you dare? The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. The leader spat, evidently irked by Lin Lu's resolute demeanor. Madman, with a dismissive gesture, he turned and departed, leaving in a grandiose manner. Lin Lu exhaled in relief, pressing down on his wildly beating heart as he hurried home. Yet, his resentment towards Shen Qingzi intensified. The leader exited onto the street, sending the recorded audio to a newly added friend. The task was accomplished. He had divulged everything. After a moment, his phone buzzed with a response. The money has been transferred. The leader's eyes sparkled with excitement. So quick. He swiftly opened his banking app to check the balance. Indeed, it was 500,000. A windfall. In his exuberance, he failed to notice that the newly added contact had vanished silently from his list, along with all chat history. Simultaneously, the police received a report, and among those implicated in illegal cash transactions were the names of the leader and his cohorts. In a luxurious villa, a voice remarked, all matters have been addressed. The recordings have been extracted, and they are currently being apprehended by the police. Well done. Process the recordings so that Lin Lu's voice is unmistakable, came the reply. Dressed in a casual black loungewear, Jin Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the beauty of the blue sky and the fountain garden. With slender fingers poised on the violin bow, he closed his eyes slightly. Upon hearing the melodious strains of the violin, Shen Qingzi softened his movements as he returned home, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He changed his shoes and quietly approached Jin Chen's study. The door was not securely shut. He, nimble and agile, slipped inside. Swiftly, he darted behind Jin Chen, intending to frighten him. However, he was met with an embrace as Jin Chen turned around. Shen Qingzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon resignedly reached up to pat his head. You noticed long ago, didn't you? Of course, I sense my little one's presence, Jin Chen replied, setting down his instrument and enveloping Shun Qingzi in his arms. Aren't you supposed to be in extra training today? I informed the teacher. I'm training at home. Shun Qingzi replied with a cheerful smile, planting a kiss on Jin Chen's cheek. It would be rather unfortunate to leave little Jean alone at home over the weekend. Jin Chen chuckled softly, tilting his head, a playful smile gracing his lips as he gently kissed Shun Qingzi before trailing kisses along his neck. Shen, please don't distract me. I still need to practice my dance. Tomorrow will suffice. Today, I have an idea, Shun Qingzi said, pushing his head away in exasperation. No, the rehearsal is the day after tomorrow. Do you want me to oversleep? Jin Chen teased, a twinkle of affection in his eyes. It seems my little one truly recognizes my abilities. His hands wandered playfully around Shun Qingzi's waist, his voice deep and suggestive. If I cannot have the main course, I can at least savor the soup. Shun Qingzi felt his breath quicken, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes shimmering. Jin Chen's lips continued their journey along his neck, reaching his earlobe, his breath warm against his skin. Baby, no, we can't go all the way. Shun Qingzi lightly scolded, quickly surrendering to the moment. His hands finding their way around Jin Chen's neck, his body growing weak. Moments later, he was swept off his feet. Wait, I just got back. I need a shower first. Let's shower together, Jin Chen chuckled softly. In the bathroom, Shun Qingzi was carried into the tub, shifting uncomfortably. I can wash myself. No, I promised I wouldn't go all the way. Surely, you can grant me this little indulgence. Jin Chen expertly held him, shedding his clothes, feigning a pitiful demeanor while his hands continued their work. 3 hours later, they emerged from the bathroom, with Jin Chen carrying him back to bed. Shun Qingzi leaned against Jin Chen, his arms too sore to lift. He suddenly playfully punched Jin Chen, whispering, "How shameless." Jin Chen's lips curled into an involuntary smile, his strikingly chiseled features illuminated by affection. What? This is entirely reasonable. Shun Qingzi pinched his earlobe, retorting, "What do you mean reasonable? We aren't even married." Does my baby wish to marry? Jin Chen feigned enlightenment, his voice dripping with affection. In that case, let us go to England and register our marriage. Absolutely not. Shun Qingzi found himself nestled back onto the bed, instinctively curling up in Jin Chen's embrace. With his lashes fluttering, he murmured, "It's still early. There's no rush." Jin Chen solemnly replied, "Indeed, after all, you will always be mine." Chapter 47. The Rescue of the Gentle Senior. On the day of the evening gala rehearsal, chaos reigned in the backstage dressing room of the dance department. Vibrant costumes lay strewn about, a tangle of fabric and shattered glass glittering under the lights. All the students preparing for the group dance crowded the dressing room, glaring angrily at the obviously flustered Lin Lu, while Shun Qingzi stood at the forefront, his eyes ablaze with fury. As Jin Chen burst through the door, the scene that greeted him was nothing short of chaotic. Despite the prior warning from 0731 and his efforts to prepare an extra set of dance attire for Shun Qingzi, the sight of shattered glass strewn across the floor ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. He could scarcely bear to contemplate the potential consequences had Shun Qingzi not seen his message in advance and donned a dance costume. The injuries could have been catastrophic. Concerned that Shun Qingzi's spirits might be affected, Jin Chen initially intended to reveal all the recordings and evidence after the gala, aiming to ruin Lin Li's reputation and expel him from the school. However, it became abundantly clear that waiting was no longer necessary. Drawing Shun Qingzi into an embrace, Jin Chen's palm caressed his cheek with an anxious tone. "Are you hurt?" "No," came Shun Qingzi's response as he nuzzled against Jin Chen's hand. The tension from their earlier confrontation dissipating, leaving behind a sense of grievance, his lips, painted in vibrant hues, pouting slightly. That was frightening. Thankfully, Jin Chen had sent the message ahead of time. No matter how busy he was, he always made a point to check Jin Chen's updates. The class monitor, visibly enraged, exclaimed, "Lin, you have no shame. Do you realize that if shards penetrate the skin and enter the bloodstream, they can damage the nerves? You scoundrel! Are you intent on ruining his dance career?" Indeed, it's fortunate Shun Qingzi noticed. Just thinking about it terrifies me. Several classmates echoed in agreement. Lin Lu smirked with a twisted sense of resentment in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the repercussions, which was precisely why he had refrained from using glass shards and opted for fragments that would more easily infiltrate the body. Ordered by the school to maintain a record, Qizhe had severed ties with him, leaving him isolated, while even Miao Yuan refused to support him, continually threatened by that group demanding money. His future had long been shattered by Shun Qingzi. Yet, he could not shake off the bitterness of Shun Qingzi's fortunate escape. But what did it matter? They lacked evidence. There was no way to prove his involvement. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "You accuse me without any basis. What evidence do you have against me?" Shun Qingzi. "You are so." In a swift motion, Jin Chen kicked Lin Lu to the ground and then stepped upon his neck, pressing down forcefully with the tip of his shoe. His gaze cold and unyielding, as if regarding a mere object. "It seems I have shown you too much mercy." Lin Lu struggled to breathe, his stage makeup turning his face a deep crimson, arms clutching Jin Chen's calf in a futile attempt to escape. "Let go, please." He felt as though his neck might snap under the pressure, his eyes bulging as he strained to glare. Jin Chen's expression was menacing as he casually picked up a tissue to wrap his hand, hoisting the dance costume, and expressionlessly poured the shards of glass over Lin Lu, especially targeting his wide-open mouth and bulging eyes, a result of nearing asphyxiation. Those in the dressing room were startled by his actions, inhaling sharply, while the class monitor attempted to intervene but was halted by Jin Chen's piercing gaze, paralyzed in place. He had never witnessed such a gaze, filled with palpable malice, chilling to the bone. After a moment, Shun Qingzi stepped forward, gently tugging at Jin Chen's sleeve just as Lin Lu was on the brink of suffocation. His tone soft and soothing. "Aiken, let it go." It wasn't the concern for Lin Lu that prompted this. Rather, it was the realization that should Lin Lu perish at that moment, Jin Chen would face dire consequences. Jin Chen released his grip on the foot, casually tossing the dance attire onto Lin Lu, and once again enveloped him in his embrace. He closed his eyes, inhaling the faint fragrance, suppressing the murderous intent that bubbled within. Fortunately, you are unharmed. Otherwise, regardless of the world's prohibitions against arbitrary killings, he would have cared little for the consequences. Lin Lu gasped for air, the suffocating pain in his lungs gradually easing. A sudden awareness of sharp, piercing pain surged through him, akin to countless needles jabbing at his skin, eyes, and throat. He knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, retching continuously, even resorting to clawing at his throat in a desperate attempt to expel the remnants lodged within. Yet, as he lamented, once those fibers infiltrated the body, extracting them was no simple task. Jin Chen cast a glance at the class monitor and a few others. "You all go back to the class and select a substitute. I will inform the school." He paused, and as he contemplated the events of the day, the monitor recalled the identity of Lin Li's mother and quickly interjected. "We all clearly witnessed Lin Li's intent to harm Shun Qingzi today. You need not worry." No sooner had he spoken than he dialed a fellow student, urging them to hurry to the rehearsal. Jin Chen smiled and nodded. "That will be troublesome for you all." Shun Qingzi glanced at Lin Lu, who lay in excruciating pain on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. Had it not been for Jin Chen, it would have been him sprawled on the floor. He buried himself once more in Jin Chen's embrace, his eyes tinged with red, eyelashes quivering. He had never felt so fragile. "Be good, do not fear. I will ensure he does not appear again." Jin Chen suddenly sensed that his methods for fulfilling his mission required alteration, to preserve the facade of the world's principles. He had refrained from annihilating the protagonist, instead opting to collect evidence and leave a path for survival. However, from this moment forward, that would no longer be the case. Those who harmed his beloved would face retribution 100-fold. What divine principles? Let the Lingduan master system handle that. 0731. Post all recordings on the forum. Understood, host. Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately. 0731 was equally incensed, relieved that its surveillance of the protagonist's perspective had remained active without lapse. Otherwise, The poor soul would have faced dire consequences. Lin Lu, tormented by pain, could no longer articulate words, his appearance frightening. Several classmates, feeling unsettled, exited the dressing room to compose themselves before the rehearsal. Jin Chen caressed Shun Qingxi's face and gently kissed his lips. "Can you still dance?" "I'm fine now. I've recovered." Shun Qingxi took the initiative to kiss him, a sense of security overwhelming his earlier fears and anger. "But you must not watch my solo dance. You can only see it during tomorrow's official performance." Jin Chen chuckled softly, reassured by Shun Qingxi's resilience. "Very well, I shall not watch. I'll look forward to tomorrow." With that, Shun Qingxi exited to change clothes again, joining the class monitor and others on stage for practice. In the dressing room, only Lin Lu and Jin Chen remained. Jin Chen shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly spoke coldly. "What if I were to kill you now?" Before Lin Lu could respond, a sudden clap of thunder roared from the sky outside the auditorium, reverberating ominously. The divine principles were warning Jin Chen. In the previous world, he had ultimately allowed the protagonists to torment each other, and the divine was begrudgingly satisfied, revealing that its threshold was death. "Host, I will report to Ling Duan and have it reprimand this divine principle. Aside from death, I possess numerous methods to make Lin Lu pay the price." Jin Chen lazily lifted his gaze, observing Lin Lu curled up on the ground in agony, and mockingly remarked, "Since you enjoyed dancing so much, go to a place that suits you. Dance well." Lin Lu, however, did not hear Jin Chen's words and had already fainted. Chapter 48. The General Senior's rescue. Merely 10 minutes after the recording was posted on the forum, the school administrators swiftly locked the thread. Jin Chen was not in a rush. His intention was to present the matter to the school and subsequently discuss it with the principal. Yet, even within that brief span, numerous screenshots have been saved and reposted. After all, the appetite for gossip among university students is unparalleled. Lin Lu was transported to the hospital by the arriving Miao Yuan. The principal's decision was quick. He merely deemed Lin Lu a problematic student and ordered his expulsion. Not only would this prevent the school from receiving the Jin family's donation, but it would also spare them the troubles that might arise should the police come calling. Shun Qingxi learned of Lin Li's expulsion only after the rehearsal had concluded, with his darkening aura reduced to a mere 10. At this point, the forum posts were flooding in, and since Lin Lu had already been expelled, the administrators opted to cease their oversight, allowing students to disseminate the information as long as the language remained within acceptable bounds, serving as a lesson for all. Meanwhile, Malia, aware of the situation, furiously took to social media, effectively obliterating Lin Li's dance career. At the hospital, Miao Yuan sat outside the ward, gazing at the hysterical Lin Lu in the posts. Hardly able to believe this was once the innocent and charming youth of years past. The path of dance should have been pure. How had he succumbed so deeply to greed and jealousy? Was it merely because Shun Qingxi possessed greater talent? But there are always those better than oneself. And even with exceptional skill, one cannot always sail smoothly. After a long moment, he sighed. Perhaps it was only himself who deludedly believed Lin Lu had remained unchanged, clinging to this illusion for far too long. Miao Yuan rose, transferring his final sum of money to Lin Lu, treating it as medical expenses, and left the hospital. Without Lin Lu's disruptions, the subsequent 2 rehearsals proceeded with remarkable ease. On the day of the gala, in a bid to maintain an air of mystery, the 2 did not meet after changing costumes. However, while waiting backstage, Jin Chen discovered that the final program list had placed his solo performance directly after Shun Qingxi's. They exchanged knowing smiles. "Good thing I hid for so long." The moment Jin Chen laid eyes on Shun Qingxi, his peach blossom eyes sparkled. "You look absolutely stunning today." Unlike the previous competition, where the dance attire and makeup exuded softness, this time, Shun Qingxi had styled herself entirely according to her own wishes. The moonlit blue costume was ethereal and graceful, and her makeup was simple yet refreshing, truly eye-catching. Jin Chen, in a classic tailcoat suit, had meticulously fastened his buttons, his long legs encased in tailored trousers, exuding less of the usual youthful flamboyance and more of a refined restraint. Captivated by his appearance, Shun Qingzi did not resist Jin Chen's gentle kiss, reaching out to caress his bow tie. Other performers waiting backstage cast sidelong glances, feeling the sweetness of the moment. Despite the pang of envy, during Shun Qingzi's performance, Jin Chen deliberately occupied the front row, where Ma Bing had saved a seat for him. As he watched his beloved dance beneath the silvery moonlight, each movement seemed to tug at Jin Chen's heartstrings. Through the fluidity of the dance, he perceived the surging and enduring tide of profound affection. Realizing that this dance was dedicated to him, Jin Chen's gaze softened, his lips curving into a smile, and his peach blossom eyes radiated tenderness as he fixated on his partner on stage. It appeared that Shun Qingzi sensed Jin Chen's gaze through his movements. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, the corners of his lips curling gently. The audience could easily discern the shift in Shun Qingzi's expression, leading to whispers among them, speculating that he must have seen Jin Chen, for who else could evoke such emotions in a beauty of the dance department? As the final movement concluded, Shun Qingzi held his position, the sheer fabric cascading down to obscure his face before gracefully gliding down his neck. He lifted his gaze. His breath slightly quickened. The host, clad in an evening gown, applauded as she approached the stage, unexpectedly extending her hand as if to say a few words. She promptly handed the microphone to Shun Qingzi. Steadying his breath, he surveyed the audience, his gaze finally resting on Jin Chen. His gentle voice resonated through the microphone, reaching every ear. This dance was conceived on a whim a fortnight ago. In my third year, I encountered numerous challenges, rumors, slander, and breaches of privacy. During that period, I felt resigned to my fate, contemplating whether to drop out or abandon dance altogether. At this point, Shun Qingzi let out a light chuckle, almost teasingly, while some students in the audience bowed their heads in shame. They too had joined the chorus of criticism against Shun Qingzi, believing the gossip without question, only to later discover the truth behind the baseless allegations. But then I met Jin Chen. He was like a beam of light, bursting into my life on a stifling night in the library, vibrant and passionate, dispelling all darkness. He continued, "This dance is dedicated to him, to my beloved." As Shun Qingzi uttered these words, his heart surged, and a flicker of emotion danced in his eyes as he gazed at Jin Chen. The once quiet audience erupted into cheers and applause, a wave of sound filling the air. Shun Qingzi bowed again before descending from the stage. The host began to transition to the next segment. The two embraced briefly before it was time for Jin Chen's performance. As he took the stage in a black tailcoat, the audience's ecstatic screams threatened to lift the roof off the building. "Jin Chen is so handsome. Jin Chen, you and Shun Qingzi make such a perfect pair." As the lights dimmed, Jin Chen caught that remark and couldn't help but chuckle. Moments later, the rich, melodious strains of the violin filled the air. The audience gradually fell silent. The lights intertwined, illuminating the stage and forming beams around Jin Chen, swaying with the music. The melody whispered like a lover, tender and heartfelt, evoking waves of love. Jin Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with affection as he stared intently at Shun Qingzi. The audience listened quietly, and couples instinctively clasped hands, reminiscing about their first encounters and the tender moments of love. The beautiful affections, long silenced by time, surging back to the forefront of their hearts. After a long moment, the performance came to an end. Jin Chen likewise took the microphone and uttered but a single phrase: "This melody is dedicated to my beloved." The applause from the audience was incessant. Backstage, as Jin Chen set down his violin and entered the changing room, he was suddenly enveloped by Shun Qingzi, who rushed in with fervor. "Aiken," Shun Qingzi's voice was husky, clinging tightly to his lover, his eyes rimmed with red, an unmistakable intensity flickering within. "Shall we go to the UK to register our marriage?" His love for Jin Chen was so profound it startled even him, creating an overwhelming desire to possess something sufficient to provide a sense of security, binding them together eternally. Jin Chen's features softened, his fingertips brushing against Shun Qingzi's eyes, overflowing with tender affection akin to spring rain. Gently, he caressed the top of Shun Qingzi's head. "I will heed your wishes, my darling." But I hope you understand that regardless of whether we have a marriage certificate, my love for you will never wane. It will only deepen with the passage of time. Chapter 49. The rescue of the gentle senior Jin Chen's gentle reassurances gradually calmed Sun Qingzi. Rising on tiptoe, disregarding their still-worn costumes, he embraced Jin Chen's neck and offered his lips. Outside the changing room, a steady stream of people flowed by. Mischievously, Jin Chen lifted Sun Qingzi and moved toward the door. Sun Qingzi, unsure of Jin Chen's intentions, instinctively tightened his grip on his garment. Yet, upon hearing the bustling chatter and footsteps outside, a wave of shyness washed over him. "Aiken, don't go out. Please don't." Jin Chen had no desire for others to witness Sun Qingzi's bashful and enchanting demeanor. For a fleeting moment, Sun Qingzi's breath hitched as he felt Jin Chen's gentle bite on his lip. He weakly raised his arms to push Jin Chen away, only to have his other hand captured and pinned against the door, their fingers interlocked. "Darling, don't be anxious. As long as we remain silent, no one will know." Jin Chen's gaze was deep, his voice a husky whisper brushing against Sun Qingzi's ear, sending tingles coursing through his limbs like a soft electric current. "You look especially lovely today. Like the moon, pure and radiant." Jin Chen's voice was low and intimate, soiling the moon. With tousled hair and eyes sparkling like peach blossoms, he exuded a captivating allure. "Let the moon belong solely to me." This playful declaration struck a chord in Sun Qingzi's heart. Having lost some sense of security after the performance amidst the audience's cheers, longed for more binding connections with Jin Chen. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen into Jin Chen's verbal trap. In a sudden surge of passion, Sun Qingzi embraced him tightly. When they emerged from the changing room, both had changed into fresh attire, and Sun Qingzi, utterly spent, allowed Jin Chen to carry him. Jin Chen tidied away their costumes before departing with Sun Qingzi in his arms. "It's all right. The event has concluded, and the staff will clean each room." Reassured, Sun Qingzi leaned against Jin Chen and drifted into slumber. Their mutual declarations of love became the most discussed topic at the university before the summer break, while Lin Lu, once the center of attention, gradually faded from conversation. Sun Qingzi's darkness had been completely extinguished, and the mission was accomplished with success. Subsequently, he heard no further discussions regarding Lin Lu and Qi Zhe. After regaining consciousness in the hospital, Lin Lu underwent a profound transformation. His eyes were swollen, weeping upon exposure to light, his face and neck marred by crimson blotches, and his throat plagued by small blisters, continuously oozing fluid and infection, with fibers that could not be extracted infiltrating his lungs and nervous system. He had been rendered somewhat delirious by Jin Chen's frightful presence, often uttering nonsensical words. Miao Yuan, representing the dance troupe, visited Lin Lu in the hospital before heading abroad for further training. Undeterred by Lin Li's nearly disfigured appearance, he meticulously tended to his body and settled the remaining hospital fees. Ultimately, he departed the ward amidst Lin Li's furious outbursts. Jin Chen, with good intentions, funded the restoration of Lin Li's exterior appearance, neglecting his internal ailments. Once the treatment was concluded, he arranged for Lin Lu to be taken from the hospital to an underground entertainment venue. Under Jin Chen's insistence, the personnel assigned to guard him remained steadfastly vigilant, leaving Lin Lu with no opportunity for escape. After several futile attempts to resist, Lin Lu even sought to contact Qi Zhe. Jin Chen, aware of this development, did not intervene, understanding that Qi Zhe was preoccupied with his own troubles. At the moment Qi Zhe received Lin Li's call, he was at his new fiancée's home. Having failed to secure his position as the illegitimate child, he lost his claim to the Qi family's inheritance. Coincidentally, a young master from the family had taken an interest in him, leading Qi's father to insist he become a live-in son-in-law. Initially, this seemed a favorable circumstance. However, Qi Zhe soon discovered that this young master possessed an exceedingly peculiar and paranoid disposition, exhibiting disturbing traits in matters of intimacy. Without the young master, he would be left destitute and expelled. Upon hearing Lin Li's voice, Qi Zhe momentarily drifted into reminiscence, recalling various moments spent together. Just then, the young master entered the bedroom, overhearing the frail voice on the phone, referring to him as Xiao Zhe. The young master's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately smashed the phone, glaring at Qi Zhe and striking him harshly across the face. Qi Zhe felt a deep sense of humiliation, yet was powerless to resist. Pleading for forgiveness in a subdued tone, Lin Li's cries for help went unanswered, compelling him to accept his grim reality. Leveraging his exceptional dancing skills, he swiftly became the star attraction of the venue, often clad scantily, entertaining patrons engaged in illicit dealings. Nevertheless, the remnants of the fibers within his body remained a ticking time bomb. By the age of 30, his health gradually deteriorated, rendering him unable to dance, and his once taut, youthful skin became pale and sagging. Ultimately, he perished within the confines of that establishment, in a room that was damp and stifling, entering during the height of summer and leaving in the same season. Meanwhile, Jin Chen similarly shared a lifetime with Sun Qingzi in this world. After graduating from university, they traveled to England to obtain their marriage license, celebrating their wedding in a church surrounded by many relatives and friends who sincerely wished them well. Sun Qingzi blossomed into a distinguished professional dancer, hailed by Milia as her most esteemed student. Jin Chen has taken over the multinational conglomerate of Jin Hongyun, expanding its ventures immensely, yet he never parts ways with Sun Qingzi. Whenever Sun Qingzi has a competition, he brings his laptop along to work remotely. If he needs to travel for business, he ensures to explain to Sun Qingzi that he will return home promptly, never lingering longer than necessary. On the day of Lin Li's death, the heavens, in their helplessness, could not direct their ire towards Jin Chen. Instead, they orchestrated a minor car accident during his return home. However, due to the presence of 0731, he emerged unscathed, yet it still caused great concern for Sun Qingzi, inadvertently providing Jin Chen with an opportunity to feign distress and act inappropriately that evening. The heavens, in their frustration, unleashed a tempest of thunder throughout the night. Chapter 50. The Rescue of the Cold Prince in the 24th year of Yongshun, Deep Autumn. In the imperial palace, within the Tianqin Hall, Emperor Yongshun sat regally upon the dragon throne, his brow furrowed deeply, his eyes betraying no emotion. Calm and unyielding, he exuded an innate authority. His gaze swept over the 20 dark guards kneeling within the hall, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke in a grave tone. As the crown prince comes of age, he has taken this opportunity to select you as personal guards. I have heard that among the dark guards who volunteered for this selection, not all hail from the Inyu Pavilion. Some are from the Tianyu Pavilion. Emperor Yongshun's gaze lingered on the left side, his tone neutral, yet laced with an underlying edge. The royal dark guards are all trained by the Inyu Pavilion, serving as personal guards to the princes and executing ordinary assassination tasks. The Inyu Pavilion operates under the palace's jurisdiction. In contrast, the Tianyu Pavilion is a force subjugated by Emperor Yongshun himself. The dark guards cultivated by the Tianyu Pavilion are notably superior, each one having severed their emotional ties, possessing exceptional martial skills, and mastering a variety of weapons and concealed devices. They pledge their loyalty solely to the Emperor, undertaking far more perilous missions. It can be said that the Tianyu Pavilion serves as the Emperor's eyes and ears throughout the realm, as well as a remarkably sharp blade. However, the participation of dark guards from the Tianyu Pavilion in the selection of personal guard for the princes undoubtedly challenges the Emperor's authority. Jin Chen knelt on the left side, feeling a sense of helplessness as the Emperor mentioned the matter, his lips pressed together beneath his mask. What could he do? How could he approach the crown prince and rescue his beloved without participating in the selection? After all, 0731 had assigned him the identity of a dark guard whose actions were severely restricted, while his cherished wife held the esteemed title of crown prince. After pondering for a moment, Jin Chen was about to concoct an excuse when he heard Emperor Yongshun speak once more. Shadow 9. I have been informed of your low standing in the Tianyu Pavilion, which is why you willingly chose to withdraw. Jin Chen responded, puzzled, who told you that? As he contemplated, it dawned on him that the Emperor might have ulterior motives, wishing to turn him into an informant. Your Majesty, it is indeed true. Emperor Yongshun acknowledged with a sound. Then serving as a personal guard to a prince is also a favorable position. He waved his hand, instructing the others to withdraw. Shadow 9. You shall accompany me. Host, the emperor intends to poison you. So it is. Jin Chen followed suit, maintaining a facade as he knelt again when Emperor Yongshun halted in the inner hall. Chief Eunuch Zhao De, upon the emperor's signal, approached Jin Chen. The Tianyu Pavilion has been loyal for generations. Although you have chosen to withdraw, your allegiance can only be to His Majesty. He opened a porcelain vial, extracting a lethal pill. Upon consuming this poison, you shall become the prince's personal guard. Commencing next month, you are to report to the palace each month at mid-month to collect the antidote. Should you fail to do so, the poison will take effect, resulting in a most excruciating demise. Emperor Yongshun stirred the froth in his cup of tea, casting a glance at Jin Chen, who without a moment's hesitation swallowed the poison pill, and he sipped his tea with satisfaction. You may leave now. Join the others at the training ground and await the prince's selection. Make sure to perform admirably. Zhao De, observing that the emperor had no further instructions, dismissed Jin Chen. Jin Chen stepped back and departed. It seems this opportunity has come without any effort. Host, redeeming antidote pill costs 20 points. You currently have a total of 1,700 points. Let's postpone that for now. Next month will suffice. If the emperor were to notice, it would lead to greater complications. Jin Chen returned to the outer hall, joining others as they proceeded to the trial grounds awaiting the princes. This world is a narrative of traversing the imperial struggle for power. The tragic antagonist is the crown prince, Xiao Su, born of the central palace. His mother hails from the illustrious Li family, renowned for 3 generations of marshals, a lineage of great prestige. However, the emperor, plagued by suspicion, deemed the Li family too powerful, ignoring the external threats to the borders. He unjustly accused General Li Yan of corruption, ordering the annihilation of the entire Li household. At that time, Xiao Su was merely 10 years old. The empress, aware of the injustice, found herself powerless to voice her grievances. When the sovereign demands the death of a minister, how can the minister hope to survive? In the harsh winter of that same year, the empress took her own life, leaving the crown prince, Xiao Su, utterly alone. And thus, the tale had only just begun. The eldest prince, Xiao Yunyi, is the protagonist of this world. His mother was exceedingly favored, giving birth to a prince at the onset of Emperor Yongshun's reign. However, due to the central palace's standing, he could not be named crown prince. Originally, Xiao Yunyi, despite his favored status, was devoid of scholarly prowess, displaying no semblance of royal demeanor, spending his days reveling in excess, leading to an early demise. Thus, the modern Xiao Yunyi found himself inhabiting his body, armed with the original script. He fancied himself the chosen one, possessing knowledge of all the plot lines within the tome, which only intensified his yearning for the throne and disdain for the frail crown prince. In the original narrative, the primary characters were the second prince, Xiao Zhuxian, and the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, Yun Jianan. Xiao Yunyi, however, directly entangled himself with the minister's illegitimate daughter, Yun Yihe, persuading her to seize the magical bracelet belonging to Yun Jianan, which contained a verdant space. Together, they conspired, hoarding all silver and critical military contracts within that space, while publicly framing the crown prince for their misdeeds. Ultimately, the original male and female leads met their demise while addressing the flood crisis in Jiangnan. The crown prince, ensnared in a web of Xiao Yunyi's machinations, was accused of hoarding the dragon robe, raising private troops, and colluding with power-hungry officials, ultimately being drugged by the emperor, among other conspiracies. Yet, he too was not an easy adversary to contend with. By mere chance, Crown Prince Xiao Su uncovered the illicit dealings between Xiao Yunyi and the enemy state, and he became aware of Yun Yi's peculiar behavior, having witnessed her retrieving items from the jade bracelet space. This revelation ignited an all-out power struggle between him and Xiao Yunyi. Yet, how could he triumph against the protagonist favored by the will of heaven? Ultimately, he was imprisoned by the emperor, and in his frail state, he succumbed to the tortures inflicted upon him within the confines of the prison. Meanwhile, the eldest prince, Xiao Yunyi, with his modern mindset, garnered the emperor's admiration, ultimately ascending to the throne. The moment Jin Chen absorbed all these memories, He had already devised a plan for his future. Since fate does not permit him to eliminate the protagonists, let the original leads, namely Xiao Zhuxian and Yun Jianan, reclaim their roles as the central figures of destiny. Should Xiao Su wish to ascend to the throne, he shall receive unwavering support. If he desires otherwise, let Xiao Zhuxian assume the role of emperor as per the original narrative, and destiny shall raise no objections. In the royal training grounds, the autumn air is always laced with a melancholic breeze. The ground is strewn with withered yellow leaves swirling in the gusts. 20 shadow guards stand in formation, clad uniformly in black short garments and masked faces, awaiting the arrival of the 3 royal princes. At this juncture in time, Xiao Yunyi has been present in this world for half a year, orchestrating a scheme that led to Xiao Su losing his most loyal personal guard. This guard, entrusted to Xiao Su by the Empress, may possess average martial skills, yet wields considerable influence in the martial world and is well versed in the connections of the Li family's past. Thus, upon seeing Li Yu by the side of the crown prince's carriage, Jin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How is Li Yu still alive? I shall investigate immediately. It is indeed peculiar." The timeline appears accurate. Baffled, 0731 meandered through the space, re-evaluating the plot. The 3 princes disembarked from their carriage. Despite being 2 years older than Xiao Su, Xiao Zhuxian displayed his customary decorum, offering a respectful salute to Xiao Su. "Today is quite windy. Do take care not to catch a chill, third brother." Xiao Su smiled faintly, expressing gratitude for his elder brother's concern. Xiao Zhuxian's mother, the Empress, had been close to him before the incident, and thus their atmosphere remained amicable. Xiao Yunyi scoffed. "What second brother says is true. Do not fall ill and find yourself bettered in." Xiao Su's smile remained unchanged, as if he were impervious to the veiled sarcasm. "I also appreciate the elder brother's concern." Chapter 51. The rescue of the solitary crown prince wrote to Xiao Yunyi, with a flick of his sleeve, turned to leave, unwilling to waste further words on them. In the stands of the training ground, 3 soft chairs made of Nan wood were arranged. Xiao Yunyi took the central seat first. The attendants and guards in attendance halted, exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of how to intervene. For the sake of Xiao Su's well-being, they had placed an additional cushion on the central chair. Yet, the eldest prince's actions raised eyebrows. As Xiao Zhuxian and Xiao Su approached, they frowned upon witnessing this scene. "Elder brother, the central position is reserved for the crown prince. I shall sit here if I wish," Xiao Yunyi replied imperiously. "Does the third brother have any objections?" Xiao Su arched an eyebrow, remarking, "Elder brother's manners seem to be diminishing. This hardly befits one of royal blood." His words bore a double meaning, striking a chord within Xiao Yunyi, who quickly assessed Xiao Su's expression. Noticing only a hint of mockery, he felt slightly reassured. "What do you mean by that? Should father discover that you so defame his lineage, there will be consequences. If he learns that you disregard religious decorum and covet the throne, he would surely be even more incensed." Xiao Su's words were laden with implications, clearly insinuating Xiao Yunyi's ambition for the throne. The onlookers bowed their heads in trepidation, fearful of incurring his wrath. Xiao Yunyi slammed his palm on the table, rising in fury. "Xiao Su, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Xiao Zhuxian, enough, your highness. To openly call the crown prince's name in front of the public. Do you truly wish for our father to learn of this and direct his ire towards you?" The hidden guards knelt beneath the viewing platform, unable to raise their heads, yet they heard the quarrel among the princes with utmost clarity. Jin Chen couldn't help but marvel internally. The resilience of the wives in this world is indeed formidable. His fingertips itched with curiosity as he longed to look up. At last, Xiao Yunyi rose in indignation and took his seat on the left. Xiao Su settled down, cleared his throat a few times, and then lifted his gaze to regard the kneeling hidden guards. He slightly raised his hand, signaling that they could commence. The military officer responsible for this selection clasped his hands together and called out loudly, "Stand at ease, according to your strengths and specialties." The lawn was divided into 3 zones, delineating skills in assassination, protection, and close combat. Those proficient in multiple areas stood between 2 zones. Only Jin Chen remained stationary. Even though he feigned weakness, he surpassed the hidden guards of the Dark Moon Pavilion by a significant margin. Jin Chen raised his eyes and finally beheld Xiao Su's visage. Leaning against a soft chair, Xiao Su exuded an air of noble aloofness, clad in a robe of deep blue silk and draped in a white mink fur cloak. His dark hair gathered by jade hairpin, exposing his fair neck. His features were exquisitely defined, with cold, distant eyes, half-closed phoenix-like gaze, long and thick eyelashes, and skin as translucent and cool as sheep fat jade. He appeared somewhat gaunt, even his lips lacking in color. His wife looked truly stunning this time. He longed to embrace her. Jin Chen's fingertips grazed together again, stirring a familiar flutter within him. Detected the antagonist of this world's plot, current darkening value 90. Task requirement: clear the darkening value to 0. Alter the antagonist's tragic fate. How much? 90 host, keep it up. As if sensing the intense gaze, Xiao Su lazily lifted his eyes to look down at the platform, locking gazes with Jin Chen. The hidden guards wore black masks, their faces obscured, revealing only their eyes. Xiao Su paused for a moment. The hidden guards suppressed their emotions, and to maintain his persona, Jin Chen's exposed peach blossom eyes reflected no light, appearing dull and hollow, like a puppet. Yet, when gazing at Xiao Su, they instinctively radiated brilliance. Under such scrutiny, Xiao Su's heart felt oddly unsettled, his heartbeat quickening. He furrowed his brows, questioning why he was affected by a hidden guard. Xiao Yanni took a keen interest in the unmoving Jin Chen. He had come in search of an exceptionally skilled individual to serve as his personal guard, facilitating his endeavors. Why'd he not move? Jin Chen's voice was cold and expressionless. All my subordinates are proficient. There is no need to move. Ha, splendid, a perfect fit for my needs. Xiao Yanni laughed heartily, declaring, then I shall choose you. Jin Chen did not budge. He clasped his fists, stating, my subordinates are hidden guards of the Tianyue Pavilion. We serve His Majesty first, and then Your Highness. This implied that if the Crown Prince did not choose him, the eldest prince had no right to select him first. Upon hearing this, Xiao Su glanced at Jin Chen, seemingly puzzled. Having been rebutted repeatedly today, Xiao Yanni was already in a foul mood, and now being publicly contradicted by a hidden guard. He smashed a teacup in anger. Impudent! What is this Tianyue Pavilion? My selection of you is a favor. Upon his utterance, the military general furrowed his brow deeply and cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yanni. Xiao Zhuxian inhaled deeply, addressing his elder brother, Your Highness. One must refrain from rash statements. The covert guards of Tianyue Pavilion are directly under Father Emperor's command. Are you unaware of their significance? He was perplexed, questioning whether his brother truly lacked knowledge of Tianyue Pavilion stature. Xiao Yanni remained silent for several moments, unable to unearth any relevant memories from the original owner's recollections. However, Xiao Zhuxian's demeanor suggested a connection to Emperor Yongshan. I am merely agitated. Xiao Su chuckled. My elder brother has grown increasingly peculiar. Perhaps the indulgence in wine and food has dulled your faculties to the point of forgetfulness. Xiao Yanni sensed a veiled implication in Xiao Su's words. Since the selection of the Crown Prince is imperative, do proceed swiftly. Do not delay my time. Xiao Su turned once more to Jin Chen, his tone languid, as if lacking in spirit. Would you refuse the favor granted by the first prince? Jin Chen replied, as a covert guard, I require no such favor. In a fit of anger, Xiao Yanni slammed his palm upon the table. Xiao Su found delight in his brother's vexation. With a light laugh, Xiao Su declared, then it shall be you. Come along with me. He rose lazily, yet coughed a few times, as the wind had grown rather intense. While my second brother takes his time to choose, I shall return to the palace first. Xiao Zhuxian nodded. Do return quickly. A chill may bring discomfort. As Xiao Su descended the platform, Jin Chen immediately followed in his wake. Liu awaited below, assisting Xiao Su down the stairs, only to sense an inexplicable gaze upon him. He turned to meet Jin Chen's impassive eyes, dismissing it as mere illusion. Xiao Su glanced at Jin Chen and abruptly said, you come and support me. Such a fortunate task. Jin Chen quickly extended his hand, grasping Xiao Su's arm, and then frowned slightly, feeling an acute pang of empathy. You are far too slender. I fear to exert too much strength. Remembering the inherent frailty of Xiao Su, Jin Chen harbored a growing resentment towards the Empress Dowager. The moment Xiao Su felt Jin Chen's grasp on his arm, his heart raced anew. Having never experienced such a sensation, Xiao Su was baffled by its origin. He gazed at Jin Chen, who inexplicably inspired trust, a most peculiar occurrence. Furrowing his brow, he withdrew his arm. "No need to assist, you may stand down." Xiao Su then took hold of Liu Yu's hand and entered the carriage. The carriage was exquisitely adorned, with plush cushions of golden silk covering the seating, while small compartments inlaid within the carriage walls housed an incense burner and several scrolls. A small table was placed to the side, adorned with elegant teacups and a kettle. As soon as Xiao Su settled himself, a fit of coughs erupted uncontrollably. Chapter 52. The Rescue of the Frigid Crown. Prince 03 Jin Chen trailed behind the carriage, acutely aware of every cough that escaped within. Beneath the mask, his brows knitted tightly as an uncontrollable ache surged within him. He leapt forward, pushing past Liu Yu, who was about to enter the carriage, and lifted the curtain to step inside. Caught off guard, Liu Yu nearly stumbled from the carriage, exclaiming, "Are the covert guards of Tianyue Pavilion so devoid of respect?" Xiao Su hunched over, his nails digging into his collar until they turned white. His delicate visage was devoid of color. The blood coughed forth, staining his lips, rendering a striking yet haunting beauty. Coughing violently, struggling to catch his breath, Xiao Su felt an intense pain in his chest, yet he was helpless, only able to wait for the blood lodged in his throat to be coughed out. Jin Chen swiftly moved closer to support Xiao Su, cradling the slender figure in his arms, gently stroking his back to help him breathe more easily. Simultaneously, he concentrated his spiritual energy in his palm and directed it into Xiao Su's body. Noticing that Xiao Su's complexion improved slightly, Jin Chen withdrew his energy, choosing not to continue, as Xiao Su's body could not endure excessive spiritual power and required a gradual approach. "Host, I have discovered the cause." The voice of 0731 was hesitant, as if reluctant to speak, and after a long pause, it continued. "It seems that this world's unfortunate soul has been reborn." Jin Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced down at Xiao Su, whose phoenix eyes had opened, revealing a murky depth. In the next moment, a dagger was pressed against his throat. Jin Chen realized he had miscalculated. Having experienced all the narratives, Xiao Su surely trusted no one. "Get away." Xiao Su's voice was icy, laced with a hint of anger. However, he lacked the strength, leaning against Jin Chen's chest, his long hair disheveled, clearly unable to maintain a seated position on his own. "Master, you need a rest now." Jin Chen pretended not to hear. Given the circumstances, he decided to be brazen. Xiao Su's face flushed with indignation, and he attempted to thrust the dagger deeper, only to be stopped by Jin Chen's hand. He raised his other hand to push against Jin Chen's chest. In that fleeting moment when Jin Chen dodged, Xiao Su's uplifted hand knocked off his mask. The mask slipped from his chin, allowing Xiao Su to see the audacious appearance of this dark guard clearly. With sharp brows and striking features, he exuded a formidable aura that was somewhat softened by his peach blossom eyes. Such looks and demeanor could easily befit a noble scion. How could he merely be a shadow guard? Though he should have felt anger and suspicion, upon encountering Jin Chen's gaze, Xiao Su found himself devoid of doubt. So familiar. Noticing Xiao Su's moment of distraction, Jin Chen felt the sharp blade of the dagger at his neck and conceived an idea. He feigned fear and knelt down suddenly, catching Xiao Su off guard, causing the dagger to slice through Jin Chen's neck. The dagger, meant for self-defense, was exceedingly sharp, capable of cutting through the slightest breeze. In an instant, blood flowed from Jin Chen's neck. "Damn you, subordinate." A flicker of helplessness passed through Xiao Su's phoenix eyes as the dagger fell to the ground. He opened his mouth, but steadied himself, dismissing the inexplicable emotions, his expression returning to indifference, completely unconcerned about Jin Chen's injury. He took a sip of tea to wash away the taste of blood. "Who exactly are you?" Jin Chen did not attend to his wound and replied respectfully, "This subordinate is named Ing Jiao, a shadow guard of Tianyue Pavilion." Xiao Su furrowed his brow, knowing this already. "I'm asking about your past. If you do not recognize me, why does this feeling seem so familiar?" This subordinate has no past. I've been in Tianyue Pavilion since I could remember. Leaning back against the couch, Xiao Su paused for a few seconds after hearing this, then asked again, Tianyue Pavilion serves only the emperor. What is your purpose in approaching me? This statement indicated his belief that Jin Chen's proximity was due to Yongshan Emperor's intent to monitor and control him. And indeed, that was the case. Jin Chen did not directly acknowledge it, but rather expressed his heartfelt loyalty. You are the sole master of your subordinates. There is no other. Xiao Su had heard such declarations far too many times in his previous life. Yet, when he lost power, those very individuals fled faster than anyone else, fearing the stain of blood upon themselves. Having been granted a second chance at life, he vowed never to trust anyone again. Xiao Su rubbed his forehead, his phoenix eyes half-lidded, concealing the sarcasm that lurked within. How do you expect me to believe you? Do you rely solely on your words? He continued, You may claim loyalty, but I refuse to keep untrustworthy individuals by my side. He lifted his chin slightly, his demeanor cold and indifferent. Perhaps you should take your own life, thus sparing me the burden of suspicion. Suddenly, Jin Chen's gaze sharpened, his lips pressed tightly together. If this is your command, I dare not defy it. He grasped the fallen dagger, preparing to plunge it into his chest. Xiao Su bit his lip, a sharp pang of anguish coursing through him, followed by an overwhelming wave of fear and despair. It felt as if he could not endure the agony of Jin Chen's demise. With no time to rise and intervene, he kicked the dagger away with his boot. Enough! Get away! Xiao Su clutched his chest, emotions surging as the pain in his heart began to spread. His pallor returned to a ghostly white, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master! Jin Chen caught the nearly unconscious Xiao Su, reaching for his wrist to check his pulse. It was erratic, shallow, and weak. He brushed his fingers against Xiao Su's cold, sweat-drenched cheek, feeling a profound ache in his heart. It is my fault. I should not have approached you in such a manner, Jin Chen lamented. In his haze, Xiao Su caught a whiff of sandalwood, a familiar scent that stirred something deep within his soul, coaxing him into a state of blissful surrender. He allowed himself to drift into unconsciousness within that comforting embrace. At that moment, the carriage arrived outside the Eastern Palace. The weak constitution of Crown Prince Xiao Su permitted the Emperor Yongshuan's agents to allow his carriage passage within the palace, sparing him from the daily formalities, which were instead handled by the eldest prince. Liu had once found this apparent favoritism, which in reality exploited the prince's authority, quite distasteful. However, upon seeing the disheveled crown prince being carried by the Dark Guard, he felt an immense relief. Thank goodness for the carriage. Otherwise, the prince's reputation would be compromised. What are you doing? Liu shouted angrily. Jin Chen leaped from the carriage, cradling the unconscious prince and hastening toward the inner chambers. Master is unconscious. Where's his bedroom? Quickly lead the way. Liu's expression changed drastically. Follow me, he commanded, sprinting ahead. Kailian, hurry and summon Dr. Zhong. Gilu, instruct the kitchen to prepare hot water. Yulat, quickly fetch the prince's medicine. The palace maids and eunuchs were evidently accustomed to such emergencies, moving swiftly and efficiently, exuding a remarkable proficiency. Liu guided Jin Chen into the prince's inner chamber. Jin Chen laid the person he held upon the bed, but as he attempted to rise, he felt a grip on the hem of his clothing. Master, please let go, he spoke softly, his voice gentle and soothing. Yet, Xiao Su, in a state of unconsciousness, instinctively sought the comfort of that familiar embrace, unable to hear Jin Chen's words. He murmured, "A Chen." Jin Chen looked down in disbelief. In this world, he had not yet had the chance to reveal his name to his beloved. Does this imply that Xiao Su now possesses memories? The host should be aware that Xiao Su's physical condition is quite frail, and his delicate soul is unstable. If this continues, a separation of soul and body may occur. You must hasten the fusion of his soul and body. In Chapter 53, Saving the Cold Prince 040731 did not inquire whether Jin Chen could facilitate the soul fusion. Instinctively, it believed that the host, endowed with immense abilities, should possess such knowledge. Indeed, Jin Chen does, though he longs to reunite with his true love. His foremost desire is for Xiao Su to live well. With a gentle sigh, Jin Chen reached out to caress Xiao Su's dark hair, tenderly ruffling it, his eyes brimming with infinite affection. Be good, let go for now. Jin Chen withdrew his hand from the grasp of his clothing and stood upright. Suddenly feeling the warmth of Xiao Su's chest retreat, he let out a soft hum, furrowing his brow and curling up into himself. Placing his palm against Xiao Su's heart, Jin Chen slowly channeled a more gentle spiritual energy, stabilizing his lover's soul within the limits of Xiao Su's fragile body. It seemed he was beginning to sense the familiar essence and strength once more. Xiao Su's expression gradually softened, his brows unfurling as he relaxed into a tranquil repose. Having witnessed the unfolding events, Li Yu was taken aback. What had he just witnessed? Could it be that his master and this dark guard were? He pondered for a moment before hastily exiting the inner chamber, preventing the maid from entering. A loyal guard would keep secrets. The poison within Xiao Su was congenital. The current empress, mother of the crown prince, harbored resentment towards the queen who had usurped her position and felt that the child she carried had stolen what rightfully belonged to the crown prince. As the queen approached her time of delivery, she had poisoned the medicinal concoction. To avoid detection, this poison would not affect the mother, but would be entirely absorbed by the fetus, leading to an appearance of congenital deficiencies. In truth, as the child grew, the toxin would intensify. Even without the machinations leading to imprisonment, as depicted in the original narrative, Xiao Su would not survive to see his 30th year. Can the antidote be exchanged? Asked 0731. To exchange for a complete recovery antidote, a heart value of 60 is required. Currently, you can only exchange for the heart protection pill, which costs 100 points and will suppress the toxin's further spread. Very well, exchange it. Ding. The heart protection pill has been exchanged for the host, costing 100 points. Remaining points, 1600. Side quest. Please assist Xiao Su in detoxification. Just as Jin Chen received the porcelain vial containing the heart protection pill, he heard coughs and footsteps approaching from outside. He tucked the vial into his sleeve, rising nonchalantly to conceal himself within the hall. Li Yu entered with Physician Zhong, relieved to find no more shocking interactions. Physician Zhong, please examine the crown prince. Physician Zhong settled onto a soft stool beside the bed and began to check Xiao Su's pulse, scrutinizing his complexion. Ah, he sighed, stroking his graying beard before shaking his head. The crown prince is inherently weak. Today, with the chilly wind and the shock he experienced, it is no wonder he has succumbed to unconsciousness. Physician Zhong looked toward Li Yu. Do you still have any of the medicine I prescribed last time? Yes, indeed. The crown prince is reluctant to take his medicine, so there remains quite a bit. This cannot be allowed, Dr. Zhong frowned. We must not permit His Highness to act recklessly any longer. If he refuses to take his medicine and further damages his condition, when will he ever recover? Hurry and prepare another dose for him. Once he regains consciousness, ensure he consumes it. Li Yu promptly nodded in agreement. I shall also prescribe a calming remedy for His Highness, which we will brew together. After imparting his instructions, Dr. Zhong rose and handed Li Yu a prescription. The East Palace maintained its own small apothecary, and Li Yu quickly accepted the prescription, dispatching a young eunuch to procure the medicine. He respectfully escorted Dr. Zhong out afterward. Jin Chen leapt down from the beam, coldly observing Dr. Zhong's retreating figure. In the original narrative, the poison administered to the Empress Dowager originated from this very Dr. Zhong. Meanwhile, the herbs that Xiao Su had been consuming, ostensibly meant to nourish his body, would, upon brewing, react with the toxins within him, accelerating their release. Xiao Su's refusal to take the medicine stemmed from his rebirth, wherein he had discerned Dr. Zhong's treachery. He would seek an opportunity to eliminate the doctor, but not at this moment. Should the doctor perish within the East Palace, the entire imperial court would uncover the instigator's identity. Li Yu was startled by his demeanor and scratched his head awkwardly, initiating a conversation. You're Shadow 9, correct? Jin Chen shifted his gaze to him and nodded. I shall refrain from prying into your relationship with His Highness, but since you have become His Highness's secret guard, you must sever ties with all others, regardless of their status or nobility. Li Yu's implication was clear, as he evidently feared that Jin Chen was a spy planted by the Emperor Yongshan within the East Palace. Indeed, Jin Chen responded tersely. Liu, feeling uncomfortable, took his leave from the inner chamber. He held no objections to His Highness's affinity for Dragon Yang, as it was evident that given His Highness's physical condition, it would be difficult for a woman to conceive. However, he found it perplexing that someone as stolid as Shadow 9 could be the object of His Highness's affections. Jin Chen remained by the bedside, silently watching Xiao Su. His eyes filled with warmth. Perhaps it was the stabilization of his spirit by Jin Chen's mystical energy that allowed Xiao Su's body to gradually acclimate. Or perhaps it was simply the intensity of Jin Chen's gaze. Xiao Su's long lashes fluttered as he slowly opened his phoenix-like eyes. For a fleeting moment, confusion clouded his gaze before clarity returned. Upon meeting Jin Chen's eyes, his expression darkened with a hint of anger. Jin Chen, ever compliant, knelt once more. Xiao Suritan no amnesia. He clearly remembered his reliance on Jin Chen during his unconsciousness. It was precisely this awareness that made him feel even more uneasy. Your Highness, you are awake. Liu joyfully entered, bearing a tray with 2 exquisite porcelain bowls filled with a dark, viscous concoction. Xiao Su's eyes briefly flashed with resistance. Dr. Zhong has stated that you can no longer refuse your medicine. Otherwise, your health will deteriorate further, Liu urged, lifting one bowl and offering it to Xiao Su, alongside another prescription for calming the spirit. Your Highness, please drink this, he implored. Xiao Su furrowed his brow slightly, accepting the porcelain bowl, casting a glance at Jin Chen. With others present, he felt it inappropriate to directly explain Dr. Zhong's matters to Liu. Noticing his gaze, Jin Chen raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly. Dr. Zhong is aligned with the Empress Dowager. What? Liu exclaimed in shock, turning his attention to him. Xiao Su, on the other hand, was filled with suspicion and wariness. Jin Chen continued to elucidate the situation. To my esteemed master, I humbly report that while I was covertly on duty, I overheard a clandestine conversation between Physician Zhong and the Empress Dowager. Although I did not see their faces, the voice distinctly resembled that of Physician Zhong. The prescription he discussed aligned perfectly with the contents of their discourse. Xiao Su's gaze held an inscrutable meaning. How fortuitous it is that you are aware of this. The Tianyue Pavilion frequently undertakes missions to thwart assassinations, necessitating vigilant watch at all hours. Thus I have come to hear much. Jin Chen looked intently at Xiao Su, his expression unwavering. I am now solely loyal to you, my master, and therefore speak without reservation. Xiao Su languidly set down his bowl, allowing Liu to remain in shock. So, you came to the solitary palace without any decree from His Majesty? Jin Chen's gaze remained steadfast, fixed firmly on Xiao Su. The Emperor's intent is not my own. His tone was sincere, with warmth glimmering in his eyes. No one, not even the Emperor, hold a place in my heart as you do, my master. Chapter 54. To rescue the solitary prince. As Jin Chen raised his head, Xiao Su finally noticed the wound on his neck. He listened quietly to Jin Chen, his gaze never leaving the young man's eyes. There was indeed sincerity. Upon hearing the final words, an inexplicable emotion stirred within Xiao Su. Very well, I shall keep you for now. He averted his gaze, his ears slightly flushed, and sought out medicine to staunch the bleeding. Sensing the concern woven into his tone, Jin Chen smiled gently. I am unharmed. He glanced at Liu, unreserved, and produced a porcelain vial. What is this? Xiao Su leaned against the headboard, his phoenix eyes filled with curiosity. During my mission at Tianyue Pavilion, I fortuitously acquired this elixir. I deemed it valuable and have kept it, believing it might benefit your health, my master. He poured out the pill, a vibrant red orb radiating a refreshing medicinal aura. Merely inhaling its scent invigorated the spirit and clarified the mind. Having consumed medicine for so long, Xiao Su could easily discern its exceptional efficacy. Jin Chen, this pill is called the heart-guarding elixir. If taken regularly, it can ward off common toxins. If you consume it, my master, it may prevent any toxins within you from spreading further. Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Highness, this is a remarkable remedy. You must take it at once. Xiao Su regarded Jin Chen for an extended moment. This individual had appeared unexpectedly, a presence entirely absent in his past life. Not only was he well-versed in the matters concerning physician Zhong, but he also possessed such a precious pill so effortlessly. Could this be an opportunity granted by rebirth? Otherwise, he could not fathom why someone like himself, a seemingly inconsequential prince, would be of any interest to Ingjiu. He cleared his throat twice, offering no resistance to the tea Jin Chen presented. After swallowing the pill, he washed it down with the tea. In such close proximity, Xiao Su caught a whiff of an oddly familiar fragrance. He inquired, somewhat perplexed, why does a shadow guard carry a sachet of fragrance with him? Jin Chen's eyes twinkled with amusement. I have never carried a sachet, my master. He reached out, brushing away the droplets of water from Xiao Su's lips. Have you detected a particular scent? The warmth of his touch made Xiao Su feel somewhat uneasy. He turned his head, his fingers lightly pinching the edge of the blanket. How audacious! His tone lacked authority, resembling more of a playful complaint. Jin Chen placed the teacup down and tucked the blanket around Xiao Su, his eyes gleaming with deeper mirth at the response. Indeed, I have been audacious, yet your grace is magnanimous. I beseech your forgiveness. His voice, low and resonant, sent a shiver down Xiao Su's spine, causing her heart to beat uncontrollably. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Jin Chen's neck, where a scabbed wound marred his skin. Xiao Su furrowed her brow, fearing it would leave a scar. Do not withdraw yet, she thought, wishing to shield her heart from worry. Turning onto her side, she faced away from Jin Chen. Very well, he nodded, choosing not to linger any longer. He had matters to attend to as well. With a nod to Li Yu, he exited the room. Once the door closed, only Xiao Su and Li Yu remained. In an instant, the lingering fragrance of sandalwood dissipated. Xiao Su opened her phoenix-like eyes, slowly rising to a seated position, momentarily entranced by the teacup before her. Li Yu, send someone to investigate the lineage of Ingjiu, including matters following his entrance to the palace. Understood, Li Yu replied, clasping his hands in respect. He continued, Your Highness, we have received news from the Chasing Wind Courtyard. There's been no recent activity in the capital, nor are there any private military formations in the outskirts as you instructed. Yes, continue to monitor. Report any developments immediately. Xiao Su replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that Xiao Yunyi was still focused on his businesses, presumably waiting for significant profits before raising private troops. Though the origins of the current Xiao Yunyi remain a mystery, the peculiar bracelet possessed by Yunyi He, which allowed for the effortless storage of items, seemed almost sorcerous. However, in this second life, she vowed to ensure that both of them paid for their blood debts. Clenching her fingers, her gaze turned icy. Utilizing her lightness skill, Jin Chen swiftly returned to the training ground, discovering they had not yet departed. The 20 dark guards were merely a selection option, not a requirement for the prince to exhaust all choices. Xiao Zhaoxian had casually selected 3, merely going through the motions, yet out of respect for Xiao Yunyi, he could not leave prematurely. Xiao Yunyi, however, appeared to be addicted to the selection process, continuing to choose 8 guards without any intention of stopping. Xiao Zhaoxian regarded his elder brother, who had recently been in the spotlight, with confusion. 6 months prior, the eldest prince had been complacent, and even their father had been a loss. Yet, one day, it was as if he had suddenly awakened, displaying a newfound sharpness in his insights regarding court affairs, yet becoming more cunning and deceitful, openly coveting the throne and disregarding propriety. It was truly perplexing. Noticing the probing gaze of his brother, Xiao Yunya's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. Just as he was about to reprimand him, a black blade flashed in his peripheral vision. With no martial skill to speak of, he was unable to evade in time. The dark guard he had chosen reacted swiftly, attempting to intercept the incoming concealed dart. But his arm went numb from the shock, rendering him motionless. The dart plunged directly into Xiao Yunya's chest. Startled, he turned pale, his legs giving way as he collapsed beside the chair, utterly devoid of princely composure. The incident unfolded in the blink of an eye. Xiao Zhaoxian, react quickly. Help your elder brother, he urged. The palace maids rushed to assist. The guards immediately drew their swords, encircling the area, commencing a search for the assailant who had attempted to assassinate the prince. When Xiao Yunya was helped up, he still trembled, slumping onto the chair. After a long while, he suddenly realized he had lost face. He kicked the kneeling shadow guard fiercely in the face. Incompetent. Useless. You cannot even protect me. The shadow guards, aware of their failure to defend their master, bowed their heads in shame, while also pondering the identity of the person who had just launched the hidden dart. They must possess considerable internal strength. One of the guards picked up the fallen dart, examining it closely for a moment. Then, kneeling, he reported, "Your Highness, this dart does not appear to belong to the palace. I will do everything in my power to apprehend the assailant." Xiao Yunya touched his chest, relieved to find himself unscathed. The dart had merely shattered his jade pendant. Since it was not a valuable item, he carelessly discarded it, choosing not to dwell on it further. A bunch of useless gluttons. With so many guards present, how could I be attacked? He fumed. Just wait until I report this to father, and I will have your heads. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Yunya rose and swept away. Xiao Zhuoxian observed his departing figure, a frown of confusion reappearing on his brow. After a moment, he waved his hand. Quickly find the assassin, otherwise his majesty will not be lenient with you. Hidden among the trees, Jin Chen saw the jade pendant had shattered, achieving his goal, and left the training grounds. If he wished, no one would be able to find him. Now that the pendant was destroyed, Xiao Yunya's opportunity should vanish in a few days. In the original narrative, this pendant had been a gift from his maternal grandfather, through which he had met a skilled physician adept in poisons, becoming his greatest ally in the harem, while also tormenting Xiao Su for a long time. Chapter 55. The Rescue of the Cold Prince. After leaving the training grounds, Jin Chen returned to Tianyue Pavilion. Tianyue Pavilion was not located within the palace, but rather deep in the woods on the outskirts. This secluded place was rarely traversed by anyone, spacious and ideal for training shadow guards. He needed to clear up the matters left behind by the original owner. Ingjiu was not as weak as Jin Chen had implied. On the contrary, he was a shadow guard trained in the special techniques of Tianyue Pavilion, highly skilled in various hidden weapons, and one of the 4 main guardians of the pavilion. However, he primarily focused on training newcomers and seldom undertook missions. Hence, the emperor was not well acquainted with him. The sudden decision for him to go to the palace raised questions among the other 3. Ajio? Inglu, seeing him return, jested, "Could it be that you were too dull to be chosen by the prince?" Jin Chen shot him a glance. "It's the crown prince." Inglu had grown accustomed to his succinct manner of speaking. Trailing behind Jin Chen, he continued unabashedly, "I say, Tianyue Pavilion is currently loyal to the emperor. Though it's troublesome. At least what about the pavilion master?" Jin Chen interrupted his rambling. "Ing Qi has been summoned by his majesty to report." Inglu scratched his head. "There have been many matters lately. Perhaps it's to remind us to bolster our protection of the palace." At that moment, Ing Qi entered, his tall figure emanating an icy demeanor, seemingly even colder than Jin Chen, resembling a shard of millennia-old ice. He regarded Jin Chen. "You possess quite the audacity to withhold your true strength from his majesty." Jin Chen replied, "You and T say it, I know." They simultaneously entered the imperial palace for training, and although they appeared to be cold and distant, they had long been as close as brothers. Moreover, the loyalty of the Tianyue Pavilion was nothing more than a farce. Ing Qi removed his mask. Emperor Yongshan sought to completely subjugate the Tianyue Pavilion and was no longer satisfied with merely sending assassins into the palace for protection. "Help me find someone." Jin Chen tossed a note to him, stating that he should come to the Eastern Palace when there was news. Ing Qi's gaze deepened. "You now pledge loyalty to the crown prince?" Jin Chen replied, "Life and death are inseparable." Their eyes met abruptly, and he added that the Tianyue Pavilion should not be subdued by Emperor Yongshan. If necessary, they must take direct action. "All right, I will ponder it further." Jin Chen took flight and departed. Ing Qi sighed, flicking Ing Lu's head. "Change is upon us." He opened the note, raising his eyebrows in surprise. After returning to the Eastern Palace, Jin Chen concealed himself in the beams of Xiao Su's chambers, closing his eyes to rest. Since arriving in this little world, he had scarcely paused, diligently preparing to be by Xiao Su's side. Now, he finally had a moment to recuperate. Moments later, a voice came from below the beams. "Ingjiu." Jin Chen leaped down into the room. "What are your orders, my lord?" Xiao Su draped a golden-threaded velvet blanket over himself, lazily leaning against the head of the bed. Upon seeing Jin Chen enter, he set aside his book. Perhaps the heart-guarding pill had taken effect, for he appeared flushed and did not resemble a frail individual. Tomorrow is the day for greetings. You shall accompany me. Yes, Jin Chen replied promptly. Xiao Su found Jin Chen's mask somewhat unsightly. It is rather unattractive. In my eastern palace, you are not permitted to wear a mask. At his words, Jin Chen chuckled softly, reaching to remove the mask, revealing a handsome visage. His gaze toward Xiao Su was undeniably affectionate. Xiao Su blinked, preferring to gaze into his naturally expressive peach blossom eyes. As dusk approached, Jin Chen asked, "My lord, will you not have dinner?" Noticing that Xiao Su had seemingly spent the entire afternoon resting in bed, he inquired. "I have no appetite. It is of no consequence," Xiao Su replied, lowering his head to turn another page, catching once more the faint familiar scent of incense, which alleviated his previously troubled mood. "This will not do," Jin Chen frowned. "I shall go to the small kitchen and prepare something for you." Xiao Su's gaze shifted from the book, his phoenix eyes glimmering with interest. "You can cook? Shouldn't the shadow guards be training all day?" Jin Chen rose. "I can, my lord. Please wait a moment." Xiao Su did not hinder him. According to his usual practice, he would never consume food prepared by others. All meals were prepared in the small kitchen to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from taking advantage. For reasons unknown, his principles from 2 lifetimes seemed to bend infinitely in front of Ingjiao. What kind of sorcery did this person possess? Xiao Su was lost in thought for a moment, then shook his head internally. "Very well, I shall follow my heart." He trusted Ingjiao. In less than half an hour, Jin Chen returned to the chambers, followed by palace maids carrying the dishes. Xiao Su these light crowds. So only the necessary palace maids and eunuchs remained, with all matters overseen by the head eunuch, while the rest were attended to by Li Yu. The maids were aware of the crown prince's temperament, and after placing the dishes down, they departed without lingering in the room. Xiao Su glanced at the table. The dishes were few, yet they appeared quite novel, complemented by an array of pastries. Jin Chen arranged the food for him, her tone exceedingly gentle. "My lord, do give a try." Xiao Su took up his chopsticks and tasted a morsel. Instantly, his phoenix eyes brightened with surprise and unexpectedly suited his palate. Observing him savoring each bite with delight, Jin Chen's lips curled into a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Across 3 realms, his taste had remained unchanged, still favoring the sweet and spicy. Xiao Su had never perceived himself as particularly greedy for food. In the past, he often left a bowl unfinished. Yet today, upon seeing the bottom of his bowl, he found himself yearning for more. However, he was always self-restrained and did not pick up his chopsticks again, though he had already eaten more than usual. "Have the attendants clear the table." "As you wish." Jin Chen naturally took up a handkerchief to wipe the corners of Xiao Su's mouth. As she leaned in, the distance between them closed once more, prompting Xiao Su to instinctively slow his breath, feeling a bit anxious and uncomfortable as he blinked. The scent of sandalwood grew increasingly intense. He raised his gaze. Jin Chen's expression showed no sign of change, as if she did not perceive this action as overly intimate, but rather as an entirely natural occurrence. "My lord, you look considerably better," Jin Chen teased, her demeanor appearing quite rosy. Xiao Su furrowed his brow in mild annoyance and pushed her away, but the flush on his earlobes betrayed his inner turmoil. He stood, adjusting his long robe. "You may retire. I shall take a stroll. It will be best for a subordinate to accompany you. My lord, it is not safe outside." Jin Chen donned a cloak, and, without waiting for Xiao Su's refusal, secured it tightly around him, her brow serious. As she fastened the cloak, her hand inevitably brushed against Xiao Su's cheek. The sensation sent a slight tingle through him, causing him to lean back slightly, his ears burning hotter as his long lashes fluttered. "All done." Jin Chen smiled brightly. "You may go first, my lord." Xiao Su immediately distanced himself from her, stepping out the door ahead of her. "Host, it appears that the little one is not as unresponsive as they seem. Why has the heart's response not yet been triggered?" Nevertheless, he felt assured. Jin Chen chuckled softly, following closely behind Xiao Su. Chapter 56. The Rescue of the Frigid Prince the Garden. Although the autumn wind was desolate, the autumn flowers bloomed with fervor amidst the chill. Xiao Su strolled through the courtyard, adjusting his collar. Despite wearing a cloak, the cold wind still seeped through the seams of his garments. He had finally mustered the enthusiasm to admire the blossoms flourishing in the late autumn and did not wish to return just yet. Noticing this, Jin Chen quickened her pace to walk beside him, perfectly shielding him from the wind. Xiao Su sensed her presence, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He stood beside a hibiscus, extending his fingertip to touch it, and seemingly casually inquired, "Shadow 9, what was your past like?" Jin Chen caught a glimpse of a figure entering the Eastern Palace, and, connecting it with Xiao Su's question, surmised that perhaps someone was investigating him out of suspicion. Naturally, he could not afford to conceal any longer. "In my youth, my family faced calamity, leading to its ruin in my orphanhood. Fortunately, my master took me in, allowing me to train at Tianyue Pavilion." In just 3 brief sentences, Shadow 9 recounted the essence of his life. Xiao Su remained lost in thought, gazing at the flowers, uncertain if he had absorbed the words, and asked another question. "Before you entered the Tianyue Pavilion, did you possess a name of your own?" He always felt that the naming Jiao was inexplicably distant from the person it represented. Jin Chen, upon hearing this, reminisced about the memories of his previous self. Having lost his entire family at the tender age of 4, his recollections were, understandably, vague. However, since 0731 had bestowed upon him this identity, his current name should indeed resonate with his true self. He replied, "I vaguely recall that I was called Jin Chen in my youth." Jin Chen, Xiao Su murmured softly. Turning to regard him, a strange sensation welling up within him detected emotional fluctuations from the antagonist towards the host, triggering affection points. Affection points. 10. Host. It appears that this name is the reason behind the little one's feelings. Only Jin Chen stirs his heart, nodding Jiao. 0731's words were rather astute, filling Jin Chen with uncontainable joy. He felt a strong urge to cradle Xiao Su's face and bestow a tender kiss in the chilling evening breeze. With this thought, the light in Jin Chen's peach blossom eyes grew fervent. Xiao Su blinked his phoenix eyes, momentarily averting his gaze, his eyes flickering as he turned his head away from Jin Chen, leaving only a slender back and a delicately pale jawline in view. Yet, even in this aloof demeanor, there lay an unrecognized shyness. His long, elegant fingers, which had been poised to caress, retreated into his sleeves. The atmosphere inexplicably thickened with a sense of intimacy. Jin Chen, who had initially managed to restrain himself, completely surrendered his self-control in the presence of his beloved. With a sigh, he wrapped his long arms around Xiao Su's slender waist, pulling him close. His voice, sweet as fine wine, seemed to carry an enticing allure. "My lord." Xiao Su felt the warmth of Jin Chen's breath brushing against his ear. By all reason, he should reprimand this impertinent shadow guard. Yet, he found himself unable to muster the resolve to do so. Perhaps it was the intoxicating autumn breeze that lulled him. Xiao Su relaxed against the sturdy chest of the man behind him, enveloped in the comforting scent of sandalwood. Exuding an unparalleled sense of security, his gaze glimmering with warmth. "Jin Chen." His tone was frigid, yet when it emerged softly, it resembled the tender whispers shared between lovers. "Your subordinate is listening." Jin Chen gently rubbed the top of his head, his voice tender. "Since you have taken the initiative to appear, you cannot betray me." Xiao Su's voice was low, a clear and chilling threat, yet the end bore a hint of moisture, inadvertently adding a touch of vulnerability. "I shall never betray you. I will accompany my lord through life and death." The warm breath against his ear made Xiao Su's waist soften momentarily. Upon hearing Jin Chen's response, he was suddenly reminded of the last moments of his previous life. In that filthy, wretched prison, clad in rags and covered in scars, curled upon a floor teeming with vermin, he had once dared to hope that someone might come to rescue him. "So, Jin Chen, in this life, are you here to save me?" He instinctively leaned back, seeking reliance. After a long pause, Xiao Su spoke again. "Do you harbor any secret from me?" Jin Chen chuckled softly, not offering a direct reply. "And what about you, my lord?" Xiao Su pressed his lips together, long lashes casting shadows over his profound eyes, revealing a fleeting glimpse of fragility. He had countless secrets of his own. Jin Chen released him and stepped in front of Xiao Su, gently adjusting his cloak. The night was deep and the dew heavy. My lord should rest soon to avoid catching a chill. Xiao Su subtly moved his cheek, as if lightly brushing against Jin Chen's fingertips. You need not stay vigilant tonight. Let DeFu accompany you to the eastern chamber. Understood. Jin Chen withdrew his hand. DeFu was the head eunuch overseeing the eastern palace. Upon returning to the sleeping quarters, the maids awaiting his service were already stationed outside. Upon seeing Xiao Su enter, they promptly closed the ventilating windows, moved a zeton table into the inner chamber, and placed a cup of cleansing tea upon it. Xiao Su sat down directly across the table and lifted the teacup to cleanse his palate. The maids moved gracefully about the floor, attending to their duties, their skirts brushing the ground with nary a sound. You may leave now. He set down the teacup and commanded coldly. The maids ceased their tasks. The head maid lowered the soft canopy by the bed, extinguished several candles, and lit the golden incense burner. Understood. The maids bowed, daring not to raise their heads, and filed out in succession. Xiao Su took another sip of tea. Enter. A dark figure leapt through the window, kneeling respectfully on the ground. The corners of his garment embroidered with bamboo leaves. Your Highness, what have you discovered? Xiao Su spoke nonchalantly. Ingzhou from Tianyue Pavilion excels in confidentiality. My subordinates only ascertain that he hails from the Jin family in Hangzhou. His family was annihilated in his youth, and he followed the then leader of Tianyue Pavilion out of Hangzhou. As for what transpired thereafter, it remains elusive. This aligns perfectly with what Jin Chen has stated. A slight smile graced Xiao Su's lips, lifting his spirits considerably. Investigate the reason behind the Jin family's downfall. Understood. The man clasped his fists and swiftly departed the eastern palace, leaving no trace. Jin Chen sat atop the roof, watching the figures retreat, instructing 0731 to cease the visual feed, unable to suppress his smile. His wife is indeed concerned about his past. 0731 remained silent, but sensed that after traversing these few worlds, the host not only radiated less coldness, but had also developed a somewhat romantic disposition. Jin Chen reveled in his amusement for a while, and upon seeing Xiao Su asleep, he soared back to the eastern chamber, settling into a tranquil slumber. Not long after the fifth watch, as he had to pay respects in the imperial study later that day, Xiao Su, already troubled by insomnia, found it even more difficult to rest and rose without delay. The night watch maid stationed outside, hearing the commotion within, softly inquired, Your Highness, are you rising? Xiao Su rubbed his aching forehead and responded. Several maids carrying washing utensils entered. The candles were sequentially lit by the young eunuch from outside to inside, illuminating the chamber in a brief moment. Once Xiao Su donned his attire, he was fully awake. He inquired of DeFu, Where is Jin Ingzhou? Chapter 57. The Rescue of the Solitary Prince. DeFu hurriedly knelt to respond. Reporting to Your Highness, yesterday, I took Ingzhou to sleep in the eastern third chamber. He rose at the fourth watch today and is currently practicing in the garden before the palace. Xiao Su acknowledged with a sound and proceeded to the outer chamber where breakfast had been prepared. Liu awaited him there. Upon seeing Xiao Su, he promptly arranged the dishes, and once they began to eat, he started to respond. Your Highness, an incident occurred in the training grounds after your departure yesterday. The Crown Prince was selecting secret guards when he suddenly encountered an assassination attempt. Xiao Su's interest was piqued, and he raised an eyebrow. What transpired? Liu continued. It was said to be a seemingly inconspicuous sleeve arrow that caused no injury, merely shattering the Crown Prince's jade pendant. The Crown Prince was furious and ordered the guards to ensure that the culprit was found. However, to our dismay, not even a trace of the assailant has been discovered today. Xiao Su set down his chopsticks. After dining on the meal prepared by Jin Chen yesterday, he found the fare from a small kitchen increasingly insipid. Within the span of a single meal, his palate had become rather discerning. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince's jade pendant was shattered, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Su's eyes. He was well aware of the pendant's backstory. After enduring numerous poisons directed at himself, how could he forget the female physician? Yet, the question remained, why did the assassin only shatter the pendant without striking? Logically, Someone who could evade the palace guards should possess exceptional martial prowess. Could it truly have been a mere misfire? If it was intentional, who could possibly be aware of the significance of Xiao Yunye's pendant? There were too many questions lingering in the air. Xiao Su suddenly realized that despite not having taken much action, Xiao Yunye's trajectory had already diverged significantly from that of the previous life. He took a sip of tea, preparing to rise. Liu, startled, felt compelled to advise him. Your Highness, your recent meals have diminished considerably. Autumn is a season when the body is susceptible to cold, and you should eat more to fortify your health. It matters not, I'm not hungry. As Xiao Su exited the palace, Jin Chen, having changed into a different outfit, awaited him outside the carriage. To facilitate concealment, he donned dark clothing and a mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. Jin Chen assisted Xiao Su into the carriage. As their arms brushed, he was struck by the chill emanating from Xiao Su. After a moment's thought, he followed him into the carriage. Liu remarked, in broad daylight. He sat beside the coachman, shaking his head in quiet lament. He pondered whether he should implore Ingjiu to persuade the prince to eat more. Inside the carriage, Xiao Su had grown accustomed to Jin Chen's presence. He cast a glance at Jin Chen's mask, his expression indifferent. Jin Chen immediately understood, removing the mask and placing it on the table. He then sat beside Xiao Su, draping a blanket over him. Your Highness is quite cold, he remarked, gently wrapping his arm around Xiao Su's shoulders. The warmth from Jin Chen's embrace began to seep into Xiao Su. He comfortably narrowed his phoenix eyes and leaned against him, responding lazily. I have always been susceptible to the cold. His voice, like a mountain spring, flowed from his heart, clear and melodious. Jin Chen tightened his hold, asking in a peculiar manner, is it the duty of a subordinate to warm his master? Xiao Su glanced at him puzzled. Jin Chen turned slightly, placing one hand on Xiao Su's chest, channeling his inner energy slowly. A subordinate conveys inner strength to his master, and warmth will ensue. The warmth spread from his heart to his limbs, and Xiao Su realized it had been quite some time since he had felt such a comforting sensation. Even at night, wrapped in blankets, he remained cold as ice, not to mention the toxic sensations within his body. He let out a soft, comfortable hum, warmth enveloping him, and weariness naturally settled in. Xiao Su's profile rested against Jin Chen's shoulder, fully nestling into his embrace. Entirely devoid of the resistance he had displayed the previous day in the carriage. Yet, any further actions were absent. Jin Chen, unhurried, contentedly served as a human cushion, occasionally caressing Xiao Su's back, ensuring his slumber was undisturbed. However, the East Palace was not far from the imperial study. Typically, the journey by sedan chair would take merely a quarter of an hour, and they were in a carriage. Xiao Su had just dozed off when he heard Liu's gentle call. Your Highness, we are nearing the imperial study. You should disembark. Xiao Su opened his phoenix eyes, finding Liu's voice quite irksome this time. The crowd outside was even more bothersome. Rarely did he display emotion, but Jin Chen softly consoled him. If you are still weary, after paying your respects, I shall accompany you to rest. Xiao Su modestly nodded. Yet his heart began to anticipate. However, he was not eloquent and could not articulate his desire for Jin Chen to stay with him. After Jin Chen adjusted his attire, Xiao Su lightly tugged at the corner of Jin Chen's robe, a silent agreement. He then lifted the curtain, allowing Liu to assist him in alighting from the carriage. Jin Chen paused for a few seconds, comprehending his intent, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He could not follow Xiao Su openly, so he concealed himself in the shadows, employing lightness skills to evade the other hidden guards lurking in the palace, making his way to the imperial study. The beginning of each month signified the day for the princes and princesses to pay their respects. All legitimate consorts were required to visit the imperial study in succession to pay their respects to Emperor Yongshan. There were several princesses, 5 in total, but only the legitimate ones were the eldest princess, Xiaomi, and the eldest prince, both born of the current empress. Additionally, there was the second princess, Xiao Ting'er, born of the Shun consort. Thus, those required to pay their respects comprised 3 princes and 2 princesses. Big brother the crown prince, Xiao Ting'er, well trained by the Shun consort, was elegant and poised, respectful towards her elder brother. Xiao Su held a favorable impression of her and smiled, nodding. Ting'er has grown increasingly beautiful. Oof. It seems that birds of a feather flock together. Xiaomi's voice dripped with sarcasm. Following closely behind Xiao Yunyi, her gaze toward Xiao Su and Jin Chen was filled with disdain. Xiao Su remained unfazed, even feeling a twinge of sympathy for the beloved eldest princess. After all, in the past, when the enemy invaded, there was no one in court to confront them. Upon hearing of the enemy leader's interest in Xiaomi, the emperor, without hesitation, bestowed the title of Princess Gu Luan upon her and immediately sent her off for a political marriage. Xiao Ting'er, accustomed to the veiled jabs, showed no immediate reaction. Xiao Su remarked, "It appears that not only the eldest prince has forgotten the proprieties, but so has the princess." His expression was frosty, his words as chilling as ice. Xiaomi, spoiled and accustomed to getting her way, could not contain herself and immediately retorted, "It is merely a nominal title. My brother is far more favored than you. How dare you? No matter how nominal, I am still the emperor's chosen crown prince, the heir of the entirety Yun." Xiao Su's tone was cold and piercing. "Sister, are you dissatisfied with Father Emperor's decision?" Xiaomi was left speechless. Yet she understood the rules well enough that if she were to acquiesce to his words, it would amount to disobeying the imperial decree. She bit her lip, bewildered by this sickly wretch's unexpected sharp tongue today. However, Xiao Yunyi did not comprehend the intricacies of their exchange. All he knew was that Xiao Su was unloved, and thus anything he did was deemed wrong. Even if he were the crown prince, what right did he have to claim such a title? Did he think his frail constitution warranted it? This pronouncement was overheard in its entirety by Chief Eunuch Zhao De, who had come out to greet them, and naturally found its way to the imperial study. Chapter 58. The Rescue of the Cold Crown. Prince Emperor Yongshun sat majestically upon the dragon throne, engrossed in official documents. Upon hearing this remark, he frowned, his displeasure evident. No matter how much he neglected Xiao Su, the title of crown prince was one he had personally conferred. It was not for Xiao Yunyi, another prince, to criticize. Closing a document, Yongshun contemplated whether he had been too indulgent towards Yunyi lately, to the point of questioning imperial authority. Meanwhile, Zhao De, startled, glanced at Xiao Yunyi but dared not offer counsel easily. Instead, he merely ushered them into the imperial study. Seeing that Xiao Su had ceased his rebuttal, Xiao Yunyi assumed he had struck a nerve and felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, how could an antiquated and ignorant individual compare to him? Your humble son pays his respects to Father Emperor. The group faced Yongshun, suppressing any trace of emotion as they respectfully bowed. They waited until Yongshun acknowledged them before rising. According to protocol, the crown prince should stand in the center, flanked by the two princes with the princess positioned behind. Yet, Xiao Yunyi insisted on occupying the central position. Yongshun cast a fleeting glance at him, but did not object, seemingly acquiescing to this arrangement. He took a sip of tea and began with the customary inquiries regarding the prince's studies. Xiao Su found himself lost in thought. Imagining Jin Chen hidden away in a corner of the imperial study, given his formidable martial prowess, he likely would not be detected by the royal guards. He also reflected on the impending encounter between Xiao Yunyi and the minister's daughter, Yun Yihe. In his eyes, both were exceedingly peculiar. The current Xiao Yunyi hailed from a place called Huaxia, proclaiming himself a chosen one destined for the throne, while Yun Yihe possessed an enigmatic bracelet. If revenge were the goal, the first step would be to prevent their meeting and dismantle them one by one. However, residing in the East Palace made leaving the palace rather inconvenient. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Su cast another glance at the seemingly benevolent emperor Yongshun seated upon the dragon throne. His animosity towards his father was no less than that toward Xiao Yunyi. Yet, he understood the need for patience. The matter of rebirth was far too extraordinary to reveal. Alone in this struggle, he had to tread cautiously. "Your humble son has a request to make." Xiao Su's clear voice interrupted the conversation between Xiao Yunyi and the emperor. "Speak." A smile graced Xiao Su's lips as he respectfully stated, "Having reached the age of maturity, it has become increasingly inconvenient for me to reside within the palace. I humbly request your majesty's permission to move out of the palace and establish a crown princess residence." Emperor Yongshun regarded this child, whom he had never favored since birth due to his mother's influence. Although the child had been designated crown prince at birth, he had never truly enjoyed any affection. As he grew older, he increasingly resembled his mother, to the extent that every glance at him awakened in him the pangs of guilt for his youthful transgressions against the empress and the absurdity of his affections for her. All in the pursuit of the throne, the Yongshun emperor averted his gaze, establishing the crown prince's residence, which was indeed a favorable decision. It appeared that Xiao Su had begun to take action. He replied nonchalantly, "Since you harbor such aspirations, I shall grant it. Shortly, I shall issue a decree for you to reside outside the palace." Xiao Su expressed his gratitude to the emperor. Jin Chen, concealed in a corner, stifled a yawn out of boredom, shifting his position to continue admiring the beauty of his cherished wife. Suddenly, he heard the Yongshun emperor broach the subject of selecting a consort for the crown prince, and he instantly became attentive, observing Xiao Su's reaction. "Suya, now that you have established your residence outside the palace, it is only fitting that you acquire a suitable crown princess to manage your affairs. Although your elder brother's residence lacks a primary consort, having a secondary wife to oversee matters does make a difference." Upon hearing this, Xiao Su lowered his gaze. Strangely, the mention of a crown princess brought to his mind the visage of Jin Chen, recalling the warmth and intimacy they had shared in the carriage. The Yongshun emperor continued, "I find the Grand Tutor's legitimate daughter to be poised and gracious, possessing a gentle and virtuous disposition. What are your thoughts on her becoming the crown princess?" In Jin Chen's eyes, it was at that moment that Xiao Su's ears flushed a faint crimson, revealing a hint of shyness. His breath hitched, and his expression turned indignant. "What does this mean? Calm yourself, host. Perhaps the poor child is simply thinking of you," urged 0731 hastily. Xiao Su regained his composure, feeling a tremor within. The emperor was testing him. Xiao Zhuxian, too, sensed the tension, casting a worried glance at Xiao Su, silently imploring him not to acquiesce. The Grand Tutor had long been allied with the Li family, and when the Li family faced extermination, the Grand Tutor had willingly offered his own head as a guarantee. It was all in vain. The Yongshun emperor spared him due to his status as a senior official spanning 2 dynasties. Should Xiao Su consent to this proposed marriage, it would only solidify the connection between the Li family and the Grand Tutor. As Xiao Su's thoughts whirled, he suddenly began to cough uncontrollably, his complexion paling to the point of seeming as if he might collapse at any moment. "Your Highness," Xiao Zhuxian quickly supported him, his expression tense. "What troubles you?" Coughing violently, Xiao Su knelt, his back straight as a rod. "I have acted improperly before the emperor. I beseech your forgiveness." Xiao Yunyi distanced himself, muttering under his breath, "Sickly wretch. It seems I won't even need to intervene. He'll cough himself to death first. No matter. You have always been frail. Rise." The Yongshun emperor replied, without significant change in expression. "Zhao De, do not forget to grant the crown prince a seat." "Yes," Zhao De responded, waving his feather duster to signal the young eunuchs below. Jin Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that his jealousy paled in comparison to his concern for his beloved. With a flick of his wrist, he channeled his energy into an invisible thread, alleviating Xiao Su's discomfort. After taking several sips of tea, Xiao Su managed to suppress his coughing fit. He apologized, saying, "Father, given my frail condition, how can I possibly consider marriage? I am merely clinging to life." The Yongshun emperor pondered for a long while before seeming to be persuaded. "Very well, take care of your health." He refrained from mentioning marriage again and dismissed the 2 princesses before shifting the conversation to another topic. "The borders of Anrong have repeatedly invaded, and our great Yin has lost nearly 3 cities. I believe it is time to consider who should be dispatched to quell these aggressions." Xiao Su's lips curled slightly, his expression tinged with sorrow. "I am uncertain. Perhaps it would be best to consult with my 2 elder brothers. The most valiant family, the Li clan, has faced total annihilation. Who would dare to achieve merit in such circumstances?" He concealed the sarcasm in his gaze. In a previous life, the eldest prince had recommended General Xiao Wei to lead the charge, and Anrong, relying solely on geographical advantage, was swiftly repelled. with General Xiao Wei being handsomely rewarded by the emperor. Yet, he hailed from his stepmother's family, and all the rewards were used to recruit soldiers for Xiao Yunyi. Xiao Zhuxian spoke up, "Your Majesty, I believe the seasoned General Huai Zhong should be entrusted with this critical duty. He is indeed capable. But he was once subordinate to the Li family's cavalry general. The emperor would not consent." Xiao Su smiled wryly, shaking his head in resignation. As expected, Emperor Yongshun furrowed his brow, offering no clear judgment. Xiao Yunyi then suggested, "Father, I propose we send General Lu Kongchang of the Xiao Wei." At that moment, as Xiao Su prepared to speak, the emperor seemed on the verge of agreement. "I have heard that my eldest brother has recently opened numerous shops in the capital, all of considerable scale, with General Lu's subordinates responsible for their protection and escort, delivering many exquisite glass beads." Upon his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the imperial study. Xiao Yunyi, incensed, queried, "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Su replied with a smirk, "I merely recalled this matter. Has this ailing fool lost his senses?" Xiao Yunyi looked at Emperor Yongshun in alarm. "Father, I assure you, I only whimsically opened a few shops and have no collusion with General Lu. He was not of royal descent. His mere suggestion had thrown Xiao Yunyi into disarray." Xiao Su sighed lightly, reflecting on how he had once been bested by such a person in his past life. Emperor Yongshun's countenance remained cold as he listened to Xiao Yunyi's lengthy explanation without responding. "This matter shall be discussed later. You may leave now. Su'er may vacate the palace today." Xiao Su rose to bow. "I shall obey." He turned and exited the imperial study without a hint of reluctance. Liu immediately followed, observing the prince's demeanor with a slight sigh. After each discussion with the emperor, the prince's spirits would invariably plummet, often leading to bouts of coughing blood and fainting for days. After walking a few paces, Xiao Su suddenly inquired, "Where is Ingjiu?" Liu replied, truthfully, "In response to your highness, I have not seen him since he disembarked from the carriage." Xiao Su halted, recalling a detail, after Zhao De had brought him a chair. He had departed the imperial study. Returned to the palace, he commanded, his voice icy, his phoenix eyes glinting with frost. Jin Chen had indeed been speaking with Zhao De in the outer hall. Due to the recent marriage decree, his breath had been disturbed, and the hidden guards present in the study had promptly reported to the emperor without any attempt to intercept. Solidity marked. "We do not wish to complicate matters for you, yet you understand well the emperor's intent in sending you before the prince." He flicked his whisk. "Does the prince have any movements?" Jin Chen replied, "None. I have only been here for 2 days and have discovered nothing." "Do you still remember to whom you have pledged your loyalty?" Zhao De inquired, his voice soft yet grating. Jin Chen replied, "Naturally. It is to the most esteemed person in this world." For him, that singular individual was Xiao Su, and none other. Thus, it was indeed the best outcome. Zhao De then permitted him to leave, for his highness had already departed. Jin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, but as he exited, his fingertips subtly twitched. A flash of silver gleamed momentarily, unnoticed by anyone. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Jin Chen was met by the flustered and anxious Liu rushing towards him. "You still know to come back?" Liu exclaimed. Jin Chen, puzzled, responded, "What is with that tone? What has occurred?" Liu, breathless with concern, replied, "When his highness returned, he could not find you, and in his agitation, he coughed incessantly, even spitting blood. He is currently resting in the chambers." Jin Chen furrowed his brow and hurried towards the quarters. "By the way, remember to encourage his highness to eat more. He barely touched his breakfast." Liu called after him. Jin Chen pushed open 3 doors in succession and entered the inner chamber, where he detected the metallic scent of blood. "My lord?" The soft drapery by the bed fell, obscuring the view within. Jin Chen lifted the drapery, only to find a familiar dagger pressed against his throat. He did not resist, nor did he seem to care. Instead, he gently inquired, "My lord, are you well?" The heart-guarding pill requires time to absorb. During this period, one must not harbor any emotional turmoil. It was his oversight. Xiao Su remained silent, his crimson eyes glinting with coldness. "Jin Chen, you deceive me." Jin Chen shook his head. "I would never deceive you, my lord. Please lower the dagger. Allow me to explain slowly." So was said. While returning to the palace in the carriage, Xiao Su wrestled with his emotions, feeling unjustly wronged. He had barely spoken of life and death together the night before. Yet today, he openly conversed with Zhao De. Was Jin Chen so willing to trample upon his affections? Please, my lord, do not remain angry. Allow me to elucidate. Jin Chen seated himself in that posture and began to speak softly. It is indeed the emperor who has promised me to be by your side. He administered poison to me, requiring monthly reports to monitor your movements. Upon hearing this, Xiao Su's eyes turned completely red, nearly brimming with tears, his arms trembling. Do you truly think you are deceiving me? No, I have not said anything at all. Jin Chen pressed down on his arm, drawing Xiao Su into his embrace. That poison will not affect me. My intention in this is to reach you more swiftly. Xiao Su ultimately relinquished the dagger, offering no resistance to Jin Chen's closeness. As if he merely sought a reason, one that could convince him. Then why do you approach me? Jin Chen gently caressed Xiao Su's slender back. I am aware of all that follows and know your story. Xiao Su's body stiffened, disbelief etched upon his face as he looked up. I cannot divulge the specific details, but you must understand, I have come for you. Jin Chen spoke tenderly, locking eyes with Xiao Su. You are the very purpose of my existence in this world. Xiao Su fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly bending down, burying himself deep within Jin Chen's embrace. Though Jin Chen had uttered only a few phrases, Xiao Su was willing to believe them. Originally, one might have thought that the matter of rebirth would remain a lifelong secret. Yet unexpectedly, there exists another individual who is aware of all his past sufferings and is willing to remain by his side. He is indifferent to the origins of Jin Chen. The world is inherently absurd. Xiao Yun Yi has transcended realms to become a prince. Yun Yi he possesses a bracelet capable of holding many treasures, and he himself has been reborn. As long as Jin Chen does not betray him, everything is acceptable. Jin Chen's Adam's apple bobbed as he felt a warmth from Xiao Su, prompting him to slightly distance himself, urging his master to rest. However, Xiao Su furrowed his brow, inquiring, Do you not wish to be close to me? No, how could that be? Jin Chen replied, his voice husky and his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Su's phoenix eyes, a hint of desire flickering within. Xiao Su immediately understood. He awkwardly grasped the hem of Jin Chen's garment, struggling for a moment before speaking, I would not forbid it. Xiao Su lowered his gaze, his cheeks flushed. It was indeed a challenge for someone of his reserved nature to utter such words. Jin Chen chuckled softly, no longer able to contain himself. He lowered his head and gradually approached Xiao Su's cheek, close enough for Xiao Su to feel the warmth of Jin Chen's breath. Capturing those tender, rosy lips, Jin Chen drew him closer, enveloping him in an embrace. Attending to Xiao Su's body, Jin Chen did not linger in the kiss for long, releasing him to allow for a moment of respite. Xiao Su's eyes shimmered, his waist softening as he leaned against Jin Chen, gasping for breath, his cheeks rosy. Forgive my boldness, but may I address you differently in the future? Jin Chen placed his forehead against Xiao Su's, speaking gently. What would that be? Subao. A delightful shiver coursed through Xiao Su, who felt a surge of joy, though he feigned reluctance. I have come of age. Jin Chen brushed his fingers through the long hair of the person in his arms, assuring, in my presence, Su Bao will forever be cherished, regardless of age. Xiao Su let out a soft hum, playfully retorting, yet inching closer, finding solace and deep emotion in the moment. It had been far too long since he had felt such warmth, making it impossible to resist. The crisis of trust between the two was thus resolved. Remembering Li Yu's earlier reminder, Jin Chen placed a gentle kiss on Xiao Su's cheek. Have you not had enough of your morning meal, Su Bao? Xiao Su blinked his phoenix eyes, a hint of grievance evident in his cool demeanor. It was not to my liking. I do not enjoy it. As noon approached, he poked Jin Chen's arm, insisting, prepare a meal for me. Very well, I shall cook for you, Jin Chen replied. Rising from beneath the soft canopy and ensuring Xiao Su's quilt was properly arranged. Now, you rest obediently and await my return, yes? Indeed, Xiao Su replied. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes to rest. Jin Chen ventured into the small kitchen for the second time. As he took the reins of the cooking, he could not resist inquiring, with your attire, You resemble a shadow guard. How is it that you are also responsible for His Highness's meals? Jin Chen diligently kneaded the dough, preparing to make some delicacies. I am different, he stated. The chef, puzzled, asked, in what way are you different? I am a personal bodyguard, of the most intimate kind. With a soft exclamation, the chef seemed to be somewhat perplexed. He was captivated by Jin Chen's intriguing culinary skills, eagerly observing from the side. Your method is quite novel. Where did you learn it? Surely not from the palace. And I doubt even in the capital such techniques exist. It's merely my own experimentation, Jin Chen replied succinctly, revealing little. After shaping the glutinous rice dumplings into cat head forms, he placed them in the steamer and commenced with the stir-frying, immersed in his tasks. He prepared a total of 7 dishes which, though modest by the standards of a prince's meal, prompted the chef to insist on making several more before he would relent. Jin Chen, feeling resigned, pondered the futility of excess, knowing his wife would not partake. Mindful of Xiao Su's tastes and health, Jin Chen skillfully balanced the ingredients and seasonings. By the time he completed the feast, the hour had approached 3 o'clock. He instructed the palace maids and eunuchs to carry the meals to the outer chamber, and once they had departed, he stepped into the inner sanctum to summon his companion. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Xiao Su's gaze. Realizing he had heard the commotion outside, Jin Chen chuckled softly and hurried to assist him up. Are you hungry? Xiao Su nodded with a reserved demeanor, remaining silent. Watching Jin Chen kneel to put on his shoes, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Upon entering the outer chamber, Xiao Su beheld the lavish spread of dishes and pastries. Did you prepare all this? Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the few dishes crafted by the chef. You can discern for yourself, Su Bao. However, Xiao Su's attention was first drawn to the plate of cat head pastries. He picked one up and tasted it, pleasantly surprised by the sweet yet delicate texture. Why the peculiar shape? He inquired of Jin Chen, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Jin Chen gently brushed the crumbs from Xiao Su's lips, replying, Because I think of you, Su Bao, as a beautiful and precious white cat, affectionate once familiar. Xiao Su, savoring the soft pastry, felt a blush rise to his cheeks. You jest. I'm no ordinary white cat. Indeed, you are not an ordinary cat. You are my very own, Jin Chen swiftly countered, his tone laced with affection. With a playful glare, Xiao Su felt warmth in his heart from the sweetness of the pastry. You shall eat with me. Do not indulge in leftovers. Aware of the dark guard's erratic schedules, Xiao Su knew they often ate only when starved, subsisting on mere buns. The previous guards sent by the emperor were no exception, but Jin Chen was different. Xiao Su commanded Du Fu, who was waiting outside, to bring in another set of bowls and chopsticks. At once, Du Fu replied promptly. In less than a moment, an additional set appeared on the table. Though Jin Chen complied willingly, he soon noticed that Xiao Su had only taken a single bite of the dishes prepared by the chef. The culinary offerings from the East Palace were undoubtedly exquisite, rivaling even those from the imperial kitchen. Jin Chen teased, It seems Su Bao has peculiar tastes. I find the kitchen's flavors delightful. Perhaps having dined for too long. You wish for change? Xiao Su paused, swallowed, and then replied, Not at all. I simply perceive a different flavor. He pouted, adhering to the adage that one should not speak while eating. You must not utter another word. Jin Chen stifled a chuckle, utterly charmed by his wife's adorableness. After lunch, the edict from Emperor Yongshan arrived. The crown prince's residence was not far from the palace, yet its selection was intriguing. It was the former residence of Prince Yong during the reign of the late emperor. Following the upheaval in the palace, Emperor Yongshan ascended the throne successfully, while Prince Yong, who also coveted the throne, was exiled and perished along the way, never even having the chance to enter the royal tomb. After receiving the edict, Xiao Shu glanced at Shou Di. You have worked hard, my lord, he remarked. Zhao De forced a smile, replying, Your Highness, we are merely servants. What is hard work to us? His tone, however, lacked much respect. Xiao Shu seemed accustomed to it and did not pursue the matter further. Once Zhao De departed, the East Palace became lively, with palace maids and eunuchs bustling about. Emperor Yongshan maintained a facade of diligence. The residence was well equipped, merely requiring the transportation of essential items. Jin Chen embraced Xiao Shu from behind, advising him to disregard Zhao De. Xiao Shu nodded, his tone remaining even. He is merely a servant. Emboldened by the favor of those above, Jin Chen ominously remarked, he wants to live long. His words were chilling, considering that in the previous life, Zhao De had served Xiao Yunyi closely. Xiao Shu immediately reacted. You've taken action against him? Jin Chen gently stroked the top of Xiao Shu's head, his voice soft yet laced with a hint of menace. If he poisons, I shall too. It cannot be done openly for the emperor. A mere servant is insignificant. Xiao Shu couldn't help but laugh. You are indeed vengeful. Jin Chen huffed. They have harmed you before. I shall not allow them to meet a pleasant end. This referred to their previous lives. Xiao Shu's smile gradually transformed into one of gratitude as he turned to Nestle into Jin Chen's embrace. I leave that loneliness to you. Revenge is exhausting. With no one around, Jin Chen kissed Xiao Shu's cheek, declaring, it is my honor. Just then, Li Yu, who was about to report a matter, halted in his tracks. He took a step forward, but hesitated, unsure if he should intrude, then stepped back. Yet your highness said this matter is of great importance. He stepped forward again, contemplating that disturbing the matter might anger the prince. He retreated once more, his indecision becoming almost comical. Rubbing his head, he noticed that Xiao Shu and Jin Chen were already aware of his presence. Xiao Shu withdrew from Jin Chen's embrace, restoring his aloof demeanor. What is it? Liu hurried over, bowing, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he cautiously glanced at Jin Chen. Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning a look of grievance toward Xiao Shu. It matters not. You need not avoid him in the future, Xiao Shu reassured, gently squeezing Jin Chen's fingers. Your Highness, you instructed the Chasing Wind courtyard to investigate the whereabouts of the first prince. It seems he has taken a particular interest in the minister's residence these past few days. According to reports from our spies, today at noon, the first prince has arranged an outing in the outskirts, along with the second prince, the eldest princess, and the two young ladies from the minister's household. Chapter 61. Saving the Cold Crown Prince 12. Xiao Shu exchanged knowing glances with Jin Chen, their thoughts aligned. This marked the first encounter between Xiao Yunyi and Yun Yihe. However, Jin Chen was privy to more details. To prevent eavesdropping, he led Xiao Shu into the study and instructed Li Yu to stand guard outside. Was Xiao Shu intent on preventing their meeting? Xiao sonadi dernistri. Understanding that this was the only way to dismantle the situation piece by piece, Jin Chen held him in his embrace, gently stroking his long hair. In truth, there was no need for such actions. The bracelet belonging to Yun Yihe was not originally hers. Xiao Su widened his phoenix eyes in confusion and looked up at Jin Chen, pondering where to begin. Jin Chen explained that the bracelet originally belonged to the legitimate daughter of the minister's residence, Yun Jianan, and was considered her opportunity. However, upon learning of the normal developments, Xiao Yunyi sought to claim it for himself. Xiao Su paused, realizing that Yun Jianan had feelings for the second prince. He tilted his head in bewilderment. How do you know this? Of course, I know, Jin Chen replied. Xiao Yunyi could not tear them apart. So he resorted to a secondary plan, compelling the equally unwilling Yun Yihe to retrieve the bracelet. Jin Chen found it amusing that his beloved looked like a curious kitten with those wide eyes. He gently tapped Xiao Su's nose, his voice filled with affection. Thus, all we need to do is ensure that Yun Jianan keeps the bracelet, which would thwart Xiao Yunye's chances. Feeling a tickle at his nose, Xiao Su rubbed against Jin Chen's chest, his thoughts swirling. Suddenly, a realization struck him. If Yun Jianan possessed such capabilities and her bond with the second prince was so unbreakable, could it be that the second prince was destined to be the new emperor? Jin Chen affirmed, You are correct, Su Bao. Without the interference of Xiao Yunyi, this would have been a natural progression. He paused before asking, Do you wish to become Emperor Su Bao? Xiao Su shook his head, lowering his gaze with a soft sigh. I detest that position. The throne, the suspicions of Emperor Yongshun, led to the annihilation of the Li family, resulting in the loss of all his loved ones, casting his life into shadows and despair. Had it not been for Jin Chen's appearance, he would have had no one to genuinely care for him. He bit his lip, leaning into Jin Chen's embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around his neck. I do not desire it. Once I have avenged my family, take me away. The word lonely was never mentioned in Jin Chen's presence. His disdain for royal identity was palpable. Very well, I will heed your wishes, Jin Chen replied, caressing his cheek, his eyes filled with love. You deserve to be cherished. Xiao Su let out a soft hum, inhaling the comforting scent of sandalwood, feeling utterly secure. He poked Jin Chen's neck, noticing the faint scar from a previous injury. Guilt flickered in his phoenix eyes. Does it hurt? Jin Chen replied gently, not at all. He leaned down, capturing Xiao Su's tender lips, kissing him softly with a soothing intent. Xiao Su lightly closed his eyes, attempting to respond. Each kiss from Jin Chen filled him with a ceaseless flow of affection. It felt wonderful to know he was loved. After the kiss, Jin Chen released Xiao Su, who was slightly breathless, and playfully kissed the corners of his reddened eyes. Su Bao, you must learn to breathe. Xiao Su ignored him, shyly retreating into his embrace, engaging in such bold actions in the study. Jin Chen spoke with such confidence. Where do you come from, and how do you know everything so clearly? Jin Chen feigned confusion, pondering. Did I not mention? I came for you. Everything I do is to bring joy and happiness to you, Su Bao. This person was truly something else. How could every answer sound like a declaration of love? Xiao Su pushed against Jin Chen's chest, exuding a sense of annoyance, yet his tone was filled with delight. The two basked in each other's warmth, oblivious to the swift passage of time until Yu knocked at the door. Your Highness, it is time to depart the palace. Xiao Su responded and turned away from Jin Chen's embrace, his garments wrinkled from their intimate exchange. Savoring the attentive care of Jin Chen, Xiao Su observed the fabric of his attire and remarked, once we are at the Crown Princess residence, you need not dress so formally. Indeed, Jin Chen replied as he adjusted Xiao Su's clothing, teasingly adding, whatever pleases you, Su Bao, I shall wear. Xiao Su felt a flush of embarrassment and indignation, struggling to find an adequate descriptor for his feelings, ultimately exclaiming, you are simply outrageous. With that, he flicked his sleeve and exited the study hastily, unable to conceal the warmth creeping up his ears. Hearing Jin Chen's laughter behind him, Xiao Su quickened his pace, a hint of vexation coloring his actions. The crown prince's departure from the palace was accompanied by a grand procession of maids, eunuchs, and luggage-laden carriages. What should have been a routine establishment of residence sparked a flurry of intrigue among the court officials. With only 3 princes remaining under the reign of Emperor Yongshan, the harem had inexplicably given birth solely to princesses in recent years. As the eldest and second princes had already left the palace, the crown prince's exit signified the impending onset of rivalry for the throne. In the capital of Dayun, it was common knowledge that the title of crown prince was merely nominal. However, the Li family, despite its recent downfall, still held sway with numerous loyalists and protégés in the court. Emperor Yongshan favored the eldest prince, Xiao Yunyi, whose maternal family, the Lu clan, thrived in the court, showing no intention of using the Li family as a cautionary tale, confident in their standing with the emperor. As for the second prince, Xiao Zhuxian, though born of a mere consort and from a diminished family, had proven his mettle, leaving the emperor with no grounds to criticize his academic pursuits and endeavors. Thus, while the 3 princes appeared to be of disparate status, they were, in truth, all potential contenders for supremacy. Numerous other families, still undecided in their allegiances, began to stir with activity. However, Xiao Su remained indifferent to the political machinations of the court. He secretly hoped for greater turbulence. Once settled in the crown princess residence, his primary concern was to ensure Xiao Yunyi met a grim fate. As expected, a few days later, an invitation arrived at the crown prince's residence from Xiao Yunyi, requesting Xiao Su to join him for an outing in the countryside to admire the scenic landscapes. Prior to this, Liu had already positioned traps at the location, with Jin Chen providing direct oversight. During this excursion, their aim was not only to deprive Xiao Yunyi of his opportunity, but also to inflict serious harm upon him, ensuring that he would at least lose half of his life, with the remainder to be dealt with alongside Emperor Yongshan and the Empress in due time. Upon receiving the invitation, Xiao Su lounged lazily in the courtyard on a soft chair made of golden silk nanmu, soaking in the rare autumn sunshine. Enveloped in a brocade blanket, his demeanor relaxed and unhurried, akin to a languid and aristocratic cat napping in the afternoon. Since his rebirth, he had refrained from attending court under the guise of poor health. Recently, nourished by Jin Chen, his complexion had become increasingly vibrant. The toxins within him subdued by the protective heart elixir, and he had not suffered an illness in quite some time. The frail and sickly aura that once surrounded him had dissipated significantly. The loyal members of the prince's residence were naturally pleased with his transformation. Jin Chen felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Xiao Su put down the invitation casually on the low table, and, as sunlight filtered through the window, he squinted slightly, glancing towards the small kitchen outside the courtyard. Why had Jin Chen not yet returned with the pastries? As he pondered this, Jin Chen entered the courtyard, carrying a plate of pastries. Xiao Su's lips curled into a joyful smile, his phoenix eyes sparkling, yet he reclined back onto the brocade carpet with measured restraint, his fingers lightly pinching the edge of the rug as he watched Jin Chen approach. Although he had just expressed a desire for the pastries, his gaze remained exclusively fixed on Jin Chen. Jin Chen set down the plate and noticed the invitation on the low table. Ignoring it, he settled back beside Xiao Su, wrapping his slender waist against him and delicately fed him a piece of pastry. Xiao Yunyi has sent an invitation, asking you to join him for an outing tomorrow. Xiao Su took a bite, savoring the rich and delicate flavor of the osmanthus pastry, nodding as he nestled closer into Jin Chen's embrace. Indeed, it is an invitation. When will you inform the second prince? I will go shortly, Jin Chen replied. I shall notify the second prince in your name and request him to remind Yunjia Nan for tomorrow. Make sure to take the token with you. Xiao Su Yao Nith, his eyes growing heavy. Seeing the prince's token will ensure that the second prince does not doubt you. Jin Chen contemplated for a moment before continuing. I must return to Tianyu Pavilion for a while. There are some trivial matters to attend to. I will be back after dinner. Is it really necessary for such trivial matters to take that long? Xiao Su pouted, appearing somewhat disinterested, but did not attempt to stop him. After they finished the pastries, seeing Xiao Su's undeniable fatigue, Jin Chen carried him back to the sleeping quarters, gently placing him on the soft couch after loosening his garments. He tenderly caressed Xiao Su's cheek. Do not sleep too long, my dear. The autumn lethargy is setting in, and the effects of the heart-protecting pill are manifesting. Drowsiness is to be expected, but excessive sleep is ultimately unwise. Xiao Su murmured in agreement, lightly tugging on Jin Chen's sleeve, his voice soft and pleading. Return early. Very well, I shall return promptly. Jin Chen leaned down and kissed Xiao Su's forehead, assuring him he would not tarry. Only then did Xiao Su relax and turn over to sleep soundly. Jin Chen rose, changed into another set of clothes, donned his mask once more, and instructed Liu to awaken Xiao Su within the hour before departing the prince's residence with the token. At the second prince's residence, Xiao Zhuxian was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard when suddenly a shadow darted past, swift and fierce. His instinctive reaction was to assume it was an assassin. He immediately altered his sword technique and lunged towards Jin Chen. Jin Chen remained unflustered, deflecting the long sword with his arm while channeling his inner strength towards Xiao Zhuxian's shoulder. In just 3 moves, Xiao Zhuxian's sword fell to the ground, and he staggered back in surprise, recognizing the familiar figure before him. You are the shadow guard chosen by the imperial brother the other day? Indeed, Jin Chen replied, offering a symbolic bow without removing his mask, producing the token given by Xiao Su. My master has sent me to convey a message to His Highness, the second prince. I did not mean to interrupt your practice, and I take full responsibility. Not at all. Xiao Zhuxian has always cherished talent. This shadow guard possesses formidable martial skills, perhaps unmatched even by the imperial guards. Indeed, the emperor's younger brother has chosen an excellent asset. He lightly brushed off his sleeves and retrieved the long sword from the ground, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. What message does His Highness wish to convey? The master has instructed that tomorrow, during the outing in the outskirts, you should advise Mission not to give anything to others, not even a missionaire. In this dynasty, a lady's bracelet is considered a personal possession, and others are not privy to it. To mention the bracelet directly would arouse Xiao Zhuxian's suspicion, so Jin Chen opted for a more general summary. The master also indicated that his instructions carry a deeper meaning, and further explanations will be provided after tomorrow's events. Xiao Zhuxian nodded thoughtfully. He and Jianan have harbored mutual feelings for a long time and had intended to request the emperor's decree for marriage after the beginning of winter. He had even mentioned this to the emperor's younger brother. Surely, he must have sensed that the crown prince intended to intervene, prompting such instructions. This palace is aware. You may return now, Xiao Zhuxian said. He then inquired, how is His Highness's health these days? Reporting to Your Highness, the master is in good health. Jin Chen replied, clasping his fists. Having delivered the message, I shall not intrude upon Your Highness's sword practice any longer. Xiao Zhuxian waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Once Jin Chen had departed, he rubbed his shoulder, wincing slightly. How could this shadow guard be so heavy-handed? The thought of seeing Yun Jia Nan tomorrow brought a smile to his face as he resumed his sword practice. In the minister's residence, he was happily selecting garments in her chamber. Recently, the crown prince had been drawing closer to her, and today he had even sent fresh glass beads, making his intentions unmistakably clear. She was well aware of the affection between Yun Jia Nan and the second prince, and her father had tacitly accepted that Yun Jia Nan would become the second princess, which had troubled her greatly. Wasn't Yun Jia Nan merely leveraging her status as the legitimate daughter to overshadow her at every turn? Now, however, she also shared a mutual understanding with the crown prince. What if the crown prince had concubines? With the title of the minister's daughter, she was certain to become the properly wedded princess. Moreover, the crown prince was deeply favored by both his majesty and the empress. Perhaps in the future he was so elated that she could hardly articulate her feelings, as if she could already envision her life as the princess. This dress is far too plain. It must be more adorned. Come here, she commanded. A maid promptly entered the room. What is your command, miss? Inquire with mother when new silk garments will arrive at the residence. The maid hesitated to answer, miss. New fabrics arrived 5 days ago. The primary wife selected first, and the concubine has chosen over a dozen pieces for you, which have already been made into garments. She carefully presented a few items. This will have to do. Once again, it was Yun Jianan competing with her for everything. He nearly wrung her handkerchief to tatters. She glanced at the selection and, begrudgingly, chose a peach blossom front-opening gauze shirt, then irritably dismissed the maid. Sitting before the bronze mirror, she struggled to swallow her frustration. Yet with a meeting with the crown prince imminent, it was wiser to avoid conflict. If her father were to become angry and restrict her movements, that would truly be a loss. Meanwhile, in the study, Minister Yun Lingfeng was engaged in a discussion with the first wife, facing his own difficulties. The crown prince has been exceptionally kind to her today, subtly indicating his intentions in the court, which seems to compel us to choose sides. The first lady sighed softly upon hearing this. However, Nanner's engagement to the second prince is already a settled matter, and given our past alliance with the Li family, it would be inappropriate to disregard the crown prince's sentiments. Have you considered how to navigate this dilemma, my husband? As I ponder this troubling issue, Yun Lingfeng took a sip of tea, the lines of worry deepening on his brow. Nanner is our child, and we shall not allow her to suffer. If it were not for her, she would not have been born. I owe you much. Well, we can manage for now. Should the time come when a difficult choice must be made, I believe I shall ultimately support the second prince. The first lady nodded, her expression revealing little. The events of the past have long since passed, and she harbors no lasting resentment. Yet, the tragedy of our family's annihilation and the continued absence of my nephew weigh heavily on my heart, leaving me in sorrow for my brother. Meanwhile, within the estate, currents of unrest swirled unnoticed by outsiders. Jin Chen hurried to Tianyue Pavilion, where she witnessed numerous training guards in a state of agitation as they surged into the courtyard. Chapter 63. Saving the solitary crown, Prince 14 Jin Chen felt a twinge of confusion as she descended into the courtyard, intercepting one of the training guards. What is happening? Upon seeing the mask adorning Jin Chen's face, the guard immediately recognized her as one of the 4 great guardians and hastily bowed, responding with utmost respect. The 10th shadow has returned. No wonder, Jin Chen thought, coming to an understanding. In the original narrative, the most unique of the 4 great guardians was indeed the 10th shadow. With a captivating allure and a penchant for disguise, he was known for his lethal charm, which understandably sent these training guards, who had seldom encountered women, into a frenzy of excitement. Jin Chen approached the door, casually dispatching a few guards with a cold tone. "Leave at once, or face intensified training today." The guards scattered in a frenzy, for even the beauty of the 10th shadow paled in comparison to their own lives. Jin Chen entered the room to find the 10th shadow reclined on a soft chair, draped in a splendidly woven gauze dress, her legs bared, exuding an intoxicating allure. Jin Chen cast a fleeting glance her way. The 10th shadow quickly straightened up. "What brings you here? Where is 7th brother?" Jin Chen replied, "I do not know." "What of the person Shadow 7 asked you to find?" "Oh, I was wondering why he suddenly sought someone from the Wanwaga to obtain the heart-eating goo." The 10th shadow produced a porcelain vial containing the heart-eating goo. However, the old man refuses to come. The method of control is written inside. That is of no consequence. Jin Chen accepted the vial. "As long as we obtain the goo." The heart-eating goo is notoriously difficult to cultivate in the original tale. Xiao Yun acquired it through a medical maiden's fortune, using it to torment Xiao Shu, leaving him in a state of despair. By obtaining the heart-eating goo first, Jin Chen intended to turn the tables on her adversaries. The 10th shadow toyed with her long hair, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Yue, what has prompted your sudden allegiance to the crown prince? Have you developed feelings for him?" Jin Chen replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I have." "You jest," the 10th shadow exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. "I was merely teasing. But if you truly fancy the crown prince, what will you do when we inevitably rebel against the emperor?" Jin Chen's tone remained calm. He harbors even greater hatred for the emperor. Indeed, the 10th shadow conceded. The Li family was unjustly annihilated, and he has every reason to detest. She reclined once more, feeling a sense of relief. Footsteps echoed from outside. He listened intently, recognizing the voice of his 7th brother. Casting a glance at Jin Chen, the intention to dismiss was all too evident. "I shall not intrude any longer," he stated, rising to open the door, only to encounter the solemn visage of Ying Qi. "Ying Shi is waiting for you inside." "I am aware." Ying Qi sighed, a hint of exasperation creeping into his demeanor. It was perplexing how, over time, Ying Shi, whom he had regarded as a younger brother, had developed feelings beyond mere fraternal affection. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, he felt woefully unprepared, believing himself unworthy of Ying Shi's affections. Recalling the tragic fate of the two in the narrative, Ying Shi's unrequited love leading to his demise in a moment of distraction during a mission, Ying Qi was consumed by regret, following suit in a tragic end. Jin Chen offered a warning. "Do not wait until you have lost something to feel remorse." With that, he soared away. Ying Qi stood in stunned silence for a few moments before stepping through the door. Faced with Ying Shi's joyful smile, he instinctively returned the gesture. "Host, Xiao Yunyi has sought the Empress Dowager's favor, ultimately endorsing General Liu for the campaign. In this small world devoid of the internet, 0731 found itself at a loss, relegated to monitoring the main characters on their surveillance screens. How fares the business at your shop?" Jin Chen concealed himself in the street corner, observing the bustling jewelry store. "One could say it's flourishing. Xiao Yunyi, unable to openly request funds from the emperor, has squandered lavishly, with all the shop's revenue funneled into recruiting soldiers." 0731 continued. "At present, the floods in Jiangnan have yet to commence. Without any merits to boast of, the quality of the troops he has gathered is rather lacking, and they have not been trained in the outskirts, remaining cooped up in a residence within the capital. By the way, host, the unfortunate Chasing Wind Courtyard is also investigating this matter. Should we divulge any information to him?" Jin Chen glanced at several pieces of jewelry, finding them rather modern, novelties, rather than exquisite craftsmanship. Moreover, Xiao Yunyi had clandestinely opened a weapons shop, directly manufacturing contemporary arms. "Where is that residence located?" "Beyond 5 streets, in Yanlu Lane." Jin Chen had no intention of visiting today. He planned to accompany Xiao Su after returning from the outskirts the following day. After purchasing a few items in the street, he returned to the prince's residence. Upon his arrival, Liu was busy outside, beckoning him to enter and greeting him. His Highness is in the study. Jin Chen replied, as reticent as ever. Liu scratched his head and, in a fit of curiosity, called out to him. Wait, I have a question for you. Jin Chen halted, his peach blossom eyes filled with intrigue. Liu glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning closer to whisper, Have you and His Highness? You know, Jin Chen replied, What do you mean by that? Oh, you know, the joys of intimacy, the rights of Zhou Gong. Not all. He wished it were so, but a favorability rating of 30 did not permit it. Liu nodded knowingly. If you two do progress, do let me know. Jin Chen looked at him incredulously. Why on earth would you want to know such matters? Oh, but I am His Highness's personal guard, half a family member. Liu exclaimed, his expression that of someone who understood something profound. I have grown up alongside His Highness. If he were to find a companion, I would surely burn paper offerings to inform the Empress. Jin Chen envisioned a scene where he and Xiao Su were intimately engaged within the palace chambers, while Liu outside burned paper and murmured for the deceased Empress. A chill crept across his lips. He turned away from the door and made his way to the study. Su Bao, Jin Chen called softly, glancing at Xiao Su, who stood at the desk, his expression cool as he penned words. Xiao Su raised his gaze, set down the ink-stained brush, and smiled with a hint of joy. Have you dined? Jin Chen inquired gently. Yes, and I have also taken the medicinal soup, Xiao Su replied earnestly, though his brow furrowed slightly as Jin Chen approached. He took a step closer, sniffing at Jin Chen's garments with a look of mild discontent. Why do you smell of perfume? The agarwood scent is not pure at all. It is rather unpleasant, Xiao Su remarked with a pout. How could you return reeking of fragrance after attending to trivial matters? Jin Chen raised his arm to smell himself, noting the scent that might have clung to him from Yinshi's room. He chuckled softly. Let me see. You have a scent about you as well. He grasped Xiao Su's hand and teased. It seems rather strong, like the scent of vinegar. Jin Chen, Xiao Su exclaimed, both bashful and irritated. All right. It is from Tianyue Pavilion. My former companion had the habit of using perfume. Jin Chen quickly clarified. He has someone he likes. And so do I. Su Bao, please do not be jealous. Xiao Su relaxed his expression, letting out a soft huff, feigning ignorance. Who do you like? Why? It must be the most precious treasure in the world. Jin Chen countered. Who could that be? Xiao Su smiled, lowering his gaze, his voice clear yet tinged with shyness. It can only be me. Chapter 64. The Rescue of the Cold Prince. 15. Jin Chen meticulously recounted his whereabouts. After leaving the second prince's residence, I returned to Tianyue Pavilion to retrieve the heart-corroding worm. Xiaosu Lukbasiv. The heart-corroding worm? It is the worm that the healer from my previous life placed within you. A myriad of insects corroding the heart, Jin Chen explained. I see. Xiao Su's eyes grew colder as he recalled the painful memories. So, it stands to reason that the assassin Xiao Yunyi encountered in the training grounds was also you? Indeed, Jin Chen replied, his fingers brushing over Xiao Su's lips, his thumb caressing gently. However, he possesses a chance for protection. Should we have the opportunity to be acquainted with the healer once more, we could secure the heart-corroding worm in advance, ensuring our success. As if recalling the torment from the previous life inflicted by the worm, Xiao Su shrank back slightly, drawing closer to Jin Chen for warmth. He gazed at the porcelain vial, contemplating how to introduce it into Xiao Yunyi's body the following day. Moreover, Jin Chen continued, I have gleaned another matter. It appears that Xiao Yunyi is recruiting troops, all housed in the back streets of Yanlu Alley. However, due to time constraints today, I did not have the chance to investigate further. Aware of Tianyue Pavilion's established intelligence network, Xiao Su harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the information. He furrowed his brow. What must come will come. I shall not allow him to have his way. His voice was as crisp and cold as a winter spring. After he is injured tomorrow, he will remain subdued in the prince's residence for a while. We can choose the right moment to destroy the estate. Jin Chen reassured him. Xiao Su nodded, clearly taking Jin Chen's words to heart. He raised his hand, wrapping it around Jin Chen's neck, leaning in affectionately. I once thought that the path of vengeance would be fraught with obstacles, yet ever since your arrival, everything seems to have flowed seamlessly. Jin Chen's kiss landed gently on his brow, as tender as a spring breeze. Xiao Su instinctively closed his eyes, only to hear a sultry voice whispering in his ear. "This is the significance of my arrival, my darling. Detected villain's affection level, 20, cumulative, 50. 0731 friendly report. Current corruption level, 90. 0731 discreetly reminded the host. Up to now, the poor corruption level had not budged at all. No rush. Tomorrow I will show you what a precipitous decline looks like. Host is formidable. The following day, a simple carriage departed from the prince's residence. The carriage was modest, accompanied by only 2 attendants aside from the driver. Naturally, it was Li Yu and Jin Chen. Noticing that the spies sent by Xiao Yunyi had already departed, Jin Chen promptly lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Xiao Su was lazily reclining on the seat, brewing a pot of tea at the table. Upon Jin Chen's arrival, he inquired, "Have those individuals left?" "They have," Jin Chen replied, sitting beside him. "Perhaps Xiao Yunyi has dispatched someone to investigate whether you truly left the prince's residence. Xiao Su chakil coldly. He intends to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the surface, he invites us for an outing, while secretly plotting against the prince's residence. Do not worry. I am here," Jin Chen said, pulling him closer and lightly brushing his fingertips against his nose. "Indeed, I'm not afraid," he replied, leaning against Jin Chen. Xiao Su narrowed his phoenix eyes, admiring his sharp, exquisite jawline and undeniably perfect profile. Suddenly, he remarked, "When we disembark from the carriage, you must wear a mask." He did not wish for others to behold Jin Chen's visage, especially Xiaomi. Despite his youth, had accumulated numerous admirers, emboldened by the emperor and empress's favor. Jin Chen discerned his intent and chuckled softly, burying his face into Xiao Su's snow-white neck, feigning ignorance. "Why is that?" "Simply put, no one else is permitted to see your face," Xiao Su replied, playfully tugging at his earlobe, his tone laced with a blend of indulgent threat. "Did you hear that? Your Highness speaks, and I shall obey," Jin Chen purred, tracing his tender collarbone with his tongue, his voice enticing. "I will heed your Highness." "Jin Chen, don't," Xiao Su exclaimed, realizing his neck was unusually sensitive. Having already felt slightly weakened by the warm breath against his skin, the soft, moist touch sent shivers down his spine, causing him to lean against Jin Chen's chest. The corners of his pale eyes tinged with a blush. He let out a soft hum. "No more, please get up." Jin Chen, recognizing the moment, decided to relent. If they were to reach the outskirts and others witness Xiao Su in such an embarrassed state, he would truly become jealous. He sat up, straightening Xiao Su's slightly disheveled collar. "Today, you look exceptionally handsome," Jin Chen remarked, given the strong winds and the chill in the air. He had chosen a warm, crow-blue silk robe for Xiao Su, layered with a dark blue outer garment trimmed with golden threads, adorned with a finely crafted jade pendant at the waist. His appearance was strikingly elegant, exuding a regal aura and an indescribable grace. Xiao Su cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you complimenting yourself for choosing such fine attire? No matter how exquisite the attire, it is only when adorned by Su Bao that it truly shines." A tender voice whispered in his ear, causing Xiao Su to lower his gaze, feeling a touch of shyness as he leaned against Jin Chen for respite. The warm and ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the carriage. Soon, they arrived at the designated location in the outskirts. Jin Chen was the first to don his mask and gracefully alighted from the carriage, followed by assisting Xiao Su down. Li Yu felt increasingly overshadowed in his role as a personal guard, yet recognizing Jin Chen as the favored one of the prince. He resigned himself to quietly follow behind the two. As Xiao Su approached the pavilion, he heard the subtle mockery from Xiao Yunyi, the third prince, fully aware of his esteemed status as the crown prince, made his elder brothers and several guests wait for an inordinate time. Xiao Zhuxian set down his teacup and exchanged a glance with Yun Jianan, their eyes laden with helplessness. Subsequently, Yun Jianan rose to pay her respects. This humble lady, Yun Jianan, pays her respects to His Royal Highness. Yun Yi, whose thoughts were consumed by Xiao Yunyi, noticed his disdain towards the crown prince and thus greeted with a downcast expression. Yun Jianan furrowed her brow, casting a sidelong glance at her scheming half-sister. "Miss Yun, please take a seat," Xiao Su jested. "This matter of greeting is trivial. Let us not cause our second prince brother any distress." Xiao Zhuxian shot him a glare, noting how his younger brother had taken to jesting at his expense. Yun Yi remained half-kneeling, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance as she glanced at Xiao Yunyi, seeking his approval to rise. Xiao Mi, unable to contain her indignation, interjected. "Why do you not allow Sister He to stand?" Xiao Su smirked. "As for my royal sister, it is one thing that she has not greeted me. But as a daughter of a minister, is she truly so ignorant of propriety that I cannot chastise her?" Yun Yi's complexion paled. Xiao Su then turned to Xiao Yunyi. "What do you think, elder brother?" "Xiao Su, do not flaunt the airs of the Eastern Palace here," Xiao Yunyi retorted, directly assisting Yun Yi to her feet, disregarding any loss of face. Xiao Su chuckled lightly, taking a seat beside Xiao Zhuxian, his tone languid. "I advise my elder brother, as long as our father does not strip me of my title, I shall forever remain the foremost prince, the crown prince of the Yun." Chapter 65. The rescue of the cold crown. Prince Xiao Su, with an air of indifference, raised his gaze towards Yun Yi, who stood before him. "Should my elder brother have grievances regarding my management of those beneath me, feel free to petition our father for permission. You may take on the role of crown prince, if you so desire." Xiao Mi's eyes widened in shock. She remained fearful of Emperor Yongshan. However, Xiao Yunyi remained unfazed enough. "Do not presume I am unaware of your schemes." He motioned for Yun Yi to sit. Yet at that moment, Xiao Su abruptly shattered the teacup in his hand, his expression turning icy. "Truly, elder brother, you possess considerable audacity. I have yet to say I would spare Yun Yi, yet you allow her to sit first." Yun Yi trembled in fear, instinctively sinking to her knees. How had she allowed herself to become so complacent, despite being out of favor? Xiao Su remained the crown prince. She bit her lip. "Your Highness, this humble lady acknowledges her error. It was not intentional." "Recognize your error?" Xiao Su's gaze was devoid of warmth. Li Yu promptly stepped forward from behind him. "Your subordinate is present. Since the second young lady of the Yun family is unfamiliar with decorum, let her kneel outside the pavilion for me to observe her sincerity in admitting her fault." "Dare you?" Xiao Yunyi stood up in a fury, feeling that Xiao Su had humiliated him. "Have you lost your senses today? Such a temper. What do I have to fear? Or is it that the eldest royal brother has intentions towards the second young lady of the Yun family, wishing to play the hero and rescue her? Preposterous." Xiao Yunyi flicked his sleeve, preparing to assist Yun Yi, for he needed her to retrieve Yun Jinan's bracelet and could not afford to be a mere bystander. He brushed past Jin Chen, who stood beside Xiao Su. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his neck, prompting him to furrow his brow and glance around, suspecting it to be a small insect, but he paid it no mind. Jin Chen discreetly tucked the porcelain vial into his sleeve and gave a slight nod to Xiao Su. Xiao Su smirked, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Their interaction went unnoticed by anyone else. Yun Yi returned to the table, this time considerably more subdued. The 6 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, sipped tea. Xiao Yunyi cast a glance at the jade bracelet adorning Yun Jinan's wrist, recognizing it as the treasure space of the heroine from the original tale. Clearing his throat, he proposed, "The weather is splendid today. I have summoned fine horses nearby. Second royal brother, why not accompany me for a ride?" Xiao Zhuxian considered this and, finding no reason to refuse, turned to Yun Jinan beside him and spoke gently. "You may enjoy the scenery here. I shall return shortly." Yun Jinan smiled softly. "Very well. Take care." Xiao Zhuxian then looked at Xiao Su, asking, "Will you join us, royal brother?" Xiao Su shook his head, brushing back a lock of hair from his forehead. "You go ahead. In my current state, how can I ride?" He poured himself another cup of tea and, using the pretext of placing the pot down, quietly advised Xiao Zhuxian, "Be cautious, royal brother, and avoid the grove thick with banyan trees." Xiao Zhuxian raised an eyebrow in surprise, nodded, and rose to follow Xiao Yunyi out. Xiao Su observed Yun Yi's restless demeanor, knowing that while he was present, she would not dare to vocalize her desire for the bracelet. Thus, he too decided to take a stroll. Yin Iha sighed in relief. Jin Chen followed closely behind Xiao Su, remaining vigilant. 0731. Pay close attention to Xiao Yunyi's side. Understood. Jin Chen glanced at the remaining fine horse, wondering if Su Bao wished to ride and see the scenery. Xiao Su turned back, his long hair tousled by the wind. Upon returning, I fear I shall once again need to recuperate in bed. His tone held a hint of regret. Jin Chen felt a pang in his heart, gently grasping Xiao Su's hand. Fear not. I shall protect you from the chill of the wind. Really? Xiao Su's phoenix-like eyes sparkled, his heart fluttering with joy. He indeed desired it. Throughout his life, he had never ridden a horse. He recalled his uncle mentioning that among the boys of the Leaf family, he was the most delicate. Regrettably, his uncle would no longer have the chance to teach him to ride, nor would he have an opportunity to learn again. Xiao Su shook Jin Chen's arm. I wish to. Then ride. Jin Chen untied the reins from the tree trunk and instructed Liu to fetch the fox fur cloak he had prepared from the carriage. He mounted the horse and extended his hand to Xiao Su, saying, Su Bao, give me your hand. Xiao Su smiled brightly, leaning against Jin Chen's chest as he climbed onto the horse's back. Are you afraid? This posture caused Jin Chen to slightly lower his head, allowing him to speak almost directly into Xiao Su's ear. With you here, I fear nothing, Xiao Su murmured, his smile broadening. Jin Chen chuckled softly, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Su. One arm encircled his waist to grasp the reins, while he draped the fox fur cloak over Xiao Su's chest, leaving only his delicate cheeks exposed. Then, with a firm grip on the reins, he urged the horse forward by nudging its belly with his calf. The steed immediately surged ahead. The wind rushed towards them, and the beautiful scenery receded in the background, while Jin Chen's warm and strong chest was felt behind Xiao Su. He had never experienced such exhilaration before. His smile widened, and his spirits soared. After the three princes had departed, Yun Iha engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Mi while contemplating how to request a bracelet from Yun Jinan. If it were an ordinary item, asking for it would be trivial. However, the eldest prince had indicated that this item was extraordinary and required utmost caution to acquire. She pondered briefly, realizing that she would need the eldest princess's assistance. With a plan forming in her mind, Yun Iha promptly set it into motion. I heard that the second prince brought many precious gifts for my sister. May I request a bracelet? Yun Jinan lowered her gaze and finished the remaining tea in her cup. Just as Xian had predicted, today Yun Iha would approach her for something. Yet, she was curious about what ulterior motives her half-sister might harbor. With a hint of shyness in her expression, she replied, as my sister mentioned, these items and ornaments were all bestowed by the second prince. How could I dare to part with them so easily? Yun Iha gritted her teeth, yet her smile remained undiminished. As my sister said, the second prince holds you in such high regard. Surely he wouldn't mind these gifts being given to you. Once given to you, they are rightfully yours. It must be that you are reluctant to part with them. Am I correct? Xiao Mi scolded. What the second prince has gifted to you, naturally, he would not reclaim. How can Miss Yin be so inconsiderate? She was aware that her brother seemed to have affections for Yun Iha, and thus felt compelled to support her. The eldest princess speaks rather harshly. What is it that my sister desires? Yun Jinan inquired with a gentle smile, her demeanor serene and unruffled by Xiao Mi's remarks. Since today is fortuitous, why not bestow the bracelet you possess upon your sister? Xiao Mi glanced at the bracelet, noting its decent quality, though it was rather conventional and unimpressive. However, Yun Jinan's expression shifted. She covered her wrist, biting her lip in embarrassment. This one do. This jade bracelet was gifted to me by the second prince during the Lantern Festival, and it holds a unique significance for me. Xiao Mi frowned, acknowledging the difference. What do you require from her? Surely the Ministry of Rites has other items in their storerooms? Yun Jinan smirked knowingly. Of course there are, and if my sister wishes for it, I shall certainly oblige. She understood well that Yun Iha's objective was likely the jade bracelet. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mi proved unhelpful and even went so far as to advise her against it. Yun Iha was infuriated yet did not dare to retort. Observing their unwilling expressions, Yun Jinan inwardly shook her head. The jade bracelet was not particularly valuable. Under normal circumstances, it could be given away without hesitation. However, the peculiar tension surrounding this matter rendered it quite strange. The younger sister appeared somewhat displeased. Yet did she harbor resentment towards me? No, the elder sister was merely overthinking. Yin Iha found himself at a loss for alternatives. Invoking the second prince was futile, for even with an audacious demeanor, he could not possibly claim another's token of affection. Otherwise, how would the grand princess regard him? Yet, failing to procure the bracelet would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the first prince. As Yin Iha wrestled with his turmoil, a commotion erupted among the guards. The first prince's personal attendant returned on horseback, visibly flustered, dismounting hastily to report to Xiaomi. The grand princess is in peril. Your highness has fallen into an ambush and plunged down a cliff. What? Xiaomi, astonished, rose abruptly, slamming the table. What are you waiting for? Quickly gather the guards and descend the mountain to search. She barked with authority. If you fail to locate the crown prince, prepare to face dire consequences. Yes. Yin Iha's anxiety overwhelmed him, eclipsing all else. How could this happen? Xiaomi bit her lip, resolute. I must see for myself. She departed the pavilion with urgency, followed closely by Yin Iha. Observing their retreating figures, Yin Jinan, though unaware of the earlier conversation regarding the second prince, felt a pang of concern and decided to follow. Time rewound 15 minutes. Xiao Zhaoxian, ever mindful of Xiao Su's counsel, indeed spotted a grove of banyan trees ahead, their branches sprawling wildly, casting an ominous shadow. Xiao Yanyi, feigning spontaneity, remarked, "The paths within are intricate. I have heard that the crown prince excels in equestrian skills. It will be an excellent opportunity to demonstrate your prowess. Would you care to accompany me? Your highness overestimates my abilities. I am unworthy of such praise," Xiao Zhaoxian replied, clasping his hands. Given the apparent danger within, prudence is advisable, wouldn't you agree? Contemplating a scheme, Xiao Yanyi could not let Xiao Zhaoxian slip away so easily. He pretended to be offended. "Is it that you look down upon my equestrian skills?" Hovering just outside the banyan grove, Xiao Zhaoxian found it perplexing why Xiao Yanyi insisted on his entry. Could it be that he felt a flicker of alarm? Yet, rationalizing that such an overt ambush was unlikely, he dismissed the thought. The two had already distanced themselves from the guards. However, an inexplicable chill washed over Xiao Zhaoxian under Xiao Yanyi's gaze, prompting him to remain vigilant. At that moment, a rustle emanated from the adjacent grove. Xiao Zhaoxian's ears perked up, discerning the sound of fabric brushing against leaves. Assuming it was an ambush set by Xiao Yanyi, he prepared to flee, only to see arrows launched directly at Xiao Yanyi. Xiao Yanyi recognized immediately that these were not his men. Alarmed, he steadied his startled horse. Yet the assailants descended like a torrential rain of arrows, expertly targeting the horse's legs and his own body. Xiao Zhaoxian seized the reins, noticing the stirrings within the banyan grove. It seemed that Xiao Yanyi had intended to ambush him here, only to be caught in a counter-ambush that left the assailants in disarray. He observed coldly, harboring no intention to intervene. Xiao Yanyi found himself cornered, with 2 arrows lodged in his back. Accustomed to modern comforts, he was ill-prepared to endure such excruciating pain in this era. The remaining horse was shot down, and he tumbled to the ground, where he beheld a group of individuals clad in black. He shouted, "How audacious! Do you know who I am?" No one responded to him. Xiao Yanyi was relentlessly pressed back to the edge of a cliff by that ominous group. "Stay back." He felt that he had lost all semblance of dignity, consumed by fear and trepidation. This was not how it was supposed to be. He was a transmigrator, armed with the original script. How could he meet such a fate? Who sought to harm him? Xiao Yanyi swallowed hard. The wounds on his body had become numb from pain, and his sapphire blue robe was stained with blood and dirt, presenting a most disheveled appearance, with even blood from arrow grazes marring his face. "Who sent you?" The black-clad figures remained reticent, their intentions hidden. The leader drew a long sword from his waist, raising it high toward Xiao Yanyi. Xiao Yanyi, in a state of panic, stumbled backward. His feet slipped, and he plummeted down the cliff. Observing from a distance, Xiao Zhuoxian's pupils contracted. If Xiao Yanyi were to perish like this, it would not bode well for him either. Just as he intended to intervene, He noticed two figures on the opposite cliff, Jin Chen and Xiao Su. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuoxin glance in his direction, Jin Chen made a gesture, and the latter immediately comprehended the implications. This ambush of black-clad men was likely orchestrated by Xiao Su. Truly, the cunning predator awaited its prey. As if to validate his conjecture, upon witnessing Xiao Yunyi's fall, the leader of the black-clad figures turned to Jin Chen. Jin Chen nodded, signaling them to hasten their departure. Detected villains corruption value 20, cumulative 70. Detected villains corruption value 10, cumulative 60. Host is formidable. The reports from 0731 echoed in his mind as Jin Chen smirked, tightening his embrace around Xiao Su. Are you satisfied with the arrangement? Indeed, you have orchestrated it splendidly. Xiao Su's gaze fell upon Xiao Yun, who lay crumpled at the bottom of the cliff, unable to rise due to the agony coursing through him, and a fleeting satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Alas, today was not the day for his demise. Sensing Xiao Su's regret, Jin Chen gently reassured him. He has tasted blood today, and with his internal injuries, the heart-eating curse will intensify. Moreover, if he were to die so easily, it would not quench our thirst for vengeance. Jin Chen leaned down to kiss Xiao Su's cheek. We shall take our time with him. You speak wisely. The tension within Xiao Su dissipated somewhat, yet the next moment, his brow furrowed once more. How can he still move? Jin Chen shifted his gaze downwards. Astonishingly, Xiao Yun seemed to have mustered strength, struggling to rise, and the wounds that had bled profusely were gradually ceasing. Jin Chen's brow furrowed as his cold gaze turned skyward. The heavens had evidently favored Xiao Yun, brazenly so. 0731. Understood. I shall report to the main system immediately. Rest assured, host. 0731 promptly pressed another button on the spatial control panel, establishing a link with the primary system. Jin Chen flicked his wrist, channeling his spiritual energy into an arrow that shot fiercely towards the already rising Xiao Yun. In the eyes of Xiao Su and Xiao Zhuoxian, he appeared to be a dying man struggling to rise, only to quickly collapse again due to insufficient strength, ultimately losing consciousness. Xiao Su's brow relaxed, realizing that he had indeed overthought the situation. The heavens tugged at the lightning, which, before the thunder could strike, dissipated quietly as if following an unspoken command. Chapter 67. The rescue of the Cold Prince Jin Chen observed that Xiao Yunyi had lost a considerable amount of blood before he took Xiao Su and galloped away. Xiao Zhuoxian seized the opportune moment to tear his own garments and smear some dirt upon himself, feigning the appearance of a valiant warrior injured in battle. He then called out to the arriving guards. The crown prince has fallen from the cliff. Quick, summon aid. Following this, Xiao Yunyi's personal guards hurriedly rushed to inform Xiao Zhuoxian pressed his hand against the wound he had inflicted upon himself with a dagger, his eyes betraying no emotion. Had it not been for Xiao Su today, he might have been the one clinging to life by a thread. This elder brother truly was exceedingly malicious. Supported by his guards to rest, he heard his attendant, Amu, whisper, Your Highness. The Grand Princess has arrived with two young ladies. Xiao Zhuoxian replied, and before long, he heard the sounds of weeping from Xiao Mi and Yun Yihe. Yun Jianan, following closely behind them, had maintained a composed demeanor until she beheld Xiao Zhuoxian's wounds, which instantly reddened her eyes. She approached him, yearning to touch his injuries, yet hesitated in fear. How could you sustain such grave injuries? Xiao Zhuoxian took her hand, aware that in the presence of so many witnesses, he could not reveal the truth. He merely stated, I was attacked by assassins. It merely looks severe. Upon seeing Xiao Yunyi being carried up from the cliff by the guards, Xiaomi was both alarmed and frightened, yet she managed to retain a thread of rationality. Quickly take my brother back to the prince's residence. Fetch the finest physician from the palace. Also inform father. Yes. Xiao Yunyi still retained a flicker of consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes, recalling his treasure. Take it, bring Yun Yihe along. Witnessing the first prince's dire injuries while still thinking of her, Yun Yihe was immediately moved to tears. The chaos continued to unfold. Xiaomi, upon seeing Xiao Zhuoxian wounded, refrained from causing him further distress, yet offered no words of comfort as she hastily boarded the carriage. Only Xiao Zhuxian and the searching guards remained by the cliff's edge. Xiao Su and his companion arrived late, stopping by the carriage. Xiao Su coughed a few times, inquiring what has transpired. Xiao Mi scolded him, "Step aside. My brother is injured. We must return to the palace for treatment." Xiao Su cast a glance before averting his gaze, feigning surprise. "Then I shall not delay the crown princess treatment." The carriage driver had no time to pay his respects to the prince before Xiao Mi urged him to depart swiftly. The astonishment in Xiao Su's eyes faded as he leaned back against Jin Chen's chest, reflecting on the performance that awaited him when summoned by the emperor. His tone was weary and vexed. "It matters not. They will not suspect you." Jin Chen gently caressed Xiao Su's back, his voice deep and tender. "I will ensure everything is arranged." Xiao Zhuxian, supported by Yun Jianan and Amu as he returned, was taken aback by this scene, his eyes widening in surprise, before he coughed to remind them of his presence. Xiao Su lazily glanced over, discovering that Xiao Zhuxian had sustained an injury. He immediately straightened up and approached him, his eyes reflecting genuine concern. The assailant sent by Xiao Yun had already departed, yet his elder brother was still wounded. "Jin Chen, this is not the place for idle chatter. Follow me." He led several individuals to an abandoned wooden pavilion nestled in the woods. Xiao Zhuxian took a seat, his expression easing somewhat. "Let me tend to your injury, Your Highness." Jin Chen tossed a vial of wound medicine to Amu. "Thank you." Amu responded, astonished. "The injury is not severe, merely a ruse to throw off suspicion." Xiao Zhuxian reassuredly patted Yun Jinan's arm. "I inflicted this wound upon myself." Before Yun Jinan could fully comprehend, he turned to Xiao Su. "What on earth transpired today?" Xiao Su removed his fox fur cloak and naturally handed it to Jin Chen. Xiao Yun's intentions today were twofold: to acquire Miss Yun's treasure bracelet and to injure the crown prince, thereby preventing you from attending the relocation banquet at the prince's residence in a few days. Once I discerned his plan, I turned the tables and retaliated. Xiao Zhuxian's brows furrowed tightly as he calmed the startled Yun Jinan, then inquired, "The bracelet? Why would he prevent me from attending? I'm utterly baffled." Xiao Su cast a glance at Jin Chen, signaling him to elaborate. Jin Chen clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. "I am not an ordinary dark guard. My true identity is one of the 4 chief guardians of Tianyue Pavilion. Our intelligence network spans the realm, and we possess extensive knowledge. Miss Yun's jade bracelet is indeed a rare treasure, but I am unaware of its specific use. As for the relocation banquet at the prince's residence," Jin Chen raised his gaze, his peach blossom eyes concealed behind a mask flashing with intensity. "Xiao Yun has infiltrated the prince's residence, preparing to use the concealed dragon robe to have my master punished by his majesty. As you, the absent second prince, have a close relationship with my master, yet do not attend, you shall be deemed a conspirator." More shocking than the revelation of the treasure was the scheme that left Xiao Zhuxian and the others utterly astounded. Xiao Yun is truly malicious. Xiao Zhuxian seethed with anger. Should his scheme succeed, harboring the dragon robe would constitute a grave act of treason, and our father would not let it go unpunished. Thankfully, you discovered it in time. Xiao Said Laitli. All his actions are driven by the desire for the throne. It is a triple-edged sword, allowing him to obtain treasures while simultaneously eliminating threats to himself and us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuxian furrowed his brow deeply, his expression a blend of rage and complexity. Though he was well aware of the royal family's lack of familial affection, it still left him disheartened. Xiao Su's phoenix eyes lifted, gazing at Xiao Zhuxian with a hint of probing. "What of you, dear brother? Have you ever harbored thoughts of that throne? It will be hard to believe you have not." Having applied the medicine, Xiao Zhuxian gathered his clothing, speaking candidly, "Rest assured. For the Empress Dowager has shown kindness to my mother, and you have saved my life today. If you desire that position, I shall never contest it with you." "I have no desire for it," Xiao Su replied with a smile. "Since the day the emperor ordered the extermination of the Li family, I have harbored no lingering sentiments for this royal lineage. I believe you are the rightful heir to that position. This topic is indeed audacious." Amu and the other 2 guards of Xiao Zhuxian promptly positioned themselves outside the pavilion, wary of eavesdroppers. Xiao Zhuxian momentarily stood in stunned silence. Yet he found merit in Xiao Su's words. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sorrow. Xiao Su continued, "Thus, Your Highness, I shall lend you my unwavering support, but this hinges upon your resolve to act decisively." A chilling aura intertwined with a hint of bloodlust enveloped Xiao Su as his tone turned frigid, akin to ice. "Our father will never consent to your ascension. Hence we must resort to a coup." Xiao Zhuxian's expression shifted dramatically, while Yun Jianan's countenance paled. "Allow me a moment to ponder." Xiao Zhuxian clenched his fists, feeling somewhat lost. "There is no rush. Take your time, Your Highness." Xiao Su rose, stating, "I shall take my leave. May you walk safely, Your Highness." Yun Jianan responded as he stood to bid farewell. Chapter 68. The Rescue of the Cold Prince. Upon returning from the outskirts, after a day filled with toil, Xiao Su felt utterly exhausted in the carriage and soon drifted into slumber against Jin Chen. Upon their arrival at the prince's residence, Jin Chen refrained from waking him and instead carried him inside. The residence was populated with trustworthy individuals, and all spies left by the emperor and Xiao Yan had been neutralized. He instructed his subordinates to serve dinner in half an hour. Once inside, Jin Chen quietly advised Liu before carrying Xiao Su into the sleeping quarters. Just as he laid him on the bed, Xiao Su awakened. His long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings as he frowned and nestled closer to Jin Chen. The bed was frigid, making sleep anything but comfortable. Cold, his still sleepy voice trembled, and his previously aloof demeanor evaporated in Jin Chen's presence as he unabashedly displayed his vulnerability. It was akin to the gentle scratching of a kitten's paw on one's heart, evoking a sense of tenderness and affection. Jin Chen softly kissed his forehead, exuding an unparalleled warmth. "Rest easy, I shall remain by your side." He removed their outer garments and used his internal energy to warm the bedding, allowing Xiao Su to lie down comfortably, his movements imbued with tenderness. "Sleep now." Xiao Su clutched the fabric of Jin Chen's shirt, blinking his phoenix-like eyes, the fatigue evident, yet he felt languid and reluctant to move. He yawned and shifted slightly, his long hair cascading messily, the collar of his shirt askew, revealing his delicately shaped collarbone. He poked Jin Chen's shoulder, saying, "I can't sleep. Shall we rise for dinner?" "No," Xiao Su pouted, drawing closer to Jin Chen, content to remain as they were. Detected villain's affection level. 20, cumulative, 70. It has reached 70. A glint of mischief flickered in Jin Chen's peach blossom eyes as his hand caressed Xiao Su's slender waist, exploring with an air of intimacy. "Lying here is rather dull." Xiao Su, puzzled, responded with a soft hum. Momentarily taken aback, he partially raised his head, his phoenix eyes gazing at Jin Chen. "What?" Jin Chen smiled and lowered his head, capturing Xiao Su's soft lips, savoring them delicately. During this time, they had shared such intimate moments before. So although Xiao Su felt a twinge of shyness, he gently closed his eyes, attempting to reciprocate Jin Chen's affection. Yet gradually, he sensed something amiss. "Jin Chen." Xiao Su bit his lip tightly. Having never experienced such joy in 2 lifetimes, he was bewildered by his own feelings, instinctively yearning to embrace Jin Chen and act coy. Jin Chen's smile was profound, a tender affection gracing his face. "Do not bite your lip. There is no one outside to guard you." He regained his composure only to be unexpectedly met with Jin Chen's adoring gaze, filled with an endless desire reflected in his amber eyes. How captivating! How enticing it was to tease him. Was this not indeed a form of teasing? Xiao Suk let out a soft hum, a mist of tears welling in his eyes, his damp lashes fluttering. What a rascal! The daylight outside still shone brightly. How could such declarations occur in broad daylight? Xiao Suk's cheeks flushed even deeper. "I cannot." "You need not. I shall take care of that." Jin Chen chuckled softly. The evening meal, which had long since been brought in, was gradually turning cold, while those within had no time to emerge and partake. Jin Chen clung to Xiao Suk, repeatedly calling him husband and Aiken. Xiao Suk had dozed off, cradled in Jin Chen's arms as he was gently washed. When he awoke, 3 hours had already passed, and the moon hung high in the sky. His waist felt sore, and he stirred in discontent, waking Jin Chen. "I am hungry," he exclaimed, his tone a blend of grievance and dissatisfaction. Jin Chen, unperturbed by the disturbance, gently kissed the swollen corner of Xiao Suk's lips. "Shall I prepare some porridge for you?" Xiao Suk nodded. "The bed is so cold. You must return promptly." "Of course." Jin Chen rose and donned his clothes. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Li Yu, who was burning paper in the courtyard. The moonlight was dim, and Li Yu crouched on the ground, his face illuminated by the firelight as he muttered to himself, occasionally clasping his hands in prayer to the moon and the night. Jin Chen paused, hesitating to speak. What was with this person? Upon seeing him, Li Yu's eyes widened as he brushed off the dust from his hands and hurried to Jin Chen's side. "Why are you out here? Is His Highness hungry?" Jin Chen pressed his lips together. "How do you know?" He glanced at the paper money scattered on the ground. De Fu mentioned that His Highness had not yet dined, having reheated the meal twice with no one emerging. "Since you have been in the inner chamber, it is only natural to wonder what you are up to," Li Yu explained earnestly, nodding in agreement with his own reasoning. Jin Chen was at a loss for words. "He is hungry. I'm going to prepare food for him." "Oh, then you must hurry. Do not let His Highness go hungry." Li Yu returned to his place by the burning paper money, resuming his murmurs. In the stillness of the night, what an odd occurrence. Jin Chen shook his head and made his way to the kitchen to cook porridge. By the time he returned with the bowl, Li Yu had finally gone back to rest, ceasing his chatter. Upon Jin Chen's return, Xiao Suk sat up, leaning into his embrace, wrapping his arms around his neck, an expression of dependence on his face. "Be good, eat quickly." Jin Chen held the bowl, feeding him small spoonfuls. After consuming the porridge, Xiao Suk, utterly exhausted, lay back down. The two embraced and fell asleep together. The next day, news of the attack on the two princes had spread throughout the palace. Early in the morning, the uninjured Xiao Suk and the lightly injured Xiao Zhuoxian were summoned to the palace by the Yongshan Emperor. In the carriage, Xiao Su received word that Xiao Yun had awakened at the fourth watch of the night and had expressed considerable ire, even expelling the dearly cherished missionaire, adamantly declaring the necessity of finding and torturing the assassin. Upon hearing this, he could not help but chuckle. It was evident that Xiao Yun's anger stemmed not from pain, but rather from the greater grievance of having missed the chance to acquire the jade bracelet, thus losing the most significant opportunity. He encountered Xiao Zhuoxian outside the palace. Their eyes met, and with a nod, Xiao Su inquired about his elder brother's wound. Although no imperial physician had attended to him the previous night, fortune had favored them. The assassin's blade, while deep, had been struck at an awkward angle, allowing him to escape with his life. Xiao Zhuoxian, well aware of the ears lurking behind the wall, recognized the intent behind the question and responded in kind. All physicians had been summoned to the residence of the crown prince the night prior, leaving the palace's attending physicians absent. The second prince's residence was not only desolate, but also received only a message from Emperor Yongshan, instructing him to take care of his health. The crown prince's quarters were similarly neglected, with only former colleagues from the Li family and students extending their greetings in the morning. This incident had made it abundantly clear to the knowledgeable officials and scholars who the emperor favored most among his sons. Those with cunning minds had already begun to act. Xiao Su sighed softly. It was only natural for their father to be concerned for his elder brother's serious injury. Yet, despite this reasoning, the discomfort on his face was unmistakable. Those observing in the shadows departed, swiftly entering the hall to relay the conversation and expressions of the two princes to the emperor. Emperor Yongshan narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. "You may go," he commanded, setting aside his brush. "Zhao De, let them in." "Yes," replied Zhao De, his face pale as he suppressed the pain in his chest while summoning the princes. Yongshan observed his two sons standing side by side, and after a moment, he spoke with apparent concern. "You were attacked yesterday, and Xian'er was injured as well. Let the physician examine you shortly." Xiao Zhuoxian cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, father, but my injuries are of no great concern. A few calming remedies would suffice." Afterward, the emperor turned his gaze to the wan Xiao Su. "You have not been injured, yet your complexion appears quite poor." Xiao Su replied, "I thank you, father. My health has not been robust. I had wished to ride alongside my brothers, yet my strength failed me. This was how I narrowly escaped disaster. He coughed a few times, his pallor deepening, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, with my brothers suffering such harm, I cannot help but feel remorse. Thus, I was unable to sleep well last night. From the shadows, Jin Chen smirked. Clever boy. He glanced towards the inner palace and swiftly departed. A moment later, in a secluded corner of the imperial garden, patrolling guards were silently dispatched as their throats were slit from behind. Several palace maids and eunuchs, hurrying by, were struck unconscious and unceremoniously cast into a well. The entire affair transpired with alarming speed and utter silence. It was only when a piercing scream shattered the stillness, followed by a trembling made on the ground, that chaos erupted within the palace. Upon hearing Xiao Su's response, Emperor Yongshan nodded, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger, merely stating, "Let physician Zhong examine you as well. He has been tending to your health and knows your condition well." "Thank you, father," Xiao Su replied. Xiao Su concealed the hatred simmering within his eyes. At that moment, a young eunuch entered the hall. "Your Majesty," he announced, "Eunuch Zhao and Granny Gui have suddenly coughed up blood and perished within moments." "What?" The Yongshan Emperor furrowed his brow, his tone sharp. "Speak carefully." Both Zhao De and Granny Gui were his trusted confidants, privy to numerous secrets. If their demise was merely tragic, it would be one matter, but if it were the result of malice, it might mean someone had gleaned vital information. Before the young eunuch could respond, another guard rushed in. "Your Majesty," while patrolling the imperial garden, the imperial guards discovered floating corpses in 3 wells. Upon retrieval, it turned out to be the steward eunuch, the chief palace maid, and Dr. Zhong from the Empress's court. The Empress, terrified, implores you to bring the perpetrator to justice. The Yongshan Emperor, even more astounded, leapt to his feet, his resplendent yellow dragon robe gleaming. "Investigate. Conduct an inquiry immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard hastily retreated. Xiao Su shifted his gaze, a cold smile playing on his lips. Merely a handful of servants had perished, yet the Yongshan Emperor was already beside himself. How much guilt weighed upon him? Xiao Zhuoxian was secretly astonished. He glanced at the composed Xiao Su. "You two step back. Do not speak of today's events." The Yongshan Emperor waved his hand in annoyance. "Understood." The two bowed and retreated a few steps before turning to leave. Xiao Su's pace remained unhurried. "It was not over yet. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this is terrible." The leader of the Imperial Guards rushed into the hall in a flurry, failing to pay respects to the 2 princes as they passed. He felt his knees, his head bowed low. Today, among the 30 or so guards on duty, half have inexplicably died, and when discovered, their bodies were dismembered. Preposterous. The Yongshan Emperor, enraged, swept the memorials off the table, his expression one of fury and suspicion. All the palace maids and eunuchs present were so frightened that they knelt, trembling. Are all the people in this palace useless? How could so many die simultaneously? Why haven't you conducted a proper investigation? You might as well not live. Upon hearing this, Xiao Su raised an eyebrow and exited the hall. Xiao Zhuoxian could only describe his own feelings as a mixture of shock and fear. Seeing Xiao Su's expression, he comprehended everything. The hatred of his younger brother was now glaringly evident. At that moment, Xiao Zhuoxian felt a strange sense of relief that he was still aligned with Xiao Su. With Jin Chen as support, even the entirety of Tianyue Pavilion stood behind him, rendering the Imperial Guards inconsequential. Noticing his gaze, Xiao Su smiled faintly. "Rest assured, my royal brother, I am merely removing some treacherous officials, ensuring that when this kingdom comes to you, it is untainted." His words were spoken softly, unheard by others, yet they sent a chill through Xiao Zhuoxian, stirring an odd sense of gratitude within him. He realized it was time to make a choice. Nodding, he climbed into the carriage, followed closely by Xiao Su. He understood that Jin Chen was behind these actions. For those who had perished had once been instruments of humiliation and torment during his childhood. Xiao Su stifled a yawn, having stood for so long. His back ached even more. "Chen," he called softly. The curtain was drawn back, and Jin Chen entered, removing his mask. "Are you satisfied, Su Bao?" "Extremely satisfied." Detected villain's darkening value. 20, cumulative, 40. Jin Chen chuckled softly, shedding his blood-stained outer garment, and pulled Xiao Shu into his embrace, massaging his waist. Shall we head to the hidden military storage now? Or rest first? Let's go now. Xiao Shu relaxed his body, leaning against Jin Chen, his expression languid. Chapter 70. The Rescue of the Cold Prince. 21. The longer matters are delayed, the more complicated they become. Taking advantage of the current chaos in the palace caused by Xiao Yunye's injury, it is the perfect opportunity to eliminate the yet-to-mature soldiers in their cradle. Xiao Shu closed his eyes for a moment, recalling he still had an unanswered question. He raised his hand to caress Jin Chen's brow. Isn't the Tianyue Pavilion loyal to my father? How can you command them? Jin Chen replied. The Yongshun Emperor threatened the pavilion master with leverage, compelling the Tianyue Pavilion to submit. Now that my master has passed, my senior brother, who has taken over the Tianyue Pavilion, is unafraid of such leverage and has been plotting his demise. Xiao Shu widened his eyes slightly. It seems many desire to eliminate my father. To reach this point as an emperor is indeed a failure. Soon, the carriage halted beside Yanlu Alley. The prince's carriage was too conspicuous. Xiao Shu wished to avoid alarming anyone. He changed his attire within the carriage and, blushing from Jin Chen's playful advances, donned a mask. Jin Chen, guiding Xiao Shu according to the directions of 0731, led him to the exterior of the residence. Gazing at the imposing walls and courtyard before him, Xiao Shu hesitated and softly inquired of Jin Chen, "How do we enter?" Jin Chen chuckled, "Call me by a name. I shall take you in." After last night's events, Xiao Shu was well aware of Jin Chen's intent. His face flushed beneath the mask as he bit his lip, suppressing his shyness. Husband will take you in." Jin Chen wrapped his arm around Xiao Shu's waist, using lightness in his movements to ascend, landing steadily in a corner atop the roof. Jin Chen did not release Xiao Shu, but rather, maintaining their position, he bent down, allowing them to observe the soldiers training in the courtyard below. Xiao Shu, fully trusting Jin Chen, knew he would not let him fall, and thus watched with ease, compared to the strength they would later possess in the previous life. These individuals seemed rather uneven. Jin Chen raised an eyebrow inwardly. Of course, after all, in the original plot, Xiao Yunyi suddenly unlocked his meridians, employing modern training methods to drill ancient soldiers, even inventing gunpowder that did not exist in this era. How could a modern office worker comprehend such matters? The heavens truly granted considerable favor to this favored son. Jin Chen asked, "What does Su Bao wish to do?" Xiao Shu pondered for a moment, realizing these individuals were merely trying to make a living. They were not the same soldiers who had once laid waste to the prince's residence in his previous life. "Let us drive them away and destroy this place." Xiao Yunyi would never dare to reveal his private army, and he would have to swallow this loss. Upon his conclusion, Jin Chen conceived a plan. "Very well. Does Su Bao wish to take part personally?" "Aye, but I do not know martial arts." Xiao Shu cast his gaze downward. "It was not without my husband present." Jin Chen embraced him from behind, producing a slingshot and casually collecting a few stones from the beams above. "Come, my husband, let me teach you." His distinctly knuckled hand enveloped Xiao Su's slender fingers. "Hold it like this, and place the stone here." He aimed at the trained private soldiers, and then released the stone. Jin Chen infused a hint of inner strength into the shot. The stone struck several men in succession. The hit soldiers grimaced in pain, dropping their long spears, as if the impact came not from mere stones, but from concealed weapons. Xiao Su's phoenix eyes brightened, as if he had discovered something intriguing. Once more, he gently shook Jin Chen's arm, playfully coaxing. Below, chaos erupted as people frantically searched for the assailant. Soon, several more stones rained down. The leader finally discerned the position of Jin Chen and Xiao Chen. "Stay here and wait for me," Jin Chen instructed, leaping down instantly to divert their attention. How could a group of untrained private soldiers contend with Jin Chen? Within moments, many lay sprawled on the ground. Jin Chen remained unperturbed, his movements fluid like a dragon, not allowing them even a brush against his garments. It was a battle devoid of suspense. Xiao Su crouched atop the roof, observing Jin Chen's techniques and movements. his exposed phoenix eyes brimming with joy and affection. True to Xiao Su's words, Jin Chen refrained from inflicting any significant harm. After sufficient chaos had ensued, Jin Chen dashed into the courtyard, retrieving a fire starter, discreetly channeling his spiritual energy amid the skirmish. Flames swiftly ignited. "It's on fire. Run. Hurry. Stop fighting. Our lives are at stake." The private soldiers, who had just been fervently determined to defeat Jin Chen, soon disbanded in panic, fleeing like birds and beasts. They had not undergone formal training, and thus felt no shame in being cowards. After all, they were motivated by money, and when faced with the choice, life took precedence. In less than a moment, only the leader remained in the courtyard. Jin Chen pondered briefly, raising his gaze to Xiao Su on the roof. The latter nodded. This man belonged to the estate of Xiao Yunyi. His death was of little consequence. Jin Chen raised his hand, grasping the leader's neck and applying pressure. In an instant, breath ceased. By this time, the flames had spread throughout the courtyard, threatening the entire estate. Jin Chen swiftly ascended to the roof, wrapping his arms around Xiao Su's waist, and they departed the estate. Just as they exited, a beam, severed by the fire, collapsed. The citizens of Lu Alley soon noticed and began attempting to extinguish the flames. However, it was too late. The estate had nearly been consumed by fire. After escorting Xiao Su back to the carriage, Jin Chen quickly kissed him and departed, warning several private soldiers to discreetly communicate that should such actions recur, the emperor would not show mercy. Aware of the royal implications, they trembled like quails, hurriedly nodding in agreement and vowing to keep silent, promising to return to their hometowns, never to linger in the capital again. Thus, this matter reached its conclusion. The host has received feedback from the main system. The penalty has been imposed on this realm, and all of Xiao Yunyi's protagonist aura has been revoked. Furthermore, the poor heartthrob value has reached 70, so as compensation for the host, the antidote can be obtained without any points. It has been dispatched to the space. 0731 has successfully secured the host's rights and is joyfully spinning around in the space. Well done. Jin Chen generously praises 0731. Compared to the previous system in the counterattack department, 0731 is evidently much more humane. Host, hurry back to help the poor one detoxify. As Jin Chen strolled down the street, he spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorns, approached, and purchased a skewer before heading towards the carriage. At that moment, while Jin Chen was preoccupied with dealing with his private soldiers, Xiao Su on the carriage encountered someone from the Chasing Wind courtyard. Report to the master. We have uncovered the truth behind the massacre of the Jin family in Hangzhou many years ago. With Jin Chen absent, Xiao Su reverted to his cold demeanor, glancing at the kneeling attendant with emotionless phoenix eyes. The voting initiated yesterday regarding the character settings of the voice-controlled cat and the sleep disorder domineering Jin Chen garnered a fair amount of approval. The next chapter will revolve around this theme. For those eager to see the Entertainment Circle romance variety show, please be patient. It will be included, but a bit later. To maintain a sense of novelty, the adjacent small worlds will not share similar background settings. Following the cat's assistance in sleep, the next might delve into apocalyptic or vampire themes, alternating between modern and ancient interstellar narratives. Rest assured, I have noted all your comments in my little notebook, and I will ensure they are addressed. Love you all. Chapter 71. Saving the Cold Prince. The attendant began to recount the truth uncovered during the investigation. It was related to the Lu family. Before the stepmother entered the capital, the Lu family was also quite renowned in Hangzhou. The young master of the Lu family committed heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. He became infatuated with the Jin family's young lady, and upon his unsuccessful marriage proposal, he sought to ruin her reputation. At that time, the young lady was already betrothed, and with her family support, she fled the scornful city of Hangzhou with her fiancé. However, they were discovered by the enraged young master of the Lu family, and the entire Jin family fell victim to his wrath, exterminated overnight. Subsequently, she and her husband were found dead on the road by a distant relative of the Jin family, also at the hands of the young master, and their child vanished without a trace. The Jin lady was Jin Chen's mother, and the young master was the stepmother's brother, General Lu Kong. the uncle of the crown prince. Xiao Su remained in a daze for a long while after hearing this. He gestured for the attendant to depart, insisting that this matter must remain confidential. The attendant exited the carriage. The Lu family was indeed the Lu family. A murderous intent gleamed in Xiao Su's phoenix eyes. Just then, Jin Chen returned and instructed the coachman to head back to the residence. Noticing Xiao Su's unusual demeanor, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong? Suwao, are you unhappy?" "No." Xiao Su leaned closer to Jin Chen, tightly embracing his waist, though his tone was quite despondent. "You have been away for too long." He was uncertain how to reveal the truth to Jin Chen, having experienced the pain of family annihilation himself. He did not wish for Jin Chen to suffer under the weight of revenge. "Don't be upset. Here, have some candied hawthorns." Jin Chen believed he was being playful, gently kissing Xiao Su's brow and bringing the candied hawthorn to his lips. "I am not a child," Xiao Su retorted, yet he honestly took a bite, savoring the rich, sweet-tart flavor that whetted his appetite. "Let me taste, is it sweet?" Jin Chen lowered his head, licking the sugar coating from Xiao Su's lips. Xiao Su's lashes trembled lightly, instinctively parting his lips, only to be met by Jin Chen's eager kiss, drawing him in for a deeper embrace. His breath faltered. Despite having kissed numerous times before, he found it difficult to endure, especially with Jin Chen's fervent approach this time. "Has your mood improved?" Jin Chen asked softly, pulling back slightly. "Yes," Xiao Su replied, his lips curving gently, exuding a quiet tenderness that made him appear obedient as he nestled into Jin Chen's arms. "Forget it. I shall find another opportunity to speak." Xiao Su took another bite, quietly enjoying the treat, occasionally coaxed by Jin Chen to finish the remainder. By the end, the candied hawthorn was consumed, leaving him too weak to resist any longer. His body indeed felt frail, having recently experienced intimacy. Jin Chen adjusted his slipping outer garment. His peach blossom eyes lowered. "Do you wish to completely rid yourself of the poison?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Su's phoenix eyes brightened with hope as he looked up at Jin Chen. "I wish to be free of the poison so that I can accompany you for a longer time." His usually calm voice was tinged with a hint of moisture. Had he not met Jin Chen, after avenging himself, he would have lacked the desire to continue living. But now, all he wished for was to live a bit longer. The Tianyue Pavilion has found an antidote that can precisely counteract the poison in your body. Jin Chen tenderly kissed away the tears from Xiao Su's eyes. His deep voice enveloped in infinite affection. "Upon returning to the estate tonight, I will help you rid yourself of the poison within." But as he recalled the pain during the poisoning, he hesitated, tightening his grip on Jin Chen's garment. "Will it hurt?" Jin Chen chuckled softly, reassuring him, "Do not worry. You won't feel a thing. Besides, in bed, I would never allow you to suffer." Xiao Su immediately grasped the implication behind his words, feeling a mix of shyness and annoyance as he playfully pushed him away. After returning home, the two shared dinner. Xiao Su declined several officials who came to the prince's residence to inquire about his well-being. As dusk settled, a message arrived from the Tianyue Pavilion spies. Jin Chen reclined on a chair in the courtyard, discussing future plans with Xiao Su. "Sir, the emperor could not identify the assailants and is furious, punishing all the palace maids and eunuchs. Now, discontent brews within the palace. Lord Qi advises you to prepare. By the beginning of next month at the latest, the Tianyue Pavilion will carry out an assassination attempt on the emperor." Jin Chen responded, then coldly asked, "What are the two princes' residences?" "The eldest prince's poison has flared up, hindering the healing of his wounds. He remains bedridden. The second prince seems to have come to terms with things, associating with many officials and advisors who support him today." Jin Chen replied, "Understood. Continue to monitor Xiao Yunyi and, if necessary, add something to his medicine to ensure he can stand for the prince's relocation banquet." "Yes." The spy bowed and swiftly departed from the prince's residence. 0731 spoke softly. "The host no longer requires my assistance to gather information. Your role is even more significant." Jin Chen fed Xiao Su a grape, momentarily distracting himself to placate the disgruntled system. 0731 was easily appeased, quickly feeling a sense of superiority, deeming such trivial matters beneath its concern. Xiao Su, however, had no particular thoughts. He even felt a certain satisfaction regarding his father's impending assassination. Counting on his fingers, he noted that there were still 16 days until early next month, when they would completely bring down Xiao Yun, ensure that the Empress and General Liu face their retribution, and prepare his second elder brother for the throne. Jin Chen remarked, "The world is ever-changing. The transition of power is a natural occurrence. The common folk do not care who ascends the throne. They only wish for their lives to improve." Indeed, Xiao Su nodded in agreement. Having heard of Hangzhou's remarkable beauty and serene landscapes, he suggested, "Once all settles, shall we visit your hometown? Anywhere you wish to go, my dear, I shall accompany you, regardless of the distance." Jin Chen replied as she lifted him and headed towards the palace chambers. Yet, more pressing matters awaited: the removal of the poison within him. 2 days later, Xiao Zhuoxian received a letter from Yun Jinan's servant, inviting him to meet at Bihue Pavilion. Since gaining clarity on recent events, Xiao Zhuoxian understood that his younger brother was making relentless moves, bolstered by the support of Tianyue Pavilion, making it only a matter of time before their father faced a coup. He had also been discussing strategies with his advisors on how to become an effective ruler. And in doing so, he realized he had somewhat neglected Yun Jinan. Upon entering the chamber described in the letter, he beheld a captivating figure seated by the window. Adorned in a green silk gown, her delicate form accentuated by a light touch of makeup, exuding grace and warmth. As he entered, Yun Jinan smiled gently, and in that instant, Xiao Zhuoxian's eyes softened with tenderness. "Your Highness," Yun Jinan greeted, rising to pay her respects, but Xiao Zhuoxian took her hand, preventing her from bowing. "Between us, there's no need for such formalities." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she poured him a cup of tea. "I invited you today because I have discovered the extraordinary properties of that jade bracelet. Indeed, what you and Lord Jin said was entirely accurate." "Pray tell, how so?" Xiao Zhuoxian inquired. In front of him, Yun Jinan demonstrated by retrieving the teapot from their table into the space of the jade bracelet. Meeting Xiao Zhuoxian's astonished gaze, she explained slowly, "The other day while embroidering, I accidentally pricked my fingertip, and when blood dripped onto the bracelet, I inadvertently grasped its mystery. It took me 2 days to come to terms with this rather peculiar phenomenon." Xiao Zhuoxian gradually collected himself, being somewhat more worldly. After a brief pause, he first expressed concern. "Is your hand well?" Yun Jinan replied, "It stopped bleeding that day. There is nothing serious." He nodded, taking a sip of tea. "This matter should remain between us. Should others learn of it, they might entertain ulterior motives. Later, you shall accompany me to the prince's residence to discuss certain matters with my younger brother and the others." Xiao Zhuoxian, feeling a surge of anxiety, clenched his fist. "Anan, if my brother and I were to orchestrate a coup, what would you do?" This caught Yun Jinan off guard, nearly causing her to fumble her teacup. Yet, regaining her composure, she spoke with unwavering resolve. "I will stand with your Highness, come what may." In recent days, she has been mentally preparing herself. Since her conversation with the Crown Prince, Yun Jinan has realized that the path with Xiao Zhuoxian would not be smooth. Yet, she holds no regrets. Xiao Zhuoxian took her hands tenderly and assured her, "Rest assured, if the coup is successful, regardless of external opposition, the position of Empress shall undoubtedly be yours. If it is not successful, I will ensure your safe retreat." He understood that his mother had loved the Emperor her entire life and had suffered greatly. He would never allow the one he cherished to endure such desolation. With her eyes slightly reddened, Yun Jinan replied, "I believe in you, your Highness." Upon arriving at the Crown Prince's residence, Liu promptly approached to greet them, bowing respectfully. "I have seen His Highness the Second Prince and Miss Yin. My lord awaits you both in the study. Please lead the way." "Certainly," Liu responded, guiding them into the study, where they unexpectedly encountered Xiao Su leaning comfortably against Jin Chen, both engrossed in writing together. Xiao Zhuoxian remarked, "You just mentioned that this shadow guard has an unclear relationship with my younger brother. It seems there is indeed a connection." He cleared his throat softly. Yun Jinan performed her courtesy. Xiao Su lazily lifted his gaze, saying, "Get up. Defu, please offer seats to His Highness and Miss Yun." Defu, who had been waiting outside, immediately complied. Xiao Zhuoxian sighed. Are you and Jin Chen serious? Of course, Xiao Su replied, straightening his posture, his tone resolute. I hope you will not interfere, elder brother. Jin Chen chuckled softly, his hand remaining around Xiao Su's waist. Your Highness, Xiao Su and I share a deep affection for each other. You too have someone you cherish. I trust you would not act to separate us. Indeed, even if you did, it would be futile. Listen to that. What a term of endearment. Xiao Suindev. Xiao Zhuxian frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of regret, as if something precious had been taken away. So, have you two considered marriage? Xiao Su blinked his enchanting eyes, admitting, I hadn't thought of that yet. He lowered his gaze, envisioning the scene of their wedding night, his ears turning slightly red as he began to anticipate it. Seeing his expression, Xiao Zhuxian understood immediately. His younger brother was likely already deeply infatuated. Jin Chen added, of course, we will marry, but not in the capital. The capital holds too many painful memories for Xiao Su. I will take him to Hangzhou for our wedding. Xiao Su could hardly contain his smile, his fingers covering Jin Chen's hand around his waist, giving a gentle nod. Previously, he would nervously pinch the hem of his clothing. Now, he tenderly squeezed Jin Chen's fingers. Jin Chen adored these little gestures of affection from his beloved. Xiao Zhuxian declared, let us postpone this discussion for now. I have made up my mind to advance and retreat together with you. However, I hope that all of this is predicated on your safety. Of course, elder brother, you need not worry, Xiao Su assured him. Jin Chen then turned to the silent Yun Jinan, asking, Miss Yun, have you unraveled the mystery of the jade bracelet? Yun Jianan was taken aback. So, you and the crown prince are both aware of it? She inquired. But that day, Jin Chen clearly stated that he was unaware of the secret. The mystery of the jade bracelet must be unraveled by the wearer themselves for it to be effective. Jin Chen explained. This is a unique opportunity meant for Miss Yun, and it would be improper for me to elaborate further. What we must do next requires the assistance of Miss Yun. Upon realizing her potential to contribute, Yun Jianan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How can I be of service to you? Jin Chen replied. The dragon robe belonging to Xiao Yanni has yet to be removed from the crown prince's residence. On the evening of the relocation banquet, both the emperor and the empress dowager will be present, not to mention the prominent civil and military officials. Xiao Zhuxian pondered deeply. So, you intend to turn the tables during the banquet? Indeed, Jin Chen said with a smile, picking up an object from the desk. This is General Liu Kang's personal jade pendant, a gift from the emperor himself, obtained by the shadow of Tianhua Pavilion during his indulgent moments. Ordinary tailor shops would never dare to weave dragon robes. Xiao Yun acquired several embroiderers at a high price, secretly harboring them in the outskirts under the pretense of crafting a gift for the emperor. I have located them as well. Now, all the evidence is irrefutable. We merely need to ensnare the prince. Although Yun Jinan was astonished by how much Jin Chen had uncovered in just a few days, she remained perplexed. What role do I play in this? You're needed to place the pendant within the jade bracelet. This will serve as evidence of General Liu's affair with Yun Yihe. Jin Chen elucidated. While Xiao Yanni and Emperor Yongshan are destined to face dire consequences, Yun Yihe will not escape either. Though the means may be ruthless throughout any era, the most effective way to destroy a woman is to tarnish her purity. Yun Jianan understood the significance of chastity. She was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately concealed the pendant. For the sake of His Highness's grand scheme and a brighter future for Yun, she steeled her resolve. Xiao Su finally spoke. After the banquet commences, Xiao Yanni will feign drunkenness and leave in wet clothes to change, thereby drawing out the dragon robe. We shall remain still until the emperor's fury reaches its zenith, at which point we will bring forth the embroiderers. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yanni will seek assistance from Liu Kang, and that is when we will need you to place the pendant on Yun Yihe, ensuring she is taken away. Xiao Zhuxian nodded, deeming the plan low risk and feasible. He cautioned Yun Jianan to remain vigilant and to adapt to any unforeseen circumstances. I understand, she replied. Suddenly, Xiao Zhuxian inquired of Jin Chen, why do you wear a mask even in the study? I have yet to see your true visage. Jin Chen paused briefly. Upon realizing they were about to enter, he instinctively donned the mask at Xiao Su's behest. He glanced at Xiao Su, who lowered her lashes, slightly embarrassed. Jin Chen chuckled softly, his elegantly defined fingers brushing against the mask before he removed it. In Chapter 73, Rescuing the Cool Prince, upon seeing Jin Chen's appearance, Xiao Zhuxian's eyes flickered with astonishment and admiration. He had not anticipated that this enigmatic figure would possess such exceptional grace and poise, standing alongside his royal brother with an unparalleled harmony, thus dispelling any lingering doubts about their relationship. Yun Jinan noticed the red mole at the corner of Jin Chen's right eye and furrowed her brow, suppressing her surprise as she tightly gripped her sleeve. This Lord Jin bore a striking resemblance to her mother, possibly the person she had been searching for. Hesitant to confirm her suspicions, Yun Jinan chose to keep this matter close to her heart, intending to verify it with her mother upon returning home. If it were indeed true, it would be a double blessing. 3 days hence, the prince's residence shall host a soiree in celebration of its relocation. The emperor and empress shall grace the occasion with their presence, and officials of the 4th rank and above will come to offer their congratulations. What was once a desolate prince's abode now flickers with candlelight, the clinking of goblets resonating amidst the delicate strains of music. Jin Chen, today disguised as a servant, stands behind Xiao Shu, observing the insincere smile he wears. Despite his embroidered robes and jade crown, there is a profound emptiness in his gaze. The Yongshan emperor and the empress sit in the main seats, their facade of piety and familial affection all too evident. The officials flanking them engage in fervent conversation, vying for favor. Meanwhile, the dancers perform joyously, yet the entire hall is devoid of sincerity, a most bitter irony. Disinterested, Jin Chen diverts his gaze to his wife. It seems she knows the opportunity to bring down the crown prince is at hand. Although Xiao Shu's demeanor is not entirely joyful, there is a certain elevation in his spirit, feigning the affectionate display expected of a dutiful son. Once the dancers depart, the singing of congratulatory verses commences. Suddenly, Xiao Yunyi rises, bolstered by the secret elixirs of Tianyu Pavilion, appearing considerably revitalized, though merely a facade. For his body has long been ravaged by the heart-corroding poison. He first bows to the emperor and empress, then turns to Xiao Shu with a smile. Today, as the 3rd prince celebrates his relocation, his establishment signifies his coming of age. As the foremost prince, it is only fitting that I extend my congratulations to him. Xiao Yunye's voice booms, sounding quite convincing. May you grow wings like a phoenix and transform into a fish of the northern seas, dear 3rd brother. And may you soar toward a glorious future. Upon hearing these words, the civil officials below erupt in applause, praising the crown prince's eloquence and poetic prowess. The Yongshan emperor exchanges satisfied glances with the empress, clearly pleased with their treasured son. Jin Chen muses, does he presume this era lacks a Li Bai? Is pilfering the poetry of Li by some essential skill for time travelers? While pouring wine for Xiao Shu, she whispers softly in his ear, eliciting a glimmer of amusement in his phoenix-like eyes as he subtly nods. My dear elder brother possesses a fine literary talent. Xiao Shu raises his cup, his voice clear and bright, seemingly in good spirits as he adds, tonight, amidst the melodies, one cannot help but recall the sorrow of parting. Surely, dear elder brother, you too express your sentiments through the wine? Xiao Yunye's expression shifts abruptly. In this night's song, who does not feel the pangs of nostalgia? How could Xiao Shu possibly know of Li Bai's poetry, especially this particular verse that conveys longing for home? Is he insinuating that his homeland is Huaxia? Could it be that Xiao Shu is also a time traveler? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Xiao Yunye's complexion pales. He forces a smile. Dear 3rd brother, you are overthinking. Today is your grand celebration. There is no room for such musings. Feeling somewhat disoriented, he sinks back into his seat, his heart racing. A sense of foreboding creeps in. Tonight may not unfold peacefully. The Yongshan emperor, fully aware of the rivalry between the brothers, chooses to remain indifferent, deeming it unnecessary to intervene. He merely instructs the eunuch at his side to bring forth the rewards for the prince. After another round of toasts, a servant inadvertently spills wine on Xiao Yunye's garments. He erupts in anger, drawing the emperor's attention. Rising to apologize, he claims, the servants are simply careless. Please do not take offense, father. Might I trouble you, dear third brother, for a change of attire? Thus, the evening commences. Xiao Susmail Draidi. Acknowledging the necessity of the situation. De Fu, please escort the crown prince to change. The night is deep and the dew heavy. We cannot afford to let him catch a chill. De Fu, well aware of the day's plans, respectfully ushered Xiao Yunyi out. At that moment, 0731 promptly activated the spatial surveillance on the protagonist. As Xiao Yunyi entered the palace chambers, Jin Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Yun Jianan, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Yun Jianan, concealing the jade bracelet within her sleeve, poured a cup of tea for her companion. Yun, Ihi. The crown prince is merely changing his attire. My dear sister must be anxiously awaiting his return. Yun, Ihi bit her lip, feigning innocence. What are you saying? Not at all. Look at you, dressed so beautifully today. Perhaps the crown prince will return shortly to petition his majesty for a marriage decree. While speaking, Yun Jianan deftly adjusted her garments, discreetly slipping the jade pendant into Yun Ihi's waist while retrieving the jade ornament she had been wearing. Yun Ihi remained blissfully unaware of her actions, completely absorbed in the joyous anticipation of a potential betrothal. Before long, a maid whispered softly in her ear, prompting Yun Ihi to rise shyly and depart with her. Yun Jianan glanced at Jin Chen and nodded slightly. Xiao Su, noticing their exchange, took a sip of wine and turned his gaze towards the servant standing at the palace entrance. This servant was a shadow from Tian Yuge, having previously eliminated the original attendant to take his place. The servant understood the cue and promptly entered, whispering to Lu Kang, General. The crown prince wishes to discuss an important matter with you in the northern courtyard. Lu Kang acknowledged and rose, bowing to Emperor Yongshan, feigning inebriation as an excuse to step outside for some fresh air. The emperor waved his hand, granting permission. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace. Xiao Su set down his wine cup, bracing himself for the impending, unfounded accusations from Xiao Yunyi. Father! Father! Xiao Yunyi burst into the hall, panic-stricken, only to suddenly notice the presence of numerous officials, causing him to hesitate. Emperor Yongshan's voice boomed. You, go, and change your clothes. How can you act so recklessly? The empress, observing her son's anxiety, gently inquired, Does my dear son have something to report to your father? Xiao Yunyin nodded, casting cautious glances at Xiao Su, seemingly reluctant to speak. The emperor furrowed his brow, impatience creeping into his tone. What is it? Xiao Yunyi knelt down, raising his hands above his head. Replying to father, I merely went to the third prince's chambers to change clothes. Who could have imagined I would stumble upon something so taboo? Xiao Su leisurely knelt as well, his expression remaining composed. It was unclear what the crown prince had witnessed in that solitary room to invoke such distress. Speak quickly, commanded the emperor. Xiao Yunyi gritted his teeth, seemingly struggling to articulate his words. I discovered a 5-clawed dragon robe in the third prince's chambers. He prostrated himself on the ground. Emperor Yongshan's eyes widened in shock as he slammed his hand down on the table. What did you say? I would not dare to speak carelessly, but the bright yellow garment and the embroidery upon it were simply too conspicuous. Xiao Yunyi's voice trembled, yet a smile crept onto his face as it pressed against the floor. Upon hearing this, numerous officials hastily knelt, and the hall was soon filled with the sound of bodies hitting the ground. The Emperor Yongshan hurled the cup in his hand to the ground. Fool! Chapter 74. The Rescue of the Cold Prince, Your Majesty. Please quell your anger and inquire how Sewer intends to explain. Suppressing the joy within her heart, she offered her disingenuous counsel. After sharing a bed for decades, how could she be oblivious to the Emperor's thoughts? The more support Xiao Su received at this moment, the more irate the Emperor would become. As expected, Emperor Yongshan snorted coldly. What more is there to discuss? Though Xiao Su knelt, his spine remained straight. With neither subservience nor arrogance, he replied, Father, you have not yet ascertained whether the dragon robe truly exists. Do you intend to punish your son regardless? Xiao Yunyao interjected. In response to father, I assure you that since I have claimed its existence, I possess evidence. He gestured to the individuals behind him, and 2 guards brought De Fu forward. This man was the head eunuch in the third prince's palace. When I attempted to remove the dragon robe, he disregarded his own safety in an effort to obstruct me. Surely, he had been instructed by the third prince long before. Emperor Yongshuan's voice dropped to a low, grave tone as he addressed Defu. Speak. Defu knelt on the ground. In response to your majesty, this servant knows not what this object is, nor why a dragon robe appeared in his highness's chambers. It was merely due to the first prince's exceedingly rude demeanor, seeking to create chaos in the quarters and showing disrespect to his highness the crown prince, that this servant intervened. The emperor's fury intensified, and he seized a nearby wine cup, hurling it at Defu's head. You are indeed a loyal servant. Defu lowered his head even further. Xiao Su, you speak. Emperor Yongshun regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, having never realized the ambition that resided within his crown prince. I have committed no wrongdoing and thus hold no guilt in my heart. Xiao Su maintained his cold tone, casting a glance at the composed Xiao Yunyao, his voice frigid. Does my elder brother possess no further evidence? Why did he appear so unfazed? Xiao Yunyao exchanged a peculiar look with Xiao Su, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. The dragon robe was presently outside the hall. Was that not the most crucial evidence? Emperor Yongshun caught sight of the vivid yellow. The dignity of the Son of Heaven had been transgressed, and he was instantly consumed by rage. Guards, the crown prince has concealed the dragon robe, committing the crime of usurpation. Take him to the dungeons. Father, please wait, Xiao Su interrupted, surveying the officials who were already drenched in cold sweat. Since my elder brother lacks evidence, allow me to continue. Emperor Yongshun furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Xiao Su rose, brushing the dust from his garment. Father speaks truly. I am indeed aware of the dragon robe's existence and its origins. The moment these words escaped his lips, Xiao Yunyao felt a surge of anxiety. Xiao Su must have already deduced that it was he who had placed it there. Xiao Yunyao intended to take the initiative. In response to Father, Xiao Su will surely attempt to argue further. You should swiftly administer punishment. Why the haste, elder brother? Xiao Su cast a sidelong glance at him, the corners of his lips curling into a smile that was neither genuine nor sincere. Could it be that you feel guilty? Seeing this, Jin Chen exited the hall to summon several embroiderers. Xiao Su continued, in response to Father, this dragon robe was discovered by me during a recent excursion to the outskirts, at the behest of my elder brother. Realizing the gravity of the situation regarding the dragon robe, I endeavored to trace the origins and uncover clues, which indeed led me to discover some revelations. Several embroiderers entered the hall and, upon encountering Emperor Yongshun, promptly knelt to express their contrition. Xiao Yun appeared as though his spirit had been shattered, kneeling on the ground. This, Father Emperor, are the very embroiderers responsible for crafting the dragon robe. Xiao Su raised his chin slightly, demanding, explain yourselves to me and recount your words to Father Emperor once more. The lead embroiderer hastily replied, in response to the crown prince and your majesty, I am but an embroiderer from Yinlu Lane in the capital. A few days ago, His Highness the crown prince sought me out, requesting a dragon robe as a congratulatory gift for your majesty. I was unaware that privately embroidering a dragon robe constituted a capital offense and implore your majesty for leniency. Emperor Yongshun remained silent for a few moments, his gaze tumultuous as a stormy sea. The empress's expression shifted, and upon witnessing her son's demeanor, she understood the implications. However, it was imperative to shift the blame onto Xiao Su. What audacity these embroiderers possess, spewing such nonsense. The empress's tone was gentle yet commanding. Do not rush, mother. I possess evidence, Xiao Su retorted coldly, casting a glance at the empress. Shortly thereafter, another individual was escorted into the hall. This person, Xiao Su declared, is the one who, under the orders of my elder brother, placed the dragon robe in my bedchamber. Xiao Zhuoxian seized the moment to rise, stating, in response to Father Emperor, I too have something to convey. Emperor Yongshun furrowed his brow, questioning whether the disorderly situation could worsen. Undeterred, Xiao Zhuoxian continued. After the incident in the outskirts, noticing Father Emperor's inability to apprehend the assassin, I took the initiative to investigate alongside the third prince. Ultimately, We traced the ambushers in the banyan grove to assassins privately retained by my elder brother. Xiao Yun erupted in anger. Do not utter such fabrications. I was the one most grievously injured. How could they possibly be my men? Xiao Zhuoxian responded with a calm smile. That is precisely what we must inquire of you. Following this lead, we have confirmed the existence of your hired assassins, and evidence supports this claim. Xiao Su interjected, ultimately. Our inquiries led us to a residence behind Yanlu Lane, yet when we arrived, it was deserted and had been set ablaze. Impossible. That residence housed no assassins. They were soldiers I had recruited. Xiao Yun vehemently countered. Xiao Su smirked. Ah, so it is as I suspected. You, Xiao Yun, have only just realized the implications of your own words. Xiao Yun, you possess great audacity. Emperor Yongshun pounded the table multiple times. At this juncture, the truth was unmistakable. It was merely a series of schemes orchestrated by Xiao Yun, framing his royal brother, privately embroidering a dragon robe, and maintaining an army of his own. What else would he dare to attempt? Surely, in due time, he would covet the imperial throne for himself. Xiao Yun, utterly unhinged, moved a few steps forward on his knees, his expression frantic. No, it is not as it seems. Father Emperor, please allow me to explain. General Lu can vouch for me. I have been engaged in discussions regarding enemy forces with him during this time. Emperor Yongshun gestured for the eunuch nearby to summon General Lu back. The officials below, now thoroughly frightened, began to plead for mercy, displaying considerably more courage than when the crown prince had nearly faced punishment moments ago. Xiao Su returned to his original position, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. What use is your plea? My father is unwavering in his principles. He would undoubtedly impose the same charges upon my elder brother as he nearly did upon me. As these words escaped his lips, Emperor Yongshun was instantly galvanized. He regarded his exceptionally eloquent son with a chilling scoff, to which Xiao Su responded with a smile. Detected villains darkening value, 20, cumulative total, 40. 0731. Engrossed in the scene, suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the darkening value and excitedly informed Jin Chen. Oh, how impressive! Jin Chen smirked, as it was indeed so. Chapter 75. The Rescue of the Cold Prince 26. Shortly thereafter, the eunuch sent to find General Lu returned, trembling as he knelt on the ground, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. After bowing 3 times with a resounding thud, he began to speak respectfully. Your Majesty, it appears General Lu is currently indisposed. It is my grave misfortune to have stumbled upon him in a compromising situation with Miss Yin. The eunuch's voice quivered with fear. However, they were not alone in that room. The Emperor Shun was also present. What? Emperor Yongshun sprang to his feet, his face ashen, fury simmering in his eyes. The Empress, equally astonished, widened her gaze. She was aware of Shun Pin's prior relationship with her brother. Yet once entering the palace, she belonged to the Emperor. How dared she engage in such indiscretions? No wonder she insisted on accompanying them today. It was for this very purpose. The officials within the hall wished fervently to render themselves deaf. Yun Lingfeng, upon hearing his second daughter's name, was filled with both anger and fear, hastily kneeling to plead for forgiveness. At that moment, the 3 individuals found by the guards were also brought into the hall. Lu Kong and Yun Iha had both been administered a short-acting aphrodisiac by Jin Chen and were now fully conscious, while Yun Iha felt a profound sense of despair, bewildered as to how events had spiraled into such chaos. Nevertheless, Shun Pin's presence brought an unexpected delight to Jin Chen and the others. The crime of consorting with a concubine was far graver than their own. Shun Pin displayed an air of complete indifference, remaining silent as she knelt beside Lu Kong. Yin Iha continued to shout her innocence. Innocent? Emperor Yongshun's gaze fell upon the jade pendant adorning her waist, his voice as cold as ice. This pendant was bestowed upon Lu Kong by me. If there was no illicit affair, how could it have ended up in your possession? Lu Kong was struck with terror. No, your Majesty. That pendant went missing some days ago. Impossible. Yin Iha stared blankly at the jade pendant. Suddenly recalling something, she raised her eyes, glaring furiously at Yin Jianan. It was you. You placed the pendant on me. My pendant must still be with you. Yin Jianan feigned shock. What are you talking about? Sister? What pendant? I know nothing of it. Seeing a glimmer of hope for a reprieve, the Empress hastily ordered her personal maid to inspect Jin Chen. Naturally, nothing was discovered. With red-rimmed eyes, Jin Chen lamented, Sister, why would you frame me? Impossible, impossible. Yin Iha was on the brink of madness. The dream of being a royal consort had shattered overnight, leaving her with the stigma of an illicit affair. The farce within the palace has only now reached its conclusion. Emperor Yongshun decreed, bring forth the crown prince. Imprison him. Lu Kong was stripped of his official title and, along with concubine Hashuin and Yin Iha, was sentenced to confinement, awaiting execution on a date to be determined. Lu Kong, utterly despondent, collapsed to the ground. It was over. Everything was over. Upon hearing this verdict, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Jin Chen's eyes. The Lu family had caused the annihilation of her maternal family, leading her mother to lose all her kin. This fate was well-deserved. You conspired against me, didn't you? Xiao Yun, in a state of reckless abandon, his eyes ablaze with fury, broke free from the guards and glared at Xiao Su. You know of Li Bai's poetry. You too are a time traveler, are you not? You are aware that Yin Jianan possesses spatial abilities, are you not? You know how all the events unfold here, don't you? Why should I not be the true child of destiny? Why must there be another? Jin Chen shielded Xiao Su, casting a cold gaze at Xiao Yan, preventing him from approaching. Inhaling the familiar and reassuring scent of sandalwood, Xiao Su smirked. With protection, he felt no fear. He observed that his elder brother had lost his sanity, rambling about time travel, Li Bai, and spatial realms, things he had never heard of. Xiao Zhuoxian and Yun Jinan exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise in their eyes, yet remained silent. The Empress Dowager had completely lost her composure, weeping and begging the Emperor to retract his orders. However, the night was rife with tumult, and Emperor Yongshun was plagued by a splitting headache. The matter had reached a definitive conclusion. Rising from his seat, the Emperor departed, not casting another glance at Xiao Su. Once the Emperor and officials exited, the hall fell silent once more, leaving only Xiao Su and his three companions. Xiao Su wearily rubbed his temples, yet his heart soared with joy. Yin Jinan rose and approached Jin Chen, offering a respectful greeting. Greetings, cousin. Jin Chen, slightly taken aback, responded, Did you call for me? Yin Jinan confirmed, indeed. She turned to Jin Chen. When I saw you remove your mask that day, I had my suspicions. However, to be certain, I returned home to consult my mother. It seems you are unaware of your own lineage? Jin Chen blinked, his peach blossom eyes wide with surprise. Xiao Su, realizing that the current madam of the minister's residence was likely the biological sister of Miss Jean from years past, tugged nervously at Jin Chen's sleeve. I know of your origins. Xiao Su looked at Yin Jinan. Please explain. Understood. Yin Jinan slowly recounted the tale of the Jin family from decades ago in Hangzhou. As she spoke of the massacre, memories flooded back, and she recalled how her mother would weep whenever she reminisced about the past, causing her own eyes to well with tears. Xiao Zhuoxian embraced her in comfort. Jin Chen, however, exhibited little emotional upheaval. After all, he was not the original owner of this identity. Yet, the vendetta against the Lu family could indeed be avenged. Jin Chen turned to Xiao Su. Why did you not tell me, Su Bao? Xiao Su lowered his gaze, his tone tinged with melancholy. I feared you would be tormented by hatred. Fool, Jin Chen whispered, embracing him gently. Did I not say? I came only for you. Xiao Su's delicate eyelashes fluttered as he recalled Xiao Yun's nonsensical words. As if a revelation dawned upon him, he nodded and leaned in to kiss the corner of Jin Chen's lips, his phoenix eyes sparkling with clarity. I understand now. Detected villain's affection value, 20. Cumulative 90. Xiao Zhuoxian remarked, these two are utterly shameless. He cleared his throat, unwilling to admit his own timidity. With Xiao Yan and Lu Kong now imprisoned, the next step must be a coup, correct? Jin Chen confirmed, at the beginning of next month, Tianyue Pavilion will attempt an assassination on the Emperor. In conjunction with our plan, this operation will be disguised as a serious illness, seamlessly passing the throne to you. Xiao Suestones softened considerably. Elder brother must prepare for the coronation ceremony, which will proclaim to the world, along with the enshrinement of the Empress. Each detail is quite intricate. Yun Jinan, upon hearing this, blushed and lowered his head. You have quite the tongue. We should take our leave now. As it is chaotic outside, Xiao Zhuxian, with a hint of exasperation, patted Xiao Su on the shoulder and departed with Yun Jinan. Are you tired, Su Bao? In the absence of others, Jin Chen enveloped Xiao Su in his embrace. Yes, I am. It's time to wash up and rest. Xiao Su Yaonith, snuggling closer to Jin Chen, his voice sweetly coaxing. Chapter 76. The Rescue of the Cool Prince in the Sleeping Quarters. Jin Chen held Xiao Su as they lay down, his gentle hand soothingly caressing the nape of his neck. Chun, is everything nearing its conclusion? Xiao Su, with his wearied phoenix eyes half closed, nestled against Jin Chen, his tone languid. Yes, it is almost over. Jin Chen leaned down to kiss the side of his beloved's face, his voice imbued with infinite tenderness. I purchased a residence in Hangzhou. Once the second prince ascends the throne successfully, we shall move there. Xiao Su's eyes narrowed, seemingly envisioning their future life together, far removed from courtly affairs, away from strife, abandoning royalty, just he and Jin Chen. A smile graced his lips, his gaze shimmering with fragments of light. Upon our arrival in Hangzhou, we shall wed, without inviting anyone else, just the two of us. Their closest relatives had long departed from this world, and Xiao Su wished for no one else to partake in their union. All right, I shall heed your wishes. After smoothing out the bedclothes to ensure no chill would intrude, Jin Chen lowered the soft canopy and gently kissed Xiao Su's rosy lips. Sleep now. In a few days, we can conclude our affairs. And Machem, inhaling the familiar and reassuring scent of sandalwood, Xiao Su gradually closed his phoenix eyes. Over these past days, his quality of sleep had surpassed that of the previous several years combined. There was no longer any worry of pain disrupting his dreams, nor the fear of waking frozen from the cold. With Jin Chen by his side, he could sleep peacefully, such a blessing it was. As the last leaves fell, the capital transitioned from late autumn into early winter. The street vendors bustled with life, their words exhaling clouds of white mist as they exchanged trivialities. Even bargaining was done with a sense of camaraderie. The common folk continued their lives, blissfully unaware of the political tempest brewing within the royal court. Just as Jin Chen had observed earlier, the populace cared little for who ascended the throne. Their primary concern was who could ensure their bellies were full, their clothes warm, and shield them from the ravages of war. In a bustling atmosphere filled with lively chatter, within a private room of the fragrant drunken pavilion, discussions regarding the future of the great Yuan kingdom were underway. Xiao Su, draped in a grand cloak, languidly reclined in Jin Chen's embrace. Casting his gaze upon the two individuals seated opposite him, Xiao Zhuxian and Yun Jianan. Your Highness need not fret excessively. The palace is currently in disarray. Numerous shadow guard from the Tianyu Pavilion are concealed within the palace, awaiting the opportune moment, Xiao Zhuxian remarked, clenching his fist. Over the past few days, he had gained considerable insight into the affairs of emperors, which had inadvertently imbued him with a sense of gravitas. It is not this that worries me, he sighed, gently grasping Yun Jianan's delicate hand, his fingertips lightly pinching, revealing a hint of anxiety in his eyes. I am concerned about my ability to be a good emperor. Yun Jianan soothingly patted the back of Xiao Zhuxian's hand. Noticing his unease, Jin Chen suddenly interjected, Your Highness, whom do you believe bears the greatest burdens in the realm? Xiao Zhuxian paused for a few seconds, deep in thought before responding, scholars and farmers. Jin Chen, adjusting his hold on Xiao Su, sat up straighter and continued, And whom do you think endures more hardship, the scholars or the farmers? Xiao Zhuxian fell into contemplation once more. Xiao Su glanced at Jin Chen, his phoenix-like eyes reflecting confusion, seemingly perplexed by the nature of such inquiries. Be obedient and listen. Jin Chen gently kissed his lips, his voice softening considerably. Yun Jianan lowered her gaze, a wry smile gracing her lips. A few days prior, her cousin had returned with her to meet their mother, where no grand gestures were made, only a vow to avenge the ancestors of the Jin family. They had also shared their plans with their parents, who, after an initial shock, unanimously expressed their willingness to support them wholeheartedly. The bond between her and her cousin had grown considerably closer. However, she was still unaccustomed to the intimate closeness shared between her cousin and the crown prince, which only served to affirm the fervent and unbreakable nature of their feelings. After a brief pause, Xiao Zhuxian finally spoke. Scholars have their own struggles, and farmers have theirs. Though they may resist accepting these burdens, such hardships cannot be substituted or transferred, leaving them only to fortify their will. Jin Chen nodded, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Your Highness does not glorify suffering. This is commendable. But if scholars were to toil in the fields and farmers were to pursue scholarly endeavors, would they still regard their hardships as burdens? After a few seconds of silence, he added, this encapsulates the art of kingship, which lies in balance. Xiao Zhuxian, enlightened by this revelation, grasped the concept with clarity. If scholars were to labor in the fields, they would understand toil, thus striving even harder in their studies. Conversely, if farmers were to experience the rigors of scholarship, they would apply themselves more diligently to their agricultural pursuits, and they would cease their complaints. All humanity suffers, yet each affliction is distinct. However, should a farmer truly transform his path through education, he would remain dutifully loyal to the sovereign who provided him with the opportunity for learning. Regardless of the path taken, the outcome is the acquisition of loyal talents. Rising to his feet, Xiao Zhuxian bowed respectfully to Jin Chen, willingly addressing him as teacher. Your teachings have profoundly enlightened me. Jin Chen returned the gesture, embodying the essence of imperial dignity. When you stand firm, a prosperous era will emerge. Peace will prevail across the seas. Should you falter, war will ensue, chaos will reign. Ultimately, all of this hinges upon you. Tomorrow marks the time of the coup. May your Highness's wishes be fulfilled. He raised his wine cup and shared a toast with Xiao Zhuxian. The four exchanged knowing smiles. At the second watch of the day, as dawn began to break, tinged with a deep blue hue, a shadow silently infiltrated the Liu family estate. At that hour, the servants were in a stupor, with only 2 night watch guards on duty, who remained oblivious to the intrusion. Blood sealed the silence. The shadow moved like a specter throughout the Liu residence, leaving no survivors in its wake. In less than 15 minutes, the sky was painted red with blood. This was a massacre devoid of any resistance. The dagger in Jin Chen's hand was already stained crimson. He harbored no thoughts of mercy, delivering swift cuts to the throats of all, regardless of age or gender. This was the debt the Liu family owed to the Jin family. As dawn broke, the Liu family could no longer awaken from that fateful night. Until the watchman passed by the Liu family gate and let out a piercing scream, the curtain was drawn on the upheaval in the capital. Half an hour later, Jin Chen arrived at the royal prison. Concurrently, figures clad in black began pouring into the palace, 2 carriages entering through the gates. Jin Chen evaded the patrolling soldiers, finding an unimpeded path to the cell where Liu Kang was held. He crouched down, the dagger's blade poised against Liu Kang's face. Awakened from his slumber by the icy chill, Liu Kang's eyes flew open, locking onto a pair of sinister pupils, glinting with a brutal fierceness. Their cold light sharp and penetrating, like a predator lurking in the shadows, instilling a deep sense of dread. Startled, he instinctively attempted to scream, only to be silenced by the dagger pressing against his throat. It was a clear threat. One wrong move, and his head would part ways with his body. Yet Liu Kang, being a general, attempted to twist away to counterattack. However, Jin Chen's long leg pinned his arm down forcefully, sending him crashing into a corner, where he hit the wall and fell to the ground. Jin Chen approached slowly. "Do not come any closer." Liu Kang silently screamed, suddenly realizing he was unable to speak. His eyes reflected deep shock and terror. When had he been silenced? Jin Chen let out a cold laugh, his voice chilling. "Is this the best you can do, General?" He pressed his foot harshly against Liu Kang's neck. "I have good news for you, Liu Kang. Soon, you will be able to join your family." The dagger plunged into Liu Kang's shoulder and withdrew. Jin Chen wiped the bloodied blade across Liu Kang's pale face. "Are you happy?" Pain and suffocation surged simultaneously. Liu Kang struggled to endure the excruciating agony while trying to comprehend the meaning behind those words. What did it mean to join his family? Could it be that this person had already dealt with the Liu family? Who exactly was he? As if sensing Liu Kang's confusion, Jin Chen kindly knelt down to clarify. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Chen, the son of the Jin family that you annihilated many years ago. This statement, this grudge, was meant for the original owner of this body. Jin Chen did not wish to linger any longer, for his beloved awaited him in the palace. He was uncertain whether that treacherous emperor still drew breath. It was time to reunite with his family. With one swift strike, the blade plunged into Liu Kang's heart. His eyes widened in death. In those final moments, he may have regretted his impulsive actions from years past, or perhaps he lamented not eradicating the root of his troubles. Yet, it mattered not. The consequences had been settled, and the Liu family no longer held sway in the capital. Meanwhile, within the palace, Xiao Su, draped in a white fox fur cloak, smiled as he paid his respects to Emperor Yongshan, though coldness lingered in his gaze. The Yangxin Hall, once guarded by palace maids and sentinels, was now entirely occupied by the hidden guards of Tianyue Pavilion, along with the retainers of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Clad in resplendent yellow imperial robes, Yongshuan's face was ashen, a blade pressed against his throat as he knelt in the hall. Father, did you sleep well last night? Why was no one summoned to your side? Xiao Su sat in an armchair brought from Difu, looking down upon Emperor Yongshan with disdain. Infidèle son. Yongshuan's face flushed with rage, his words dripping with humiliation as he hurled curses. Xiao Su, unfazed, shifted his gaze to the ornate decorations and murals surrounding him. Father, you have grown old. The transfer of power is merely a matter of time. Would I allow a bastard like you to ascend the throne? Impossible. You and your short-lived mother are unworthy of royal blood. Yongshuan's unrestrained vitriol stripped him of any imperial dignity, rendering him akin to a beggar at the end of his wits, raving mad. He could insult himself, but when he spoke ill of Xiao Su's mother, a chilling fury flickered in Xiao Su's eyes. He drew a long sword from a guard's waist and approached Emperor Yongshan slowly. My mother's sole fault was her inability to discern character, to love the wrong man. Yet, you never considered that had you not forcibly taken her for the throne, none of this would have transpired. Yongshan glared coldly. What do you understand? Royalty has no need for sincerity. Indeed, xiao suriplaith. His sword cutting the corner of Yongshuan's mouth, tracing a line of blood down his nose and across his eyes, until it reached his temple. Thus, father, I have inherited your legacy well. Having lived a life of luxury, Yongshan trembled at such pain, struggling to break free. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside Yangxin Hall. Xiao Zhuoxian, clad in battle attire and flanked by guards, rushed into the hall, blood splattered upon his cheeks, his demeanor resolute and steady. A stark contrast to the timidity he had displayed when departing from the study. Yongshan, believing Xiao Zhuoxian had come to his rescue, grimaced against the pain and urged, "Good son, quickly, apprehend this unfilial wretch." Xiao Zhuoxian, sword in hand, bowed respectfully. Your son pays his respects to father. With all due audacity, I request that you abdicate the throne. You, Yongshan, disbelief etched upon his face, pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Zhuoxian. This was his most obedient son. His gaze flitted between the two. You both desire the throne. Xiao Su smirked with disinterest. That is not the case. The crown prince is the rightful heir to the throne. I have long grown weary of this tedious and treacherous royal existence. The Yongshan emperor was perplexed, unable to comprehend why his son would not aspire to ascend to the esteemed throne. He shook his head, his demeanor despondent. It cannot be that I have raised you solely for the purpose of being coerced. He pointed at Xiao Zhuoxian, emphasizing especially you. Have I ever wronged you? Xiao Zhuoxian merely curled his lips in a faint smile. Responding to his father's words, he expressed that disappointment and heartache are seldom confined to a singular event. Rather, they accumulate over the years. You mistreat my mother simply because she was a concubine. This is acceptable, for you are the emperor. Yet, as your son, I yearn for my mother to be the most revered woman in the realm. I desire to no longer be overlooked or met with disdain, to protect those I cherish. I must become the emperor. His resolute declaration left the Yongshan emperor in thoughtful silence for a considerable time. Your Highness, The dark guard of Tianyue Pavilion appeared in the hall, bowing to Xiao Su. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Xiao Su raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with the Yongshun Emperor. The guards, ever vigilant, effectively muffled the Emperor's voice. Father, do not be angered. I shall have the Empress accompany you. Upon uttering this, Xiao Su turned his gaze towards Xiao Zhuoxian. While my elder brother is occupied with drafting the abdication edict, I shall attend to matters with the Empress Dowager. With that, Xiao Su exited the Yongxin Palace, the dark guard sealing the door behind him. The Empress Dowager, caught off guard, failed to notice that the palace maids who had accompanied her were now absent, leaving only her own maid who remained blissfully unaware. Adorned with a crown of pearls and clad in resplendent crimson royal attire that accentuated her exquisite figure, she wore an elaborate and vibrant makeup, undeniably beautiful. Yet she hardly resembled a dignified empress. Xiao Su? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. What brings you to the Yongxin Palace so early? Xiao Su distanced himself slightly, aiming to evade the cloying scent of her cosmetics. Naturally, it is a matter entrusted to me by father. Glancing at the food box held by the maid beside the Empress Dowager, Xiao Su scoffed. I presume you came this morning to plead on behalf of the eldest prince. Alas, it seems you have missed your opportunity. The Empress Dowager's heart raced at his words, and she retorted angrily. What do you mean? Is my meaning not sufficiently clear? Xiao Su guidith, vimusith. If you cannot comprehend, then allow me to present this gift. He gestured for Fu to summon Liu. Liu entered from the corridor, cradling a wooden box in his hands, which he placed in the Empress Dowager's grasp. This is a precious gift from our prince, Empress Dowager. Do open it and see. With a look of suspicion directed at Xiao Su, the Empress Dowager nonetheless opened the wooden box. Inside, she found the severed head of Xiao Yun, freshly removed, his wide eyes still reflecting profound terror, as if he had experienced unimaginable fright before his demise. The implication is clear, dear elder brother. You are no longer of this world. Xiao Su's voice was chillingly cold. Chapter 78. The Rescue of the Cold Prince. 29 Nightfall. The Empress Dowager screamed. Tears streaming down her face, her composure shattered as she hysterically shouted at him. Xiao Su, you dare! Clutching the box, her eyes, filled with fury and bloodshot, bore into Xiao Su, emanating an unnerving intensity. I shall have your father punish you for this heinous act. Father? Xiao Su tilted his head slightly. Yet he knew he did not have much time left. As if struck by a thought, he exclaimed, Oh, by the way, your highness, there's a delightful surprise. His tone was clear and innocuous, and his shimmering phoenix eyes reflected scattered light, appearing jubilant. The Liu family was exterminated at the hour of the tiger today. With a clatter, the wooden box in the hands of the Empress Dowager fell to the ground, and Xiao Yun's head tumbled out, rolling a few times before coming to rest, his pallid face already beginning to show signs of decay. The Empress Dowager collapsed, uttering, It cannot be. She came to beseech His Majesty to release Yi, and my brother from prison. How could everything change in just one night? Her personal maid, terrified, fled in panic. The Empress Dowager was beyond caring now. She screamed like a madwoman, attempting to rush forward and slap him. Xiao Su, may you suffer a wretched fate. Unfazed. Xiao Su Jesua li kiketer. Is this too much for you to bear? The pain you inflicted upon my mother will be repaid in kind. He spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Liu, at your service. Liu cupped his fists. Take the Empress Dowager to the Yongxin Palace, and have her detained with the Emperor. Xiao Su glanced at the corridor, a flicker of worry crossing his face. Why hasn't T. Aiken arrived yet? Here. Liu forcefully seized the Empress Dowager, showing no mercy or tenderness. Detected villainous transformation value, 20, cumulative total, 20. When Jin Chen arrived outside the Yongxin Palace, he witnessed the scene of the Empress Dowager being taken inside. Concerned that Xiao Su might dislike the scent of blood, he had returned home to change his clothes. Hence his delayed arrival. Subao, Jin Chen approached Xiao Su, brushing a withered yellow leaf from his shoulder. Why are you dawdling here? Seeing him, Xiao Su naturally leaned into his embrace. I wasn't dawdling. I was waiting for you. The fragrance of sandalwood mingled with a hint of soapberry scent. He raised his gaze. Did you freshen up? Jin Chen admitted. I didn't want you to find my scent unpleasant while embracing you. After a moment's thought, Xiao Su acknowledged he indeed didn't care for the stench of blood. As a reward, he bestowed a gentle kiss upon Jin Chen's cheek. Just as Xiao Zhuxian stepped out with the abdication decree, he caught sight of this scene. These two truly disregard the occasion. He cleared his throat twice to announce his presence. Xiao Su straightened up. Elder brother, you have secured it. Indeed. Xiao Zhuxian sighed softly. I never realized how weak our father truly is. Jin Chen remarked. You were always viewing him from the perspective of a beloved prince, which is naturally different from seeing him as an emperor's father. Xiao Zhuxian nodded. I have already given instructions to inform the officials awaiting the morning court that our father is gravely ill, and they should gather outside the Yangxin Palace for the edict. Wait a moment. Can this wretched emperor truly allow us to execute our plans? A cold, youthful voice interrupted. Xiao Su turned to the side, spotting an exceptionally handsome young man emerging from the ranks of the secret guards of Tianhua Pavilion. Dressed in a blue gauze robe, Ingshi swayed his hips gracefully, his exquisite face radiating joy. Jiu, are you two? We agreed to act together, yet you didn't even return to the pavilion to discuss it. Jin Chen spoke with exasperation, though his tone held a hint of teasing. 2 days prior, I had responded, and upon my visit, neither you nor Ingshi were present. Ingshi blinked. His face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. Jiu, you are becoming increasingly tedious. Refrain from emulating your brother Qi. Jin Chen quipped. Oh, tedious? Did he find you so? Ingshi grit his teeth. Jiu. Xiao Su observed their playful banter. A glimmer of mischief dancing in his phoenix eyes as he leaned closer into Jin Chen's embrace. Who is this? Ingshi's eyes sparkled with newfound amusement. Might this be His Highness the Crown Prince? My apologies. I am merely Jiu's former love, hardly a match for your esteemed self. At that moment, Ingshi descended gracefully. He raised an eyebrow upon hearing the remark. Jin Chen and Ingshi exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared exasperation. Xiao Bao, do not heed his words. My heart belongs solely to you, Jin Chen cooed. He goes by Ingshi. I have mentioned him. Xiao Su, though skeptical, felt a twinge of jealousy. He pouted very well. Ingshi laughed merrily until a voice drifted from behind. Former love? Ingqi's deep voice carried a hint of skepticism as he wrapped his slender arms around Ingshi's waist. Pray repeat that. Ingshi felt a twinge of discomfort at his lower back and elsewhere. Oh, it's nothing, merely a jest at the crown prince's adorableness. He sought to placate Ingshi, wrapping his arms around his neck and nuzzling affectionately. You are the sole object of my affection. In response to his bold declaration, Ingshi, who had initially blushed, now remained unfazed. That is good to know. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhuxian, the only companion absent, lamented, How vexing. I miss Nanner. Xiao Su retorted, Your Majesty, execute your plans as you see fit, but do not sully my eyes. He turned to Xiao Zhuxian. Do you have any objections, Brother Emperor? Aware that Xiao Su was testing the limits of his resolve, Xiao Zhuxian sighed. Do as you wish. Just ensure a complete corpse for the imperial tomb. Your Highness, the chief eunuch from Xiao Zhuxian's court reported, the officials await you in the outer hall. Let us proceed. Bring forth the abdication decree. Understood. Knowing that this visit would involve much verbal sparring, Xiao Su gazed disinterestedly at the scenery outside the Yangxin Palace. Why do you linger? Ingshi felt embarrassed. They were about to execute the crown prince's father, yet they seemed more eager than he. Thus, they entered the hall. Jin Chen leaned down to kiss Xiao Su. Are you truly untroubled? Xiao Su, lost in the embrace, replied, I am not saddened. Since the day of my rebirth, I have only harbored animosity toward him. Now, all is nearing its conclusion. Xiao Su intended to entomb his hatred and venomous thoughts within the palace, alongside the past, and to embark on a new life with Jin Chen. An hour later, the officials in the outer hall heard the tolling of funeral bells. The somber bells tolled, announcing the emperor's demise. Xiao Zhuxian led the way, kneeling first before the Yangxin Palace. The officials followed suit, kneeling in unison. The emperor had passed. The eldest prince was dead, and the crown prince was frail. The only remaining contender for the throne seems to be the second prince, who holds the abdication edict in his hands. The officials, who had previously expressed firm opposition, exchanged glances and sighed in resignation. They realized their miscalculation. As the bell tolled, Xiao Zhuoxian rose, his gaze sweeping over the gathered officials, imbued with a subtle authority. Is there anyone who dares to voice dissent? The factions loyal to the second prince and the crown prince were already informed and knelt in unison, shouting, "Long live the emperor!" The neutral faction, left with no choice, also bowed down. "Long live our emperor!" The faction loyal to the first prince seethed with anger, particularly those allied with the Liu family. Xiao Zhuoxian surveyed the room. "Do you have a more suitable candidate, or do you wish to declare yourselves kings?" Such a charge would weigh heavily upon you. Despite their grievances, they could only kneel in silence, awaiting future discussions. Thus, all civil and military officials acquiesced, marking the end of the imperial transition. Dismissed. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will announce the morning. Yes. Xiao Zhuoxian shared a glance with Yun Lingfeng, smiling and nodding respectfully. The late emperor had passed, and in his sorrow, the empress followed soon after. The new emperor ascended, and the realm mourned. Xiao Zhuoxian proclaimed himself Emperor Yongkong, signifying a wish for the nation's peace and eternal tranquility. He honored his birth mother as Empress Dowager and relocated her to Yongshou Palace. He elevated the legitimate daughter of a third-rank minister, Yun Jinan, to empress, conducting her coronation on the same day as his ascension to demonstrate the importance of their bond. The emperor and empress, a symbol of harmony, granted a general amnesty and tax exemption for 3 years. 10 days after the coronation, the late crown prince Xiao Su succumbed to his illness. The new emperor mourned deeply and arranged for a royal tomb befitting a prince. Due to the ongoing mourning period for the late emperor, the new ruler decreed that no court discussions regarding selections would be permitted for 10 years. 20 days post-ascension, Xiao Zhuoxian found himself utterly exhausted, compelled to feign sorrow before outsiders. Once the court adjourned, he returned to the Yangxin Palace, where the empress awaited. Nuan Xiao Zhuoxianzait. Resting his head upon the shoulder of his empress, "I am so weary." Yun Jianan gently caressed his forehead. "Your Majesty, today your cousins will come to bid farewell." Today? Xiao Zhuoxian straightened. Indeed, it is time for them to depart. A hint of melancholy clouded his eyes. "Alas, I shall not witness their union." "Do not be saddened, brother. When I marry, I will surely send word with all haste." Xiao Su and Jin Chen enter the inner hall. Freed from the constraints of the crown prince title, Xiao Su appeared rejuvenated and considerably more cheerful. On the day of Xiao Zhuoxian's ascension, Xiao Su's dark disposition had been completely dispelled. Jin Chen understood that the remaining 10 points of affection were unfulfilled due to the promise of a wedding yet to be realized. "This is for the best," Xiao Zhuoxian mused as he regarded his younger brother, sighing softly. "I suggested you become a leisurely prince, yet you refused, insisting upon your demise. With the crown prince gone, I shall be just an ordinary person, free from royal ties. This is quite satisfactory. Jin Chen and I will travel to Hangzhou and Jiangnan. And should any delightful news arise, we will write to share the joy with you." Jin Chen nodded, assuring Xiao Zhuoxian, "Your Majesty need not worry. I shall ensure that Su'er does not live in hardship." What could Xiao Zhuoxian possibly have to fret over? He meticulously recounted various trivial matters, and Xiao Su listened attentively. Eventually, there was little left to say. Xiao Zhuoxian took a deep sip of tea. "Take care on your journey." Xiao Su's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The court was fraught with change and danger, and he urged his elder brother and sister-in-law to also take care. Yun Jianan chuckled lightly. "And you and your cousin should do the same." A quarter of an hour later, an inconspicuous carriage departed from the palace. Without pausing in the capital, it made its way directly through the city gates, leaving behind the place that had once confined Xiao Su for his entire life. From that moment on, with mountains high and waters deep, their destinies would unfold elsewhere. 3 months later, Xiao Zhuoxian received a letter from Xiao Su. They had settled in Hangzhou, gotten married, and Jin Chen treated him very well. The household was bustling with servants, and no one harbored intentions of betrayal. He was genuinely happy in Hangzhou. In his letter, he also mentioned that he and Jin Chen had paid respects at the ancestral grave of the Jin family, and had also honored Yun Jianan and the First Lady. The First Lady received the news with great delight. 2 years later, the Empress became pregnant with the dragon heir. Due to the unbearable heat, Emperor Yongkong ordered the preparation of the southern palace and, in grand procession, took the Empress to Jiangnan to escape the summer. The day after their arrival at the palace, Jin Chen and Xiao Su went to meet them. Elder brother, Xiao Su Yuifelivaoth. Elder brother, sister-in-law, it has been too long. Xiao Shuxian hardly recognized him. Xiao Su had changed remarkably. Over the past 2 years, he had been pampered by Jin Chen, free from any worries. Jin Chen had not constrained him. As long as safety was assured, he allowed him to do as he pleased. Consequently, Xiao Su's complexion was rosy, and although he still appeared tall, he was no longer frail, embodying the essence of a refined young gentleman. Jin Chen, on the other hand, had not changed much, except that he no longer wore the plain dark attire of a guard, often donning matching brocade robes with Xiao Su, which was said to present them as a pair. Xiao Su smiled, his lips curving playfully. How could there be any difference? Yet, elder brother, you appear significantly more imposing, and perhaps a bit rounder. He took a seat, instinctively leaning into Jin Chen's embrace, jesting, perhaps sister-in-law's pregnancy has prompted you to nourish yourself as well. Jin Chen chuckled softly, ruffling his hair and echoing his spouse's words. Indeed, you are correct. You have truly become more unrestrained in your speech. Xiao Zhuxian was both amused and exasperated, casting a plaintive glance at his empress. Am I less handsome now? Yun Jianan could not hold back her laughter, pinching his cheek. Your Majesty, you have indeed gained quite a bit of weight lately, but you remain handsome. Xiao Zhuxian sighed. It's because you refused to take nourishing medicinal meals, claiming you would vomit, not wanting to report to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I ended up consuming them all myself. Upon hearing this, Jin Chen turned to Yun Jianan. Is the morning sickness quite severe? Yun Jianan shyly caressed her belly. The physician stated that I am carrying twins, which can be more trying than a typical pregnancy. Wow, twins! Xiao Su's phoenix eyes sparkled as he smiled. Congratulations, elder brother and sister-in-law. This is truly a harbinger of good fortune. He patted Jin Chen's shoulder. Ah Chun, quickly present our gift to sister-in-law. Very well. Jin Chen retrieved a box of medicine and handed it to the palace maid who came to receive it. This medicine is one of the treasures we have gathered during our travels over the past 2 years. It can completely alleviate the suffering of pregnant women from morning sickness, and I believe it may be beneficial for you as well. Thank you, cousin. Yun Jianan smiled joyfully. The 4 of them dined together. Yet the palace was bustling with activity. To avoid drawing attention, Jin Chen and his companion only stayed for a day. Were you off to next? Weren't you planning to settle in Hangzhou? Asked Xiao Zhuxian. The world is vast, and there are still many places I have yet to explore with Su Bao. Jin Chen smiled. Naturally, we shall continue our journey. Very well, but once my royal son is born, I shall expect your congratulatory gifts, Xiao Su replied. That is a certainty. As the carriage departed from the palace, Xiao Su leaned against Jin Chen's embrace. Chen, where shall we travel next? Jin Chen replied. To the coastal areas. Not long ago, you mentioned wanting to experience the tide. Excellent, Xiao Su exclaimed, joyfully leaping into his arms and bestowing a kiss upon him. Chapter 80. The Rescue of the Innocent Little Cat. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished, earning 500 points, for a total of 2,400. Jin Chen returned to the system space. He opened his eyes, his deep blue irises shimmering with brilliance, and his handsome, noble visage came alive in an instant. He reached out to touch the approaching 0731, noticing it had gained considerable substance. Indeed, 0731 replied enthusiastically. As you complete your tasks with increasing excellence, I am accumulating more energy, and soon I shall have a physical form. It flew to the space screen. Look. This is what I will look like in my manifested state. Jin Chen looked up. It was a creature of pure white, adorned with pink wings, a colorful horn atop its head, and a pink tail. What an oddity. He raised an eyebrow. What sort of animal is this? Oh, it's a Pichio. 0731 chuckled shyly. But I felt Pichio lacked cuteness, so I added a few elements. Jin Chen remarked. Ah, your taste is indeed charming. He felt a sense of progress, having learned to flatter with a clear conscience. Wait, host. 0731 flew back to his side. Before you enter the next world, you must first visit the headquarters. For what purpose? It's a good thing. 0731 continued to flutter about. In the previous 3 worlds, you were constrained by the heavenly path, but your mission is exceptional, requiring the rescue of a unique soul. The universal system has granted you a reprieve from these constraints. As long as you do not collapse the small world, you can disregard the heavenly path's blessings upon the protagonist and act without reservation. However, you need to sign at the headquarters. That sounds quite favorable, Jin Chen mused, his peach blossom eyes deep in thought. The previous punishment from the heavenly path, followed by this current exemption, was indeed intriguing. The identity of his beloved was both mysterious and esteemed. Open the portal. All right. 0731 pressed the button and followed Jin Chen toward the fast travel headquarters. Eons ago, when the gods fell, the last true deity, Chen Shu, established the Fast Travel Bureau to prevent the 3,000 realms from losing divine protection. The spirit companion transforms into the overarching system that links the myriad worlds. Subsequently, from these realms, individuals imbued with willpower are selected, destined to become taskers, each assigned to execute missions of conquest, elimination, retaliation, and salvation. This is done to maintain peace and stability across the myriad realms. Within this rapid traversal domain, there exists the role of an administrator, who constantly monitors the myriad worlds on the screen, ready to report any anomalies to the overarching system. They're also responsible for connecting the taskers with the intelligent systems. As Jin Chen stepped through the door, he immediately attracted the gaze of numerous administrators. He appeared accustomed to this attention, nodding in acknowledgement as he made his way directly to the space of the overarching system. With a resounding knock, the door swung open. 0731 clutched its small form tightly, feeling nervous every time it met the overarching system. The fear was palpable. Tasker Jin Chen, greetings, said Ling Duan, opening its eyes. Its true form was the divine beast by Zhe, and even in its system manifestation, its ethereal silhouette retained the appearance of the beast. Greetings, Jin Chen replied, nodding. The agreement is on the table. Please review it first. Ling Duan sensed the aura emanating from him, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flashing in its beastly eyes. No problem, Jin Chen replied as he glanced over the document. The condition for absolution was merely to ensure the integrity of the soul of the individual being saved, preventing any spiritual trauma. Even if the overarching system did not mention it, Jin Chen would never allow his beloved to be harmed. Then please sign, said Ling Duan. After Jin Chen completed the signature, the pen spun lightly between his fingers. Who exactly are you? You cannot know that now. Ling Duan evaded the question. Cannot know? How intriguing, Jin Chen mused, a smile curving his lips as he looked forward to the day when he would uncover the truth. 0731 timidly raised a paw. Boss, when can I apply for physical manifestation? Ling Duan extended a massive paw and gently patted its head. Once Jin Chen successfully completes 5 tasks, 0731's expression instantly brightened. Yay! Thank you. Now go. Ling Duan closed its eyes once more as the door opened again. As Jin Chen departed, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Jin Chen, a young man clad in a dark green long robe, halted in his tracks. Anin, Jin Chen acknowledged with a casual tone. Weren't you reassigned to the rescue department? Has your mission concluded so swiftly? Anin teased. No, I must be on my way, Jin Chen replied, not lingering, as he only recognized this former minister of the retaliation department and deputy director at a superficial level. He was preoccupied with meeting his wife. All right, you are indeed a person of urgency. Anin waved him off. The transmission was initiated and successfully completed. 0731 opened the passage to the 4th little world. Jin Chen opened his eyes to find himself seated in the back of a car. Host, time is of the essence. You must hurry to save the poor soul. 0731 had already reviewed the plot and was nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. You're on your way home. Instruct the driver to go to No. 17, Old Alley Street in the North City. Jin Chen furrowed his brow and relayed 0731's directions to the driver. Understood, sir. Although the driver was perplexed, he complied obediently. As he gazed out at the torrential rain through the car window, Jin Chen's brow remained furrowed. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a forlorn cat demon named Yunmi finds itself subjected to cruelty, collapsed at the end of a street. This moment serves as a pivotal turning point in the narrative. As the passing night threatens to diminish both its spiritual essence and physical condition, the luxurious car sped through the rain-soaked night, approaching its destination in the northern part of the city within mere minutes. "Sir, the umbrella," the driver urgently reminded as Jin Chen exited the vehicle, startled by the suddenness of his action, but he could not halt the tall figure striding towards the street's end. In a flurry, the driver opened the door, grasping the umbrella to follow suit. Meow Yunmi's breaths grew increasingly feeble, unable even to lick its wounds with its tongue. Its once pristine white fur became sodden and uncomfortable, weighed down by the relentless rain. The agony from the wounds on its abdomen and back was unbearable. As the cat's vision blurred, the street before it transformed into a hazy mirage, and soon it would succumb to unconsciousness. Suddenly, it was lifted into the air. Meow Yunmi, bewildered, attempted to raise its gaze but found itself too fatigued and in pain to do so. Just before losing consciousness, it caught a hint of a soothing fragrance. Jin Chen cradled the white cat with gentle care, his peach blossom eyes reflecting profound concern. "It's all right, my little dear. You're just exhausted. Please, take him home." Even 0731, feeling a pang of sympathy, urged against letting the host remain in the rain. "Sir," the driver approached Jin Chen, the umbrella shielding him from the downpour above. "Let's go back." Jin Chen turned, acutely aware of the dwindling spiritual energy within the cat, his worry intensifying. "Understood." The driver's gaze flickered skeptically at the white cat in Jin Chen's arms, pondering the sudden impulse of his employer to rescue a stray. Chapter 81. The rescue of the innocent kitten 02. Having yet to assimilate the original owner's memories, Jin Chen decided to allow the driver to depart, opting to carry the cat into his apartment alone. He first bestowed upon it a surge of spiritual energy, safeguarding its fragile demon core. As he did so, he lowered his gaze, using his other hand to gently part the matted fur stained with blood and rain, assessing the injuries. The cat was not only internally weakened, but externally, the wounds were grievous as well. Gradually, the spiritual energy revitalized the demon core, and Yunmi's breathing steadied, no longer teetering on the brink of death. Jin Chen felt a slight relief wash over him. He then rose, locating the bathroom, where he meticulously washed the cat's fur with warm water. Unable to wait for it to dry naturally, he instead used his spiritual energy to hasten the process, carefully avoiding the injured areas. Having completed this task, Jin Chen contemplated treating the injuries directly, yet was halted by 0731. "Host, it would be prudent to wait until the little one awakens before taking him to the veterinarian. Otherwise, he may become suspicious." Pausing, Jin Chen reflected and realized the wisdom in the advice. He returned to the living room, placing the cat gently on the sofa, and settled himself against the couch's backrest in a languid posture. Memory transmission. Success. The narrative transfer has been executed. The antagonist of this world, known as Yunmi, is a modern-day cat demon belonging to a lineage of dreamweavers who have historically employed hypnotism as a means of subduing adversaries. In contemporary times, this ability has evolved into a method of survival. Yunmi has become a soothing live-streaming host, and during an offline meeting with fans, he encounters the male lead, Ling Siyuan, who inadvertently uncovers his non-human secret. Ling Siyuan, already smitten by Yunmi's appearance, embarks upon a fervent pursuit while simultaneously threatening to expose Yunmi's true identity if he does not comply with his advances. However, to Yunmi, Ling Siyuan's so-called pursuit is nothing short of harassment. After several rejections, Ling Siyuan, enraged by humiliation, imprisons Yunmi, forcing him to transform into a feline form, which results in relentless abuse and torment. As fate would have it, Ling Siyuan soon becomes enamored with a newly recruited talent host at the company, and they quickly fall into a passionate romance, showing no intention of releasing Yunmi. Unbeknownst to them, this talent host, Song Che, has familial ties to demon catchers. As Yunmi rises in rebellion, prepared to expend all his power to eliminate Ling Siyuan, Song Che extracts Yunmi's demon core to prolong Ling Siyuan's life, thereby condemning Yunmi to a fate devoid of death. Currently, the narrative unfolds with Ling Siyuan and Lu Che entering a romantic relationship, while the tormentors of Yunmi have multiplied from 1 to 2. This night, seizing an opportunity, Yunmi opens the window on the 17th floor and leaps to escape, shielded by his demon core, sparing him from a fatal fall. However, he sustains grave injuries and, before he can receive treatment, is captured once more by Ling Siyuan. The original identity of Yunmi is that of a prominent figure in the new media live streaming industry, the president of Jin Chen Group, who can secure his partner within his organization for protection. He praises 0731, saying, "You've chosen a commendable identity." Upon hearing this, 0731 chuckles and suddenly remembers to report the corruption value, detecting the antagonist of this world, current corruption value at 50. Task requirement: reduce corruption value to 0, altering the antagonist's tragic fate. Jin Chen, upon hearing this, lowers his gaze to the small cat. He is quite kind-hearted, having suffered so much yet possessing a corruption value of only 50. Foolish. Jin Chen gently strokes the undamaged head of the cat, as if sensing the tender touch. Yunmi emits a soft mew, gradually opening his feline eyes, revealing azure irises, clear and glistening like a spring of water rippling gently. Mew. Yunmi curiously lifts his head, pondering his whereabouts. Upon spotting Jin Chen, he momentarily freezes before recollecting the events leading to his current state. He had fainted outside Ling Siyuan's residence before being carried away. Sandalwood. Yunmi inhales deeply, catching the scent of sandalwood emanating from this handsome man. He has saved me. He must be a good person. Little one, from now on, this shall be your home, Jin Chen declares, cradling Yunmi and bringing their faces close together, his gentle, almond-shaped eyes sparkling with delight. Today, I am fortunate to have found you. Mew. Yunmi blinks. It seems he has been regarded as a stray cat. That wicked Ling Siyuan has relinquished the place he once resided in, leaving him uncertain of where to go next, unable to revert to his true form. Perhaps it would be best to stay for the time being? All right, since you have awakened, we must attend to your wounds. Jin Chen stands, holding Yunmi carefully, avoiding his injuries, and lightly taps his moist nose with a fingertip. From now on, I shall care for you, ensuring you never endure pain again. With a slight itch in its nose, Yunmi rubbed against something, its head resting gently on Jin Chen's shoulder. The demon core within seemed to be at peace, though the wound still ached slightly. This person is remarkably handsome, Yunmi mused, recalling his promise to prevent further suffering. It was already midnight, and Jin Chen, not wishing to act as a tyrannical capitalist by summoning the driver at such an hour, opted instead to place the cat in the passenger's seat, gently advising, "Please remain still. It is quite dangerous." Meow, Yunmi responded, comfortably settling onto the soft cushion, its tail curling lazily. Only then did Jin Chen feel at ease to drive. While waiting at a traffic light, Jin Chen glanced at Yunmi, who appeared vibrant and carefree, seemingly forgetting any pain. He reached out to stroke Yunmi's head, only to see it flinch suddenly, as if gripped by fear. Realizing the reaction, Jin Chen halted his hand midair. Meow, meow. Yunmi gazed at the tips of Jin Chen's fingers, leaning in to nuzzle against his hand. "Please don't be upset. I merely didn't react in time, mistaking you for that scoundrel Ling Siyuan." As Jin Chen's thumb brushed through Yunmi's soft fur, a pang of sorrow struck him. The cat's instinctive responses to such gestures were still likely rooted in past traumas. "Do not be afraid," Jin Chen soothed, his tone gentle, even if Yunmi could not fully comprehend. "I will not harm you." Meow, came the soft reply, an instinctive trust beginning to form. Fortunately, there was no traffic, and they soon arrived at the 24-hour pet clinic. Jin Chen cradled Yunmi in his arms as he approached the front desk. "Good evening. How may I assist you?" The receptionist promptly greeted him. "I have an appointment made 20 minutes ago," Jin Chen replied, providing his phone number. She quickly confirmed the urgent VIP reservation and looked up to take notes. "May I have the owner's name and the cat's name, please?" "Jean is my surname, and the cat is named Baby." Yunmi's tail paused abruptly at the mention of the name, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The receptionist continued. Thank you. You may proceed to the second room at the end of the hallway. Upon sensing Yunmi's restlessness, Jin Chen leaned down to inquire, What troubles you? The cat shifted, hearing various anguished animal cries from within, which stirred memories of its own past torment at Ling Siyuan's hands. Are you frightened? Jin Chen asked, stroking Yunmi's head and locking eyes with him, seeing his own reflection in those clear blue orbs. Do not fear. I am here. Meow. Yunmi nestled deeper into his embrace, touched by his reassurance. Chapter 82. The rescue of the innocent little cat, the veterinarian, having been informed by the receptionist of Jin Chen's VIP status, greeted him as he entered with the cat. Good evening. I understand the cat has some injuries? Yes, Jin Chen confirmed, his palms still caressing Yunmi's neck. Let me take a look. The doctor donned gloves and carefully took Yunmi into the examination room, separated by a curtain. Meow. Leaving the warm and secure embrace, Yunmi felt a twinge of fear. After all, he was unable to revert to his human form, rendered almost powerless, and his animal instincts urged him to resist. However, the physician clearly possessed a profound understanding of how to soothe pets. Gradually, Yunmi calmed down. After a span of several minutes, the doctor emerged with a stern expression. May I inquire how long you have been caring for this cat? Jin Chen replied, I just rescued this stray. He recognized the severity of the wounds and understood the doctor's frustration, choosing not to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, the doctor realized his misunderstanding and softened his tone. My apologies, sir. This cat is likely not a stray. Its coat and small habits suggest it was once domesticated. It seems to have suffered abuse from its previous owner, which compelled it to escape. I have applied medication and bandaged it, as the wounds on its abdomen and back are quite severe. If you wish to adopt it, I recommend administering 2 doses of deworming treatment here. Jin Chen pondered whether a cat demon, like Yunmi, truly required deworming. A sound emanated from the inner room, a meow that seemed to convey refusal. A hint of amusement flickered in the doctor's eyes. Let us address the treatment first. We can discuss deworming later. Very well. The doctor returned to the inner room, cradling Yunmi in his arms. Upon seeing Jin Chen, Yunmi meowed twice, as if asking to be held. Jin Chen embraced him, gently stroking his fur. The physician handed over several boxes of antibiotics, along with a pack of viral test strips. Instructions are included. Remember to administer the medication and ointment on schedule, and return for a follow-up in 5 days. Thank you, Jin Chen replied, taking the items and departing with Yunmi. Upon returning to the apartment, it was already 2 in the morning. The original owner suffered from severe insomnia, believing the old mansion was excessively noisy, so he purchased a villa in the suburbs. Later, realizing the inconvenience for commuting, he had no choice but to buy a luxury apartment closer to his workplace, where the surroundings were tranquil. The original owner even installed soundproof walls at home. Once the door was nearly shut, the outside noise faded entirely. We are home, Jin Chen announced as he entered with the drowsy Yunmi, heading straight to the bedroom. Mew, I'm so sleepy, Yunmi murmured, his tail wrapping around Jin Chen's arm, soft and warm. Good boy, Jin Chen said, smoothing his fur before placing him on the bed. Sleep now. As Yunmi made contact with the soft bedding, he closed his eyes in peaceful slumber. He had been exceedingly tired during this time, finally able to enjoy a good rest. Jin Chen took a shower, wrapped himself in a towel, and lay down on the bed. Turning off the light, he stared at the ceiling, feeling helpless. 0731. Why do I share the same insomnia as the original owner? Perhaps it is due to the influence of this body after the soul merger. 0731 yawned. Why not hold the little one and sleep? Love can alleviate pain. What nonsense is this? Jin Chen replied, rolling over to cradle the peacefully sleeping cat in his arms and closing his eyes. Perhaps Yunmi's soothing presence had some effect. Listening to the gentle purring of the cat, Jin Chen gradually succumbed to sleep. The following day, Yunmi awoke to the delightful aroma of food. Meow. He slowly emerged from the blankets, his fluffy head peeking out, his azure eyes blinking, and his curious nose sniffing the air. The air outside is fragrant, a delightful aroma reminiscent of dried fish. My dear, are you awake? Jin Chen stepped into the bedroom. It is Monday. and with only half an hour left before he must head to the office, he thought to awaken Yunmi for breakfast, only to discover that the latter was already awake. Meow meow. Good morning, Mr. Jin. Yunmi sauntered to the edge of the bed, lifting his body and playfully pawing. Meow 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 meow. Are you hungry? Jin Chen was utterly enchanted by Yunmi's antics, quickly scooping him up and gently rubbing his nose against Yunmi's. Meow. Yunmi nudged Jin Chen, feeling a bit bashful. For some reason, he found it impossible to feel any aversion towards Mr. Jin, instead relishing his embrace. I prepared some dried fish for you, along with nutritious cat food, Jin Chen said as he carried Yunmi out of the bedroom, speaking softly. I must leave for the office shortly and will return only in the evening, so be a good kitty at home. All right? Meow meow meow, all right. Yunmi placed his front paws on Jin Chen's shoulder and gave a gentle pat, as if to convey his understanding. To Jin Chen's amusement, he chuckled. How was it that you seemed to comprehend my words? He tenderly stroked the soft cheek of the cat, pondering whether Yunmi had somehow gained intelligence. Upon hearing this, Yunmi was startled, nearly fluffing up his fur. His cerulean eyes darted nervously to the back, too frightened to utter a sound. It was evident something was amiss. Soundproofing foam was affixed to the walls, perfect for live streaming and recording videos. Regrettably, the sleep aids had been discarded by that scoundrel. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Yunmi flicked his tail. It had been nearly half a month since he had gone missing. He wondered if his fans still remembered him, and he hadn't even had the chance to request leave from his supervisor. In the midst of his thoughts, he found himself gently placed down by Jin Chen. Yunmi gazed in astonishment at what lay before him. A cat tree, a litter box, food bowls, and even toys. Jin Chen crouched down, his voice warm and soothing. This will be your room from now on. As for why there was no cat bed, that was a given. His beloved must sleep with him. Meow. Yunmi was taken aback by such affection. After returning so late the previous night, he was astonished to find so many provisions prepared for him this morning. Mr. Jin clearly cared deeply for him. Having grown up independently, Yunmi had never been so cherished before. He let out a few soft mews and then leaped into Jin Chen's embrace, melting into a puddle of warmth as he nuzzled his head against Jin Chen's neck. Meow, 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 thank you. Jin Chen lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on Yunmi's delicate nose. Good boy. Previously, Jin Chen had experienced a challenging mission in the Beastman world, and he could somewhat decipher Yunmi's beast language, though not perfectly, as there were still distinctions. Hurry and eat. You must be famished. Yunmi let out a couple more meows before beginning to feast on the carefully prepared dried fish, which was infused with a hint of spiritual energy, occasionally extending his tongue to lap up some milk. He ate joyfully, his tail flicking with delight. Observing this, Jin Chen felt a thrill of affection and reached out to pet him. However, Yunmi's long, soft, and furry tail suddenly wrapped around Jin Chen's arm, affectionately rubbing against him. Yet, Yunmi seemed blissfully unaware, continuing to indulge in his meal. It is often said that cats and their tails are two distinct entities, a sentiment that Jin Chen has come to appreciate. He chuckled softly, utterly enchanted. Chapter 83. The rescue of the innocent little kitten 04. After attending to his feline master's breakfast, it was time for Jin Chen to leave for the office. He changed his attire in the bedroom, while the driver awaited him downstairs at the apartment. Be good at home, my dear, Jin Chen cooed, cradling Yunmi, who was lazily sprawled on the sofa. He directed her gaze towards the camera in the living room, explaining, with this device, I can monitor how you fare at home. At that moment, the driver, who had just entered with the intention of fetching Jin Chen's briefcase, looked on in confusion. Sir, what are you doing? Are you attempting to transcend human limitations and communicate with animals? He glanced at Yunmi, astonished by how remarkably beautiful the stray cat appeared after being cleaned up. Although her breed remained uncertain, she did seem to complement her master quite well. Yunmi, responding with soft mews, instinctively shrank into Jin Chen's embrace upon noticing the unfamiliar presence, peeking out cautiously. Jin Chen acknowledged the driver. Good morning, he greeted. Are you ready? Yes. Please wait in the car, Jin Chen replied. Understood, the driver said, taking the briefcase and departing from the living room. All is well, no need to worry. Jin Chen assured as he gently stroked Yunmi, encouraging her to play. Meow. Yumi nuzzled his palm, responding tenderly. Goodbye, Mr. Jin, the driver said as the apartment door closed behind him. Yumi scampered back to her room, in the back seat of the Maybach, without Yunmi by his side. Jin Chen instantly reverted to an aura of aloofness. After all, the original persona he embodied was that of a domineering CEO. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Sir, your father has requested that you return home for a meal. Jin Chen pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a sense of resignation regarding his biological father. The man was not ill-natured, indeed a loving parent, having retired early to allow his son to inherit the family business. However, in recent years, he had become rather keen on arranging blind dates for Jin Chen. He had even proclaimed that if his son could find a partner within 2 years, he would relinquish all further concerns. Jin Chen pondered, considering the day when Yunmi could maintain her human form, allowing him to take her back to the old residence. Until then, he had no intention of returning alone. Upon arriving at the company, Jin Chen's first order of business was to instruct his secretary to notify the live streaming department to recruit Yunmi from Shanglu Company to their own. The live streaming department received the news, and the supervisor first contacted the administration to conduct a background check on Yunmi, subsequently reviewing her streaming metrics. Ultimately, they received feedback indicating that while her follower count was modest, it was highly engaged, with dedicated fans consistently tuning in for her videos and live streams. Her target audience was quite niche, primarily consisting of individuals struggling with insomnia and enthusiasts of ASMR for sleep. The background check revealed a clean slate, ensuring that even if she gained popularity, she would not carry any dark history. However, it was noted that for reasons unknown, she had not streamed for an extended period and her video uploads had ceased for nearly half a month. After the public relations team sent a private message to Yunmi on the streaming platform, the supervisor speculated whether the CEO intended to broaden the live streaming development strategy by incorporating a diverse array of budding streamers. After much contemplation, he prudently gathered information on several emerging streamers to preemptively address the CEO's potential desire to sign more individuals. Meanwhile, the bustling activities below remained unbeknownst to Jin Chen. After efficiently completing the morning tasks, I opened the surveillance system in the office to monitor the cameras at home, prompting 0731 to activate the spatial surveillance as well. Host, if you wish to observe the little unfortunate one, you may simply tell me, 0731 remarked, puzzled. Why install cameras in the apartment without preparing the cameras in advance? How could we later unmask his true identity? Jin Chen replied with a hint of amusement, glancing at the cat displayed on the screen. Meanwhile, within the apartment, having resolved a life-threatening crisis, Yunmi finally found the leisure to contemplate other matters. He lounged lazily on the sofa, curling himself into a ball, his tail occasionally flicking. Ling Siyuan, now a leading anchor at Shanglu Company, was contemplating resigning, fearing that his non-human identity might be exposed. However, Yunmi sighed dejectedly. While resigning was trivial, he pondered how he would sustain himself if he were to regain a human form. Although Mr. Jin was a good person, his affections lay with cats, which would ultimately necessitate his departure. Suddenly, Yunmi lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Jin Chen's bedroom. He recalled that there appeared to be a tablet on the bedside table. With a few agile leaps, he hopped off the sofa and trotted to the bedroom. A few moments later, he returned to the living room, clutching the tablet in his mouth. He wondered if, during the recovery of the demon core, he could momentarily assume a human shape. Looking at the camera positioned across the room, he felt a sense of relief and attempted to channel the demon energy within him. In a flash of white light, the white cat on the sofa vanished, replaced by a boy with porcelain skin, silver hair, and blue eyes. He was exquisitely crafted, resembling a meticulously sculpted SD doll, with round, clear cat-like eyes, a finely shaped nose, and rosy, delicate lips. His long, soft silver hair cascaded down to his neck, complemented by 2 snowy cat ears perched atop his head. It truly worked, with no one else at home. Yunmi was unconcerned about his state of undress as he nestled into the corner of the sofa, cradling a cushion. He opened the tablet, his long tail swaying behind him, blissfully unaware of the intense gaze upon him. Jin Chen's breath quickened. The moment Yunmi transformed into human form, he immediately sent 0731 into a secluded room, preventing it from viewing the spatial surveillance. Oblivious to the commotion, Yunmi downloaded the necessary software and logged into his streaming account, where a flood of private messages instantly filled the back end. Fortunately, he had the habit of saving inventory videos as drafts. He exhaled with relief, uploading 2 stock videos, explaining in the captions that he had been preoccupied with personal matters, which caused a delay. After sending them out, he scrolled through the private messages, most of which were from fans urging him for updates. Among them, one message from a verified corporate account caught his attention. Curiously blinking his cat-like eyes, he clicked to view it. Greetings, Encore Yunmi. I am a head of Jin Chen Group. We sincerely invite you to sign a contract with us, where we will customize the most suitable operational plan for you and cover the breach of contract fees from your previous company. If interested, please contact us at this email. Yunmi gasped softly, astonishment evident on his face, his mouth agape in disbelief. Who in the realm of short videos and live streaming was unaware of Jin Chen Group? In the realm of new media, a leading conglomerate boasts an array of influential figures, rendering Shang Lu a mere minnow in the presence of such leviathans. The blue V emblem signifies to Yunmi that this is not an imitation account, but a genuine one. With delight, Yunmi rolled on the couch, overwhelmed with excitement, and promptly replied, "Hello, hello. That sounds wonderful." He swiftly typed a response and sent his meticulously crafted resume to the provided email address. Recently, fortune has smiled upon him. Meow. With a blissful squint, Yunmi took a piece of dried fish crafted by Jin Chen and playfully held in his mouth. Everything is bound to improve. However, joy was short-lived as an unwelcome interruption occurred. Upon noticing a private message from Ling Siyuan, Yunmi's eyes flickered with disdain. Just as he contemplated blocking him, another message arrived. I've only given you a few taps. Is running away really necessary? Yunmi, I warn you, should you dare to block me, by afternoon, the entire internet will be aware of your transformation. Chapter 84. The rescue of the naive little kitty Ling Siyuan was evidently vexed. Having kept Yunmi confined for so long without indulging in any of his delights, he was not one to relinquish Yunmi so easily. However, it was no longer merely about Yunmi's body. It had shifted to the coveted demon core. Ever since discovering that the elders of the Songche family included demon catchers, and that the naturally hypnotic Mian cat clans cultivated demon cores were a boon to humanity, both Ling Siyuan and Songche had set their sights on Yunmi. If they could simultaneously consume Yunmi's demon core, they would enjoy a lifetime free of ailments, growing old in love. Ling Siyuan continued to type, sending menacing private messages. I still possess quite a few videos of your transformations. There's no way to deny it. You'd best be obedient. On the other side of the screen, Yunmi trembled slightly, gripping his tablet in fury. He was at a loss regarding how to deal with Ling Siyuan. The clan leader had warned that once their identity was discovered by humans, survival would be impossible. Given the pervasive nature of the internet, once a word got out, it would not be long before everyone knew what to do. Yunmi's previous joy had evaporated, leaving him in a state of despondency as he turned off the tablet. Hugging his knees, his gaze forlorn, Jin Chen watched with a heavy heart, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk, feeling a peak of aversion towards Ling Siyuan. The immediate priority was to lift Yunmi's spirits. Jin Chen activated his computer screen, manipulating the camera's angle. The sensitive cat ears caught the sound of the movement, startling Yunmi, who quickly tucked the tablet beneath the couch cushion and transformed back into his feline form. Meow. Yunmi appeared perplexed, wondering why the camera continued to move, tilting his head upwards to look. Baby, came Jin Chen's gentle magnetic voice. Let me see what my little one is up to. Meow, meow, meow. I'm not doing anything at all. Yunmi unabashedly purred, his front paws waving in front of the camera, his voice soft and sweet. Then came Jin Chen's laughter. Such a good baby. You weren't up to any mischief just now, were you? Yunmi's pupils widened, startled by his words, and his tail stilled. Mr. Jin, did he witness something? Was his transformation simply too slow? In a matter of moments, Jin Chen continued, having perused online cat care guides. With a trending topic declaring that a quiet cat must be up to mischief, it turned out to be merely an online discussion, and Yunmi exhaled a sigh of relief. Mr. Jin nearly frightened him to death. Pretending to understand nothing, he continued to act cute, rolling around playfully. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Mr. Jin, please don't listen to the internet. I'm very well behaved. Understanding Yunmi's intent, Jin Chen chuckled softly. It appeared that the little one was unlike any other cat. He was indeed the most obedient. Meow, that's right. Yunmi shyly covered his face with his front paws. Mr. Jin loves to praise himself. It feels quite unfamiliar. When a secretary arrived to deliver documents, she fortuitously overheard this exchange. Maintaining a serious demeanor, she handed Jin Chen the documents requiring his signature and took her leave. Throughout the entire process, her expression remained stern, until she closed the door to the CEO's office. The little secretary clenched her fist tightly, silently cheering in excitement. Baby, Mr. Jin is actually on a video call, and he referred to the person inside as baby. This must mean good news. The intimacy of the address was palpable. They might be getting a lady boss. In a flurry, the little secretary rushed to the restroom, typing furiously on her phone. Within their internal gossip group, devoid of any leadership, everyone spoke under pseudonyms. Breaking news. Today, while delivering documents to Mr. Jin, I discovered he was on a video call, and he called the person on the screen baby. We're about to have a lady boss. The revelation was explosive, and soon, replies began to flood in. Heavens, the CEO is blooming like a steel tree. Am I still dreaming? Did I accidentally wake up on Monday to such sensational news? Uncertain, I might just sleep a bit more. Mr. Jin is quite charming. Calling someone baby? I can't handle this level of sweetness. And so forth. The group was instantly abuzz. Meanwhile, the discreet little secretary revealed none of the details, choosing to remain in the shadows. Yunmi, hearing the voice calling Jin Chen CEO from the camera, blinked his cat eyes. Mr. Jin must be a remarkable individual. He owns the entire company. Now he could enjoy his fish can with peace of mind. His emotions came swiftly and departed just as quickly, soon forgetting all about the private message. As Jin Chen engaged in a conversation that oscillated between human and cat language, he opened his laptop to review the email sent by Yunmi. Upon seeing the somewhat clumsy and rough personal resume, he couldn't help but laugh. Personal trait, extremely capable of inducing sleep. There was nothing wrong with that. It was refreshingly straightforward. After replying, he bid farewell to Yunmi. I must attend a meeting. You can continue to play, my dear. Meow, okay. Yunmi elegantly waved his two front paws as if to say goodbye to Jin Chen. Once the video call was disconnected, Jin Chen dialed the head of the public relations department. Shang Luying, listen tuling Xiyuan. If we can't dig up any dirt on him, let us fabricate some scandal and send it directly to the streaming platform. They are currently selecting the best streamers. Understood, Mr. Jin. Shall we undermine him while simultaneously elevating our own? For the time being, let him be entangled in scandals. As for the rest, he shall settle it himself. Understood. The supervisor immediately convened a meeting with everyone. Meow. Yunmi confirmed that the connection had indeed been severed and relaxed back onto the sofa. How frightening for a cat. He transformed back into his ephemeral human form and continued to watch on his tablet, having completely cast aside the matter concerning Ling Xiyuan. This was because Yunmi discovered that he had received a reply to his email. We are very pleased with your resume. Please proceed to this location at 2:30 p.m. 3 days from now to finalize the contract details. The attached address link led to a cafe in the city, renowned for its difficulty in reservation and exquisite taste, where many business collaborations occur in private rooms on the second floor. How wonderful! In 3 days, he would certainly be able to maintain his human form all day. Embracing his tablet, Yunmi lay back on the sofa, overflowing with joy. But what should he do afterward? Meow. Mr. Jin would surely find out. His gaze fell upon the room prepared for him by Jin Chen, and Yunmi's eyes sparkled as a plan formed. During the day, he could divide a strand of his spiritual awareness and transform into an ordinary cat in the living room, provided he remained beneath the camera. This way, he could record videos or live stream in his room. When Mr. Jin returned home in the evening, he would simply stash the recording equipment in the cat food cabinet. Hooray! The dilemma that troubled him was resolved, and with great delight, Yunmi downloaded a shopping app, logged into his account, and began to place a flurry of orders for equipment. With someone to support him, he need not worry about his salary being spent on rent. Meow. Mr. Jin truly was too kind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Ling Xiuan, upon seeing that Yunmi had read his message yet not replied, was infuriated and smashed his phone to the ground. He squinted his eyes. Given this situation, he would not hold back any longer. Chapter 85. Saving the innocent little kitty 06. Ling Xiuan had not even managed to send out the video when he received an email from the company. Frowning, he opened it, and his face, which had reddened in anger, transformed into one of disbelief. Ling Xiuan abruptly stood up, gripping his phone tightly. How could this be possible? I have been the monthly broadcast champion for 3 consecutive times. How could I not even make the top 10 this month? Someone must be up to no good. He was well aware of how substantial the platform's monthly bonuses were. The cancellation of what had seemed assured was akin to money disappearing from his pocket. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed his lips together and dialed a number. At 5:30 in the evening, Jin Chen returned home punctually. Yunmi's time in human form today was limited to 3 hours, but he did not experience any discomfort. Reverting to his original form instead brought him greater comfort. Hearing the sound, Yunmi lifted his head, his cat eyes unwaveringly fixed on the doorway. As Jin Chen approached, their gazes met, and his eyes instantly softened with a smile. His tone gentle. Meow, meow, meow. Mr. Jin. Yunmi joyfully leaped off the sofa and into Jin Chen's embrace, his soft front paws wrapping around his shoulders, eyes squinting as he nuzzled against his neck. Such a good baby. Feeling the warmth on his neck, Jin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he held Yunmi close and leaned down to plant a kiss on him. Did you cause any trouble at home today? Meow. Not at all. Jin Chen gently cradled him as they walked toward the side of the sofa, his warm, dry palm caressing the soft, fluffy belly of Yunmi. Only after settling down did he speak. Let me see. How is the wound? Meow. Yunmi's body was somewhat rigid, as the mysterious demon energy rapidly restored itself. Wounds that were originally expected to take a week to heal had almost completely mended by today. Would Mr. Jin suspect anything? While he pondered this, Jin Cheng had already turned the cat's body over, his fingertips grazing through the fur. He soon discovered that the wound had indeed healed, leaving only faint scars. Observing Yunmi's dazed and stiff blue cat eyes, Jin Cheng chuckled softly, thinking it better not to provoke his beloved. You are recovering quite rapidly, my dear, he said gently. It seems your immunity is quite impressive. Meow. You are absolutely right. It's just strong immunity. Mr. Jin is so clever. Hearing him meow excitedly, Jin Cheng feigned confusion. He picked up the tablet from the table. Aren't we in the bedroom? Yunmi's eyes widened in alarm, pupils constricting and his floppy ears perked up. I forgot to put it back. He watched helplessly as Jin Cheng opened the tablet and scrolled through the screen, his anxiety mounting. I also forgot to delete the software. We're doomed. Jin Cheng indeed paused on the live video streaming apps page. Strange, when did I download this? Don't click it. If you do, my secret will be revealed. Yunmi quickly pressed down on Jin Cheng's hand, plopping down on the tablet, purring sweetly for attention. Meow, meow, meow. Please stop looking, Mr. Jin, just look at me. Leave me some privacy, please. Yunmi even extended his tongue to lick Jin Cheng's face, softly mewing as he tried to draw his attention. After indulging in the cat's affectionate behavior, Jin Cheng set aside his playful intentions, turning off the tablet and focusing on cuddling Yunmi. That night, Yunmi finally understood the reason behind the abundance of soundproofing foam in their home. Cuddled next to the pillow, he licked Jin Cheng's shoulder with a hint of concern. It turned out that Mr. Jin suffered from chronic insomnia. Sweetheart, please get some sleep. Jin Cheng, clad in pajamas, had bloodshot eyes but remained alert. He turned his face and gently kissed Yunmi's soft, moist nose. Meow. I have an idea, Yunmi exclaimed. I will play my sleep-inducing video for Mr. Jin. To enhance the video's effectiveness, he would infuse it with his hypnotic demon power, ensuring that anyone who heard it would feel drowsy without any side effects. Although his own powers had yet to fully recover, he still possessed previous recordings. Yummy picked up the tablet and placed it on Jin Chen's chest, using his furry front paws to tap gently, signaling him to open it. What does my dear want to do? With his long, slender fingers, Jin Chen opened the tablet, his expression a mixture of curiosity and intrigue as he looked at the overly excited cat. Meow meow. Yummy urged him to launch the video app. Fortunately, he had logged out of the account while Mr. Jin was having dinner. Jin Chen seemed to grasp the situation, raising an eyebrow playfully as he obediently opened the app, eager to see how Yunmi intended to search for his account. Yunmi, however, was not concerned about that at all. It feigned a haphazard demeanor while deftly maneuvering its paw across the screen, accessing the search bar's leaderboard, and subsequently opening the leisure and lifestyle rankings. To its astonishment, the account of Yunmi Mio stood prominently at the pinnacle. Casually, it tapped on a video, nudging its head to beckon Jin Chen to take notice. Meow, look here. Watching this will ensure a good night's sleep. Little did it anticipate that upon lifting its gaze, it would meet Jin Chen's inquisitive eyes. Such a clever little one. Jin Chen's voice resonated with warmth, acknowledging its search for sleep-inducing videos. Before Yunmi could feel anxious, Jin Chen enfolded the cat in his embrace, feeling immensely fortunate to have such an astute companion. Meow. Yunmi blinked its cat-like eyes, sensing Jin Chen's implicit trust in its abilities. How delightful! It clutched at Jin Chen's clothing, brimming with joy, and instinctively desired to act endearingly, only to inadvertently loosen the somewhat slack silk robe. As Jin Chen reclined against the headboard, the robe gracefully cascaded open, revealing his sculpted chest and, further down, his perfectly defined abdominal muscles. Meow. It was unintentional. With a swift motion, Yunmi covered its eyes with its paws. Yet the sight of Jin Chen's prominent abs was undeniably striking. Hearing Jin Chen's soft chuckle, Yummi felt a wave of bashfulness wash over it, while its fluffy tail, seemingly with a mind of its own, wrapped around Jin Chen's abdomen, playfully brushing against him. Amused by this display, Jin Chen bent a leg, holding Yunmi close to his stomach. Why are you still covering your eyes? Cats should not indulge in forbidden gazes. Yummi fluffed up, meowing in protest. However, its tail remained obedient. Jin Chen effortlessly removed its paws from its face, and their gazes locked. Meow, meow, meow. Mr. Jin, please do not jest. Let us sleep. Noticing the bloodshot veins in Jin Chen's eyes, Yunmi's earlier indignation dissipated, replaced by concern. Its voice softened, becoming sticky and endearing. Leaping down from Jin Chen's lap, it patted the bed, urging him to lie down promptly. Then, it nudged the tablet towards Jin Chen's ear and began playing the video. The clip featured soothing whispers paired with rhythmic tapping sounds, with the creator deliberately avoiding revealing their face, only showing their upper body and hands. As Jin Chen watched, he noted that the hands were strikingly pale, with rosy fingertips, gracefully tapping against a glass cup in a rhythmic cadence, interspersed with gentle whispers. Merely observing the video instilled an overwhelming sense of relaxation. With Yummi nestled in his arms, Jin Chen gradually succumbed to drowsiness, pulling the covers closer and shutting his eyes. Meow. Upon witnessing Jin Chen drifting into slumber, Yunmi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It truly worked. Stretching out its short claw, it turned off the video and contentedly closed its eyes. Yunmi cherished this sleeping position, enveloped in warmth and the soothing scent of sandalwood. Mr. Jin was genuinely, exceptionally kind and gentle. In the space around them, 0731, having observed the host and the little creature peacefully asleep, felt a wave of relief wash over it as it fluttered to the resting area, only to suddenly sense the activation of heartwarming values. An increase of 20. 0731 exclaimed in delight, casting a glance at the cozy atmosphere within the bedroom. After a moment's contemplation, it decided to postpone any announcements until the following day, wishing not to disturb the host's slumber. After 2 days of this warm and cozy life, the sleep aid live streaming tools and new clothes ordered from Yummi's online shopping have finally arrived at home. The past couple of days have been leisurely and devoid of stress, complemented by the rapid recovery of his supernatural powers. He is now able to maintain his human form entirely, retracting his ears and tail. Yunmi cautiously avoided the living room camera, hiding all the packages in his small room after signing for them. Hooray! Dressed in his new attire, a sky blue sweatshirt paired with white long overalls, his silver hair tied up in a cute little bun at the back, he looked exceptionally adorable. With an afternoon meeting scheduled with the head of the Jin Chen group, Yunmi had little time to record extensively and focused on creating a short sleep aid video lasting around 10 minutes. He hastily devoured the fish treats prepared by Jin Chen and grabbed a few loaves of bread from the fridge before happily stepping out, observing everything through the system's monitoring. Jin Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. He rose, took the contract that Yunmi was about to sign, declined the secretary's company, and settled into the back seat of the Maybach. The driver glanced back, noticing that the gentleman appeared quite cheerful today. "MHM," Jin Chen replied, his tone visibly relaxed. "I'm going on a date." The driver, taken aback, asked, "Do you have a girlfriend now?" Knowing that the driver would report this to his father, Jin Chen did not hide it. "A boyfriend, but I'm still pursuing him." The driver understood, realizing why the elder had arranged so many dinners for him. None of the girls had caught his interest. It seemed the approach was fundamentally flawed. "Sir, you will surely succeed," he said seriously, contemplating sending a message to the elder later, as this was monumental news. A few minutes later, the Maybach came to a steady stop in front of the cafe. The driver was the first to exit, opening the door for Jin Chen, who casually glanced through the transparent glass window at the person sitting inside the cafe. Jin Chen, with a resigned smile, remarked, "It's no use looking. I've reserved a private room." The driver averted his gaze, feeling a bit awkward as he watched Jin Chen enter, then returned to the driver's seat to message the butler. Upon entering the private room, Jin Chen found Yunmi standing up, looking noticeably anxious, then freezing in place. He feigned ignorance, sitting down with a gentle smile across from Yunmi. "Yunmi, is it?" "Hello, you can just call me Yunmi," he replied, still in shock. "How could it be Mr. Jin?" "All right," Jin Chen said with a smile, his tone softening. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Chen, the current executive president of the Jin Chen Group." "Ah, alahite. No need to be nervous. Mr. Jin doesn't he know his own identity yet?" Yunmi reassured himself internally, finally shaking off the surprise. "But does the president need to be personally involved in signing this contract?" "Because signing this project is crucial at the moment," Jin Chen explained. "Moreover, Jin Chen has great confidence in your development." Just then, the server responsible for taking orders entered. Jin Chen picked up the menu and handed it to Yunmi, asking, "Do you have a preferred flavor?" Yunmi waved his hand, saying, "You can order whatever you'd like. I'm not particularly fond of coffee." He had tried it before, finding it unbearably bitter, and to this day, he couldn't fathom why humans enjoyed such a bitter beverage. Jin Chen is well aware of his wife's preferences. He ordered a cup of Guaxia hand-ground coffee for himself, along with a cappuccino enriched with an additional 30 milk, and handed the order to the waiter. "Very well, please wait a moment," the waiter replied, taking the order with both hands and departing quietly. Yunmi tugged at the straps of his overalls and asked, "Mr. Jin, if I sign a contract with Jin Chen, will I still be able to use my original account?" "Certainly," Jin Chen replied, handing him the contract and explaining gently, "We will cover the cost of acquiring your account with Shanglu, and it will be paid simultaneously with your penalty fee." Yunmi glanced at the contract with only a partial understanding of the intricate terms, but he could grasp the essence by the end. The Jin Chen Group would offer treatment akin to that of an A-level influencer, prioritizing video content over live streaming. It must be said that this approach is the best given the current circumstances, alleviating concerns about unforeseen events that could disrupt live broadcasts. However, with only 800,000 followers, his treatment at Shanglu was still categorized as C-level, making the offer from Jin Chen seem overly generous. Had it been anyone else, Yunmi might have suspected hidden pitfalls in the proposal. But today he was dealing with Mr. Jin, a genuinely kind person. Yunmi's eyes crinkled with delight as he smiled. "I'm very satisfied." "Thank you, Mr. Jin." Jin Chen chuckled softly. "It is my honor to collaborate with you." Suddenly, as if he had made a discovery, he leaned in closer, his low voice resonating. "I've noticed that you resemble my cat." Yunmi gasped, surprised by this revelation. "How could you tell?" "I've tucked my tail and ears away." His voice, crisp and lively, held a hint of uncertainty. My cat is very white, with fur as pure as snow, and your skin is similar. Your eyes, too, are both blue, Jin Chen remarked. Realizing that he might have overstepped, he quickly added, I didn't mean to offend. Feeling a bit bashful, Yunmi lowered his gaze, a smile involuntarily lifting the corners of his lips. Since it was Mr. Jin offering the compliment, he did not perceive it as an affront. After all, he had managed to praise both his true form and his human guise in one fell swoop. He lifted his eyes to meet Jin Chen's. Since you've observed so carefully, you must really love your cat. Indeed, I adore him, Jin Chen replied, gazing intently into Yunmi's eyes. He is very adorable and well-behaved. It is my fortune to care for him. As Jin Chen spoke, Yunmi could distinctly hear his heart racing, pounding with exhilaration. Biting his lip gently, he felt an overwhelming surge of happiness, thinking how fortunate he was to have caught the attention of someone as wonderful as Mr. Jin. Detected Villain's Heartbeat, 10, Cumulative, 30, Chapter 87. Saving the innocent little cat 08. Before long, their coffees were served. Holding his cup, Yunmi curiously leaned over to take a look at Jin Chen's. Is ours different? He inquired. Mine is rather bitter. Jin Chen placed another sugar cube in a Yunmi's coffee cup, and then said, Why don't you try it and see how it tastes? Yunmi curiously took a sip, the dense milk foam first caressing her taste buds, followed by the rich coffee base, creating a harmonious collision with the silky milk that produced a robust flavor. The experience was exquisite, leaving a lingering aftertaste. She widened her eyes in astonishment, setting the cup down, exclaiming, Delicious! Jin Chen extended his hand to wipe away the milk foam from Yunmi's lips, saying, As long as you enjoy it. Instinctively, Yunmi brushed against the palm of Jin Chen's hand, her smile brightening her eyes. What is this? It's far more delightful than what I had before. Jin Chen replied, It's a cappuccino. If you like it, we can come here often. That sounds great, but Yunmi hesitated, remembering how difficult it was to make a reservation at this cafe. It might be hard to come often. It's quite challenging to book a table. Jin Chen raised an eyebrow, assuring her, As long as you wish to come for a drink, just let me know. He shook his phone, patiently coaxing her. So, may I have the honor of adding your contact information? Yunmi eagerly nodded, of course. She scanned Jin Chen's QR code, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart, as if even the air she breathed was infused with sweetness. Thank you, Mr. Jin Chen. Overflowing with joy, Yunmi momentarily forgot to change her form of address. Jin Chen, delighted, chose not to correct her. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently touch Yunmi's soft silver hair. Since we have some time today, why not cancel the contract with Shangle? Yunmi took another sip of coffee. Yes, I can't wait to sever ties with that troublesome company. She accessed the chat page of her manager responsible for Shangle, placing her phone on the table. Her fingers typing earnestly while her expression remained serious, her eyes fixed on the screen, her movements adorably earnest. Aware that Yunmi was not accustomed to using her phone, Jin Chen found her endearing, suddenly nostalgic for the feel of petting a cat. He hesitated for a moment, suppressing the darker thoughts beneath his gaze. It was better to proceed slowly so as not to frighten her. Yunmi suddenly pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved at Jin Chen. She want tea, let me cancel. Let me take a look. Jin Chen took the phone, reviewing their recent chat history. Good afternoon, Red Sister. I wish to cancel my contract. Thank you for your previous care. Could you please guide me on the process? What kind of joke is this? Cancel? You have gone silent for more than half a month, and I haven't even come to settle scores with you yet, and now you want to terminate the contract? I can pay the penalty fee. Please don't be angry. That is not possible, Yunmi. I warn you, your fan base was cultivated entirely by Shangle. Now that you're popular, you want to turn your back? It's just that this quarter's benefits were given to Ling Siyuan. You two are friends. Why be so petty? The more Jin Chen read, the colder his expression became. It was his oversight. He should have directly instructed the legal department to handle this rather than allowing Yunmi to bring it up herself. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting him. The caller ID displayed Red Sister, the agent from earlier. Yunmi pouted as she answered the call. Before she could speak, a barrage of insults came from the other end, leaving her stunned for several seconds. Jin Chen, unable to tolerate it any longer, seized the phone. Yunmi, I warn you. Upon leaving the company, how well could you possibly fare? Who would remember you, a faceless, sleep-inducing broadcaster? The shouts and jeers persist. Jin Chen tenderly caresses Yun Mi's cheek, offering gentle comfort, his voice cold. No need for your concern. His tone is low, imbued with a chilling intensity. Hong Jie is taken aback. Who are you? The president of Jin Chen Group. Regarding the termination procedures for Yun Mi, our legal department will liaise directly with Shang Lu. Having said this, Jin Chen promptly ends the call. Yun Mi's eyes shimmer with unshed tears, her nose tinged with a sharp ache, her voice trembling. Thank you, Mr. Jin. Jin Chen furrows his brow and moves to sit beside Yun Mi, wrapping an arm around her slender shoulders. His fingertips gently brushing the corners of her eyes to wipe away the tears that overflow. There is no need to thank me. It was my oversight. Sensing the familiar scent of sandalwood, Yun Mi inhales deeply, instinctively leaning into Jin Chen's embrace, completely forgetting that today marks their first encounter. She used to be just as fierce with me. Yun Mi sobs, as if wishing to share all her grievances with Jin Chen. But I must support myself and cannot afford the penalty for breach of contract. So I remain silent, though I am truly very sad. She wipes her tears on Jin Chen's suit, her beautiful, delicate face marred by tear stains, her eyes reddened. Jin Chen swallows hard, his heart aching, his voice low and hoarse, soothingly assuring her, "It will not happen again. No one will ever bully you like this again." He lightly kisses the crown of Yun Mi's head, holding her close. Do not be afraid, do not cry. Jin Chen's fingers glide over her skin, sending shivers through her, causing Yun Mi to shrink away slightly before nuzzling her cheek against him, her feline instincts fully exposed. He truly cannot conceal himself. Mr. Jin, you are the best. Yun Mi murmurs softly, a slight pout forming on her lips. They are all bad people. Ling Si Yuan is a bad person, Song Che too, and so is Hong Jie, and even that rotund boss, Shang Lu. Seeing Yun Mi's spirits finally lift, Jin Chen smiles affectionately, leaning down to look at her, echoing her sentiments. They're all bad people. Yun Mi, belatedly aware, feels a tinge of shyness, instinctively wanting to bury her face in Jin Chen's embrace, but suddenly remembers. I'm not a cat now. She sits upright abruptly, her words tumbling out in a fluster. You and I am not on purpose. Jin Chen, perceptive yet discreet, feigns ignorance, clearly aware of her intentions. What was not intentional? Yun Mi bites her lip, subtly shifting her position, distancing herself from Jin Chen. I didn't mean to lean against Mr. Jin. Jin Chen chuckles, but it was I who embraced you. Oh, right. Yun Mi blinks her cat-like eyes, then asks Mr. Jin, why did you hold me? Because I felt heartbroken seeing you cry so much. Jin Chen's voice is gentle, wrapped in infinite sweetness, coaxing her. Yun Mi ought to be happy. Yun Mi's head nearly drops on the table, her cheeks flushed. Detected villain's affection value. 10, cumulative. 40. 0731 scratched his head in confusion, setting aside the fact that the host is his beloved. This realm makes the host resemble a peculiar uncle luring children. It's just a misconception. Surely, it is a mere illusion, in order to maintain the image of the host within his heart. 0731 cast aside the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 88. The Rescue of the Innocent Little Kitten 09. After Jin Chen finished speaking, Yun Mi seemed completely oblivious to the fact that it was impossible to be so intimate with someone he had only just met a day ago. He lifted his head, his tears transforming into a smile, his spirits considerably lifted. Upon finishing his coffee, Jin Chen glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time for him to depart. After all, he needed to allow Yun Mi time to return home before him. With a gentle smile, he remarked that this would be the conclusion of their day, and once the legal department resolved the contract issues, he could officially commence his employment. Sounds good, Yun Mi replied, wiping the corners of his eyes, tentatively inquiring, Mr. Jin, are you heading home directly? Jin Chen rose, stating, I need to return to the office to retrieve some documents. Would you like me to give you a ride? No, that's not necessary. Yun Mi quickly waved his hands. The thought of them being discovered as neighbors was quite terrifying. He swiftly stood up, his silver hair shimmering under the lights, a sweet smile directed towards Jin Chen. I've called for a taxi, so there's no need for Mr. Jin to see me off. As they both exited, at the door, Jin Chen bid farewell to Yunmi. Until we meet again, Yumi secretly thought. I'll be waiting for that meeting. Mr. Jin was completely unaware of his true identity. The thrill of harboring such a secret felt exhilarating, prompting him to chuckle softly. Goodbye, Mr. Jin. All right. Jin Chen walked towards the Maybach that had been waiting outside the cafe. The driver, having observed the entire exchange, promptly messaged the butler. I saw a very charming boy who conversed splendidly with the gentleman. Both appeared quite pleased. Upon entering the vehicle, Jin Chen noticed the driver hastily putting away his phone. As the car started, he glanced into the rearview mirror. The smile in Jin Chen's eyes had yet to fade. Did you manage to make progress today, sir? The driver inquired. Jin Chen raised an eyebrow in resignation, not quite so swiftly. He had a premonition that for a considerable time to come, the driver would continue to pose this question. The Maybach glided onto the street. Meanwhile, Yunmi returned to his apartment by taxi, hurriedly dashing inside after paying the fare. He first changed out of his clothes, taking a moment to inhale the delightful scent lingering on his skin. However, he still needed to wash up, for he was a cat who cherished cleanliness. Estimating the time Jin Chen would need to retrieve his documents, he quickly stuffed his clothes into the washing machine. After the wash, he transferred them to the dryer, and once dried, he neatly folded them and placed them in the small cabinet. After completing this entire process, Yumi felt utterly exhausted. He transformed back into his true form, languidly resting on the sofa. I'm utterly worn out, reflecting on the day's events. Yumi felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. He was on the verge of completely breaking free from Shanglo. All the beauty in his life began the moment he encountered Mr. Jin. He truly was his lucky charm. A few minutes later, Jin Chen returned home as well. Yunmi perked up his ears, joyfully scampering to the door. Meow, meow, meow. Jin Chen crouched down to scoop Yunmi into his arms. My little one is particularly affectionate today. Meow, meow. Finally, able to lavish affection on Jin Chen without restraint, Yunmi melted into a puddle of softness. Nuzzling his furry little face against Jin Chen's neck, his voice sweetly sticky. Jin Chen set down his briefcase, cradling Yunmi in his hands, relishing the moment. My little darling is truly adorable. A magnetic, sonorous voice resonated in the air, as Yunmi blushed slightly at Jin Chen's compliments, yet had grown accustomed to them. The pink tip of his tongue playfully licked Jin Chen's chin, and even the most stoic of hearts would be softened by Yunmi's endearing antics. Jin Chen leaned down to kiss the tip of his nose. So, Yunmi, would you like to go out and play? Meow? Yunmi inquired, peering curiously. Where shall we go? To the supermarket for some shopping, and perhaps we can pick up some snacks and toys for you, Jin Chen replied, retreating to change into casual attire. In contrast to the austere elegance of his suit, the pure white knitted top paired with black casual trousers rendered Jin Chen less aloof and more approachable. As he gazed at Yunmi, the warmth in his peach blossom eyes became even more pronounced. Meow, Mr. Jin is truly handsome, Yunmi exclaimed, leaping into his arms and adorably clinging to his neck, savoring the proximity to Jin Chen's handsome visage. All right, let's go, Jin Chen said, planting a gentle kiss on the cat before tucking his phone into his pocket and stepping out the door with Yunmi in his embrace. The supermarket was not far from the apartment, but given a number of items on their list, Jin Chen opted to drive. On a Tuesday, the supermarket was less crowded than on weekends, and being a members-only store alleviated any concerns about competing for goods. Holding Yunmi, he navigated the shopping cart leisurely through the aisles. Yunmi relished the experience of shopping, finding it relaxing to select numerous items of his liking. Now, accompanied by Mr. Jin, his joy was multiplied. He meowed excitedly, but remained calm, nestled in Jin Chen's arms and occasionally using his paw to point at desired snacks. Jin Chen chuckled softly. Sweetheart, those are human snacks. They're not suitable for cats. Meow. Don't say that. Yunmi protested, gazing forlornly at Jin Chen as they passed the snack aisle. As if the potato chips and chicken legs were beckoning him. He was determined to try again. Meow, meow, meow. With his fluffy paw, he pointed to the snack section, then playfully tapped Jin Chen's chest before mimicking the action of grooming himself. Jin Chen understood. You want me to eat them? Meow. Precisely. Yummy affirmed. After all, if we buy them, I could sneak a little for myself later. Such a clever little rascal. Jin Chen smiled quietly, ultimately conceding to his request. All right then, we shall heed your wishes. Meow, Mr. Jin is wonderful. Yunmi purred contentedly, rubbing his face against Jin Chen's, his eyes brimming with dependence. Jin Chen selected several bags of chips and cookies, as well as some jellies that Yunmi adored, placing them into the shopping cart. Meow, Yunmi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Mister, Jin picked out all my favorites. How fortuitous. Now, is my little one satisfied? Jin Chen inquired, lowering his gaze to gently pinch Yunmi's cheek. Yunmi nodded eagerly. Em satisfied, meow. Together, they resumed their leisurely exploration. However, fate had other plans, as trouble was destined to arise. Ling Xiyuan, overwhelmed by recent data issues, felt as though he were on the brink of chaos. He was convinced that someone was deliberately trying to undermine him, for the fluctuations in live stream data were absurdly erratic. To make matters worse, he was now being relentlessly pursued by a group of malicious critics. Today, Song Che expressed a desire to visit this supermarket, while Ling Xiyuan initially contemplated declining the invitation, setting aside his own lack of enthusiasm for shopping. He was aware that this supermarket operated on a membership basis, where all items were exorbitantly priced. Ling Xiyuan had risen from being a graduate with nothing to his name to amassing a considerable following and savings over the years, unlike Song Che, who hailed from a wealthy family. However, he was reluctant to appear financially constrained in front of his boyfriend. Thus, with a heavy heart, he acquiesced. Little did Ling Xiyuan anticipate that today's excursion would yield unexpected delight. Xiao Che, do you see the cat in that person's arms? Doesn't it resemble Yunmi? Ling Xiyuan remarked, observing Song Che as he selected items. Indeed, it is Yunmi. Song Che nodded, his tone somewhat hesitant. Xiyuan, it has found a new owner now. I fear. Ling Xiyuan interjected, his tone matter of fact. What new owner? A creature like him would never willingly accept a human as its master. That individual must be oblivious to his true nature. Upon reflection, Song Che concurred, believing it would be prudent to bring Yunmi back for the safety of that person. The two deliberately avoided mentioning the matter of the demon pill, as if such silence could vindicate their integrity. As Ling Xiyuan approached, Yunmi, with its keen senses, leaned out of Jin Chen's embrace to investigate. It was indeed them. What's wrong, baby? Jin Chen inquired, perplexed by Yunmi's sudden reaction. Host, the two protagonists have arrived. 0731 alerted. Understood. Jin Chen replied nonchalantly, opting not to react immediately, and continued to feign ignorance while selecting cat toys with Yunmi. Meow. Yunmi retreated back into Jin Chen's arms, burying its head in the crook of his neck, its demeanor despondent. Even the previously enticing cat toy could not spark its interest. Sir, Song Che initiated, a smile gracing his features, placing two cat toys into the shopping cart. Jin Chen raised his gaze to the pair. At that moment, Song Che and Ling Xiyuan finally discerned Jin Chen's appearance. Song Che was taken aback by his charm, but remained focused on the matter at hand. Excuse me, is this cat yours? Jin Chen responded, what else would it be? Meow. Cats are inherently sensitive to scents, and Yunmi detested the smell of the two men, which reminded him of the torment endured during times of diminished power. Ling Xiyuan noted Yunmi's sudden affection towards this man, contrasting sharply with the disdain he once showed towards himself, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. Song Che continued to negotiate. Sir, this cat seems to be one we lost previously. When did you adopt it? He deliberately raised his voice, capturing the attention of several onlookers. It is a natural inclination for Chinese people to be drawn to gossip. Upon hearing the exchange, shoppers in the vicinity turned their heads to eavesdrop. I can assure you, this cat is ours, Ling Xiyuan asserted confidently. Meow. Yunmi bared its teeth at Ling Xiyuan in indignation. How shameless. Do not be afraid, Jin Chen gently reassured, his hand tenderly stroking Yunmi's back and belly. As Jin Chen raised his gaze to observe Ling Xiyuan and Song Che, his tone turned icy. Ling Xiyuan and Song Che, is it? Ling Xiyuan furrowed his brow. You know me? You deliberately took my cat. He seemed to have an epiphany brazenly fabricating a lie. I thought it had vanished unexpectedly. As murmurs of curiosity from the growing crowd intensified, Jin Chen covered Yun Mi's ears to shield him from the noise. The signed host of Shang Lu Company has millions of fans online, Ling Siyuan boasted, and yet you dare to snatch my cat. However, Song Che frowned, sensing something amiss. He glanced at the onlookers, feeling that Ling Siyuan was up to no good. Just as he contemplated asking for the cat later, Ling Siyuan stubbornly attempted to reclaim the cat immediately. Meow. Startled by Ling Siyuan's outstretched hand, Yun Mi trembled and instinctively shut his eyes to hide. Ah! Ling Siyuan was abruptly kicked by Jin Chen, crashing beside a shelf, his head striking a sharp corner. Dazed and in pain, he cried out, quickly reaching for the back of his head, relieved to find no blood. Have you lost your mind? Ling Siyuan's face flushed crimson as he clumsily rose. Supported by Song Che, who glared at Jin Chen, his tone laced with anger. Sir, is this how you demonstrate your character in public? Jin Chen raised an eyebrow. You speak of character? You charge in here to steal my cat, and you have the audacity to question our manners? Ling Siyuan growled. What evidence do you have to claim that it is yours? Why not let the cat choose? Among the crowd, a girl holding a ragdoll cat suggested softly. Cats possess a certain intuition. They will select their own owner. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Young man, let the cat choose. An elderly lady chimed in. Song Che cast a threatening glance at Yun Mi, mimicking a choking gesture, as if to imply he possessed means to deal with the creature, urging it to comply. Meow. Placed on the ground by Jin Chen, Yun Mi, perceiving Song Che's threat, blinked his eyes and let out a few ambiguous cries. All right, little kitty, please make your choice. The girl spoke gently. Do not be afraid. Meow. Yun Mi swiftly leaped back into Jin Chen's embrace, who instinctively wrapped his arms around him, both seemingly aware of the other's intention. Meow, 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 Mr. Jin, I'm scared. Ignoring Ling Siyuan and Song Che's fierce gazes, Yun Mi nestled into Jin Chen's arms, tears brimming in his feline eyes, adorably pleading for comfort.